Chapter 96. The Summoning of Insects. The origins of the 7 lanterns possessed by the king of the underworld remain unrecorded in the silk manuscripts. Based on Zhuan Rui's conjecture, he surmises that these lanterns likely trace back to Han culture, for historical records indicate that the underworld tribe is a self-isolated people, employing the mirror realm created by the yin-yang fox to ward off outsiders. Consequently, it is improbable that the king of the underworld procured these lanterns on his own. It is more plausible that they were obtained from certain Han individuals seeking to approach this area. However, the Han are merely a significant possibility, as there were also other ethnic minorities in Guizhou at that time, who may have been the source as well. After all, the silk manuscripts do not specify, and the passage of time renders verification difficult. The king of the underworld acquired the 7 lanterns, but utilized only the final one, the divine lantern. The silk manuscripts do not elucidate the method of using the divine lantern, seemingly an intentional omission. Yet, after the king employed the divine lantern, he suddenly perished. At that moment, no one could fathom the cause, leaving them bewildered as they constructed a mausoleum for him, interring him in the most esteemed position at the rear of the communal grave. However, on the night of the interment, an uncanny sound emanated from the coffin, and abruptly, the lid was thrust open, allowing the king of the underworld to emerge. At this juncture, he appeared with 7 heads, engorged in purple, his muscles bulging as he clawed his way out of the coffin. Those who approached him were torn to shreds, prompting a panicked flight. Outside, ominous clouds obscured the sun. Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down, as if the god of thunder had descended. The calamity was relentless. Landslides, mudslides, and fallen trees wreaked havoc, as the underworld tribe faced near annihilation. Amidst this chaos, a greater demon emerged, feasting on flesh, wreaking havoc, impervious to blades, while the 7 heads cackled maniacally at the terrified onlookers. This reclusive tribe, unbeknownst to anyone, was on the brink of catastrophe. At this critical juncture, a venerable elder within the tribe proclaimed, "It is said that in the Song dynasty, there exists a Judge Bao, who can traverse the realm of spirits at night and command the ghosts. Surely, it is the mischief of those 7 enchanting lanterns that has plunged us into darkness and brought this calamity upon our kin. We ought to seek Judge Bao's assistance." Thus, a party was dispatched to summon Judge Bao. This account aligns closely with Zhuan Rui's narrative regarding the origins of the soul-subduing dream-cutting blade. However, by the time the rescuers returned, the underworld tribe had already been consumed by natural disasters and slaughter, with only the king of the underworld continuing to wander within the mausoleum, drawn out by the scent of the living to wreak further havoc. At this moment, Judge Bao had acquired the soul-subduing dream-cutting blade and employed it to suppress the king, sealing him back within the coffin. To prevent his resurrection, the soul-subduing dream-cutting blade was placed alongside him. Furthermore, it was noted that with the king of the underworld present, it was already known that the 7 lanterns were not divine artifacts, but rather demonic lanterns. Their emergence in the world posed an endless threat. Thus, they were also interred alongside him. As for the countless zongzi seen by my grandfather in the sacrificial pit, along with the white-clothed mummies outside, they were, in truth, the victims of the king of the underworld's malevolence. Subsequently, an insect-repelling stone was added to the burial, which contained a type of sorcery. While it is commonly believed that the Miao people excel in such sorcery, the region of Guizhou is also rife with insect plagues, making the art of insect cultivation prevalent, albeit less renowned than Miao sorcery. The entire mausoleum is devoid of any significant burial objects, with its traps and poisons clearly designed to deter grave robbers. However, the intent here diverges from the norm. While others aim to protect the tomb owner's south resting place and safeguard the remains and accompanying relics, the mechanisms established in this location are solely to prevent intruders from accessing the coffin. For once the coffin is opened or the soul-soothing dream blade is removed, the king of the earthbound spirits within will awaken instantly. This silk scroll serves as the final barrier for the spirit king, intended to dissuade any capable grave robbers who might enter the chamber and open the coffin, urging them to abandon their endeavor and depart swiftly after perusing its content. Upon hearing this, the assembly was rendered speechless, with Tofu so astonished that his tongue seemed to twist, stammering, "So, the zongzi inside the coffin is a living one?" Wenmin, who was seated beside me and appeared somewhat frail due to a gunshot wound, remarked, "The coffin remains sealed," indicating that Old Master Chen and the others did not open it after reading the scroll. Tofu interjected, But if we don't open the coffin, it seems we won't be able to escape. Wait, there is something crucial. His expression abruptly shifted, as if he had just recalled something significant, and he hastily inquired of Zhuan Rui. Wealthy one, could you examine it closely again? Is there anything else recorded here? Zhuan Rui replied with an indifferent tone. What else do you expect to find? Tofu swallowed hard, pointing at himself and me, saying, the poison. Both Old Chen and I have ingested it. What kind of poison is this? Am I going to end up like those scenes in dramas, with my insides devoured or bleeding from every orifice? My goodness, that would be terrifying. A chill ran down my spine as I pondered the unknown potency of the poison. While I was uncertain of its legendary capabilities, the fact that these small insects had thrived in a piece of incense stone for over a millennium suggested they were no trifling matter. If this were truly the case, what could we possibly do? With this thought, I glanced at Zhuan Rui, realizing that the events had already unfolded, and fretting would be futile. I remained seated, unlike Tofu, who was frantically pacing. I listened as Zhuan Rui explained. It is said to be called the worm-attracting poison. Here, it may not have any effect, but the things consumed will emit a scent that attracts many other insects, ultimately leading to the body being overrun. Tofu shivered and stammered. If I keep my mouth shut, can those insects still get in? Zhuan Rui remained silent, and Zhong Gong, acting as his voice, continued. For instance, there are countless insect eggs invisible to the naked eye. When you eat, your rice might already be teeming with these eggs, or there may be unseen insects in your bathwater. Attracted by the scent, they will converge around you, inevitably finding a way into your body, where they will breed until they consume you from within. This is an extreme form of punishment. After Zhonggong's statement, Tofu collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless. Though fear gripped me as well, I maintained a greater composure than Tofu and swiftly formulated a line of inquiry. Since you are so well informed, is there any method to counteract it? Zhonggong gestured towards the silk scroll and remarked, indeed, it is documented that when the coffin lid is closed, within half an hour, the insect-controlling sorcery secretes a substance that seals the tiny crevices of the coffin lid. This substance, when mixed with vermilion, can counteract the curse. However, the nemesis of this substance is corpse oil. Anyone carrying it will undergo a transformation upon contact, causing the insect-controlling curse to manifest more rapidly. I immediately grasped the implication. To remedy the insect-controlling curse, we must not disturb the body of the Earth Ghost King. Yet, we had no real interest in the corpse. Had it not been for the desire to restore my grandfather to normalcy and enable his departure from this place, I would have abandoned our subsequent endeavors upon meeting him. Upon hearing this, Tofu exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us hastily close the coffin lid. Gu Daybody, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke softly. Do you think the corpse that was previously draped over the coffin was responsible for closing it? Perhaps it was also attempting to acquire that substance. Tofu nodded in agreement, saying, the corpse bore no wounds and died in that manner. I had previously found it puzzling, but now it seems likely. However, it appears this individual was rather unfortunate and did not succeed, ultimately perishing. Earlier, we had observed the coffin sealed tightly, assuming it was hermetically closed. Upon opening it, we noticed fine particles resembling vermilion in the crevices, which, in retrospect, were likely the very substances the corpse had sought to collect, only to meet an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. We all exerted ourselves to close the coffin lid, and as it sealed, I felt a chilling breeze sweep across the back of my neck. Yet, when I turned abruptly, there was nothing behind me. A sudden realization struck me, and I recalled the intangible yet present entity that lingered in this space. The scroll did not mention it. What could it possibly be? It had the power to annihilate us, yet at the critical moment, it had prompted me to look back and discover this very coffin. After much contemplation, a conjecture emerged. Could it be that the force manipulating us was none other than the Earth Ghost King himself? I shared this hypothesis with the group, causing Tofu to gasp and swallow hard, asking, are you suggesting that he has awakened? Does he seek to harness our strength to escape? Very likely, Wenmin murmured softly. Tofu inquired, what should we do now? I replied, first, we must gather those substances, and then, as the saying goes, the best strategy is to retreat. Tofu glanced at the ajar crimson tomb door. Though he said nothing, I discerned his thoughts reflected in his eyes. Do we still have a way out? That entity could compel us to take our own lives at any moment or force us into various actions. If we cease to open the coffin, will everything revert to its former state? Chapter 97. The black-haired zongzi we stood in place, alert and vigilant, observing one another with utmost caution, fearful that one of us might suddenly leap into self-destruction. As I scrutinized my surroundings, I endeavored to assess our current situation. It has now become apparent that the coffin may not contain a deceased individual. Rather, it is likely to house an entity that has absorbed the power of the lamp. I hesitate to refer to it as a person, for it seems to transcend humanity. This intangible yet undeniable presence is likely the king of earthly spirits residing within the coffin. I am certain that it remains attentive to us at this moment. The current tranquility is merely ephemeral. Who knows what events may unfold next? This thought inevitably brings to mind my grandfather and his companions. 14 years ago, after the coffin was opened, they undoubtedly encountered the same circumstances we now face. How did they respond back then? Su and another young man managed to escape. Why did my grandfather not follow suit? What transformation has my grandfather undergone to arrive at his current state? This raises yet another perplexing question. If the one orchestrating the mischief is indeed the king of earthly spirits, why, after influencing my grandfather's thoughts, did it not compel him to open his own coffin? Furthermore, why would it render my grandfather akin to a gravekeeper? This would imply a desire to prevent others from accessing its coffin altogether. Could it be that the force altering my grandfather is not the same entity opposing us now? The situation appears to be increasingly convoluted. During our wait, the beautiful Gu, feeling somewhat weak, inadvertently drifted into slumber, her soft form leaning against me. I adjusted my posture to ensure her comfort, yet my mind remained ensnared by that lingering question. The force that drove us towards self-destruction evidently wishes us to open the coffin, while the entity that has altered my grandfather has made him a guardian of the tomb, effectively severing the possibility of opening it. This suggests the existence of two distinct powers. At this juncture, Tofu posed a critical question, one that pertains to matters of life and death. He, too, felt the weight of the situation and pondered deeply, stating, "There is another detail you have overlooked. There are a total of 7 lamps, and the king of earthly spirits has removed the last lamp, which has since vanished. This means there are still 6 remaining. Yet we have only observed 5. What do you suppose the 5th lamp is? And who could have taken it? I suspect it must have been Zhuan Donglai." Tofu's conjecture drew the collective gaze of all present upon him. How could he have made such an association with Zhuan Donglai? Observing our attentiveness, Tofu shrugged and pointed to the wall in the shadows, saying, "The characters inscribed there were translated by Zhuan Donglai, which indicates he did not perish in the underground river. Moreover, since we have not discovered his corpse here, it stands to reason that he must be the one who escaped alongside Su." When Tofu mentioned Su, a hint of sorrow crept into his voice as he muttered, "I refuse to believe it. Su is a good man. He wouldn't engage in such treachery. There must be some misunderstanding." I was infuriated and retorted, "Enough of this nonsense. It has been far too long for you to still be under Su's spell. Does he still qualify as a good man? Have you forgotten his theft of the 8 carp and the dragon-subduing stone? Have you forgotten his concealment of the truth? And what of Wenmin and his companion? I now suspect that they were never devoured by the dragon. They were likely killed by him, as obtaining the dragon-subduing stone would have posed a significant obstacle for Wenmin. Tofu belongs to the category of individuals who always see the silver lining. In his eyes, 9 out of 10 people are inherently kind. When I expressed this sentiment, he appeared somewhat conflicted and remarked, "Could you refrain from viewing humanity through such a dark lens? Have you forgotten who saved you when the dragon emerged from the abyss beneath you, Qiao? He willingly faced death to rescue us. Such an act of self-sacrifice cannot be feigned. I refuse to believe he is that kind of person. You cannot impose your dark thoughts upon everything around you." Tofu's words struck a nerve, and I scoffed, retorting, "I am dark. But is the one with the surname L an angel? And you, with the surname Do, can you not think for once?" Tofu, infuriated, exclaimed, "You dare say I lack intelligence? I despise having my intellect insulted. Chen Xian, you have truly angered me. Henceforth, we are no longer friends." "Hey, why are you silent now?" "Out of words," I replied. "We are already estranged. I have nothing to say to you, as I do not converse with fools." The beautiful Gu, awakened by our quarrel, rubbed her eyes and listened. After a moment, she yawned and said, "All right, you two are over 50 combined. Stop bickering over an outsider." She glanced at her watch and added, "It seems the time is nearly upon us." At this reminder, everyone focused on the fine seams of the coffin, and indeed, we discerned some crimson substance. We retrieved the prepared papers and collected it, folding them into a sealed small package to keep close. Having accomplished this, Zhuan Rui shook his head and said, "Let us depart. This trip has yielded nothing for me. Zhuan Dong's fate remains uncertain, and the so-called 7 divine lamps are utterly useless, perhaps even malevolent. The only one who has gained anything is me, for I have at least found my grandfather. Yet I remain still, aware that while we could escape, my grandfather could not." I furrowed my brow, rooted in place. Tofu opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, perhaps unable to swallow his pride, he huffed and turned his neck away, adopting an air of refusal to converse. Seeing this, the beautiful Gu patted Tofu on the shoulder and whispered something in his ear. Whatever she said seemed to bolster Tofu, as he stood taller, exuding an air of determination. Moments later, he approached me and declared, "Gu is right. As a remarkable artist, poised and generous, I should not engage with someone as psychologically twisted and self-important as you." I found myself bewildered by this series of statements, realizing that Gu had indeed charmed him. How easily he was swayed. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell who truly embodied grace and nobility. Before I could speak, Tofu continued, "Actually, I have a plan. I believe we should not open this coffin. Given the state of Old Master Chen, we cannot expect him to recall anything. The priority is to leave this place. Old Master Chen's skin is sensitive to sunlight. We could emulate the mummies outside, wrapping his body in cloth to block all visible light. Would that not solve our predicament? We have a basement in our shop. We can prepare it for Old Master Chen and devise a plan from there." A single phrase roused me from my slumber, and I found myself ensnared in the very predicament I sought to escape. My thoughts had been misled, yet Tofu's words provided the crowd with a new avenue for breakthrough. Aware that further delay might lead to prolonged nightmares, I nodded in agreement, declaring, "This is a splendid idea. Let us proceed as such." Tofu, brimming with self-satisfaction, eagerly volunteered. "Of course. Just consider who conceived this plan. I shall carry Grandpa Chen, and you all will provide cover against those mummies outside." With that, Tofu hoisted my grandfather onto his back, and we promptly prepared to advance. At that moment, however, the voice re-emerged in my ear, but its message had shifted. It ominously declared, "I have come to seize you." A chill ran down my spine, and before I could react, the corpse leaning against the coffin sprang upright as if propelled by a spring, its skin rapidly sprouting a layer of black hair at an alarming pace. The hair glistened with the sheen of corpse oil, and the transformation occurred in an instant. The others likely heard the voice as well. Zhuan Rui reacted swiftly, urging Tofu and me, "You must go first." At that moment, Tofu and I were unable to make contact with the corpse oil, as it was imperative to avoid direct interaction with the zongzi. The black-haired zongzi suddenly opened its eyes, and the shrunken black masses within its eye sockets began to rotate menacingly before it lunged toward us. I quickly shielded Tofu, who was burdened with Grandpa, and we made a hasty retreat, with me supporting the lovely Gu as we attempted to escape. However, just as we approached the tomb's exit, the stone door slammed shut with a resounding thud, as if propelled by an invisible force. The beam of my headlamp was reflected back by the now-closed tomb door. A thud echoed behind me, and I turned to see Zhong Gong striking the zongzi on the head with his probing spade. Yet, this hairy zongzi, with its ironclad exterior, seemed impervious to the blow, merely pausing momentarily before charging once more. With the distance between us shrinking, there was no time to obstruct its advance, prompting everyone to evade its frontal assault by darting aside. Tofu, encumbered by Grandpa, lost his balance during the maneuver and fell to the ground, awakening Grandpa with a groan. As we sidestepped, the black-haired zongzi lunged toward the tomb entrance. I suddenly realized that this creature seemed incapable of bending at the waist, suggesting it was a lower-tier zongzi. I immediately shouted, "Everyone, get down." Zhuan Rui and the others, displaying their astuteness, promptly lay flat on the ground. Simultaneously, the group huddled together, and Zhuan Rui produced the ultimate weapon, the spirit-calling incense. While lighting the incense, Zhong Gong proclaimed, "Regardless of what compelled you to self-destruct earlier, once the spirit-calling incense is lit, it shall reveal its true form and cease its mischief." As the peculiar aroma wafted through the air, the black-haired zongzi appeared to be immobilized, as if ensnared by an incantation. Seizing the moment, Zhong Gong sprang to his feet, retrieving a machete from his gear. It was my machete, which had been lost in the chaos of our previous separation, evidently picked up by Zhong Gong. With a fierce shout, He brandished the machete and struck with all his might. Despite the zongzi's tough exterior, its head was severed in an instant, crashing against the tomb wall with a resounding thud before rolling a few times on the ground. Chapter 98. The Wall of Ghosts. The black-haired zongzi was decapitated, and its body fell to the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, grandfather slowly awoke, appearing to be unharmed. Tofu hurriedly untied the ropes, asking, "Old Chen, are you all right?" Upon seeing grandfather shake his head, Tofu, wincing and limping, remarked, "You weren't hurt, but I certainly was. That zongzi was just fine before." Suddenly it rose from the dead. Could it be connected to it? At that moment, the spiritual incense in Zhuan Rui's hand had already filled the tomb chamber with its enchanting aroma, creating an atmosphere that was both soothing and invigorating. I adjusted my headlamp to scrutinize the surroundings, pondering that with the spiritual incense in the air, the entity should reveal itself. Identifying our adversary would make things considerably easier. However, despite thoroughly examining the entire tomb chamber, we discovered nothing. Tofu, perplexed, turned to me and asked, "Could it not be the zongzi?" At this point, he had completely forgotten about our previous quarrel, leaving me uncertain whether to commend his generosity or lament his lack of awareness. I remained silent. If it were not the zongzi, then what could it be? How could it exert control over us? How could it even speak? The spiritual incense was immensely precious, and as it neared its end, I urged everyone, never mind that, while the incense still burns, let us use it to evade the mummies outside and hastily make our escape. The tomb door was originally a counteractive door, smooth and devoid of any handholds. To exit, we had no choice but to resort to explosives. Fortunately, our supply of dynamite was ample. Zhonggong signaled for everyone to step back, fiddled with the explosives. And then there was a resounding explosion, revealing an irregular hole in the crimson wooden door. Someone remarked, "Tomb raiding is indeed an art of destruction." And this statement held true. As we journeyed, we had unwittingly caused considerable damage. Should an archaeological team discover this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. With the large hole now visible, we hastily crawled through, only to gasp in astonishment as we emerged. Behind the tomb door lay the main burial chamber. Not far from where the severed head rested, the coffin's massive silhouette looming in the darkness. Turning back, I noticed that the door through which we had entered had vanished, leaving only the cold, foreboding tomb walls behind us. Tofu gasped, "We are trapped in the wall of ghosts." This was not our first encounter with such a phenomenon. The beautiful Gu expressed her concern, "But where is the ghost?" As she spoke, she glanced at the dwindling spiritual incense in Zhuan Rui's grasp. Zhuan Rui, now visibly anxious, furrowed his brow, slightly adjusting the incense between his fingers and turning his gaze toward the coffin shrouded in darkness nearby. Zhonggong whispered, "The ghost has manifested. It lies within the coffin." Tofu shivered and remarked, "Even with the incense lit, it can still perform such tricks. It appears remarkably formidable." Contemplating how to break the wall of ghosts, Tofu tilted his head in thought and uttered 2 words, "Curse the ghost." Not only do humans fear malevolent beings, but ghosts also dread the wrath of the ill-tempered. The most common method employed in folklore is to curse the ghost. Tofu, leading the charge with fervent curses, took the lead, while Zhuan Rui, reluctant to lose face, remained silent at the back. The rest of us followed suit, cursing as we advanced. Shortly after passing through the tomb door, we were met with an eerily identical scene once more. The methods of cursing the spirits proved ineffective. Wenmin frowned slightly and inquired, "What other methods do we have? Shall we attempt them all?" Numerous folk remedies exist for dealing with malevolent spirits, most of which are rather simple. Besides cursing, there are practices such as spinning in circles and spitting, yet despite our exhaustive attempts with every known technique, the results remained unchanged. At that moment, doubt began to creep into my mind. Could it truly be the malevolent rice dumpling causing this? But if it were not the dumpling, what else could it be? Just then, I heard that voice again, still uttering the same taunt. "Come catch me." This phrase sent a jolt through my heart, for I understood that its utterance signified impending misfortune for someone. My gaze immediately shifted to the others, prepared to intervene should anyone attempt self-harm. Yet, in the next instant, I felt a peculiar twitching in my muscles, akin to uncontrollable spasms following intense exertion. A wave of alarm washed over me. I tried to speak, but found myself utterly voiceless. Meanwhile, the others continued to deliberate on strategies for countering the spirit, oblivious to my plight. My legs, and indeed every muscle and bone in my body, began to move of their own volition. I started to step back slowly, and during this moment, Wenmin cast a concerned glance in my direction. I anticipated she would notice my unusual behavior, but as she looked at me, I heard my own voice. Devoid of my control, reassure her. Don't worry, we will figure something out. It dawned on me that I had fallen under the sway of that strange force. What would it compel me to do next? Would it lead me to self-destruction as well? At that point, I had retreated behind the others, and none had detected my abnormality. The force seemed to harbor some other intent, for it did not direct me towards self-harm, allowing the likes of Tofu and the others to remain unaware of my distress. Subsequently, I found myself moving uncontrollably towards the enormous coffin, ultimately reaching out with a crowbar to pry open the lid. This commotion finally caught the attention of my companions. Tofu, limping over with dark circles under his eyes, exclaimed in astonishment, "Old Chen, what are you doing prying open the coffin?" I could utter not a single word, merely repeating the action over and over. After studying me for a moment, Tofu finally recognized something was amiss, exclaiming, "Damn it, Old Chen is being controlled." Without hesitation, he lunged towards me. A surge of relief coursed through me. I thought, "Quickly restrain me, for I have no desire to open that coffin again." However, contrary to my thoughts, I could only command my mind while my body remained beyond my control. As Tofu leapt towards me, I felt my facial muscles twitch involuntarily, as if I were smiling at him. The moment Tofu tackled me to the ground, I inexplicably drew a dagger from my thigh. There I lay on the ground, with Tofu sprawled atop me. He was rather foolish. He should have restrained my hands first before pouncing on me. In that instant, despite being pinned down, I found one hand wrapping tightly around his waist while the other brandished the dagger. Unaware of the peril, Tofu protested, "Old Chen," in front of everyone. "It's rather inappropriate for two grown men to be hugging like this. Stop it. You're tickling me." Tickling? What nonsense. My heart was nearly driven to madness. The dagger in my other hand was poised, ready to plunge into the soft flesh of Tofu's back. The human back, fortified by the spine and ribs, possesses a robust capacity to withstand pressure, yet it bears little fat, closely linked to the vital organs beneath. According to traditional Chinese medicine, any affliction of the organs manifests as pain in corresponding areas of the back, a fact corroborated by modern science. Those who have experienced organ dysfunction know that the location of back pain varies with the affected organ. Thus, the back is inextricably connected to the internal organs. Should a needle pierce the flesh, a stroke of misfortune could lead it to puncture an organ, leading to a life-threatening situation if not promptly addressed. Let alone this dagger, which had chosen the most perilous spot for its strike. In such a moment, even in a major hospital, a patient inflicted with a stab to the back would face grave challenges in recovery, as the internal organs would likely be shattered. In that instant, I felt a chill envelop my heart. Perhaps due to an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation, I sensed a fleeting reclamation of my arm's autonomy, causing it to jerk slightly outward. But this was merely a trivial shift, insufficient to alter my fate. As the blade descended, I heard a gasp, followed by a fleeting shadow that lunged toward me, forcefully redirecting my hand away. My bones collided violently with the unforgiving floor tiles, sending a jolt of pain through my muscles, yet I felt a surge of relief. At that moment, I regained control of my body. I understood. He had departed. The one who intervened was my grandfather. Perhaps among us, he alone possessed such swiftness. I lay on the ground, motionless, panting heavily. Although I had not exerted much physical energy, the psychological impact of that moment was overwhelming. I turned to Tofu and said, "You've narrowly escaped with your life." Tofu, gazing at the dagger that had fallen beside my hand, comprehended the gravity of the situation, his face paling in shock, clearly shaken. He then exclaimed, "What on earth was that? What the hell was that thing?" After a brief pause, Tofu, fueled by determination, declared, "I believe it must be the Earth Ghost King from the coffin, attempting to use us to free itself. The spiritual incense has no effect on it, and the ghost wall cannot be breached. If this continues, we shall all perish at its hands. I have a plan." At that moment, everyone was at a loss for ideas and turned their gazes toward Tofu. He continued, "As the saying goes, water and fire show no mercy. Until the Earth Ghost King is vanquished, we cannot hope to leave here alive. If we allow it to escape, we will lack the strength to confront it directly. Therefore, I propose we burn it alive in the coffin, or perhaps detonate it with explosives." His suggestion left everyone speechless, for Tofu's idea was audaciously brilliant. Burning it was one matter, but employing explosives? Even if the Earth Ghost King had 7 heads, we could obliterate it into mere fragments. Filled with excitement, I patted Tofu on his bald head and said, "That is splendidly articulated. It seems I must reevaluate my perception of you from this day forth." Tofu chuckled, feigning modesty. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual thought that crossed my mind." "Huh, do not feel inferior. Everyone here is quite clever." Zhuan Rui chuckled, his dual-faced expression revealing a curious smile that imparted an unusual sensation. He tilted his head and exchanged a few hushed words with Zhonggong, the content of which I could not discern at the moment. I then observed Zhonggong nodding before he commenced the meticulous task of calibrating the explosives. The quantity of explosives employed previously to blast the tomb's entrance had been modest, thus no prior preparation was necessary. However, the present circumstances demanded a different approach. We aspired to unleash maximum explosive force to eliminate the earthly Ghost King, ensuring absolute certainty in our endeavor. Yet, excessive force might precipitate the collapse of the burial chamber, necessitating a careful balance in our preparations. The group fell into a silent understanding, forming a circle around Zhonggong, each person discreetly observing one another, wary of any potential manipulation. Chapter 99. It is divine. As we waited, I shared the plan I had previously devised with Tofu with my grandfather. To my surprise, he did not object. Instead, he remarked, "At my age, there is no need for such complications. Residing in the basement is of little concern." However, his unspoken thoughts lingered in the air as he surveyed the tomb chamber, letting out a heavy sigh. I pondered my grandfather's sentiments. I had always believed myself to be the tomb's guardian, coexisting within this subterranean palace without incident. Yet, the bizarre occurrences now unfolding contradicted everything, presenting a considerable blow to my grandfather's expectations. A thought struck me, prompting me to inquire, "Grandfather, have you recalled something?" I noticed a fleeting glimmer of avoidance in his gaze, yet he verbally denied any recollection. My grandfather, inherently honest, would have surely deceived me had I still been a child. However, the perceptiveness cultivated over the years allowed me to discern his falsehood. A wave of doubt washed over me. Did my grandfather still harbor mistrust towards me, unwilling to share his thoughts? From another perspective, it is indeed challenging to place trust in a sudden assembly of strangers, particularly when I possessed no tangible evidence to validate my claims. The only photograph I had was an old one of my grandfather from over a decade ago, bearing little resemblance to his present self. Moreover, having lived in the underground palace for an extended period without a mirror, he likely had no clear recollection of his own appearance. What he recalled was likely pivotal to the unfolding events, yet his reticence posed a dilemma. Should I press him for answers? Based on my understanding of my grandfather, though honest, he was adept at concealing matters. If he truly wished to remain silent, my inquiries would likely yield no results. As I contemplated these thoughts, time slipped away. In a moment, Zhonggong had prepared the explosives, signaling us to lift the heavy coffin lid. The explosives were of a primitive design, allowing for weight adjustments, and Zhonggong had crafted a fuse to achieve our objective of blasting the coffin. Together, we pried open the cumbersome lid, and Zhonggong meticulously placed the connected explosives at both the head and foot of the coffin, leaving approximately 2 meters of fuse exposed before igniting it with a lighter. We were all well prepared. The instant the fuse ignited, we turned and sprinted to the far end of the burial chamber. Before we could even turn back, a deafening explosion resounded, the scent of gunpowder enveloping the air as the ground beneath us trembled. Tofu squinted and said, "Xiaozhong, surely you haven't placed too much dynamite? If the tomb collapses, we might find ourselves buried alive." As he spoke, the surrounding bricks and stones began to crumble and fall. Turning around, a cloud of dust loomed behind us, thick with the mingling of soil and the acrid scent of gunpowder, rendering the front into a chaotic gloom, obscuring our vision. Our lights illuminated only the swirling dust. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the tomb chamber had caved in. Fortunately, Zhonggong had calculated the placement with precision, leaving the area near the tomb entrance intact. Gradually, the dust began to settle, revealing a mound of bricks and compacted earth ahead, resembling a massive burial mound. Seeing the urgency of our situation, we had no desire to linger in this eerie place and hurried towards the tomb entrance. Just then, an unexpected gurgling sound emanated from behind us. I turned to see that some stones atop the mound were rolling down its slope, generating the noise. Initially dismissing it, my peripheral vision caught a sudden movement in the soil atop the mound, as if something was pushing its way out. Could it be that the Earth Ghost King was not yet vanquished? Surely not. A surge of dread washed over me, prompting me to halt and observe intently. Wenmin noticed my hesitation and whispered, "What is it? Why are you stopping?" I gestured toward the newly formed mound, gravely stating, "There seems to be a problem. Let us retreat for now." As we moved backward, I kept my gaze fixed on the mound. The tremors in the soil became increasingly apparent to the naked eye, and soon everyone had noticed this anomaly. Without a word, we fled in haste. It was evident that the Earth Ghost King had not been obliterated once it emerged. The scenario would be nothing short of terrifying. At last, the ghostly wall vanished, and we successfully reached the outer tomb chamber. We dared not linger and immediately prepared to escape through the tunnel previously blasted open by my grandfather and the others. Peering outside, we saw the mummies still lingering, their heads wrapped in white cloth blocking the exit, ravenous for our flesh. Attempting to squeeze through would undoubtedly lead to our demise. Tofu promptly said, "Rich man, you go first, take the spirit incense with you." At this point, the incense was nearly burnt down to a mere stub, hot to the touch. Zhuan Rui did not hesitate, raising the incense ahead to ward off the mummies. Instantly, they deflated like punctured balloons, wobbling and collapsing against the walls. Zhuan Rui dashed out first. I was about to push Wenmin forward when Tofu suddenly gasped, his voice transformed in shock, saying, The Earth Ghost King." Startled, I turned back, and upon grasping the situation at a glance, my legs turned to jelly, weakness flooding my limbs. From the circular opening crawled a figure. It was not merely walking, it was crawling, for its lower half was missing, leaving only the torso and above. 7 desiccated heads hung limply, exuding an aura of lifelessness. Save for one in the center, which stared at us with jaundiced, unblinking eyes. Its body was not as corpulent as depicted in the murals. After millennia of confinement, it had become indistinguishable from a desiccated corpse. Only its larger skeletal frame gave it an imposing presence. At that moment, it crawled toward us, its gaping maw revealing a long crimson tongue, as vivid as blood. From its ruptured abdomen, a viscous black substance oozed forth, resembling decayed entrails, likely split in two due to explosive force. Simultaneously, I heard that voice in my ear again. This time, it uttered no words, but emitted a hissing sound, imbued with rage and terror, as if it sought to rend us to shreds. I fixated on its crawling motion, retrieving my probe, and without glancing back, I said to the others behind me, "I will cover you. Tofu, Wenmin, and Grandpa, you must go first." Tofu, in a panic, exclaimed, "We leave together." Just then, from the tomb passage outside, I heard Zhonggong's urgent voice urging us to hurry. "Get out quickly, the spirit incense is nearly extinguished." Resolute, I knew Tofu and Wenmin's tempers would not permit me to remain behind alone. Delaying further would render all escape impossible, so I gritted my teeth and declared, "All right, we'll all leave. Damn it, if we die together." I turned to make my way toward the exit, but as I did so, that crawling creature reappeared, blocking the entrance. Tofu exclaimed, "What the hell? It can teleport." This earthbound demon must have been a high-level sorcerer in life. My astonishment was beyond words, and I cursed. What high-level sorcerer? It clearly intends to kill us. Turning to look, I noticed only a sparse black residue on the ground, while that creature had instantaneously relocated before us. I had heard tales of flying corpses and ancient burrowing corpses, but I had never known a zongzi could instantaneously transport itself from one place to another. It continued to crawl toward us at an agonizingly slow pace, seemingly relishing in our torment. At that moment, Grandpa suddenly turned and ran back, evidently intent on returning to the main burial chamber. I was momentarily at a loss, merely following closely behind Wenmin as we trailed after Grandpa. Forced once more into the central tomb. Now, the mound had collapsed, and as I scanned the area, I spotted a black iron lump among the dirt, what was purported to be the divine lamp. Meanwhile, Grandpa was frantically rummaging through the earth, seemingly searching for something. Tofu, clutching the probe, trembled as he assumed a defensive stance, stating, "Old Chen, despite the norm against overburdening the elderly, the current situation compels us to set aside respect for age. Your skills far surpass ours, so rather than digging, lend a hand. That thing is almost upon us." As he spoke, the creature thrust its head into the opening. In a moment of desperation, Tofu swung his shovel and struck it. Upon impact, a torrent of black liquid erupted, and the creature's head was flattened. I quickly yanked Tofu back, preventing that foul substance from splattering onto him. Though its head had been crushed, it almost instantaneously inflated again, as if filled with air. Tofu was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "What should we do? We cannot touch the corpse. If we come into contact with the corpse oil, it could cost us our lives." The beautiful goo bravely insisted, "I will handle it. You all quickly hide." Tofu replied, "Your shoulder wound is already seeping blood. Do not be reckless, even if it means our demise. I refuse to let you take such a risk. In this dire situation, we could not attack proactively and could only retreat step by step." Out of the corner of my eye, I observed my grandfather's actions. He was still digging in the soil as if searching for something. Then a thought struck me. Could he be excavating the soul-subduing dream-walking blade? During our crawl, Wenmin, with her keen eyes, suddenly exclaimed, "Feathers! Feathers? What feathers?" She pointed to the neck of the Earth Ghost King, saying, "Look, feathers are growing in that spot. They weren't there a moment ago." I turned to look, and indeed, yellow feathers had sprouted from the Earth Ghost King's neck, distinct from the hair of a zongzi. With the emergence of the feathers, I noticed another peculiar detail. His body had elongated slightly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his abdominal cavity had reformed and was rapidly developing a posterior. Tofu gasped sharply, "A zongzi that grows feathers and can regenerate? I must be dreaming. This is absurd." No sooner had he uttered those words than my grandfather, who had been crouching, suddenly stood up and rasped, "This is not a dream. It is reality, for it is not a ghost. It is a deity." Chapter 100, Eternal Death, a Deity? The three of us slowly retreated, our minds momentarily paralyzed. In that instant, a term sprang to my mind, feathered beings. In ancient China, there exists a concept of transcending to immortality, which refers to celestial beings. I recalled once perusing some of Tofu's art books out of boredom. One of them, titled Copy of the Zhou Mountain Murals, depicted a divine figure cloaked in bird feathers, feasting with other immortals. My grandfather's words solidified my suspicions. When the Earth Ghost King used the last lamp, said to grant immortality, and abruptly perished, perhaps it was not true death. Rather, that lamp had worked its magic, transforming him into a feathered being. However, if ascension leads to such a grotesque form, few would desire to be immortal. Tofu, upon my grandfather's reminder, suddenly grasped the situation and nervously remarked, "So this is how immortals appear?" The Earth Ghost King must have been deceived, transforming into this bizarre semblance of a human and a bird after death. No wonder it harbors such resentment. Now what do we do? It is no longer a zongzi. Our tactics against zongzi will not be effective against it. At that moment, the feathers on the Earth Ghost King's body multiplied, and its fragmented lower half began to regenerate. I felt a foreboding sense that once it fully restored itself, our chances of escape would vanish. We were forced to retreat. And regardless of the number of weapons we hurled at it, it was futile. Finally, I discerned what my grandfather had been searching for. I had assumed he was looking for the soul-subduing, dream-walking blade. To my surprise, he produced a black, hollow iron sphere. I felt a surge of urgency. Even at this critical juncture, he was still grasping that lamp? Before I could voice my concerns, my grandfather suddenly placed his hand to his lips and whistled. The sound of the whistle was peculiarly strange, rising and falling in a manner that diverged significantly from modern vocal techniques. It seemed to echo some ancient melody. As this sound resonated, the king of the earthly spirits on the ground abruptly turned and crawled towards my grandfather. While my grandfather continued to whistle, he retreated towards the newly emerged grave, simultaneously gesturing with his free hand, unmistakably urging us to leave first. Naturally, I could not abandon my grandfather and flee alone. I hastily urged Tofu to take Wenmin and leave. Tofu hesitated, but I spoke sternly. "This is our only opportunity. I shall return safely. Your presence here will only exacerbate my worries." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tofu gritted his teeth and declared, "Old Chen, my presence here only complicates matters. I will not hinder your escape. I will take care of the beautiful Gu. As long as she is with me, I shall not perish. You and Old Chen must hurry out." With that, he supported Gu Wenmin and dashed outside. Chun Xian called my name, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she remained resolute, stating, "We will wait for you." In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished within the tomb chamber, while at that moment, my grandfather had already ascended to the highest point of the tomb, atop the mound resembling a grave. He continued to whistle, and seeing that I had not left, he had no opportunity to speak, merely signaling me with his eyes to flee. The mound, situated at the farthest end of the rectangular tomb chamber, effectively trapped my grandfather, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. If I left, how would he escape? From my grandfather's earlier actions, I surmised he might have recalled something. But the situation was urgent, leaving no time for inquiries. In that brief moment, the king of the earthly spirits had nearly sprouted feathers all over, with the lower part of its body extending to its thighs, merely a small leg away from completion. Yet my grandfather remained solely focused on whistling, devoid of any weapon. The flying dagger I had previously gifted him had been retracted to prevent any sudden violent outburst from him during his last fainting spell. No matter the circumstances, I could not abandon my grandfather to save myself. The ancients described virtuous individuals as those who do not favor their own kin alone. Yet truly virtuous people are exceedingly rare. I am but a commoner, perhaps even more flawed in certain respects. Were it anyone else trapped upon that mound, I would have likely fled with Tofu and the beautiful Gu long ago. However, since it was my grandfather ensnared, I found myself unable to escape. At that moment, I realized that the king of the earthly spirits was not advancing towards my grandfather, but rather towards the lantern in his hand. A sudden idea struck me. I pointed towards a corner and signaled my grandfather to throw the lantern with all his might in that direction, for it was far from both of us, forming an irregular triangle. If the king of the earthly spirits pursued it, both my grandfather and I would have a chance to escape. Yet, I could not ascertain if my grandfather comprehended my intent, as he exhibited no inclination to throw the lantern. Just as I was about to shout my instructions, my grandfather unexpectedly hurled the lantern into the air. However, he did not aim for the direction I indicated. Instead, he threw it towards me, his voice hoarse as he urgently commanded, "Run." Before I could comprehend the situation, at the very moment the lantern was hurled towards me, my grandfather lunged fiercely at the Earth Demon King, using his own body to thwart the creature's advance towards me. The two tumbled together, rolling down the sloped mound of earth. I could not discern which part of the demon had harmed my grandfather, but I could see a trail of crimson marking the path they had taken. In that instant, the lantern landed at my feet. "Grandfather," after so many years apart, I cried out with a heart-wrenching anguish. Perhaps as one ages, the expression of emotions becomes increasingly difficult. I had fantasized about reuniting with him, envisioning myself rushing into his embrace as I had in my childhood, playfully seeking his affection. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, the passage of time had left its marks upon us both. My grandfather had become silent and irritable, and I found myself unable to act as I had imagined. There exists a force called time and growth that binds us firmly in place. Now, however, this binding web of time was shattered, and I found myself uncontrollably shouting back, only to be met with my grandfather's hoarse cry, "Run. Take it and go." Clearly, he referred to the lantern that had tumbled to my feet. What purpose does it serve? Why does he hold it in such high regard? Yet, at that moment, I could scarcely entertain such thoughts. My grandfather urged me to flee, but how could I abandon him? For 14 years, I had wandered alone, without a single relative by my side. And those who have never experienced such profound solitude could never fathom my feelings at this moment, even if it meant my own demise. I could not allow my grandfather to perish here. Thus, I picked up the peculiar lantern and tucked it into my pocket, immediately grabbing the digging spade and charging forward. It was then that I beheld my grandfather, his hands and feet desperately clinging to a figure covered in feathers. The creature appeared less grotesque than at first glance, yet it emitted a continuous hissing sound, clawing wildly. With each failed grasp, my grandfather's back was left a bloody mess, revealing glimpses of bone beneath the torn flesh. Its mouth incessantly rasped against my grandfather's shoulder and neck. A deafening roar echoed in my mind, and the world spun around me as I realized, upon closer inspection, that my grandfather's injuries were beyond salvation. Blood gushed from his neck, and the flesh on his back was nearly shredded, with remnants of it visible on the ground. In a surge of grief-fueled resolve, I swung the spade at the creature's neck. However, this attempt proved futile, with its feathers resembling iron. My blow was met with an overwhelming force that sent the spade flying from my grasp, and I too was knocked to the ground. My grandfather, eyes wide and blood spilling from his mouth, still clung on, his voice hoarse yet fragmented. "Take it and go. Save the map." "Fine, bot. I know." His memories had returned, but he could not articulate the remainder. With a sudden convulsion, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, he held onto the Earth Demon King tighter, yet fell silent, only able to breathe heavily, as though on the brink of death. At that very moment, Someone unexpectedly emerged from behind me, grasping my arm. "Old Chen, hurry. There's no time." It was Tofu. How had he returned? I am acutely aware that my grandfather has passed away. The profound sorrow engulfed all my reason and composure. The sudden appearance of Tofu left me utterly bewildered. Blood stained his clothes, and his eyes glistened with tears as he glanced towards my grandfather, gritting his teeth and pulling me away with urgency. At that moment, I heard a tearing sound from behind me, and upon turning, I beheld a severed, withered arm fall to the ground. There was little blood, as if it had all been drained away. In that instant, I lost all rationality. My sole thought was to rush back for vengeance, even if it meant our mutual destruction. Yet, Tofu seemed to perceive my intentions and shouted, "Gudame, your life is at stake. Do you wish for her to perish alongside you?" Wenmin, my mind briefly cleared. What had happened to her? Hadn't she escaped? Tofu, dragging me along, urged. "A gentleman's revenge is best savored after a decade. We cannot allow others to die in vain. Run." He pulled me through the breach created by the explosion, past 2 grave doors, and into the deserted tomb passage. The passage was devoid of life, not even a mummy in sight. As we ran, Tofu, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Zhuan Rui has extinguished the spirit incense to divert them. We must flee." At that moment, a peculiar voice emanated from behind, reminiscent of a toad choking on its own croak. My mind lingered on the last horrific scene, the ghastly visage of the Earth Ghost King, the severed arm that had thudded to the ground, and my grandfather's mangled body. I felt a burning sensation in my eyes as something slid down my face. Suddenly, I halted, seizing Tofu's equipment bag. Chapter 101, Subjugation. I recalled that he had acquired a grenade, presumably obtained by Zhuan Rui in the black market. No sooner had I snatched the bag than Tofu cursed under his breath and swung a punch towards my face. His feeble strength was easily deflected, grabbing his wrists. I heard him curse, "You bastard. You don't drag a man like this into death." After futilely struggling, he growled, "I'll bite you to death." Caught off guard, he sank his teeth into my neck, sending a jolt of pain through me, forcing me to release my grip. Tofu, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with fury, suddenly declared, "Fine. I said I would face mountains of knives and seas of fire with you. If you seek vengeance, I shall accompany you." With those words, he turned back, clutching the equipment bag. I yanked at his shirt, inhaling deeply several times before barely managing to utter a single word, "Go." Even that single word drained me of all my strength. Immediately, I pulled Tofu away, fleeing for our lives. The pitch-black tomb passage flickered in the light, gradually falling behind us. In that dimly lit underworld, I clutched Tofu's hand and sprinted. I must survive. Only by living can I exact my revenge. Only by living can I uncover the truth. I cannot allow Tofu and Wenmin to share my fate. Survive. Behind us, I faintly discerned a series of booming sounds. As if some heavy object was striking the ground, I knew that it was pursuing us. As I traversed the burial passage, behind me lay the abode where my grandfather had spent the last 14 years of his life. I forced myself to avert my gaze, gripping Tofu tightly as I sprinted forward, escaping the confines of the tomb. Following the route my grandfather had once guided me through, I passed through 2 more chambers, only to have the door to the tomb slam shut with a sudden force. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Zhuan Rui who had manipulated the mechanism. Alongside him were Zhonggong and Gu Wenmin. Gu Wenmin appeared pale, with blood seeping through the bandages on her shoulder. Yet she did not seem to be in mortal peril. I glanced sideways at Tofu, who seemed somewhat awkward, and muttered, "Isn't she trying to provoke you? Who could have known you were so unyielding?" Wenmin cast a glance at the sealed tomb door behind me, seemingly coming to a realization, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Old Chen." Tofu shot her a warning look and urged, "Don't waste time. The Earth Ghost King is closing in, and we don't know how long this tomb door can hold him back." The group instinctively ceased this line of conversation, remaining silent as we fled through the labyrinthine corridors of the tomb. At every trap-laden juncture, Zhuan Rui would halt to secure the tomb doors behind us. Our escape route diverged from the subterranean river we had previously traversed, instead following the path Zhuan Rui and his companion had taken earlier. As a series of tomb doors were locked in succession, the heavy footsteps of the Earth Ghost King began to fade into silence. After what felt like an eternity of frantic running, exhaustion took its toll, leading to Gu Wenmin collapsing first, followed closely by Tofu, who stumbled and fell awkwardly. Panting, Zhuan Rui remarked, "It should be about time. Even that creature, no matter how strong, would take a considerable while to breach 10 or so tomb doors. Let's take a breather. This was an unfamiliar passage to me, likely one that Zhuan Rui and his companion had traversed before. He nodded, indicating that this area posed no immediate danger, and plopped down on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Wenmin cast a worried glance in my direction. Holding back her questions, Tofu sighed and retrieved the last piece of jerky from his pack, offering it to me, saying, "Here, I'll share my portion with you." I looked at him, exhaled deeply, and replied softly, "Thank you for earlier." Tofu patted my shoulder and distributed the food among us. In the dimly lit passage, silence enveloped our group, broken only by the sounds of our chewing. I refrained from recalling past events, for we had not yet escaped the peril that surrounded us. If I dwelled on it now, I feared I might lose my sanity. After a brief respite, we resumed our journey, akin to startled birds or lost dogs, hastily navigating the ancient palace of the dead. On our return, within the cavern where human flesh had been boiled, I beheld the decayed bodies of Jia and his son. Suddenly, a yellow object emerged from Jia's chest cavity, startling us. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the yin-yang fox, clutching a piece of putrid entrails in its mouth. Tofu muttered a hallelujah, averting his gaze in revulsion. Jian, a good father to his son, had become a veritable demon to those he had wronged. If this was indeed the outcome, it could be seen as poetic justice. After the yin-yang fox consumed a piece of internal organ, it licked its paws and shook off the remnants of maggots from its fur, emitting strange sounds towards us that seemed devoid of malice, and it followed us as we proceeded. Zhuan Rui remarked, "This yin-yang fox has been domesticated for generations and is now inseparable from humans." Wenmin inquired, "Is it now seeking a new master?" Tofu stroked his chin, saying, "It does appear quite adorable. If it consumes internal organs," he calculated with his fingers, "a piece of pig liver currently sells for about 9 yuan. Feeding it 2 a day amounts to 18, which totals 240 for a month. That's cheaper than Chen the pervert's cigarette expenses. Why don't we adopt it?" After concluding his calculations, he turned to me. I replied, "Pig liver is easy to obtain. But what if one day it becomes picky and desires human liver?" Upon hearing this, Tofu immediately abandoned the idea. The sight of the yin-yang fox reminded me of Xiao Jing, and I wondered where she had gone after being frightened away by her grandfather. The yin-yang fox exhibited remarkable intelligence, seemingly understanding our words, and suddenly emitted a series of whimpering sounds. At that moment, Zhuan Rui beckoned to the fox, which shook its fur and swiftly leapt onto his shoulder, though the stench from its recent encounter with a corpse was overpowering. Wenmin asked, "Mr. Zhuan, do you intend to keep it?" Zhuan Rui nodded in silence. Tofu queried, "Aren't you worried it will become finicky?" Zhuan Rui cast a glance at him and smiled. "When it becomes finicky, I shall bring you over." Tofu, visibly terrified, hid behind me, saying, like a trax-like, "As a mere impoverished soul, I shall refrain from associating with you, lest you come to capture me." The previously tense atmosphere lightened somewhat with the appearance of the yin-yang fox. Zhuan Rui's decision to keep it was expected. In the past, the Earth Ghost clan had tamed these creatures solely to create mirror realms to deter outsiders, without any intention to harm. The fault lies not with the yin-yang fox, but with those who wield it. Zhuan Rui, possessing an air of nobility. Though our previous collaboration had occurred, our acquaintance remained superficial. To label him as virtuous would be naive, as few virtuous souls could ascend to his family's stature without engaging in unsavory deeds. It remained uncertain whether the yin-yang fox's fate in Zhuan Rui's hands would be one of fortune or misfortune. With the presence of the yin-yang fox, the diminutive, dark-haired creatures ceased to emerge. We climbed out of the thief's tunnel without pausing to rest, immediately wielding our shovels to backfill the tunnel, both to prevent future intrusions and to entrap the Earth Ghost King within. However, the amount of soil was insufficient, and it would likely prove ineffective. The thought of my grandfather's dismembered corpse buried within filled me with an indescribable sorrow. Upon exiting the tunnel, night had fallen. Once we finished our tasks, we dared not linger, opting instead to leave the woods and return to the marsh for safety. We trekked through the night, and by the time we reached the marsh's edge, everyone was utterly exhausted, collapsing where they stood, motionless. Zhonggong had it particularly hard. In Tofu's words, "That's the plight of working for others. When the boss rests, you cannot." Upon reaching the marsh, Zhuan Rui handed the foul-smelling yin-yang fox to Zhonggong, signaling him to clean the creature. The rest of us lay on the ground, resting, while Zhong Gong continued his labor. Tofu, witnessing this, spoke with a tone of resentment, exclaiming, "Wretched wealthy individuals. They do not regard us as human beings in their pursuit of labor. I shall protest. Do not fear, Xiao Zhong. I shall advocate for you." Zhong Gong, while washing a fox, turned his head slightly, regarding Tofu with a look of incredulity, and stated, "It is my duty to serve my master." Tofu was taken aback and promptly posed a question that had long intrigued me. "Your loyalty is commendable, but how much does he pay you each month?" Zhong Gong raised 2 fingers. Tofu replied, 20,000. Zhuan Rui let out a scoff. Zhong Gong shook his head with a smile, declaring, 200,000. If I perform well, it may increase. However, these are merely trifles. The primary income comes from profit sharing. Tofu stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning, and murmured, "That amounts to at least 2 million a year. What a wealthy individual. Let us remain friends." I paid no heed to Tofu, closing my eyes to relax my entire body. Yet my mind remained in turmoil. A wave of immense anguish surged over me during this supposed relaxation, constricting my throat and warming my eyes with tears. My mind replayed vivid memories of my grandfather, past and recent, each scene magnifying in my thoughts, causing my heart to ache intensely. Previously, I could deceive myself into believing my grandfather still existed somewhere. Now, I understood the harsh truth. He was truly gone, leaving me utterly alone in this world. I lost track of time until a pair of warm hands gently touched my face. I heard Wenmin's soft voice. "It seems you have fallen asleep." Then came Tofu's voice. "Miss Gu, this matter is not yet resolved. Indeed, although Old Master Chen has passed, I sense that this is far from over. The future may prove even more perilous. As a police officer, it may not be wise for you to mingle with us, who are engaged in mushroom foraging. What are your plans moving forward? I shall remain with you until this matter concludes, and I will assist him to the best of my abilities. Xiao Do, thank you for always being by his side." What can I say? It is simply my nature to be a chivalrous, charming gentleman, steadfast in loyalty. Chapter 102. Uncle, this entire experience felt as though it occurred ages ago, yet, in reality, we had only spent a day and a night underground. As I reminisced, exhaustion washed over me, and I drifted into slumber, unaware of how the night watch was organized. The following morning, thick fog enveloped the crater, and a layer of white mist floated above the marsh, creating a dreamlike scene. The group prepared the bamboo raft and retraced our steps. The ancient black steel, having weathered countless storms, stood silently at the marsh's edge, gradually shrinking into a mere point in our line of sight before vanishing completely. This time, there were no disturbances from the Inyang fox, and our journey proceeded smoothly. We walked intermittently, circumventing Shanyao village without seeking lodging there, and after 2 days, we emerged from the mountains. We spent 2 days in the local county hospital, as some of us bore significant wounds that could not withstand the rigors of travel. Except for the lightly injured Zhuan Rui and Zhong Gong, Wenmin, Tofu, and I remained in the hospital for several days before returning home. As we healed, we each prepared to return to our respective residences. Wenmin returned to Beijing as usual, claiming she needed to reassure her family of her safety. And with the holiday concluded, she had to return to work. Tofu and I went back to our shop in Shenzhen. It was the beginning of autumn, yet the weather in Shenzhen remained warm. This season did not require the long sleeves and outerwear typical of northern regions, and we still donned short-sleeved attire. The glaring sun, while not as scorching as in summer, induced a sense of drowsiness. Upon returning to the shop, my first task was to instruct One-Eyed Dragon to clean the sinister Buddha statue sent by Xiao Jing. It seemed One-Eyed Dragon was unfazed. Upon seeing me wrap the object for Tofu to bury in a nearby garbage heap, he expressed his astonishment, saying, "Boss, even flies are flesh. Are you really discarding it like this?" I replied, "It's surprising that you are our shop's discerning eye, yet you missed this one. That thing is quite malevolent." After explaining the origins of the Pan-Ci Buddha to him, One-Eyed Dragon, filled with trepidation, promptly assisted Tofu in disposing of it. Once this pressing matter was resolved, a sense of calm returned, though it was not genuine tranquility. Many thoughts weighed on my mind, yet I found no clarity. An antique shop is not akin to a bustling mall. It often remains quiet. Sitting on the chair in the shop, I recalled my grandfather's fragmented words before his passing. "Take it and flee quickly. Save the person the map seeks by." The it he referred to was evidently the mystical lamp he had unearthed from the ground. But what did he mean by saving someone? Was it to rescue Chen Ci? Could it be that my grandfather had ultimately found me the legendary corpse lamp? What significance did the map hold? The final mention of by likely referred to the leader of that expedition. What intentions did my grandfather have in urging me to seek him? It was clear that my grandfather had regained some memories and had much to communicate, but alas, time ran short, leaving only those disjointed phrases. Beyond my grandfather's final instructions, countless questions lingered. For instance, who had taken the 2 missing lamps? Given that my grandfather directed me to find someone with the surname Bai, did that imply the other person who escaped was indeed Bai Yi, the leader? What transpired in that tomb with my grandfather's team? The force that caused my grandfather's amnesia and transformed him into a gravekeeper was evidently not the king of the underworld, but rather another mysterious power within the ancient tomb. What could that possibly be? An array of questions swirled in my mind, ultimately converging on one individual, El Su. I had no leads on Bai Yi, and searching for him felt like chasing a headless fly, but with a little effort, I was certain I could locate El Su. Only he understood the events that unfolded in that underground palace 14 years prior. Meanwhile, aside from myself, Zhuan Rui was also on the hunt, likely seeking answers regarding Zhuan Dong's affairs. Lacking any substantial influence, Tofu and I faced challenges in our search. We could only await news from Zhuan Rui. In the ensuing days, I began to ponder the map mentioned by my grandfather. What could this map signify? Was it the one discovered in my grandfather's basement? When he urged me to save someone, who was he referring to? I held the so-called mystical lamp in my hands, its texture somewhat akin to iron, unremarkable in appearance. After the Earth Demon King utilized the final lamp, he acquired an astonishing power, suggesting that the legends surrounding this lamp's miraculous abilities were not mere fabrications. My grandfather entrusted this item to me in a moment of life and death, undoubtedly with a purpose in mind. However, the question remains, how should this lamp be employed? It would be utterly foolish to simply hold it like a tofu and make random wishes. After much contemplation, all inquiries circled back to the same point, El Su. He was one of the participants in the quest for the lamp and alone possessed true knowledge of its nature. My grandfather departed before he could convey many vital details, and he left the matter of the curse unmentioned, leaving the entire situation ensnared in a stalemate. Seated in contemplation, I found myself before 2 items, the lamp and a map. The map, crafted from sheepskin, was discovered by my grandfather at the bottom of a peculiar bowl accompanying the Queen of Baoxiang's burial. Originally, it was a silk manuscript, but due to preservation difficulties, my grandfather transcribed it onto sheepskin. The map features several place names, all handwritten, yet unfamiliar to me. It seems to be an ancient map, with the names likely having changed over time. What connection exists between saving people, the map, and the lamp? As time passed in this impasse, days slipped by. Business at the shop fell into a routine. I established connections with many experts in the antique market, even if we had yet to meet face to face. By late September, the shop's affairs had quieted, managed by the Cyclops, leaving both Tofu and me with ample leisure. The inventory in our shop typically came through 3 avenues. First, individuals selling items directly, allowing us to buy low and sell high. Second, through dealings with grave robbers, though this route is usually reserved for established players in the industry, with specialized networks for collaboration. Our small shop had never received goods from grave robbers, so our inventory primarily relied on scattered acquisitions, with our prized possessions being a few items we uncovered from Su Fu's tomb. As time passed, our shop's business improved, prompting the Cyclops to suggest we acquire more items, not the finest, but rather those of moderate quality. Anyone in business understands that items that are either too poor or too exquisite are seldom profitable. Rather, it is the mid-range items that yield the greatest returns due to their higher sales volume. Following his suggestion, we contemplated whether to establish a connection with a local excavator for acquisitions. Although Tofu and I could venture into excavations ourselves, our previous experiences had been fraught with difficulties, dissuading us from further expeditions. Instead, we prepared to facilitate acquisitions through connections. The Cyclops remarked, "I know some people in the field. Let us reach out to those old acquaintances. If they come across suitable items, they can send them our way." I found this agreeable and nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the Cyclops presented me with the handcrafted ledger of transactions from the past month. Having just crossed 30 and nearing 40, he was not adept with computers, so he maintained several ledgers detailing the shop's income and expenditures meticulously. The transactions in antiques, while few in quantity, held substantial value, and appeared uncomplicated. As the months swiftly passed, winter descended, and despite several attempts to contact Zhuan Rui, there was still no news of El Su. As the weather grew colder with each passing day, the three of us ventured out for dinner, as was our custom, to a Shaanxi noodle shop not far from the antique store. The warm noodle soup provided a comforting solace against the winter chill. While we were savoring our meal, Tofu's phone rang. He continued eating while answering. "Hello, who is this?" I noticed a shift in his expression, and he abruptly retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" He then hung up and buried himself in the soup, sweat beading on his forehead from the spice, remaining silent. One-eyed dragon cast a knowing glance in my direction, wisely refraining from speaking. I too was puzzled. Who could have called Tofu? Why did he react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on? Seeing his displeasure, I chose not to inquire further. After a brief moment, Tofu wiped his mouth and revealed it was my second uncle. One-eyed dragon expressed genuine surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, you have a second uncle?" Tofu, somewhat irked, replied, "What is so strange about that?" My astonishment surpassed One-eyed dragon's, for I was well aware of Tofu's family background. Born into affluence, Tofu's father once operated a thriving sales company. When his parents passed away while he was still quite young, the company fell into the hands of his second uncle, a man with a heart of stone. During his tenure managing Tofu's father's company, he signed various fraudulent contracts that effectively siphoned off the wealth of Tofu's family. Though Tofu became aware of these machinations as he matured, he found himself powerless to rectify the situation. After ensuring Tofu completed his university education, his second uncle cast him out, and for years there had been no contact, no calls during holidays or special occasions. Thus, I wondered why he had suddenly reached out. Sensing something amiss, I remarked, "It said that no one visits the Three Treasure Hall without reason. His call likely signifies something unfavorable." Tofu, clearly agitated, affirmed, "You hit the nail on the head. I have no idea what that old scoundrel is up to. He suddenly claims he wants to give me a house." One-eyed dragon, oblivious to the underlying tension, raised his thumb in approval, saying, "Your second uncle must be quite generous and loyal." My confusion deepened. How could such a heartless man suddenly wish to bestow a house? As I pondered this, Tofu continued, "Do you remember the small villa my family owned? A couple of years ago, he renovated it. Using his authority at the company, he signed off on the fraudulent contracts and transferred ownership of the house to himself. Just now, he called to say he wants to return it to me. Do you think he has lost his mind?" I asked, "What are your thoughts on this?" Tofu replied, "It's none of my business. I have severed ties with him. I have considered that under those circumstances, if he hadn't taken it, other relatives would have. Although his actions were unscrupulous, at least he didn't mistreat me during those years. I prefer not to be entangled with him again." So I declined. Upon hearing Tofu's perspective, I narrowed my eyes, recalling a long-forgotten incident. Chapter 103, Memories. Speaking of this matter is not easy. It was during the first year of my acquaintance with Tofu, when I toiled under the scorching sun at the construction site, while he attended a nearby school. One day, as I munched on a steamed bun, Tofu climbed atop the iron gate of the site and waved for me to come over. Standing beneath the gate, I looked up and asked, "What is the matter?" Tofu remarked, "Tomorrow is my birthday. Do come over to my house to celebrate." "Your house?" I inquired. "Yes. There will be other classmates as well." "I have work to attend to tomorrow," I replied. The birthday festivities commence in the evening, featuring an array of delectable dishes: roasted chicken, grilled fish, cola, tremella soup, braised pig's trotters, and a grand cake. I glanced at the bun in my hand, reluctantly nodded, and said I shall go. The following day, a pang of regret washed over me. Surely, one ought to bring a gift for a birthday celebration. Back in my hometown, I had once caught a fish from the river for Fatty's birthday. After much contemplation, I finally selected a gift after hours of deliberation. That evening, I followed the address left by Tofu, and after more than half an hour's walk, I arrived at his residence. My initial impression was one of astonishment. What a grand house! Upon stepping inside, I was further awed by the exquisite decor. The spotless floor and the elegant chandelier overhead left me at a loss for words. I felt like a country bumpkin in the city, completely taken aback. A group of peers, both boys and girls of similar age, had already gathered in the room, enthusiastically unwrapping gifts. Remote-controlled cars and other toys were being unveiled, and I suddenly felt the weight of the 5 yuan trinket I held in my hand. In a moment, the lively crowd finally noticed my presence, and I overheard a series of whispers. "Who is he? Is he from our school? Oh, look, his pocket has a hole in it. Haha, I've seen him before." He once tried to sneak into our school library, but got kicked out. I felt a rush of humiliation and anger. My face flushed as I cursed myself for attending the birthday celebration. At this moment, Tofu finally sensed the awkwardness and, with a frown, said, "What are you all doing? He is my friend. If anyone dares to speak ill of him again, I shall no longer associate with you." The crowd, respecting Tofu, ceased their teasing. As the attention shifted, Tofu cheerfully extended his hand, saying, "Gifts, gifts." I glanced at the pile of lavishly wrapped presents on the table and, driven by an odd impulse, stuffed the little top I had brought into my back pocket, saying, "I didn't bring anything." Tofu, unconvinced, scrutinized me from head to toe and, with a frown, exclaimed, "You stingy fellow. I saved a gift for you." He handed me a package, saying, "You arrived late. They nearly devoured everything, so I kept this for you." "What is it?" I asked. "Chocolate, very delicious, brought back by my parents from abroad," he replied. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman descended from the upstairs, her curly blonde hair framing a slender figure, her face adorned with a warm smile. It was Tofu's mother. She led us in singing the birthday song, enjoying the treats, and prepared a small gift for everyone. When it was my turn, she paused and smiled, saying, "This student, how come I have not seen you before?" I was captivated by her gentle demeanor and replied, "Auntie, I am not Xiaodo's classmate. I am his friend." "Friend?" she echoed, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Turning to Tofu for clarification. Amidst the noise and commotion, I could not catch their exchange, but soon after, I heard Tofu huff in anger and then dash away. Immediately, her mother clapped her hands and said, "Classmates, it's quite late. You should all head home now. You are welcome to visit again next time." One by one, everyone departed. But she called me to a halt and asked, "I heard from Dodo that you haven't been attending school?" I nodded, feeling somewhat anxious. In my imagination, a mother should be as gentle as she seemed, yet regrettably, I had never met mine. She nodded and continued, "You are still young. The most important thing is to study. Since you are not attending school, you should spend less time with Dodo, as it may hinder his learning. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, I felt as though I had been doused in boiling water. My face flushed, and a surge of anger coursed through my veins. I was perceptive enough to grasp the implications of her words and couldn't help but scoff, leaving without another word. At that hour, the sky was dark, and outside was a path lined with sycamore trees, devoid of any passers-by, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. Turning around, I beheld the resplendent house aglow with soft light. My heart was a tumult of icy despair and fiery indignation. It was then that I first comprehended the stark contrast between wealth and poverty, nobility and degradation. Had it not been for the events that followed, a seed of resentment towards the affluent might have taken root within me, casting all wealthy individuals in a cold, unfeeling light. As I prepared to leave, engulfed in profound anger and sorrow, I heard a wail from the darkness. Moments later, a figure rushed towards me, gripping my arm and exclaiming, "I want to run away from home." As I turned, I recognized Dodo, his face streaked with tears and snot. In my fury, I shook him off and retorted, "Go away, don't ever come looking for me again." Dodo fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, lamenting, "Today is my birthday. Shouldn't I be happy? Why is everyone scolding me?" My irritation flared as I replied, "How old are you? And yet you cry like this, young master? Aside from me, who would dare scold you?" "My mother," he replied. I pondered briefly and asked, "Why does she scold you?" Dodo, wiping his tears, explained, "She says I shouldn't be friends with workers who don't love studying and wander outside." "Chen Xian, what is a worker?" At his question, my anger momentarily subsided, and I found it somewhat amusing, replying, "That's someone like me." Dodo then asked, "Why does my mother dislike you?" My heart still simmered with anger as I snapped, "Because I don't love studying, lack education, wander aimlessly, toil in the most arduous and filthy jobs, and am destined for failure. Your mother fears I will lead you astray. Do you understand, young master? If you do, then stay far away from me." After a pause, Dodo said, "But how does that relate to our friendship?" I was taken aback, feeling a pang of discomfort in my heart. Others looked down on me. "Who?" he inquired. "Your classmates, your family, and many others." Dodo countered, "But didn't you tell me just a few days ago to work hard and earn a good living? If we earn well, what does it matter to many others?" His straightforwardness jolted me awake. Indeed, those so-called many others had no bearing on my life. Why should I let their opinions affect me now? Why should I allow irrelevant individuals to harm my relationship with a friend who truly cared for me? Soon after, the fire of anger in my heart subsided, and I said to Tofu, let's go home. No, I want to run away from home. Why? You only want me to study, and I dislike studying. I want to work with you. No, if you do that, your mother's words will truly come to fruition. What do you prefer over school? Drawing. Let me show you what I've drawn. He pulled out a piece of paper from his back pocket, illustrating two figures, a man and a woman, at a level reminiscent of a first grader. I didn't want to discourage him, so I replied, it's quite good, but why aren't they wearing any clothes? These are Adam and Eve. Of course, they don't need clothes. This is for you. I held the paper, momentarily speechless, before finally producing the spinning top I had purchased, saying, your gift. I thought to myself, if this little brat dares to complain, I will give him a good thrashing first. Tofu exclaimed in surprise, how much did this top cost you? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I replied, 5 yuan. Tofu, filled with excitement, said, so, I give you a drawing, and you give me a 5 yuan top. Does that mean my drawing is worth 5 yuan? This is my first time making money. I'm so thrilled. It seemed he had missed the point. As we departed, I glanced at the house cloaked in the shade of the phoenix trees and silently vowed, one day, my house will be even more beautiful than that. In a moment, I pulled my thoughts back as the noodle shop owner prepared to close. The three of us strolled leisurely along the antique stone-paved street back to the antique shop. Tofu's phone rang incessantly, prompting him to simply turn it off. The following morning, shortly after opening the shop, we were greeted by an elderly man with gray hair. However, he was not an ordinary old man. Clad in a gray suit and tie, he strolled into the shop accompanied by a man and a woman. I recognized him as Tofu's second uncle, whom I had met a few times before but had lost contact with. In my memory, he was youthful, yet now he had aged. He looked at me, a smile gracing his face, and said, Boss Chen, long time no see. I replied, Uncle Do, you flatter me. In your presence, I am no boss at all. Please, have a seat. Simultaneously, I signaled to the one-eyed man to keep an eye on Tofu and prevent him from going downstairs. I knew Tofu too well. He had a soft heart and was easily swayed. This Uncle Do was not as sharp as in his youth. With just a few soft words, he might truly ensnare Tofu. I did not believe he would suddenly offer a house without ulterior motives. It was best to uncover his intentions first. Chapter 104 News. Tofu's second uncle, Do Yikong, was of mediocre talent. In his youth, he had achieved little. The small company he ran barely operated under the management of his elder brother, and it was only after his brother's death that he began to prosper. Beyond that, I knew little, as Tofu seldom mentioned these people, treating them as if they did not exist. I poured him a cup of tea, remaining silent, waiting for him to speak first. Do, the old man, chuckled, revealing a look of nostalgia, and said, the last time we met, you were only 10 years old. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. By the way, where's my nephew? I replied, he has stepped out. Do you need to speak with him about something? At that moment, the young lady standing behind him remarked, make a call to urge him to return quickly. We have good news for him. Once this village is passed, the opportunity will be lost. The young woman was petite, adorned in a short purple qipao, her figure exquisite, and her beauty striking. Yet there was an air of arrogance about her. Upon reflection, I realized she must be the youngest daughter of Old Do, whom I had heard Tofu mention once. Old Do was on his second marriage, and this daughter was from his second wife. With a smile, I inquired, what kind of good news could it possibly be? The young lady replied, this is a matter concerning our family. It's best you do not pry too much. Family matters? I countered, he is my brother. His family affairs are mine as well. Whatever it is, you should inform me, as the elder brother, so I may discern whether it is indeed good news. Old Do maintained his gentle demeanor, a stark contrast to his younger self, and said, that is only right. After a brief pause, he continued, I am aware that he harbors some grievances towards me as his uncle. I too have aged. My elder brother has but one son, and I cannot turn a blind eye. He is not a child anymore and must contemplate his future. Thus, I intend to transfer the property to him, allowing him to settle down and establish a family. I believe that would honor my brother. I was skeptical of his words, yet after he finished, Old Do did not broach any further subjects. After waiting for a moment without seeing Tofu return, he stood to take his leave, accompanied by the young man and woman. Before departing, he instructed me, please inform him that he should return when he has the opportunity. There is a relic left by his parents that he may wish to claim. This last statement was clearly a veiled threat. I remained silent as I watched the three of them depart. Moments later, Tofu hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, "Where are they? Where's that old man?" He scanned the area while rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. I felt a headache coming on, relieved that the one-eyed dragon had restrained him. Had they encountered one another, a brawl would have been disgraceful. "Stop looking. They've already left," I said. I then relayed Old Do's words to Tofu. Initially indifferent, his expression shifted to one of perplexity upon hearing the last statement, muttering, "What relic? Is that old man trying to trap me?" The one-eyed dragon, astute as ever, had gathered some insights and remarked, "Those with good intentions do not come uninvited. If he has sought us out, there is likely more to it. We should clarify the matter." Tofu, preoccupied with Old Do's final words, nodded in agreement with the one-eyed dragon's suggestion. "I will go. What could he possibly do to me?" "I'll return tomorrow," I interjected. "I have an appointment with the people from Zongzi to inspect goods tomorrow. Perhaps I can accompany you the day after." Tofu waved his hand dismissively, insisting he could manage alone. I pondered this, realizing it was broad daylight, and Old Do could hardly harm him openly. With that thought, I shook my head, acknowledging my excessive worry, and did not oppose his decision. The next day, Tofu returned home while I went to Zongzi to inspect the goods. The realm of antiques hinges upon connections and discerning vision. The act of examining goods serves as a splendid opportunity to cultivate relationships and hone one's perceptive abilities. Typically, it is sellers possessing valuable items who gather friends from their networks for mutual exchange, often presenting exquisite artifacts. Our shop has been in operation for 6 months, enjoying commendable business, which places us among the invitees for such events. Whenever possible, we seize the opportunity to attend. As I perused the wares at Jishang Studio, accompanied by a cadre of seasoned connoisseurs, I found myself greatly enlightened. These individuals, entrenched in the world of antiques for over a decade, possess extensive knowledge regarding the provenance, origins, legends, eras, and compositions of various items, enabling them to conduct thorough analyses. The gathering was hosted by the proprietor of Jishang Studio, a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a close-cropped hairstyle and clad in a brown long robe. As the attendees congregated in the back hall and settled with tea, the host soon unveiled an object wrapped in yellow cloth, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a recently unearthed item, just acquired, and I present it for your appraisal." He placed the object in the center of the tea table, unveiling the yellow cloth to invite our examination. What lay before us was a peculiar bronze artifact, composed of several spherical shapes, 5 in total, wherein each larger sphere bore a smaller one atop it. The surface was adorned with numerous raised points, and the base was a square pedestal. I pondered, what could this enigmatic object be? I had never encountered anything like it before. Most attendees shared my sense of bewilderment. After some contemplation, a bespectacled gentleman of similar age to mine inquired, "Could this be a seal from the square states?" Upon his utterance, an elder seemed to recall something and clapped his hands in affirmation, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, indeed. This is a remarkable piece." Apart from myself, several others appeared perplexed. The bespectacled man proceeded to elucidate that the term square states referred to the smaller tribes and kingdoms during the Xia and Shang dynasties, a time devoid of unification, where countless ethnicities, tribes, and independent vassal states thrived across the vast expanse of Huaxia. The oracle bone inscriptions unearthed in archaeological findings uniformly referenced these entities as square states. Notable among them were the states of Guzhou, Susen, Jifeng, Changfeng, Qingzhou, and Xuanrong, among many others, most of which have faded into the annals of history. Over 4 millennia, these once widespread states have left only faint traces upon oracle bones, igniting boundless imagination. Due to their antiquity, artifacts from the square states are rarely encountered. However, recent archaeological endeavors and illicit excavations have prompted a deepening exploration of their culture, leading to the identification of this object as a seal from one of the ancient square states, potentially even a national seal. The proprietor of Jishang Studio, bearing the surname Ji, nodded with a smile, flipping over the 5-layered spherical seal to reveal signs of inscriptions at its base, though they were severely worn and indecipherable. The conversation then flowed into a discussion surrounding the artifacts of the square states, traversing history and contemporary insights, culminating in an appraisal that spanned the afternoon. Eventually, a pivotal question arose: such a precious item, from whom was it stolen? The young lady posing this question must be one who has come to broaden her horizons under the guidance of her elders, The inquiry itself lacks sophistication. Such dealings are inherently clandestine, and even if Boss G were aware, he could scarcely disclose them in public. To my surprise, however, Boss G did not conceal the information but instead stated, "You all must have heard of this individual, known as El Su." The elder gasped, exclaiming, "I have heard of him. It is said that the goods he handles are of a most perilous nature. The buyers of his wares are among the most prominent families in our Guangdong region. How did such items come into your possession?" Boss G waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I have never met him. The story is rather lengthy." He seemed unwilling to elaborate further, yet I could hardly contain myself. I had waited over 2 months for this news, and it had suddenly descended upon me like a bolt from the blue, leaving me somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, amidst the throng of onlookers, I maintained my composure, even as turmoil brewed within me. As dusk approached, the crowd gradually dispersed, and I found myself the last to remain. With a smile, Boss G inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" I replied, "Mr. G, I stayed behind to seek your counsel regarding a matter." He remained silent, resettling himself in his mahogany chair, gesturing for me to continue. I then asked, "Could you possibly connect me with El Su?" Boss G appeared taken aback and responded, "What? Are you looking to procure goods from him?" I clarified, "It is not for goods. I cannot afford his wares. To be candid, I have sought him for several months due to personal grievances. If you could assist me in making contact, I would be immensely grateful." Boss G, a native of Guangdong, held a deep regard for etiquette and was of good nature. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "I'm afraid I do not have El Su's contact information. As you know, those in his line of work tend to keep a low profile. This item I possess came from a friend who owed me a favor, and thus allowed me to have it. My friend is currently abroad but will return in a couple of days, and I shall reach out to you then." With this, a glimmer of hope emerged, and I felt a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to Boss G, I returned to my shop, tended to my meals. And after closing the store, I suddenly remembered that I had yet to inquire about the situation with Tofu. I called Tofu, but the call rang once before disconnecting, an occurrence typically indicative of a lack of signal. I mused to myself that Tofu's residence, though somewhat distant due to the city's development over the past decade, should not be devoid of reception. A sense of unease crept in as darkness enveloped the outside world, and I deemed it unwise to venture out at such an hour. Observing my concern, the one-eyed dragon chuckled and remarked, "Boss, it seems you have quite the bond with him. However, allow me to offer a candid observation. He has only been gone a day. Nothing untoward is likely to have transpired. This is Shenzhen, after all, not the wilderness. Perhaps your worries are somewhat exaggerated?" His words struck a chord, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tofu was well into his 20s. It was unlikely he would encounter any trouble. Yet, I attributed my anxiety to his chronic unreliability, which had often caused me distress. With that thought, I set my mind at ease and retired for the night. Early the next morning, Tofu called. The one-eyed dragon cast a knowing glance my way, as if to say, "See, he is still alive." Chapter 1. The Strange Illness. "Hello?" Upon answering the phone, a feeble voice emanated from the other end. "Cough, cough, old Chun. I doubt I will return today. Do not wait for me. You and the Cyclops should enjoy the planned grilled fish together. When I return, I shall catch up." I was puzzled and wondered what could have transpired. Typically, when faced with delectable food, he would forget even his ancestors. So why this sudden change in demeanor? I inquired about the matter, to which Tofu replied, "Let us not discuss it. It's likely a case of acclimatization issues. I woke up feeling ill today." I retorted, "For heaven's sake, you haven't even left Shenzhen, and you're already complaining of acclimatization? You had no issues during your previous trips to Daodu. You even crossed provincial lines. With that attitude, how do you expect to visit Thailand to see the ladyboys or America to admire the beach beauties? Good luck with that." Tofu's voice sounded somewhat frail as he weakly said, "I do not wish to argue today. I cannot get out of bed. Let us not prolong this. I'll take a nap and let you know." With that, the call abruptly ended. The more I pondered, the more I felt something was amiss. I thought it prudent to pay him a visit, especially since I had no other plans for the day. Thus, I drove my newly purchased car towards Tofu's residence. Encountering a Saturday, the roads were heavily congested. What should have been a 40-minute journey stretched to nearly an hour and a half. Once off the highway, the path grew increasingly secluded. Over a decade ago, this area thrived, but Shenzhen's rapid urban development had transformed it into an aging neighborhood. Most buildings appeared quite dilapidated. With the exception of a nearby villa district, which remained unchanged, still exuding tranquility and grace. The construction teams that once filled the area had diminished, rendering it even more serene. The plane trees lining the road had long been replaced by other species. Despite the onset of autumn, they remained lush and verdant, casting a dense shade over the road. The sunlight was effectively obscured, and the area felt eerily quiet, devoid of human activity and litter, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. As I drove further, I passed numerous iron gates, overgrown with vines, marking the abandoned homes of former residents. I found this peculiar, as just a 10-minute drive away was a bustling commercial district, backed by Shenzhen's largest mountain range, with an undeniably pleasant environment. With ongoing development, property values could only increase. Why, then, were the residents dwindling? Eventually, I learned that this was an affluent enclave predominantly inhabited by locals, and the vacancies were due to many having relocated to Hong Kong or abroad. Before long, I arrived at my destination. Just as Tofu had indicated, the house had undergone renovations and bore little resemblance to my memories, appearing decidedly more westernized. An electronic surveillance system was in place outside, and before I could make a move, a woman in her 50s came to greet me at the door. Upon entering, I discovered that old Doe was not present. The woman informed me that Doe's family had already moved out, and the property transfer was in process, which would take some time. However, Tofu was welcome to return at any moment. I surveyed the surroundings and noted that old Doe had amassed considerable wealth. The furnishings and layout of the rooms were exquisite, likely the work of a professional designer. I then proceeded to check on Tofu. He had taken his medication and lay motionless on the bed. I did not disturb him, but instead, I thoroughly inspected the house, finding nothing amiss. That lady had been working here for 5 years, completely familiar with everything. Through casual conversation, I learned that old Doe, upon deciding to return the house, had not experienced any unusual events. It seemed as if he had suddenly awakened to his conscience, wanting to make amends with his nephew. I mused to myself, could it be that with age, one's heart softens? As night fell, Tofu seemed slightly improved, declaring, I am now a wealthy man. This location, this layout, this house must be worth at least 10 million. So please call me Doe the Magnate from now on. I replied, very well, Doe the Magnate. Your springtime has arrived. Live well from now on, with your wife and children by the warm hearth. I shall not accompany you any longer. I spoke the truth, for as Tofu had remarked, this matter was far from over. Besides the curses, numerous mysteries remained. I had a premonition that the road ahead might become even more perilous. If possible, I hoped Tofu and Wenmin would refrain from accompanying me on any further adventures. The two of us chatted about trivial matters, and as night approached, I took rest in the guest room. I awoke the next day only when the sun was high in the sky. Seeing Tofu was unoccupied, I intended to leave, but just then, the lady surnamed who hurriedly descended the stairs, exclaiming, It's bad. The illness seems to have worsened. He has vomited a great deal. I was taken aback, thinking to myself, just last night he was full of energy. How could he have collapsed today? Observing the lady's pale face, I did not dare to delay and rushed upstairs, only to find him unconscious on the bed, surrounded by a mess of dark refuse. It was utterly revolting. I hastily got Tofu into a car and took him to the hospital. Throughout the journey, he remained unresponsive, and the ensuing turmoil is best left unmentioned. When the results came back, the doctor suspected food poisoning. However, despite administering the typical treatment for it, there was no sign of improvement. I pondered, having stayed in that same house, consuming the same food and drink as Tofu, how was it that I was perfectly fine while he succumbed to poisoning? Could it be that the toxic remnants from the tomb of the earthly ghost king had not been fully eradicated? However, both Tofu and I had followed the prescribed methods using vermilion to cleanse ourselves. Nothing should have gone awry, yet here I was, in good health. Time passed, and after spending 2 additional days in the hospital, it became evident that the time spent awake was dwindling while the hours of unconsciousness increased. Tofu had lost considerable weight, resembling a mere shadow of his former self, and I was filled with anxiety. I decided to transfer him to another hospital. After 2 days of further distress, with no signs of improvement, I thought to take him to the Beijing military hospital, where we had previously dealt with the troublesome virus we contracted at sea, as the medical standards there are exceptionally high. With this in mind, I called Wenmin, urging her to begin the necessary paperwork, for beds were scarce, and admissions required extensive prior arrangements. One could not simply expect a green channel without prior notice. Upon hearing this, Wenmin was equally alarmed, exclaiming, Why are you only telling me this now? All right, I will contact friends to assist immediately. After so many days, this cannot simply be food poisoning. How did it suddenly escalate to this? I replied, the illness came on suddenly, and its nature is unclear. After explaining the circumstances, Wenmin pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, have you checked the room where Xiaodou sleeps? I was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Immediately thereafter, Wenmin recounted a case she had previously handled. The circumstances were strikingly analogous to the present situation with Tofu. It involved a relatively affluent family in Beijing, where the father was hospitalized due to cancer. The family comprised two brothers who had long been at odds over matters of inheritance. One fateful day, the elder brother suddenly fell gravely ill and soon passed away, right before their father's eyes. The elderly man, bereaved of his son, was engulfed in profound sorrow and blamed the hospital staff for their inadequate care. In a fit of rage, he created a commotion within the hospital, prompting the administration to propose a legal procedure for an autopsy. The father, convinced that his son, who had always been robust, would not have succumbed without cause, resolved to seek justice, undeterred by the prospect of an autopsy. On the other end of the line, Wenmin asked me to guess what was discovered during the autopsy. I ventured, was it his brother who murdered him? She affirmed, indeed, but the method of murder was extraordinarily bizarre. Within his body, we uncovered a rare virus, one that could not have been transmitted naturally, but rather was artificially cultivated. Subsequently, we searched the room where the patient had previously resided and found traces of the same virus embedded in the pillow's stuffing. It appeared that someone had injected it using a syringe. I inquired, do you suspect that Mr. Doe is targeting Tofu? Wenmin replied, this is merely my instinct as a police officer. The transfer to another hospital will take 2 days. During this interval, it would be prudent for you to investigate. Only by tracing the source can we achieve results efficiently. After concluding the call, I instructed the one-eyed dragon to close the shop and keep watch at the hospital while I drove back to the villa. However, upon rushing upstairs, I discovered that Aunt Hu had already thoroughly tidied the entire room. My suspicions had turned toward Mr. Doe, and I even began to doubt whether this woman, Aunt Hu, was acting under his instructions, given that she had obliterated all traces within the room, inciting my ire. Noticing my grim expression, she appeared frightened and inquired, Mr. Chen, what is the matter? Why have you returned? How is Mr. Doe's condition? I scoffed, enough of the pretense. If you do not clarify your actions today, I assure you, you will regret it. Did Mr. Doe instruct you? Did you poison him? Aunt Hu was taken aback and then cried out in despair. This is an unjust accusation. What are you saying? I work for you, earning my living honestly. Why would I poison anyone? Besides, where would I even procure poison? Initially, the notion of poisoning had merely been speculation, but after this line of reasoning, I was nearly certain that Tofu had been harmed by someone. Witnessing her wailing and lamenting, I felt no compassion. To feel pity now would be a grave mistake, especially if something were to happen to Tofu, for then it would be too late for regrets. Thus, I pressed her, then explained why he fell ill as soon as he arrived. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, and I advanced toward her step by step. She trembled in fear, exclaiming, you, don't do anything rash. Hitting someone is a crime. I retorted, a crime? Isn't that merely a matter of compensation? Even if I were to incapacitate you, I could afford it. Her expression shifted from fear to fury as she vehemently rebuked me. You heartless bastards. Having money has made you devoid of conscience. Just because you possess a little wealth, you think you're superior, disregarding us as human beings. You shall face retribution for this. I gazed upon her furious countenance and calmly stated, Auntie, you are mistaken. I have never belittled anyone around me, for I have been taught that the worth of life cannot be measured by wealth or power. Every life that strives to exist is significant. Do you know who imparted this wisdom to me? It was that very person who is now on the brink of death. I confess, I have committed many wrongs, yet I have never acted with the arrogance of the affluent, nor have I ever bullied the weak. However, today, I shall make an exception, for you are now inflicting harm upon my brother, the one who would willingly stand by me in times of peril. I offer you one final chance. Otherwise, I shall become that scoundrel, and I shall follow through on my words. Chapter 2. A call for assistance. Her expression was rigid, likely taken aback, as she stepped back and said, I truly do not know how many times my eyes have darted around. But there is one thing that may be relevant. I urged, speak swiftly. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, you may not be aware, but when Mr. Dou and his family still resided here. Mr. Dou's son fell ill with a strange ailment some time ago, and shortly thereafter, they moved out. You all moved in immediately after. Mr. Dou even mentioned that if anything were to happen to the new occupants, I should inform him. I had no idea it would come to this. I took a deep breath and asked, "Is that all?" She nodded eagerly. "That is all. There is nothing more." "Oh, there is one more thing, though I am unsure if it pertains to before you all moved in. Mr. Dou had a meeting with someone, and after that meeting, his family moved out." Upon hearing this, I realized that Mr. Dou must be involved in some foul play. My anger simmered within me. Had it not been for the reminder from the beautiful Gu, this matter might have been overlooked. Thus, I inquired, "Where is his family residing now?" Aunt Hu replied, "I do not know where they live, but I have Mr. Dou's phone number." She then scribbled a number on a piece of paper. Using my phone, I dialed the number. After a few rings, the voice of the elderly Mr. Dou came through, asking, "Who is this?" "Mr. Dou, you have done well," I retorted. He paused, recognizing my voice, and responded, "Chen Xian?" His tone had shifted dramatically from our last encounter in the shop. He coldly scoffed, asking, "What do you want?" I replied icily, "Do not feign ignorance. You know very well what you have done. Is your hand behind Xiao Dou's illness? What is your true intention?" He showed no surprise at my accusations, saying, "Illness?" I heard from the nanny. "Let me put it this way. This afternoon, I will send Lin Lin to the hospital. As for what you allege, I cannot comprehend. How is his illness any of my concern? Do you truly believe I poisoned him? If it is not you, then who else could it be?" Listening to his coldly sarcastic tone ignited a surge of rage within me, a near impulse to end his life. This wretched old man, having seized his nephew's inheritance, was indeed despicable. Despite my grievances, I had never wronged him, yet regardless of the reasons, he should not have been so cruel. I asked, "So, you refuse to acknowledge your role? I understand that the hospital may not uncover the true nature of Tofu's illness. Only a poisoner would know the truth. If this old man refuses to cooperate, I fear that transferring Tofu to a hospital in Beijing will yield no better results." He coldly snorted, "Chun, I have no time for your idle chatter. If you have any suspicions, go report to the police and then consult my lawyer." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. I stood in the room, my gaze sweeping around. The space had been meticulously cleaned by Aunt Hu, who truly seemed unaware of the underlying issues. After all, it was Tofu who had initially made the mess, and her re-cleaning was entirely reasonable. However, as I calmed down, I sensed something amiss. If poisoning was indeed the case, why had old Dou's son also suffered from a strange illness previously? What was his son's condition now? Pondering this, I inquired with Aunt Hu. She mentioned that when that family moved away, old Dou's son was still ill, and as for his current state, that was unknown. Hearing this only deepened my unease. The entire situation seemed to suggest it was not poisoning after all. Old Dou appeared confident, as if he were certain the police would uncover nothing, which undoubtedly felt suspicious. His indifference left me in a challenging position. Dragging this out would only exacerbate Tofu's predicament. Yet what could I do? If this were a rural area, I could resort to severe measures, but here in Shenzhen, under the light of day, I truly could not confront old Dou directly. While I had some acquaintances in the underworld, after my bankruptcy, I had distanced myself from them. The recent upheavals only reinforced my desire to avoid entanglements with such figures. Otherwise, employing my previous methods would likely involve calling upon them to teach that old man a lesson. After much contemplation, one person came to mind, and I dialed Zhuan Rui, asking, "How is that fox being trained?" On the other end, Zhuan Rui replied nonchalantly, "It's a pretty good little creature." "Why do you ask?" I replied, "I'm asking for a favor. Could you lend it to me for a few days?" Zhuan Rui clicked his tongue. "Has someone offended you? I heard your sidekick is in the hospital, barely hanging on." I forced a smile. "Your information is quite astute. By the way, I've gathered some leads from LV Su. I expect news in a few days." Zhuan Rui's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "I can't leave right now. I'll have Xiao Zhong bring it over to you." After ending the call, I instructed One-Eyed Dragon to return to the shop while I stayed with Tofu. Zhuan Rui was efficient. By 8 that evening, Xiao Zhong had flown in with the Yin-Yang fox. When we met, we casually ordered some food and drink at a roadside stall near the hospital, and I shared all the details with Xiao Zhong. The Yin-Yang fox appeared far better off than when it was with Jian. Its fur was clean, and its large yellow eyes were round and adorable. We placed a stool beside it, and it lay there motionless, responding obediently to our directions, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Noticing its allure, I asked Xiao Zhong to wrap it in his coat for a while until the crowd dispersed. Once they had gone, Xiao Zhong remarked, "If your theory holds, it must be that old man causing trouble. If you want the yin-yang fox, it could be advantageous. Such individuals often have ties to the underworld. Even if you sought help from them, it might backfire, but with the fox, it could yield far better results. Though I am unaware of the residence of the old man Do, I am familiar with the location of his company's office." That evening, I accompanied Zhong Gong to the office building. It was precisely 11 o'clock at night, and the streets were still bustling with vehicles. While the building's main entrance was securely locked, Zhong Gong inquired, "How many floors does it have, and what is its name?" I replied, "Their company is quite substantial, spanning from the 12th to the 16th floor. The old man's name is Do Kong." Zhong Gong nodded, then affectionately patted the head of the yin-yang fox, producing a whistle with his lips. The fox promptly darted up into the nearby street trees, and Zhong Gong declared, "It's done. Let us await news." I found it rather peculiar and asked, "Is this sufficient? How did you learn to control it?" Zhong Gong explained, "Our master sent someone back to Shanyao village and unearthed the ancestral wealth of Jian." I queried, "Did the villagers have any objections?" Zhong Gong chuckled and responded, "Money can make even ghosts grind flour. Objections can be resolved too. We shall return here early tomorrow, as long as we spot the old man. We will call his name. Once he reacts, the little creature will hone in on him." The following day, Zhong Gong and I arrived at Do Kong's company bright and early. The receptionist inquired about our purpose, to which I replied that we were waiting for the CEO. She mentioned the need for an appointment, but I insisted we would wait, and she was left with no choice. Approximately an hour later, the old man Do arrived, accompanied by his daughter Lin Lin. He paid us no heed, so I smiled and called out, "Do Kong." Lin Lin, incensed, turned and exclaimed, "Who dares to call my father by his name?" The old man's demeanor was equally unfriendly. Upon turning to see me, he frowned and demanded, "What do you want?" He signaled to the security personnel, who promptly surrounded us, indicating his fear of confrontation. I rose and calmly approached him, smiling as I said, "I am merely here to convey a message. Should you encounter any unusual circumstances and seek resolution, you may contact me at any time." He glared at me, fuming. "You little brat, are you threatening me? Who do you think you are?" I refrained from responding, averted my gaze, and departed downstairs with Zhong Gong, where we dined at a nearby restaurant. The next afternoon, I received a phone call tinged with tears. "Are you the one causing this? What do you want from us?" It was Lin Lin's voice, filled with palpable fear and trembling. Zhong Gong informed me that those targeted by the yin-yang fox would follow the instructions given, and that it had likely trailed the old man Do back home the previous day. Now, I feared the Do household was in disarray. Upon realizing it was Lin Lin on the line, I hung up without a word. Moments later, the phone rang again. It was Lin Lin once more, her voice a mixture of anger and tears. "How dare you hang up on me? No man has ever treated me this way." I interrupted her, calmly stating, "Little girl, you might want to silence yourself for a moment. Listen, you are not in a position to speak to me. If you come to your senses, have your father step out to speak with me." I then ended the call. I imagined the young lady was on the verge of fury, but I had no time to concern myself with her, for it was time for Tofu to awaken. In just a few days, he had nearly transformed into a mere shadow of himself, resembling a dehydrated mummy. The person who usually filled the air with incessant chatter now lay there, lifeless and despondent, causing me immense sorrow. Upon awakening, he could hardly be scolded anymore. After all, the patient's needs take precedence. I hastily brought over the soup and said, "Here, have some." Tofu, in his weakened state, took a sip and feebly remarked, "You made this yourself, didn't you? No wonder Xiao Jing left you. It tastes absolutely dreadful. Toss it out. I want the dragon bone soup from Qixing Tower, and don't forget to order some steamed oysters. Make sure to add plenty of ginger and no scallions." As I placed the soup on the table, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Despite his condition, he still had the audacity to jest, which indicated that he was not on the brink of death just yet. I replied, "Stop dreaming. You seem rather spirited. I doubt you need any nourishment. Would you prefer some steamed buns, bread, or are you not inclined to eat anything at all? If you don't want to eat, that is best. Let us save some resources." Tofu choked on his words and said, "Old Chun, I'm on the verge of death. Can't you show a little compassion? My parents passed away long ago, and this is my first time in the hospital. Patients like me usually have their parents to care for them, always doted upon. Can't you feel a bit of pity for me?" I replied, "Don't say that. I wouldn't want a son as troublesome as you. If I had a son like you, I would be the first to strangle him. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't perish. Chapter 3. The substitute Tofu, lacking strength, said, "Stop deceiving me. Am I suffering from a terminal illness? Be honest, how much longer do I have?" I answered, "Cancer." Tofu fell into despair, asking, "What kind of cancer?" I pointed towards his groin, and he retorted, "You must be lying." I spoke seriously. Would I lie about such matters? Tofu, easily swayed, looked at me for a moment. Seeing my grave expression, he realized I was not joking and began to weep, lamenting. "I've been massaging it every other day, and it's so ungrateful." I reassured him, "However, there is still hope. If it's breast cancer, surgical removal can lead to a cure. The principle is the same." Upon hearing this, Tofu grew anxious and asked, "Do I need to have surgery?" I nodded, and he sank into despair, saying, "You need to leave." I was taken aback by his reaction and asked, "Why should I leave?" Tofu mournfully replied, "While it's still here, I want to spend a few more days alone with it." I was about to mock him for being so easily deceived when my phone rang. Recognizing the number, I realized it was Old Do's call. At that moment, Tofu displayed a weary expression, prompting me to quickly hand him the soup, saying, "All right, finish this before you faint." I was just kidding. Your illness is the result of your uncle's meddling. I'm currently devising a plan to address it. Trust me. I then answered the call. On the other end, Old Do's voice came through, ominous and resentful. He said, "You are the one behind this. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you would have these capabilities." Having experienced the bewilderment caused by the yin-yang fox myself, I understood the immense psychological pressure one faces within the mirror realm. This realm adjusts according to each individual's experiences. While I was unaware of what Old Do had endured over the past day and night, I could tell from his voice that he had been through considerable torment. I remarked, "Thus, our ancestors taught us not to be arrogant or underestimate others. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Should anything befall my brother, I assure you, you will find yourselves in a living hell." The hurried breaths of the old man, Do, echoed through the phone, and after a moment, he uttered, "First, remove those cursed entities." I was uncertain of what he meant by cursed entities. Perhaps he himself was oblivious, trapped within a realm of illusions. I replied, "Do you still believe you are in a position to negotiate?" Do was momentarily taken aback, retorting, "Young man, do not push your luck." I countered, "Your elder brother has shown you kindness, yet you have harmed even his only son. How can you still claim to be human?" He fell silent for a moment before conceding, "Very well, I will tell you, but you must come here." This old rogue likely feared that if our conversation concluded on the phone, I would refuse to let go. Thus, inviting me to his home was a calculated move. A safeguard against my potential change of heart, which might lead to dire consequences. I, too, was disinclined to prolong this exchange, while I could afford to wait. The situation with Tofu could not. Therefore, I proceeded to his residence as per the address he provided. The layout was reminiscent of his previous abode. I settled onto the sofa, awaiting his initiation. Besides him, there stood Lin Lin, seemingly terrified, casting wary glances around. Do spoke first. "This time, I miscalculated. I did not anticipate you would involve such supernatural elements. Therefore, let us speak plainly. You must remove these entities afterward, or I shall drag you down with me, even unto death." I let out a cold laugh and replied nonchalantly, "Go on, I am listening." Do composed himself and began recounting the origins of this predicament. It all began a month ago when his son suddenly fell ill with an inexplicable affliction, exhibiting symptoms identical to those of Tofu. The hospital could not diagnose his condition, and all efforts proved fruitless. As Do watched his son weaken day by day, desperation consumed him. At that moment, a friend suggested, "If the conventional path fails, perhaps it is time to explore the unorthodox. Your son has always been healthy. This sudden illness may be the result of malevolent forces. Why not consult a practitioner of yin and yang?" Do, having committed his share of misdeeds throughout his life, harbored skepticism towards the supernatural. Generally, those who are superstitious do not engage in wicked acts, for they firmly believe that one's actions are observed by a higher power. Whereas those who are ruthless and commit heinous deeds often dismiss the existence of such forces. Do shared this disbelief, but, clinging to the hope of a last resort, sought out a renowned practitioner in Shenzhen. This practitioner, reputed for his prowess and connections with the affluent and powerful, charged exorbitant fees. Not the trivial sums found at roadside fortune-telling stalls. Do, unburdened by financial constraints, engaged this esteemed individual. To his credit, The practitioner indeed possessed remarkable skill. Upon examining Dou's son, he proclaimed that he was afflicted by the earthly yin kill, indicating that the home they occupied had undergone a shift in feng shui due to urban redevelopment, resulting in the accumulation of negative energy. This energy would adversely affect the homeowner, particularly those with a strong yang essence. Dou then inquired, would relocating suffice? The practitioner replied, relocation is certainly an option. However, your son's illness has manifested, and a substitute must be sought, one from the same lineage, imbued with a robust yang essence. Old Dou pondered for a moment and was immediately reminded of Tofu, leading him to experiment with it, which subsequently resulted in the events that followed. Curiously enough, on the very day the Tofu exhibited its malady, his son's condition remarkably improved. He was even able to get out of bed. Alas, his son's vitality had yet to fully recuperate, and the yin-yang fox I dispatched frightened him to the point of fainting, causing considerable distress for the entire family, who were nearly driven to the brink of neurosis. I silently commended the yin-yang fox for its splendid work, while maintaining an impassive faade, inquired, what should we do about the little bean now? Is there a solution? Old Dou's face displayed a look of distress as he replied, I do not know. I merely inquired how to save my son. I fear we may have to consult that esteemed gentleman, though his fees are exorbitant, 1 million for a single appearance. I scoffed and retorted, bring him here. Deduct the payment from your account. The use of the term invite seemed overly polite. This yin-yang master was indeed mercenary. Once Old Dou paid, he would act without regard for others' fates. I was eager to ascertain his capabilities. Old Dou, naturally unperturbed by the notion of 1 million, promptly acquiesced and added, can you dispose of those items? I nodded affirmatively, stating, of course, as a businessman, I have always been trustworthy. However, you would do well to hope for a resolution to this matter. Otherwise, I left the remainder unsaid for him to ponder. Old Dou, not daring to delay, immediately dialed the yin-yang master. Their hushed conversation suggested he was being reprimanded, as his expression shifted through several shades of dismay. His voice rose slightly, Master. What should we do? You cannot abandon me now. I followed your instructions, and now that trouble has arisen, you must assist. Seated on the sofa, I listened to Old Dou's exchange over the phone. Moments later, he hung up, his face clouded with anger as he muttered, that scoundrel. Sensing something amiss, I inquired. What did he say? Old Dou replied. He claimed the earthly yin evil was a result of surrounding feng shui influences, and though a substitute has been located, unless the elements altering the feng shui are reverted, we will be at an impasse. I asked, what are these elements that need changing? Old Dou smiled wryly. They are the commercial district plan nearby, with developments interconnected. This has been in place for several years. Unless that commercial area is dismantled, I find myself at a loss. This is not a matter that wealth can resolve. It involves an entire district, a municipal plan entangled with countless interests, far beyond our influence. I, too, am just a mere trifle compared to that. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even if Old Dou were to be flayed to the bone, it would not resolve our predicament. Yet I remained undeterred, stating, arrange for a meeting with the master. I wish to confront him in person. Old Dou responded, that is feasible, but what about the items within this house? I surveyed the space, which was bright and clean, with no trace of the sinister aura associated with the yin-yang fox. However, the contents within the mirror realm were known only to them. I chose not to expose this and simply nodded, saying, they have been collected. In truth, that little creature listened solely to Zhonggong. My words would hold little sway. Upon leaving Old Dou's residence, I found Zhonggong waiting for me in the car. He asked, how did it go? I replied, the situation is somewhat complicated. Zhonggong furrowed his brow and said, I will have the little creature exert more effort. I said, let the yin-yang fox remain here and cease its actions for the time being. Tomorrow, I must return to this place to meet someone. As we drove, I explained the circumstances, and Zhonggong nodded, remarking, I only know that in a yin house, issues with feng shui can lead to the reawakening of the dead, causing calamity for future generations. As for yang houses, I am less informed. According to the words of that yin-yang master, the malevolent energy had gathered specifically in the area where Old Dou resided since the commercial district had been established. However, due to the considerable distance between the villas and the fact that nearby neighbors had relocated, Old Dou became the sole victim. The notion that one does not solely favor their kin, nor their offspring, becomes empty rhetoric in this context. For the sake of his own son, he would even harm the descendants of his elder brother. This, perhaps, is the essence of humanity, the selfishness that defines our nature. Conversely, divinity embodies a boundless love for all beings. I recalled a saying I had encountered long ago: when a person possesses a heart of benevolence, they are akin to a deity among mortals. Chapter 4. The 3 stars and the moon. Before long, the following day arrived, and Old Do called, arranging to meet a gentleman at a hotel. We arrived early, and after a brief wait, the gentleman appeared. Upon my first glance, he exuded an air of significance, appearing to be in his 50s, striding with deliberate steps before taking his seat. Even Old Do, known for his domineering demeanor, felt compelled to extend a greeting. The gentleman nodded, casting a sidelong glance at me, and inquired, "Is it you? I have heard you possess the ability to exorcise spirits." His use of exorcise clearly referred not to the conventional meaning of banishing spirits, but rather to controlling them to inflict harm. The folklore surrounding the nurturing of spirits for wealth and the resulting misfortunes has persisted through the ages. It seemed this gentleman was contemplating that aspect. I neither affirmed nor denied his assertion. The gentleman, however, was unreserved, informing me bluntly that there was no solution to my predicament and advising me to continue with my affairs, lest I waste his time. Old Do, fearful that I might direct my ire at him, intervened to smooth over the tension, praising me. "This Mr. Chen Xian is a young talent, renowned in the antiquities world. It is beneficial for all to discuss matters amicably. More friends lead to more opportunities." "Chen Xian?" The gentleman repeated my name, fixing his gaze upon my face, and asked, "Do you know Chen Xi?" A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through me, and I involuntarily exclaimed, "You know Chen Xi?" The gentleman's expression softened unexpectedly, and he replied, "Not only do I know him, but if I am not mistaken, you must be a relative of Chen Xi, am I right? No wonder you seem familiar. Had I not known your surname was Chen, I would not have made that connection." After a sharp glance at Old Do, he added, "Why are you still sitting there gaping? Where's the wine?" Old Do, not daring to offend him, forced a smile and summoned the waiter to bring the wine, likely having already mentally cursed the gentleman's ancestors. I scrutinized the young master's every movement, pondering the nature of his relationship with Chen Xi. Were they allies or adversaries? Why had his demeanor toward me shifted so abruptly? He then raised a hand to interrupt me, stating, "Let us refrain from discussing anything else for now. At the table, I will share what you wish to know." Realizing his own redundancy, Old Do remarked, "How unfortunate. I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please, carry on with your conversation. I shall cover the bill. Enjoy your drinks." With that, he took his leave. The old man was indeed shrewd. Having finally saved his son, he was reluctant to involve himself further. As soon as an opportunity to escape presented itself, he promptly took his leave. Once Mr. Do departed, only he and I remained in the private room. According to Mr. Do's earlier introduction, this man was surnamed Si, named Taiping, commonly referred to as Mr. Taiping. Before I could speak, he inquired, "What is your relationship with Chen Xi?" Uncertain of his background, I replied that we were distant relatives. Mr. Taiping scoffed, saying, "Do not deceive me. I have never seen Master with any distant relatives." "Master?" His words momentarily bewildered me, as I pondered when Chen Xi had acquired a disciple in his 50s. Just as I was lost in thought, Mr. Taiping continued, "Since you are unwilling to disclose your true identity, there is no need for me to reveal the intricacies of this matter. However, for Master's sake, I can share with you the method to unravel it." His last statement captured my attention, and I momentarily set aside my curiosity about his connection to Chen Xi. Internally cursing him for previously claiming there was no solution, I suppressed my rising anger and asked, "What method?" Mr. Taiping smiled and replied, "This method is as daunting as climbing to the heavens for an ordinary person, yet since you are a relative of Chen Xi, you must possess the capability." Pausing, he pointed to the ground beneath us and said, "First, you must understand why the Earth's energy does not accumulate elsewhere, but rather resides within Do Yikong's residence." I found this puzzling and remarked, "Feng Shui is a matter where one thread pulled affects the entire tapestry. It often seems unrelated, yet in reality, a single breath can awaken 100 dragons. The concentration of Earth's energy in that location seems merely coincidental. Do you imply there is some deeper significance?" Mr. Taiping chuckled, displaying a certain irreverence, and the previously impressive demeanor he had adopted vanished. He patted my shoulder and said, "Young man, you possess knowledge of Feng Shui and dare to claim kinship. I wonder, could you be the son of my master?" I regarded him with a newfound respect for his perceptiveness. He grinned, saying, "It seems I have indeed guessed correctly." As he squinted, as if recollecting something, a lengthy silence ensued. Concerned for Tofu's condition, I urged him, "What is the method? Please, tell me quickly." Prompted by my urgency, Mr. Taiping regained his focus and explained, "That line of feng shui is, in fact, an underground dragon, a sleeping dragon. The commercial area is built upon the dragon's head, with the constant flow of people and the discharge of sewage into the ground. Is this not akin to disturbing the slumber of the underground dragon?" I found this metaphor intriguing and refrained from interrupting him, nodding to encourage him to continue. He elaborated, "When the earth dragon becomes enraged, a surge of malice inevitably ensues, causing chaos and unrest among both humans and animals. If left unchecked, this unrest will only exacerbate. You may not grasp this fully, so let me provide an example. Are you familiar with the Yongxin community beyond the borders of Bao'an and Shenzhen?" I nodded, acknowledging my awareness of it. The Yongxin community had emerged only in recent years, and I had heard some rumors surrounding it. The tale that followed was indeed quite extraordinary. It is widely acknowledged that property prices are continuously escalating. The Bao'an district, not being a central area, offers relatively lower prices compared to the city center. Consequently, those unable to afford urban housing are flocking to more remote regions to purchase homes. Although these locations may lack desirability, they still remain within Shenzhen, and according to the prevailing development trends, they are bound to appreciate in value over time. The Yongxin community was constructed under such circumstances, with several major developers undertaking the project simultaneously, resulting in a grand endeavor. Yet Yongxin community remained relatively inconspicuous. A year later, the community was completed, and after another 6 months, residents began to move in gradually. However, it was not long before tragedy struck, as an individual jumped to their death. For the surrounding residents, rather than mourning a lost life, there was a prevailing sense of foreboding. Anyone moving into a new home where death had occurred would surely regard it as an omen. Yet, they dismissed it as a young person's impulsive act, and within half a month, the incident faded from collective memory. Nevertheless, within that brief period, a second tragedy occurred, this time involving an elderly gentleman who also took his own life by jumping. With a modest retirement pension of 3,000 yuan, a dutiful son, and a beloved grandson, the circumstances surrounding his death were puzzling. Consequently, the police conducted a thorough investigation, yet uncovered no substantial leads, as if the old man had inexplicably lost his sanity in that moment. Before this case was resolved, a mere 2 months later, a third fatality emerged. This time it was a married couple. The husband perished while the wife, who was pregnant, miraculously survived. According to her account, that fateful evening, they were on the balcony, she listening to music while he played games on his phone. Suddenly, the man stood up and began to walk toward the edge of the balcony. Initially, she paid little heed, assuming he merely sought to stretch his legs. However, when she noticed him extending a leg over the railing, she gasped and instinctively rushed to grasp him. In that moment, she too found herself at the balcony's edge, and upon glancing down, she was horrified to see a dark vortex materializing on the lawn below, from which a twisted, ghastly face emerged, beckoning her with 2 pale hands. Despite her efforts, she could not restrain her husband, and he plunged to his demise. The police dismissed this as mere hysteria, yet within the community, fear began to permeate. The developers, anxious about potential repercussions, discreetly consulted a geomancer, who claimed that malevolent forces were at play, disturbing the peace of Yongxin community. He asserted that the location had been compromised, causing unrest among both residents and animals. As for the apparitions, he explained they were mere illusions conjured by the sinister energies at work. The reason the woman survived was attributed to the stronger vitality of pregnant women compared to men. What ultimately transpired remains unknown. The Yongxin community now stands deserted, with not a single resident aside from those at the entrance. When he mentioned the happenings at Yongxin community, I grasped his implication. Presently, the accumulation of malevolent forces at the Dou family's residence is, in fact, a blessing in disguise, affecting only them. However, should these forces spread, tranquility in the surrounding areas would be irrevocably disrupted. While it may not reach the terrifying extremes of Yongxin community, a state of unrest is undoubtedly assured. Upon realizing my comprehension of his intention, Si Taiping remarked, "The reason why the malevolent energy has congregated within the Dou family's residence is something I have previously observed. Since you possess knowledge of feng shui, Did you not notice anything amiss in that vicinity? His words prompted me to meticulously recall the geographical features of that area. It was neither particularly auspicious nor entirely inauspicious, exerting minimal influence on the living. My expertise in feng shui was limited to the grand landscapes of mountains and rivers, and my understanding of the intricacies of residential feng shui was rather rudimentary, certainly inferior to Xi Taiping's. Noticing my negation, he continued, that region was once a hillock, but with the advent of reform and opening up, artillery fire and explosives leveled it. If that hill had not been flattened, consider the implications. In my mind's eye, the flat expanse of the villa community transformed, akin to a geological uplift, as a small hillock began to rise, growing in height and magnitude until a configuration resembling 3 stars aligning with the moon materialized in my thoughts. Behind that villa area, there were 2 prominent hills, with a clear spring flowing through the valley between them. This spring was a rarity within Shenzhen, although it once thrived. It had become tainted due to the incessant influx of visitors who carelessly discarded trash. However, this particular spring remained pristine, shielded by the extensive villa community, where access was tightly regulated. If a 3rd hill were to rise in opposition, this spring would converge with the waters of the 3 hills, forming a lake known as inviting the moon. Such a configuration had been recorded in Yang Fang's secret texts, noting that due to the positioning and scale of the hills, on windless and rainless nights, one could witness the enchanting sight of stars cascading into the water and the moon descending upon the lake. Hence the appellation 3 stars aligning with the moon. This layout holds significant spiritual resonance within the realm of mountain and river feng shui, where the ground can support the living while the subterranean harbors the deceased, marking it as an exceptional feng shui site. This implies that an ancient tomb must lie beneath, undoubtedly housing an individual of considerable significance. Regrettably, during the period of reform and opening up, the mountains were blasted and rivers filled, obliterating the feng shui of the 3 stars aligning with the moon. Consequently, the spiritual equilibrium of the ancient tomb beneath was abruptly disrupted, resulting in disturbances to the remains interred below, thereby attracting the surrounding malevolent energy. It is likely that the Dou family's residence was constructed atop this ancient tomb, which would explain the relentless attachment of the malevolent energy to the members of the Dou household. Xi Taiping continued, now you should understand that to save your friend, one must address the source of this malevolent energy from below. Setting aside whether you can succeed, should you manage to do so, the malevolent energy will disperse, potentially harming others in the vicinity. At most, this may lead to an increase in traffic accidents or the demise of poultry, but the impact would not be catastrophic. However, to undertake such actions solely to save one individual would be detrimental to your moral standing. The decision lies with you. I had not anticipated the resolution of this matter to lie in such a manner, yet I felt no moral quandary. It is the divine who embodies universal love, while I am but a mundane being, far removed from the divine realm. Faced with the life of Tofu, how could I concern myself with the fate of others? I inquired, how much time does my friend have left? Xi Taiping remarked, it depends on one's constitution, but at most a month. If you wish to take action, it is best to do so promptly. By this point, I had already formulated a plan in my mind, leaving only one lingering question. I fixed my gaze upon Xi Taiping's corpulent visage and inquired, what is your relationship with Chen Xiai? Why is it that not even my grandfather's notebook mentions you? How did this disciple suddenly emerge? He chuckled softly, sipping his drink without responding, rubbing his hands together, appearing somewhat exhilarated, and stated, first, you must answer me. Are we proceeding with this matter or not? I replied, of course we must proceed. Would you have me let my brother perish? Very well. He exclaimed with a clap of his hands, that settles it. This matter is indeed lengthy to recount. Where shall I begin? Very well. Let me start from the year I first ventured out. Xi Taiping's background is unremarkable, akin to that of most laborers. Over 20 years ago, he worked at a local brick factory in his hometown. As he was about to finish his shift, a fellow villager asked, do you know the way to Xiangshan? This Xiangshan is not to be confused with the one in Beijing. It merely shares the name. It is a prominent mountain nearby, characterized by steep ravines, cliffs, rushing streams, and perilous peaks, and it is home to various rare wildlife. The interior resembles a natural botanical and zoological garden, with its treacherous terrain deterring human intrusion, resulting in a wildly preserved ecological environment. Locals could see the mountain, but had never ventured into Xiangshan. For those who had previously attempted often met with misfortune, fractured limbs, or attacks from wild beasts. The most harrowing tale is of a woman whose son, in a fit of play, wandered into the mountains and did not return. In her desperation, she entered the mountains to search for him, only to encounter a leopard. Though she narrowly escaped with her life, she bore the horror of losing her entire facial skin. Deep within Xiangshan lies a precipice said to be adorned with numerous petroglyphs, known locally as the Red Rock Paintings. This site, located in the heart of Xiangshan, remains largely unknown due to the area's danger and complex terrain. Xi Taiping's grandfather was a veteran of the anti-Japanese war and, during the famine years, led Xi Taiping's family into the mountains in search of sustenance. Such an act of dissociation from society was frowned upon, resulting in a 2-year stay in the mountains until conditions improved and they could return. Hence, Xi Taiping, with his father bedridden and his grandfather long deceased, is likely the most familiar with this region. Upon hearing the villagers' inquiry, Xi Taiping responded, "Who else could know it better than I? What is this? Do you think poaching has increased to the point where Xiangshan is not spared? Though treacherous, there are always those undeterred by death who dare to intrude, some returning alive, while others vanish without a trace." Xi Taiping was aware that the villager possessed an old double-barreled shotgun, assuming he sought to hunt. The villager clarified, "No, a stranger from out of town wishes to enter the mountains and is offering money for a guide." Xi Taiping replied, "I cannot leave the brick factory. My wages are 6 times a day. How much is he offering?" Calculating the passage of time, it has been approximately 27 years since that moment. Back then, a typical laborer earned around 30 yuan per month, and in the more remote area of Xi Taiping, wages were somewhat lower, requiring one to toil for 11 hours daily at the brick factory. A fellow villager remarked, "You can negotiate the specifics yourself. After all, the air is distinctly different. He must be affluent, and when he came to my home to inquire, you were the first person I thought of." People of that era were quite naive. While expressing gratitude, Xi Taiping pondered that as long as the compensation exceeded that of the brick factory, he would gladly serve as a guide for that individual, though he never anticipated the remuneration would be so substantial. At the villager's residence, he encountered a young man of similar age, though weathered by labor at the brick factory. His skin tanned and rugged, making Xi Taiping appear older in comparison to the fair-skinned youth. This young man was none other than my father, Chen Xiai, who exuded an undeniable charisma wherever he went. Xi Taiping reminisced that Chen Xiai was a person difficult to forget at first glance. He exhibited an air of pride, spoke little, yet every utterance was incisive, akin to a blade. However, this arrogance was not off-putting, for it stemmed from a deeper place. Apart from an initial discomfort, one would gradually discern that such pride was justified and warranted. Their conversation was brief. Chen Xiai coldly inquired, "Do you know the way to Hongyan stone painting?" Xi Taiping replied, "I do, but the journey is perilous, taking at least 4 or 5 days." The underlying implication was clear: a lower payment would deter him. Chen Xiai nodded slightly, raising his chin, his voice remaining frosty. "I do not count the time. Upon completion, I shall give you 200. 200. At that time, Xi Taiping earned approximately 18 yuan a month. 200 represented an entire year's wages. The prospect of earning such a sum in just a few days, despite the inherent dangers, was enticing. He promptly agreed, stating that he would need a couple of days to prepare. Thus Chen Xiai took residence at Xi Taiping's home. Initially, Xi Taiping thought to himself, "This is clearly a wealthy individual. He should be easy to accommodate." People were kind-hearted back then, and he pondered how to ensure that Chen Xiai, the benefactor, was not ill-treated. He borrowed rice from one neighbor and flour from another. For everyone knew that in those days, meals comprised more coarse grains than rice. A family that dined solely on fine rice and flour was considered affluent. Having procured the rice, he cooked it and served it to Chen Xiai, while Xi Taiping and his parents shared boiled sweet potatoes with a touch of local salty sauce in the back room. Before they could begin their meal, Chen Xiai entered with his characteristic haughty demeanor, his dark eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Under his gaze, one felt like a mouse, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide. Xi Taiping's family sat in tense silence, yet Chen Xiai merely stated, "Come out to eat." It was then that Xi Taiping realized the man was not as disdainful as he appeared. With a simple smile, he responded, "We can manage with this. You eat on your own." Chen Xiai shot him a cold glance and retorted, "What right do you have to command me? I have spoken once. Do not make me repeat myself. Have you understood?" Understood. Xi Taiping and his father promptly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, A realization struck. This is my home. Why are we living like mere children? How could we be so intimidated by a single remark? The three of us exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. But by the time we came to our senses, Chen Xi had already left. Thus, the three of us had no choice but to go out for a meal. As time passed, Xi Taiping grew increasingly familiar with Chen Xi's character and quickly discerned that this individual was indeed remarkable. Engaging with him necessitated the remembrance of two crucial points. First, one must refrain from excessive chatter. Do not disturb him without a valid reason. Second, every word he uttered carried significance and must not be regarded as trivial. Otherwise, one would undoubtedly regret it. Xi Taiping had come to appreciate this deeply, though it was unrelated to the current topic, hence it shall remain unspoken. Aside from these two rather stressful aspects, there was scarcely anything to criticize. To return to the matter at hand, Xi Taiping prepared their belongings, and the duo set forth. In addition to Xi Taiping's own gear, Chen Xi possessed an equipment bag, the contents of which remained a mystery to Xi Taiping. They ventured into the mountains in silence, with Xi Taiping leading the way, accurately following the route etched in his memory, a path strewn with rocks and sparse vegetation, thus devoid of insects, snakes, or ferocious beasts. However, it required a longer detour, albeit a safer one. To his dismay, Xi Taiping soon discovered that the path had vanished after a long absence from the mountains. It appeared that a landslide or similar disaster had occurred, covering the trail with a thick layer of silt overgrown with mugwort, swarming with insects, and harboring venomous snakes. Ahead lay a dead end, a considerable section having collapsed, rendering it impassable. Xi Taiping hesitated, stating, "The path is blocked. We must take another route. The alternative leads through a gorge, which is quite perilous, and there lies a treacherous area known as the Stone Maze, which I have never traversed. Think carefully. What purpose do you have in visiting the red rock paintings?" Chen Xi cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "Let us change course and proceed." Clearly, he chose to disregard Xi Taiping's final inquiry. Thus, they took the route through the gorge. Chapter 6. Descent. The gorge was exceedingly treacherous, with a tumultuous river rushing below, its waters ultimately disappearing underground, a most peculiar phenomenon. To navigate through the gorge, they first had to traverse a dense thicket, pausing to rest as fatigue set in. Nearby, stout trees had roots extending into the river, where fish darted between the crevices of the roots. Xi Taiping sat in contemplation, pondering the prospect of roasting a fish for sustenance, as they had not brought provisions. In those times, food was a precious commodity. The mountains offered an abundance of fish, birds, and various wild delicacies, rendering the need to consume household supplies unnecessary. Meanwhile, Chen Xi perched on a makeshift log by the water's edge, gazing intently at the rushing current, lost in thought. Xi Taiping noticed something rather peculiar. The young man's agility was remarkable, his movements light and graceful, almost as if he were weightless. Equipped with a fishing hook and line, Xi Taiping intended to dig up a couple of worms to catch fish when, all of a sudden, Chen Xi's gaze snapped towards him, followed by a swift command, "Don't move." Chen Xi was an imposing figure, and his words often compelled obedience from those around him. Xi Taiping found himself momentarily frozen, his body immobilized while his mind struggled to comprehend why he could not move. It was then that he noticed Chen Xi's gaze had shifted to something above his head, as if something were perched there. Cautiously, Xi Taiping rolled his eyes upward, only to be met with a blurry yet unmistakable sight, a venomous green snake, the bamboo viper, gracefully coiled above him. At such a close range, his reflexes would pale in comparison to the serpent's. Any movement on his part would surely result in a bite. Feeling a surge of urgency, Xi Taiping recalled that encountering snakes was common for those who lived in the mountains, yet the proximity of this one made even the most experienced feel uncertain. In a moment of instinct, he attempted to gain a clearer view, but just as he decided to lift his head, a sudden splash of warm liquid hit his face. He then witnessed a green object plummet to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the bamboo viper, writhing on the earth with a blood-red dagger embedded in its head, the very dagger thrown by none other than Chen Xi himself. Xi Taiping squinted, recalling that fateful moment. "I owe my current standing to my master." During those times, people's perspectives were limited, especially for someone like Xi Taiping, a mountain dweller. He was left in awe as he observed Chen Xi, with a slight elevation of his hand, standing indifferently at the base of a tree, the tumultuous river behind him. exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being descending to earth. Chen Si's presence felt like the opening of a portal to another realm, and in that instant, Si Taiping was deeply captivated. In the days that followed, he followed Chen Si's every command, heading east when instructed, west when told, sitting when ordered, and lying down instead of crouching. He even wished Chen Si would assign him more tasks, hoping to foster a closer relationship. Yet regrettably, Chen Si often treated him as if he were invisible. With a boldness that surprised even himself, Si Taiping asked, "May I become your disciple?" Chen Si regarded him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What is there to learn? Si Taiping, not lacking in insight, recognized that Chen Si possessed vast knowledge, and thus replied, "I will learn whatever you choose to teach." Chen Si coldly responded, "The first lesson I impart to you is to keep your mouth shut." Though intimidated, Si Taiping refused to relent. The people of that era were known for their diligence and tenacity, and he resolved to win Chen Si over with sincerity. Throughout their journey, he endeavored to be more attentive, while Chen Si remained his usual self, offering no acknowledgement. Amidst numerous trials and tribulations, the two men persevered, and on the 5th day, they traversed the maze of stones, finally catching sight of the red rock paintings. Ahead loomed a sheer cliff, as though a mountain had been cleaved in twain. The exposed surface glistened a vivid crimson, the local red rock, yet such a vast expanse of it could only be found here, weathered by time. The surface of the red rock was uneven, revealing the scars of erosion, while resilient weeds sprouted defiantly from the crevices, swaying in the mountain breeze. Si Taiping exhaled with relief, a smile breaking across his face as he declared, "Master, we have arrived." Chen Si, with an air of arrogance, dismissed the man calling him master, as if he were of no consequence. He then produced a camera. In that era, personal cameras were a rarity, with most individuals resorting to photo studios for identification pictures. Si Taiping perceived Chen Si as a representative of a different realm, captivated by his every action, which rendered those memories particularly vivid. On the red rock surface, numerous engravings appeared, their age rendering the specific images nearly indecipherable. To Si Taiping, they resembled abstract art, some figures evoking humans, others triangular shapes, and some merely clusters of overlapping circles, offering no clarity. Yet, Chen Si diligently captured these images, wholly absorbed, while Si Taiping busied himself gathering provisions. Chen Si continued his work until nightfall, experimenting with various angles, and only stowed his camera as the sun descended. The two sat in silence by the fire, sharing grilled fish. Suddenly, Chen Si glanced skyward and uttered a phrase that Si Taiping could not comprehend. "This is all more complicated than I imagined." Even to this day, after 27 years, having transformed from a brick factory worker to a master of geomancy, Si Taiping remains puzzled by Chen Si's words. The following day, the two began their journey homeward. On the return trip, Chen Si became increasingly taciturn, and Si Taiping sensed that perhaps Chen Si had not discovered what he sought. Upon returning to the village, Chen Si settled the bill and prepared to leave. Si Taiping, in a state of distress, obstructed him, pleading, "Master, what shall I do?" He sensed that this was his final opportunity. Once Chen Si departed, the door to his aspirations would close forever. Chen Si, maintaining his impassive demeanor, regarded him coldly and commanded, "Step aside." Under immense pressure, Si Taiping insisted, "I want to let you go. Take me with you." Chen Si narrowed his eyes and remained silent, merely tilting his chin, indicating Si Taiping to look back. Turning around, Si Taiping met the anxious gaze of his parents. The implication was clear: if you leave, what will happen to them? With a resolute bite of his lip, Si Taiping relinquished the 200 yuan Chen Si had given him to his parents, retaining only a small amount of change. He promised them he would return in a year. Chen Si, indifferent, allowed Si Taiping to follow him. After disembarking from the train, Si Taiping found himself out of money and unable to keep pace. Gazing at this unfamiliar place and the cold silhouette of Chen Si, Si Taiping realized he had underestimated Chen Si's ruthlessness. He felt a mix of sorrow and regret, torn between the allure of that door and his love for his parents. Just then, he noticed Chen Si's footsteps momentarily halt, his head slightly turning to glance at him. For an ordinary person, this might have seemed a trivial gesture, but Si Taiping understood Chen Si well enough to know he would not look back at someone inconsequential. This glance was unmistakably an invitation. Chen Si was waiting for him. In the following period, he accompanied Chen Xi to numerous places, as Chen Xi seemed to be in search of something elusive, often to no avail. 6 months later, Chen Xi entrusted Si Taiping with an address, some money, and a letter, stating, "I have nothing to teach you, nor the time to do so. Take these to the person at this address. He will make the arrangements." Shortly thereafter, Chen Xi boarded a train. This marked their final encounter. And in the blink of an eye, 27 years had elapsed. Si Taiping, having indulged in drink, remarked, "In life, one inevitably encounters that singular individual who alters the course of existence, a figure one cannot forget even unto death." He refrained from mentioning to whom Chen Xi had entrusted him, merely noting that after achieving his education, he had sought out Chen Xi, but to no avail. I quietly reflected on this reminiscence, my mind vaguely conjuring the shadow of Chen Xi, which intertwined with the mute figure I had encountered at the Sufu tomb. Yet, as Professor Lin had once commented, Chen Xi resembled something other than human. While the mute at least possessed a certain vitality, they could not possibly be the same person. But why, in this world, would there exist two beings so strikingly similar? I pondered the connection between the mute and Chen Xi, while Si Taiping continued his rambling. His physique had grown portly, though in his 50s, his girth lent him a youthful appearance, seemingly in his early 40s, with no gray hair in sight. Through his ramblings, I gleaned fragments of his subsequent experiences. Chen Xi had introduced him to a feng shui master surnamed Gu, yet their relationship remained a mystery to me. After dinner, with Si Taiping inebriated, I deposited him at the hotel and departed. The sun was setting as I explained the matter of the earth's sinister energy to Zhonggong. We resolved to act without delay that very night. It was 4 in the afternoon, and the equipment for the task was already prepared. We transported our belongings to the Dou family villa, having previously informed the elderly Dou, who granted Aunt Hu a day off. Leaving just Zhonggong and me in the villa, we decided to rest, awaiting the stillness of the night around 11 o'clock to commence our work. Chapter 7. Entering the residence having made our preparations, we settled on the sofa for a makeshift slumber. I was unsure how long we had been asleep when a sudden thud pierced the darkness. My heightened vigilance allowed me to awaken swiftly. In the shadows, Zhonggong reacted even faster, and upon focusing, I discovered he had subdued an individual. I switched on the light, and upon seeing the intruder, I let out a hiss and demanded, "What are you doing here?" The newcomer was Dou Laoda's daughter, Lin. Zhonggong, upon noticing, released his grip on her shoulder. Lin pouted, scoffing, "This is my home. Why shouldn't I come? You too, however, dared to sleep here without my permission and even attempt to assault me." I had little desire to engage in a dispute with the young girl. Glancing at my wristwatch, I noted it was already 10:30 at night, time enough to remain awake. I addressed Lin. "Do I need your permission to stay here? This house belongs to your father, not you. Besides, who was it that insisted on giving it away in the first place? This dilapidated house, I wouldn't accept it even if it were offered to me." She pointed at me angrily, stamped her foot, and plopped down onto the sofa, showing no sign of leaving. Zhonggong let out a sound of disbelief and said, "Young lady, we have serious business to attend to tonight. What brings you here?" Lin glanced at the two of us, her eyes darting mischievously, and declared, "I heard everything. My dad said there's an ancient tomb beneath our house, and I want to join you for some fun." As she spoke, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Zhonggong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Fun? Don't you realize that the corpses down there have already undergone decomposition?" Lin retorted, "Aren't you two supposed to be professionals? Don't try to scare me. I'm going down there today, and if you disagree, I'll call the police right now. My brother is fine anyway." I scrutinized her proud demeanor and teased, "Are you no longer afraid of me?" She seemed to hesitate, perhaps recalling the events within the mirror realm, but quickly scoffed and said, "Do as you please, but let me warn you, if you dare to proceed, I will sabotage your mission. Do you believe I want to activate the alarms in this room? Let us see how you manage to access the tomb then. I don't believe you'd risk that fool's life to oppose me. I've never failed to accomplish what I set out to do." She looked at me triumphantly, as if she had us all under her thumb. I chuckled and asked, "Who is this fool you speak of?" She rolled her eyes and replied, "Who do you think? Someone who can't do anything right, always doodling with a broken pen, believing everything he hears, like a simpleton." Upon hearing this, I promptly acknowledged, "You're right. It seems few would dare to hinder your ambitions. Feel free to join us, but do not create any trouble." Zhonggong, surprised by my response, shook his head. Seizing the moment while Do Lin was basking in her perceived victory, I coldly remarked, "She will pay for her cleverness." Zhong Gong understood my implication and couldn't help but chuckle. After that, we ignored Do Lin and began our positioning. First and foremost, this house had a basement, with a foundation approximately 10 meters thick. This area had previously been a mountain, and based on these characteristics, we estimated that the tomb below should date back to the Han Dynasty, as Han tombs are typically buried deep within slopes. However, due to prior blasting of the mountain, the tomb-esque structure was likely compromised. Zhong Gong began digging a probe hole. Naturally, we couldn't choose a spot within the room, as the foundation was reinforced concrete. Thus, we opted for a small garden behind the villa, where there was a lawn adorned with roses. As Zhong Gong dug, more than half of the soil was displaced before Do Lin shouted, "Don't touch my flowers. Can't you dig somewhere else?" Both Zhong Gong and I chose to ignore her, focusing on our tasks, creating probing holes from various angles. Soon, the probes revealed some black coal slag, and Zhong Gong sniffed and announced, "We've reached the water absorption layer at a depth of 16 meters. We quickly completed over 50 probing holes, outlining the entire layout of the ancient tomb. This is a tomb shaped like a character, featuring a solitary passageway. However, given the displaced soil, it appears that the passage has collapsed, leaving only 2 chambers intact. From a structural standpoint, this cannot be deemed a grand tomb. Yet it is remarkably well constructed for moisture and water resistance, with the outer layer filled with water-absorbing carbon. The remains within should be well preserved, which explains the potential for corpse transformation. It is reasonable to surmise that the deceased held a position of moderate significance during their lifetime." The two of us pinpointed the location of the chamber and commenced digging a tunnel. Do Lin was initially enthusiastic, but upon encountering earthworms and insect eggs unearthed from the soil, she was repulsed and retreated to sleep, instructing us to call her once we had finished. In truth, these insects were only present in the shallow soil. The deeper layers, due to their compact composition, harbored none of these creatures. We were employing the traditional round-hole method for tunneling, which allows for rapid excavation. In contrast, contemporary tomb raiders typically utilize the rectangular entrance style common in the Guangdong region, facilitating the extraction of large artifacts. Our descent, however, was not aimed at retrieving any such treasures, thus rendering the Guangdong method unnecessary. In less than 2 hours, we reached the carbon soil layer, carefully clearing it away before breaking through the bluish clay beneath, revealing tomb bricks. As Zhong Gong prepared to proceed, I suggested, "Go awaken that lovely lady." He retorted, "Wouldn't that frighten her?" I reminded him of her prior remarks about my brother. Zhong Gong displayed a look of disapproval, stating, "You often say the same, don't you? Only I can make such remarks, others cannot." Moments later, Do Lin yawned her way to the tunnel entrance, her face alight with excitement. I broke through the surface tomb bricks, and a refreshing breath of air wafted toward us. Zhong Gong twitched his nose, his eyes gleaming with appreciation as he remarked, "This tomb may not be large, but it is remarkably secure, a veritable fire pit. Be cautious not to ignite anything." Typically, the aroma of ancient tombs is overwhelmingly unpleasant. However, in some tightly sealed tombs, the gases within may interact over time, resulting in a surprisingly fresh scent. Should these gases encounter an open flame, they would combust. A thought struck me, and I proposed, why not set fire to eliminate whatever lies within? Zhong Gong paused, smacking his forehead in realization. How did I overlook that? Brilliant idea. Traditionally, tomb raiders have sought to recover artifacts, waiting for the gases to dissipate in fire pits. Unlike Zhong Gong and myself, who aimed to destroy the remains. With this in mind, we retreated above the tunnel, ignited a piece of paper, and tossed it inside. Instantly, a vibrant blue flame erupted, creating a dazzling spectacle. Soon after, the flame receded, consuming the gas-filled chamber within the tomb. We peered down into the tunnel, observing the confined space of the chamber enveloped in azure flames. Meanwhile, from deep within the tomb, a series of loud banging sounds echoed, likely the result of something colliding with the walls, most probably the reanimated corpse. After a full 20 minutes, the flames finally extinguished. Do Lin expressed her dissatisfaction. "Is that it? I expected something more thrilling, akin to a scene from an adventure film." I cast her a glance, lamenting the missed opportunity to bring her down, allowing the reanimated corpse to deal with her appropriately and relieve my pent-up frustration. Alas, fortune favored her, as she encountered a fire pit and avoided the ordeal altogether. The tomb lay silent for a full 20 minutes. Even gold would have melted under such conditions, let alone two corpses. A faint, acrid odor wafted from within, prompting us to refill the earth. By the time we completed this task, it was already 3 in the morning. With a significant concern resolved, I exhaled deeply, now awaiting news from Boss G. Once we located Lu Su, all mysteries would unravel. Given the late hour and our dirt-laden appearances, we opted not to leave but instead took a shower in the house, changed into the clothes we had prepared, and resumed resting on the sofa, intending to check on Tofu's condition at the hospital come dawn. Little did we know, we were on the brink of peril. As I slumbered on the sofa, while Dong Lin returned to her room, I awoke around 4 in the morning, approximately an hour after we had filled the grave. In the stillness of night, a sudden creaking sound pierced the silence, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, an unsettling noise indeed. Startled, I opened my eyes, and through the gossamer moonlight, I discerned a dark figure standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window. At first, I presumed it was an intruder, but upon closer inspection, it struck me as wrong. The moonlight was bright. Surely, if it were a person, their clothing would be visible. Yet, the figure was shrouded in darkness, devoid of garments, its hands incessantly clawing at the glass. A chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively turned on the light. In an instant, the figure became startlingly clear, and I was seized with terror. Outside stood a charred corpse, its body blackened and caked with dirt, its teeth sharp and menacing, howling at us through the glass, producing a ghastly sound akin to someone being choked. Beside me, Zhong Gong stirred awake, gasping, "This is bad. The zongzi is not dead, it has clawed its way out." That it could withstand such flames and still possess the awareness to escape was a testament to the formidable nature of this entity. I surmised it had remained dormant due to the barrier of tomb bricks and compact earth. However, by prying open the bricks and excavating the earth, Zhong Gong and I had effectively loosened the soil. Though we had replaced it, it was no longer a sufficient barrier against this ancient, burrowing corpse. "Knife!" I exclaimed urgently. Zhong Gong, regaining his wits, rummaged through our gear and retrieved the long knife we had prepared for dispatching the zongzi. At that moment, the creature seemed to realize its futile attempts at scraping the glass and lunged forward. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into countless fragments, like petals scattered by a divine wind, and the old zongzi surged into the room. As if aware of our previous attempts to incinerate it, it charged at Zhong Gong and me without hesitation. Although the sight was repugnant, I was no stranger to confronting a zongzi. Fixating on its approach, I swung the knife fiercely at its neck. The creature moved with remarkable speed, and just as it lunged at me, my blade made contact, striking its neck. I had anticipated severing its head, yet the knife met an unexpected resistance, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Zhong Gong seemed to recall something crucial, smacking his thigh and exclaiming, "Run. It has ingested gold." Without a moment's pause, he bolted for the exit. Chapter 8. The Battle in the Haunted House. Upon hearing Zhong Gong mention gold ingestion, I grasped the gravity of the situation. In my grandfather's work notes, it was recorded that in ancient times, the practice of burial often involved placing items in the mouth of the deceased. For ordinary families, a copper coin was typically pressed into the mouth, symbolizing a fare for the journey to the underworld. Wealthier families, on the other hand, would place a gold ingot, while the nobility would use jade. Generally, these items were kept in the mouth, but unforeseen circumstances could occur during the transportation of the body, causing the gold or jade to slip down the throat. This phenomenon is colloquially referred to as swallowing gold. In such cases, those with professional integrity would forego the mouth offerings, while unscrupulous grave robbers, much like locusts, would violently cut open the throat to retrieve the swallowed treasures. This is a digression. Swallowing gold is not particularly concerning, but jade, being a symbol of vitality, has historically been esteemed for its health benefits, which pertain to nurturing one's essence, energy, and spirit. The body in question must have belonged to someone of at least general rank, as jade had slipped into the throat, and the aura of decay was arrested by the jade, rendering it exceedingly formidable. A single strike of a blade failed to release any air. Instead, it made contact with the millennia-old jade within the corpse, as solid as iron, impervious to any effort of dislodgement. Confronted with such a formidable entity, there seemed to be no viable options left. This being not only swallowed gold, but also possessed the ability to tunnel through, akin to a creature of extraordinary prowess. As Zhong Gong expressed his intent to flee, I found my escape route blocked by the entity. Realizing my weapon was futile, I reluctantly turned back and ran deeper into the interior. The being pursued with astonishing speed, in a moment of desperation. I leapt and took refuge behind a black leather sofa. Just as I landed, the force of the entity overturned the entire sofa, sending it crashing toward me. In a stroke of fortune, as I was positioned at the front, a gap between the cushions formed a triangular space that shielded me. Zhonggong, lacking in loyalty, had long vanished from sight, leaving me to curse my misfortune. I understood that the sofa would offer little protection against the entity's might, and I needed to find a safer place while devising a plan to confront it. As I contemplated my next move, I began to crawl out from the triangular space, only to find a charred and foul-smelling head blocking my path. The stench of burnt flesh mingled grotesquely with the villa's original fragrance, creating a bizarre odor. The grotesque being loomed before me, its eye sockets filled with charred flesh that shifted slightly, reminiscent of human eyes. Suddenly, a pair of hands, adorned with long black nails, lunged toward me. Fortunately, I had retreated at the first sight of it, narrowly avoiding a fatal distance. Its elongated nails grazed mere centimeters from my nose. Had I hesitated even slightly longer, I would have surely sustained a grievous injury. In its rage, the entity found its strike obstructed by the sofa and furiously swept its arms, uprooting the sofa and revealing my crouched form. Before I could rise, it charged at me once more. At this moment, I found myself unable to evade, lacking even the time to rise. As I watched it descend upon me, my instinct prompted me to lift my legs and deliver a forceful kick to the chest of the looming figure, halting its advance. The sudden clash with such immense force caused my legs to tremble, and I questioned whether my bones might shatter under the impact. A sharp pain shot through my ankles. Realizing that mere evasion was futile, human speed could not rival that of this monstrous being, especially this mutated entity. I gritted my teeth and, enduring the pain, summoned my strength to push it away with a vigorous kick. The force of my action propelled me backward, and I was fortunate that the smooth floor allowed me to slide towards the staircase. The creature I had kicked down was momentarily incapacitated, and seizing the opportunity, I dashed upstairs. Just as I reached the staircase, it pursued me, not merely walking, but half-flying, leaping up with each stride, as though it would evolve into a flying corpse if it lingered on the ground for centuries. Realizing it could catch up to me in mere strides, I disregarded the notion of fleeing any further and hastily opened the nearest door to seek refuge, promptly locking it behind me. Almost immediately, a resounding crash echoed from outside as the wooden door quivered. I suspected that with a few more impacts, it would be rendered useless. In the wake of that sound, the lights in the room suddenly illuminated, revealing Do Lin, clad in her nightgown, her expression ablaze with fury. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, an inquiry I had wished to pose myself. My luck seemed to have abandoned me. Every room I entered led me to encounter this woman. With little time to spare, I rushed to the balcony. Below lay the lawn, and from the second floor, I estimated a drop of approximately 4 meters. A jump from 1 or 2 meters was manageable, 3 could be tolerated, but 4 meters without any training in lightness techniques would likely result in a fracture. Before I could hesitate, a loud crash resounded as the wooden door was punctured, a pair of charred hands with sharp claws extending through. Do Lin's eyes widened in terror as she let out a scream, rushing to the balcony and clutching my arm desperately, nearly in tears. "What is that?" While one might consider being embraced by a petite beauty in a nightgown a stroke of fortune, I felt only aversion, particularly given her disdainful tone regarding the creature. The entity retracted its hand, and in the next moment, the door was violently flung open. I couldn't help but inhale sharply. Without a second thought, I grabbed a blanket from the bed, wrapped it around myself, and, with Do Lin in tow, leapt from the balcony. Fortunately, my preparations bore fruit. The blanket and the lawn cushioned most of the impact, and the leap was almost instantaneous, leaving me with little sensation of pain. I quickly lifted the blanket, glancing up to see the creature poised to leap from the balcony. Remembering that the exit to the villa lay just 10 meters to the left, marked by the imposing iron gate, I resolved to make my escape. With the thought firmly planted in my mind, I sprang to my feet and dashed toward the gate. Hearing Do Lin's tearful voice call out from behind, "Wait for me." Though I harbor a strong aversion towards this woman, I cannot simply abandon her in this moment of peril. Turning my gaze, I find her still seated upon the heap of blankets, her legs trembling, while the malevolent spirit has already leapt down. Even if I were to turn back now to rescue her, it would be too late. My speed could not match that of the spirit in its intent to extinguish her life. For her to survive, she must muster the courage to rise. I shout, "Get up, run." I cannot tell if my voice has spurred her into action or if she has finally triumphed over her fear. But in the instant the spirit lunges at her, she springs to her feet and runs towards me. I swiftly turn to assist her, but the spirit is hot on her heels. As it brushes past Do Lin, I leap up, delivering a powerful kick to its chest, sending it sprawling away. Simultaneously, I command, "You run ahead." If I do not buy her some time, with her speed, she would not escape. After I have kicked the spirit to the ground, it bounces back to life as if propelled by springs, lunging at me with a foul stench trailing behind it, perhaps spurred by a primal instinct. I dash forward a step, then drop to the ground, reaching for a nearby blanket and hurling it towards the creature. Our ancestors taught us that gentleness can overcome strength. The couch and wooden door in the spirit's grasp are as flimsy as air, yet this blanket, when thrown upon it, renders it powerless, causing it to flounder in place. Unable to break free. Seizing this opportunity, I bolt towards the iron gate, bursting through just as Do Lin emerges as well. "Lock the door," I command. The iron gate is equipped with an electronic lock, and only Do Lin knows the code. In her panic, she spins around, exclaiming, "The code, the code, I can't remember." Cursing under my breath, I suppress my rising anger and insist, "Forget it, just run." At that moment, my newly acquired car unexpectedly screeches to a halt beside us. The door flinging open to reveal Zhong Gong's voice, "Get in." A wave of relief washes over me as I scramble into the vehicle, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." Do Lin, trembling with anxiety, also climbs in, urging, "Hurry, let's get out of here." Zhong Gong, and I pay her no mind. He instructs, "Hold on tight." The next part will be exhilarating. I ponder how Do Lin is consumed by her own desire for survival, oblivious to the potential consequences of allowing the spirit to roam freely. Although few residents inhabit this area, it does not mean there are none, and the spirit excels in tracking the scent of the living. Should it find those innocent souls, they would stand no chance of defense. Our escape is solely attributed to our experience in dealing with such entities. An ordinary person would likely perish at the first encounter. As I finish my thought, the spirit bursts forth, adorned in tattered remnants of the shredded blanket. It has indeed torn it apart. Do Lin, unaware of our intentions, urgently insists, "It's coming. Hurry, run." Zhong Gong reassures her, "Stay seated, we will be off shortly." He then floors the accelerator, charging directly towards the spirit at the gate. The dark figure rushes into the beam of the headlights, and the next moment, I feel the seat beneath me jolt violently as we collide with the shadow, sending it flying. The rice dumpling lay on the ground, yet to rise, when Zhong Gong's vehicle swiftly approached and mercilessly crushed it. I could almost hear the sound of bones shattering. Do Lin appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at us as if we were monsters. Despite his taciturn nature, Zhong Gong was remarkably efficient. After running over it, he abruptly turned the car around and crushed it once more. Fortunately, the villa's spacious yard was adorned with lawns and tiles, devoid of trees, or the situation could have turned dire. Chapter 9. An unexpected visitor. The commotion we caused was rather significant, prompting lights to flicker on in the nearby residences. At that moment, the entity on the ground had been flattened, motionless, and it was uncertain if it could still pose a threat. After a brief pause, seeing that it did not stir, Zhong Gong and I cautiously exited the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, the creature had been reduced to a mass of blackened flesh, within which a dark, stone-like object was revealed, an artifact known as corpse jade. This object was ominous. While jade is traditionally believed to possess health benefits, jade that has absorbed the essence of the dead is referred to as corpse jade. Rather than promoting well-being, it is said to bring ill fortune, leading to poor health and susceptibility to illness. From a superstitious perspective, it is deemed heavily infused with death energy. While modern medicine suggests that the bacteria present on such jade render it unsuitable for the living, the exposure of the jade indicated that the rice dumpling was utterly finished, and I could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhong Gong glanced at the distant lights that had turned on and said, "The noise we made was considerable. We should clean up quickly to avoid detection." Seizing the moment before anyone arrived, we used a spade to dispose of the pile of decayed flesh into a nearby flower bed, then parked the car in the yard. With the rice dumpling gone, Do Lin's memory returned, and she recalled the gate's access code. We secured the iron gate and returned to the villa, locking the doors and windows, leaving only a solitary lamp to keep watch. After a brief interval, we noticed a security guard patrolling outside the gate. After surveying the area, he turned back. Only when the lights gradually dimmed did we finally feel at ease. I checked my watch. There was still an hour until dawn, and sleep eluded me. After taking a shower and organizing my gear, I noticed the outside world was beginning to brighten. I resolved to visit the hospital first. If Tofu showed signs of improvement, this ordeal would be considered resolved. As for whether he desired to exact revenge on the old man Do, that decision was entirely his to make. I disregarded Do Lin and, early the next morning, went to the hospital with Zhong Gong. Tofu indeed appeared much better. Although slightly weakened from the recent turmoil, he showed no signs of deterioration. Consequently, I proceeded with the discharge formalities, and the three of us returned to the shop by midday. During the car ride, I recounted the events of the previous night to Tofu, detailing the entire sequence of occurrences. I then posed the question, with Zhong Gong and the Yin-Yang fox still present. What do you propose we do? Tofu remained silent for a moment before responding, let it go. Zhong Gong shook his head in disapproval, stating, you are being far too magnanimous. Brother Chen nearly lost his life saving you from that dumpling. It would be too lenient to let that old man off so easily. Tofu looked at me, his expression hesitant. Knowing his character all too well, I simply remarked, make your own decision. Tofu then said, I think, if I were in a similar situation, my father would act in the same manner. Old Chun, I assure you this is the final time. I comprehend the essence of Tofu. Even those we despise possess their own pitiable traits. If we consider it from another perspective, my act of releasing the Yin Sha to save Tofu, while it rescued him alone, is a grave transgression against others, is it not? Such is humanity. Selfishness is inherent in our nature, and morality is the only measure of good and evil in the world. I harbor no dissatisfaction with Tofu's decision. The three of us shared no further words, gathered our belongings, completed the discharge formalities, and drove back to the shop. The following day, Zhong Gong took the Yin-Yang fox back to Beijing, while Tofu recuperated upstairs, and I, alongside the one-eyed dragon, managed the shop. Reflecting on the days that had passed, it has been a week since my meeting with Boss G, and I wondered if his friend had returned from abroad. After some contemplation, I resolved to wait another 2 days. Should there be no news, I would pay him a visit. The ensuing days were rather mundane, yet thanks to Tofu, who required care during his convalescence, our trio enjoyed a more sumptuous diet, which left us quite indulgent. As October approached, the weather in Shenzhen remained warm, with most still clad in short sleeves, while the north likely donned long sleeves and jackets. Typically, this season in Shenzhen is delightful, neither too cold nor too hot, offering a pleasant existence. I procured some antique magazines to enrich my knowledge, and Tofu was recovering splendidly, sketchbook in hand, pencil poised, diligently rendering a picture of a Shibai 8 treasure gourd. The one-eyed dragon meandered about the jade shop opposite, and the ancient stone-paved street felt rather desolate, as it was not yet the weekend, a common occurrence in the antique market. As I was engrossed in my drawing, Tofu's rhythmic strokes suddenly ceased. Accustomed to this cadence, I instinctively glanced at him, only to find him sniffing, his gaze fixed at the shop's entrance with a predatory intensity. Following his line of sight, my heart sank. Standing there was El Su. Why had he suddenly appeared? Had Boss G tipped him off? My interactions with El Su had predominantly occurred during our underground dealings, leaving him etched in my memory as a middle-aged man clad in outdoor attire, a large knife strapped to his back, exuding a gentle smile. Yet now, he donned casual wear, a white shirt, twisting a plastic bag in his hands, containing several takeout boxes, resembling a delivery person. Tofu, quicker than I, hastened to greet him. Being El Su's sycophant, he had always defended him, believing there to be some misunderstanding. Upon seeing his idol, his joy was palpable, as if a tail might sprout from behind him. Considering my feelings, Tofu's smile faltered slightly. He cleared his throat and remarked, really, since you're here, did you bring any gifts? It seems like steamed oysters. El Su responded with a nonchalant chuckle. I happened to pass by Qixing Tower and brought a few dishes along. Eat while they're warm. Tofu eagerly unwrapped the packages, and a delightful aroma filled the air. He completely forgot about me. Calling back the one-eyed dragon who had been visiting the jade shop, inviting El Su to sit down, and soon the three of us were eating with chopsticks. I was left seething, feeling as if I were being cast aside, exclaiming inwardly, what have I become? Damn it, who do you think you are, Lu Su? Just arriving and stealing my brother, stealing my mate. Damn it, I've never encountered someone so infuriating. Yet, the one-eyed dragon, with a sense of honor, advised me. Head of the household, hurry and eat. The delicacies from Qixing Tower are exorbitantly priced, yet their flavor is unparalleled. Lu Su offered a slight smile. His voice gentle as he replied, as long as you enjoy the food, that's all that matters. I initially intended to present some appropriate gifts upon my first visit. But then I thought, having fought alongside one another, we are not strangers. Sending something ostentatious would seem rather distant. Since Brother Do enjoys eating, I brought some delicacies along. Thankfully, you all were gracious and did not toss them aside. Do was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, Brother Lu, you are too kind. What is this? Ah, this? You may not have seen it before. The fishermen by the seaside call it a stone crab, replied Lu Su. The one-eyed dragon questioned, crabs look like this? Why are they covered in spikes? Indeed, they look like this, but they taste exquisite. Be cautious with your hands. I shall assist you in peeling them. I could hardly bear to watch. I believed I had maintained my composure. But seeing Do and the one-eyed dragon so easily charmed by Lu Su felt like a slap to the face. Good grief. Just a few dishes of food. And they are already calling him Brother Lu. Just days prior, I was nearly done in by a rice dumpling, yet I was branded a pervert. And what about my mate? Who took you in when you were wandering the streets, unable to find work? Who is your boss now? Do you not remember? There is a limit to what one can tolerate. I slammed my hand on the table, fixing my gaze on Lu Su, and coldly stated, that is enough. Aren't you tired of this charade? The three individuals who were eating turned to look at me simultaneously, Do with an oyster in his mouth, grease smeared across his lips. And the one-eyed dragon's cheeks puffed out like a frog. Damn it, haven't I fed you enough? Lu Su narrowed his eyes, his voice consistently calm, as if tuned to a frequency, and said, I heard from friends that you wished to see me, so I came. It seems you may have some misunderstanding towards me. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and continued, if it concerns the matter of the town's sea stone, I can provide you with a reasonable explanation. I have always considered us friends, and if there is anything that has displeased you, I sincerely apologize. Do immediately defended me, stating, Old Chen, you are being too petty. Brother Lu heard you wanted to meet and traveled a long way. Shouldn't you extend a hand to someone who comes with goodwill? You ought to reflect on your attitude. The one-eyed dragon, encouraged by Do's boldness, chimed in, Boss, if there is any discord, let us discuss it amicably. I'll fetch Mr. Lu some tea while you converse. With that, he took a plate of food and walked away, eating as he went. Seeing this, Do swiftly closed the door and stood beside me, glaring as if to say he would confront me if I mistreated our guest. Resisting the urge to strangle this kid, I softened my tone, realizing that getting angry over such matters was unnecessary. Lu Su was adept at navigating social situations and was renowned for his wide circle of friends. Competing with him in this regard would only lead to my own distress. Ultimately, the arrival of the guest was what mattered, and many pressing concerns weighing on my heart could finally be addressed. With this thought, I took a sip of the cool tea and relaxed, saying, Very well. Since you have indicated a desire to provide us with an explanation, let us begin with the town sea stone. You can answer my questions as I pose them. How does that sound? El Su smiled gently and remarked, As long as I am aware, I shall speak without reservation. Tofu regarded me with disdain, his eyes clearly conveying, Look at the poise he possesses. I shot him a glare, subtly indicating he should depart. Tofu returned the glare, asserting his unwavering allegiance to El Su today. I thought to myself, this is absurd. 3 days without reprimand, and he has developed a temper. At that moment, El Su chuckled heartily, only to suddenly exhale a sigh, saying, I have encountered many individuals, driven solely by profit, eloquent yet treacherous. It has been many years since I have seen anyone like you two, willing to face life and death together, sharing both fortune and disgrace. He settled into a chair, seemingly lost in reminiscence. The gentle smile that usually graced his face faded, transforming into a semblance of a bitter smile. After a brief pause, he continued, I once had a friend like that, but he ultimately perished in conflict, not from traps or sticky rice dumplings, but at the hands of others. Chapter 10. Mysterious Culture. I was somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend why El Su had suddenly broached this topic. However, his words quelled the anger simmering within me. I was not oblivious to Tofu's character. If I were to liken him to a dog, he would be one that wagged its tail at everyone. Yet, when I called, he would return, and that sufficed. Admittedly, I had never shared this analogy with Tofu, as his pride had already been deeply wounded, As his closest companion, I felt it necessary to consider his emotional well-being. He did not pursue this line of conversation further, but instead shifted the topic with a smile, saying, "Now, let me answer your initial question. Do you know the purpose of the Jinhai stone?" Tofu interjected, "I've heard it was a treasure used by Diyu to control the waters, capable of calming rivers. Though that sounds rather dubious. What else could it possibly serve?" Su revealed a mysterious smile and replied softly, "You only know part of the story. The Jinhai stone is indeed a treasure from the era of Diyu's water control, having vanished and reappeared several times, ultimately surfacing in the coffin of Princess Gijur. Tell me, how do you think she acquired such an object?" Tofu gasped, "I hadn't considered that. I suppose it was a burial gift from the emperor? Although the princess may not be particularly attractive, her spirit is truly beautiful. When we overturned her coffin, she did not rise to frighten us. What a wonderful person she was." I urged Tofu not to digress and signaled Su to continue. Su explained that the Jinhai stone was originally part of Princess Gijur's dowry. This princess was also a shaman, reputed to communicate with spirits. It was said that Princess Gijur surpassed all other shamans of her time because of her possession of this stone. For those of the shamanistic faith, this stone is an invaluable treasure. Tofu's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "Elgu, I never would have guessed you were a shaman. Come, let us perform a nuwa dance and see." While most modern individuals may be unfamiliar with shamanism, they have likely seen folkloric activities on television featuring individuals in spirit masks performing unique dances, commonly referred to as jumping the gods. In truth, this is the nuwa dance associated with shamanism. Shamanism venerates the belief that all things possess a spirit. The shamans, devoid of divine powers themselves, communicate with deities through ritualistic dances and incantations, harnessing the strength of these supernatural beings to act. However, the original shamanic practices are far more intricate, and much of their essence has been lost to time. Upon hearing this, Su could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Do I appear to you as a practitioner of the divine arts?" Tofu, likely conjuring an amusing image of Su invoking spirits, also laughed, shaking his head in disagreement. I found myself perplexed. If the 8 carp contending with Dragon Stone was a treasured artifact of shamanism, what relevance did it hold for Zhao Laotu and Su? Could it be that these two were contemplating an initiation into shamanism? In this modern age, one would think that pursuing a career in religion would be more lucrative as a monk. Shamanism has long been relegated to the annals of history, leaving only remnants behind. This, indeed, is the crux of the matter, as Su began to elucidate the underlying reasons. The information regarding Zhao Laotu was something Su had uncovered through his clandestine inquiries. Zhao Laotu operated with a veil of secrecy, yet he could not escape the extensive web of connections Su possessed. In the world of treasure hunting, the circle is small and news travels rapidly. Unless one operates entirely independently, it is difficult to maintain absolute confidentiality. My assessment of Su is that he is profoundly inscrutable, much like Wei Nanjing's initial observations. He possesses an uncanny ability to navigate social situations with charm and grace. Yet, beneath this veneer of amiability lies an intricate web of connections, a network so dense that when it ensnares an individual, their demise is assuredly tragic. Thus, being targeted by Su is akin to being pursued by a venomous serpent. Zhao Laotu could only resign himself to misfortune, for despite his attempts at discretion, Su had uncovered his actions. The old man's desire for the 8 carp contending with Dragon Stone stemmed from a rather dubious notion. He had secured a plot of land in the remote mountains of Huizhou, near Shenzhen, negotiating with local villagers. This area, seldom traversed by humans, was accessible only via a winding mountain road, and the few remaining households had largely vacated, rendering it an almost desolate wilderness. Ostensibly, he presented his venture as an agritourism enterprise, yet clandestinely, he delved into the study of ancient mystical cultures. What constitutes mystical culture? In a broad sense, it refers to those cultural elements that modern science cannot elucidate, yet undeniably exist. Examples include the Taoist principles of the I Ching, the 8 trigrams, the intricacies of fortune-telling through the 4 pillars of destiny, the esoteric practices of traditional Chinese medicine, and the enigmatic meridians and elements, all of which can be applied in practice. Yet, even among the Chinese populace, the fundamental origins of these practices remain elusive. Traditional Chinese medicine, while effective in healing, leaves unanswered questions regarding the discovery and genesis of its meridian system. The roots of China's mystical culture seem to abruptly halt at a certain historical juncture, as if it emerged suddenly. Of course, it did not appear out of nowhere. Perhaps it marks a historical discontinuity. The infamous book Burning and Burying of Confucian Scholars under Qin Shi Huang is a well-known historical rupture. The destruction of vast quantities of ancient texts and the deaths of countless literati resulted in the obliteration of a wealth of historical and cultural information from the Qin dynasty and earlier. This represents a significant historical discontinuity. Before the era of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, there perhaps existed a more formidable historical division that cleaved Chinese mystical culture into two distinct segments, one of theory and the other of practice. Presently, we find ourselves immersed solely in practice, unable to trace the origins of the theoretical underpinnings. To return to the main topic, what is the purpose behind the old man Zhao's research into this esoteric culture? This private institution maintains stringent confidentiality, and even the astute Lu Su faced considerable challenges to glean any information. It is said that Zhao, feeling the weight of his fleeting days, has gathered a group of individuals in hopes of discovering methods to extend life, akin to the ancient nobility who sought the aid of Taoist priests to concoct elixirs and cultivate vitality. Modern medicine and biology endeavor to unravel the genetic code of the human body in pursuit of longevity. A recent foreign report suggests that the average human lifespan could extend to 130 years, while through genetic and medical advancements, lifespans may reach 300, 800, or even 1,000 years in the future. Thus, this fervor for immortality is not solely a pursuit of the Chinese. It resonates equally with foreigners, albeit from different perspectives. The mummies of ancient Egypt serve as a testament to the desire for eternal life. However, in this day and age, few attain the stature of Zhao Eryi. According to Lu Su, the elder Zhao engages primarily in three activities daily. Firstly, managing affairs, which are largely overseen by his subordinates, thus sparing him much worry. Secondly, focusing on health preservation, which I can attest to having witnessed firsthand. Despite being in his 60s or 70s, his complexion is remarkably vibrant, and his eyes gleam with vitality, demonstrating the effectiveness of his efforts. And thirdly, overseeing the aforementioned research institution to which he allocates substantial financial resources. Upon hearing this, Tofu expressed disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this old man unwell? Given his current health, living another 30 or 40 years should pose no issue, which would make him at least 90, if not over 100. Is he not satisfied? Does he truly aspire for immortality? This endeavor is a greater urgency for foreign scientists. Why is he so eager? Perhaps he is simply indulging in idle pursuits." Lu Su chuckled softly and replied, "You are free to believe what you wish. Perhaps their research has encountered obstacles, prompting them to turn to shamanism." Tofu began to grasp the implications, stating, "So Zhao sought the 8 carp to battle the dragon and the Jinhai stone? But wait, I understand his motive for seeking the Jinhai stone. What then is your purpose in stealing such an artifact?" Lu Su smiled slightly and inquired, "I mentioned that I had a brother who was murdered. Do you believe in the possibility of resurrection in this world?" I nodded and replied, "I do believe. I have witnessed individuals attempting to resurrect the dead through dark arts, and they were perilously close to success. Consider the skinless corpse from the tomb of Su Fu, or the deceased son of Jian, as well as the missing Shao Jing. They all hovered near a state of revival. Yet I continually ponder, once a person has died and is brought back, are they still the same individual? Or are they even human at all?" Lu Su appeared somewhat taken aback, remarking, "For ordinary people, this concept is difficult to accept." Tofu patted his chest proudly and declared, "Are we ordinary people? Certainly not. We are destined for greatness." I silenced Tofu, urging him to refrain from making a fool of himself, and then remarked, "From all that you have said, I gather that your intention in seeking the 8 carp to combat the flood dragon at the sea stone is to conduct profound research on shamanism in order to save your friend?" Su nodded noncommittally. Tofu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is there truly such remarkable power within shamanism? What are the specific steps involved? Can it bring my father and mother back to life?" He then gestured towards me, adding, "And what about his grandfather? Can you bring him back as well?" Ordinary individuals would struggle to keep pace with Tofu's erratic thought process. Often, after just 3 exchanges, they would feel overwhelmed by his foolishness and harbor thoughts of reproach. I admit, Su possessed greater patience than I, or perhaps his acting skills were simply exceptional. He listened to Dofu's naive questions with a smile, bestowing upon him the respect one might show during a leader's conference. Once Dofu finished, he softly replied, "As for the specific process, I, too, remain unaware. Your understanding of shamanism is rather superficial. It is the sole religion that has germinated from various corners of the globe. We define this faith as primitive worship, representing humanity's most fundamental comprehension of existence. There is a saying in Taoism, 'Heaven and earth are born together with me. All things are one with me.' This principle was already grasped by primitive shamanism during humanity's nascent stages. Do you understand?" Dofu blinked, and after a moment, managed to utter, "Not really. Lao Chen, do you comprehend?" I nodded. Chapter 11. The true-faced Dofu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What he said sounds like an esoteric text. How can you understand concepts like unity of heaven and earth, the coexistence of all things? I graduated from university, after all. I've read more books than you. Why don't I understand?" I pointed to a nearby collection of anatomy books, suggesting, "You might inquire of them." In truth, LV Su's words were not difficult to grasp. He posited that shamanism is humanity's most primitive religion, albeit fragmented by the relentless tide of time. Nonetheless, traces of it can still be discovered in many regions. Practices such as the Nuo dance and the secretive arts of corpse retrieval in Xianxi are, in fact, derivatives of this tradition. Therefore, in this realm, shamanism could be deemed authoritative. Presently, LV Su was endeavoring to harness the power of shamanism to fulfill his own ambitions. I scrutinized LV Su, a cold smile creeping into my thoughts, and queried, "Are you truly motivated solely by the desire to save your friend? What kind of friend merits such elaborate efforts?" LV Su seemed to perceive my skepticism and pointed at Dofu, asking, "If he were to perish, and you discovered a means to revive him, would you not act?" I remained silent. LV Su then smiled slightly and said, "Everyone has someone of immense significance in their life. Thus, what is there to doubt in my actions?" I scoffed, retorting, "Very well, let me pose a second question. Were Wei Nanjing and his companions swallowed by the flood dragon, or did you orchestrate their demise?" LV Su maintained his gentle smile, responding softly, "I killed them." Those 3 words, anticipated yet shocking, struck Dofu like a bolt from the blue. With his singularly focused mind and innocent disposition, he could scarcely fathom how this polished and genteel man could so nonchalantly confess to committing murder. I perceived a flicker of fear in Dofu's eyes, swiftly followed by disdain and rage as he exclaimed, "Why are you killing them?" LV Su fixed his gaze upon him, his smile finally fading, and with a sigh remarked, "If everyone were like you, this world would be so much simpler. Why do I kill them? Can you not deduce the reason?" Dofu inhaled deeply and replied, "Because they belong to old Zhao, and they obstruct your path to enlightenment." LV Su smiled once more, neither affirming nor denying the accusation, and poured Dofu a cup of tea, gently suggesting, "There is no need to be angry over those who are already deceased. This tea is quite fragrant. Sip it and calm yourself." Dofu retorted angrily, "You scoundrel! Even if Wei Nanjing obstructed your way, does that warrant death?" LV Su responded, "His demise is certainly not unjust. Considering the battles he instigated and the lives he ended, he deserved to be executed. You may hurl insults at me, but I speak the truth." Observing Dofu's readiness for confrontation, I could no longer remain silent. I interrupted, instructing Dofu, "You should step outside. I need to speak with him." The idol Dofu had revered crumbled, and he stormed out of the establishment in a huff, leaving only myself and LV Su behind. He gazed in the direction Dofu had departed, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Sensitive to such looks, I coldly stated, "LV Su, I cannot see through you. But let me warn you, your dealings with others are of no concern to me, yet do not dare to lay a hand on those close to me." LV Su withdrew his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I was merely pondering how long someone with his temperament can survive in this circle." A sudden unease gripped my heart. I understood the implication. Dofu, in terms of skill, character, and ideology, was ill-suited for this world. To borrow a phrase from my grandfather's notebook, this is a group engaged in mutual slaughter for profit in the underworld. If one does not spill another's blood, they must shed their own. Naturally, I also interpreted this as a veiled threat from LV Su. If he wished to target Dofu, it would be all too easy, whether in combat or beyond. LV Su met my gaze and softly stated, "Do not misinterpret. I have no intention of harming those around you. I believe we should be allies." I chuckled slightly and replied, "Allies? You have said the same to Wei Nanjing. LV Su glanced at me before shifting the subject, asking, "What is your third question? Shouldn't we discuss the matter of the Yashan Treasure Hall?" I realized that LV Su's network was extensive, and his presence here suggested he was well aware of my collaboration with Zhuan Rui. However, I had not anticipated that he knew far more than I had assumed. Upon finishing my statement, his first response was, "That is precisely the purpose of my visit. You must be eager to learn who that Lord Bai is." "And what about the map?" A sudden chill coursed through me. I had never felt such a sensation, even when facing the powerful Zhao Erlang, the ruthless Zhuan Rui, or the cold-hearted mute. It was a sensation of being ensnared. I had not expected LV Su to mention Lord Bai and the map, indicating he was thoroughly informed about our previous operation, even to the extent of knowing my grandfather's last words. Who has betrayed our secret? A group of individuals, Zhuan Rui, Zhong Gong, myself, Tofu, and Gu Wenmin, none of whom could possibly be the informant. How could he have acquired this knowledge? The only plausible explanation is that his network is far more intricate than I had anticipated. My throat felt parched, and I compelled myself to regain composure. After a brief moment, I inquired, who orchestrated that operation back in the day? In the main tomb chamber, what events transpired? The causes, the processes, and the outcomes, surely. No one understands this better than you. There is one point that piques my curiosity. It seemed as though Lu Su could read minds. He smiled subtly and remarked, "You are curious whether the divination by the Taoist priest has indeed come to fruition." I had never held admiration for anyone, yet before Lu Su, I found myself compelled to feel respect, a sentiment complex and difficult to articulate. Before I could utter a word, Lu Su continued, "Only 3 individuals survived, and I was the sole one who emerged unscathed." I replied, "So, did Bai Yi receive the so-called blessing? Was that lamp he took?" A cryptic smile appeared on Lu Su's face as he stated, "You are mistaken. It was your grandfather who received the blessing." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me, thinking, how could it possibly be my grandfather? Had he not become a servant guarding the tomb? Without granting me a chance to respond, Lu Su recounted that bygone episode. The organizer of that operation was Bai Yi, with a clear objective, the legendary 7 lamps. Lu Su had been invited as an aide by Bai Yi. As for why Bai Yi would enlist someone who was merely 16 or 17 at the time, Lu Su refrained from elaborating, likely due to the implications of his own background, which he had never disclosed. The narrative of the operation itself held little of significance. They initially fell prey to a trap set by Jian, who, however, was no match for them. The Yin-Yang Fox could not contend with this group either, leading to Jian's hasty retreat without posing any real threat. The true peril originated from the tomb chamber. Unlike our own experiences, Lu Su and his companions were the first visitors, facing countless perils. After enduring great hardships to reach the tomb chamber, where the corpses lay piled, they encountered their gravest crisis. Having arrived at this juncture, victory appeared imminent, yet suddenly turmoil erupted within the ranks. 3 individuals went mad, attacking those around them. Fortunately, they did not cause significant trouble and were swiftly subdued. Yet, the cause of their madness eluded everyone. They had been perfectly fine until entering the tomb chamber. What had triggered such recklessness? At that moment, Bai Yi discerned the secret. It lay within the reliefs of human faces sculpted onto the walls of the chamber. The Earth Ghost clan revered human faces. They could even hypnotize one's subconscious through subtle changes in facial expressions. The emptiness of that chamber was intentional, designed to draw the attention of anyone entering towards the human faces. I recall having seen those faces, though I had not given them much thought at the time. It was only upon Lu Su's mention that I realized the madness experienced by both my grandfather and myself was not instigated by the corpses, but rather by the expressions of those faces. In fact, it was a form of hypnosis, which is why I suddenly perceived the corpses stirring and ended up giving Tofu a black eye. Having reached this juncture, the survivors, namely Bai Yi, El Su, Chen Siyuan, and the 2 subordinates of Zhuang Donglai, were much like what the Taoist priest had surmised. These 5 individuals ultimately entered the main burial chamber. Their experiences within the chamber mirrored ours to a degree. However, the distinction lay in their perception of the lamps, which they did not dismiss as mere scrap metal. Our dismissal stemmed from a lack of understanding, whereas Bai Yi, the organizer of that expedition, possessed knowledge of their true significance. Consequently, none among them regarded the lamps as worthless. To comprehend the function of these 7 lamps, one must delve into their origins. We previously speculated that the lamps were likely artifacts belonging to Han Chinese or other ethnic minorities, inadvertently acquired by the king of the earthly ghosts. It was said that when he activated the final lamp, reputed to bestow divine transcendence, he indeed ascended to the realm of deities, becoming a celestial figure in Chinese mythology. This attests to the existence of the lamp's power, albeit perhaps not as splendid as we envision. With the last lamp now absent, 6 remained. And Bai Yi sought the death lamp, the one purported to grant eternal life. Logically, such a precious item ought to be taken in its entirety. However, in reality, each individual could wield only one lamp, as harnessing the powers of the divine lamp demanded a sacrifice. Chapter 12. The Pursuit of the Lamp's Sacrifice? Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through my heart. If the price paid by the king of the earthly ghosts for wielding the divine lamp was his ghastly transformation, what then would be the cost for the other lamp that had been taken? I voiced this query, to which El Su responded with a slight smile, stating, "Before pondering that, you should first ascertain who claimed the lamp and why only one was taken." I nodded, though internally I was in turmoil. For I sat before a man of formidable dread, whose insight into human nature transcended ordinary comprehension. Noting my acknowledgement, El Su continued, "In truth, I had already provided you with a clue. I ruminated on our previous discourse and suddenly grasped the implication. El Su had claimed to be the one who exited unscathed. Thus, the remaining entities were the servant and the blessing. If Bai Yi were the servant of the king of the earthly ghosts, then the one who received the blessing must naturally be Bai Yi. Could this blessing refer to the divine lamp? I inquired, was it Bai Yi who took the lamp? What is his true identity? My sentiments toward Bai Yi were far from favorable, as he exuded an aura of enigma and elusiveness. Had it not been for his involvement, my grandfather would not have been entangled in this affair, leading to a vastly different outcome. Yet, to my surprise, El Su gently shook his head and remarked, "It appears you have yet to grasp my words. It is not Bai Yi who received the blessing, but rather Chen Siyuan, the king of ghosts." Hiss! I couldn't help but gasp, my heart sinking as I pondered whether this young man was merely toying with me. My grandfather had endured 14 years of abject misery, utterly detached from the notion of blessings. The very thought weighed heavily upon me, akin to a leaden stone lodged in my chest. To my astonishment, he dared to deliver such callous remarks, igniting a fresh wave of anger within me as I coldly retorted, "You must take responsibility for your words." El Su raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and replied, "Of course, this news may seem unbelievable to you, yet it is indeed true. In that operation, it was Chen Siyuan who reaped the greatest rewards, while I gained nothing and nearly lost my life." He then began to recount the subsequent events. The method of utilizing the 7 lamps was known solely to Master Bai, who had invested considerable effort in his research. Consequently, when the group opened the coffin and discovered 6 lamps along with a roll of silk, they collectively abandoned the notion of further exploration, leaving each to pursue their own interests. The 6 lamps were to be divided among 5 individuals, a situation that could either lead to equitable sharing or, ideally, the survival of a single individual. Regrettably, those who had made it thus far were all formidable in their own right. Survival in such a treacherous endeavor was no small feat. Thus, they resolved to share equally, with the extra lamp going to Bai, as he had contributed the most and faced no competition for it. El Su approached the corpse lamp, and as I had anticipated, my grandfather also reached for it. Driven by desires such as eternal youth, invulnerability to ailments, or the hope of resurrecting those dearest to them. The distribution was as follows. Master Bai received the death lamp and the eerie lamp, while Zhuan Donglai obtained the life lamp. Ahai, Zhuan Donglai's capable subordinate, took possession of the aged lamp, which was arguably the least valuable, albeit possessing a certain allure for women, as it was said to alter one's appearance and preserve youth indefinitely. Had a high status been slightly elevated, he would have undoubtedly chosen a more advantageous option. However, given his position, he felt fortunate to have anything at all. The remaining lamps were the sickness lamp and the corpse lamp, and both my grandfather and El Su instinctively reached for them simultaneously. Their hands brushed against one another, an elderly man and a youth, their gazes locking for a fleeting moment. El Su smiled and said, "Grandfather Chen, this lamp is of great importance to me." My grandfather, a kind and honest man, stood firm in this matter, asserting, "Young El, you are a good lad, but this lamp is equally significant to me. If you relinquish it, I shall repay you in kind." The other three individuals acquired their desired items, standing by as mere spectators. In the profession of tomb raiding, opportunistic behaviors were commonplace. Each person was an independent entity, typically refraining from involvement unless their own interests were at stake. Master Bai, Zhuan Donglai, and Ahai stood quietly to the side, watching the standoff between El Su and my grandfather. Of course, at that time, El Su was still young and no match for my grandfather. He was well aware that should hostilities break out, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he turned to Master Bai and said, "You promised me back then. Bai Yi serves as the leader of your group, yet now finds himself in a stalemate. The young Lu Su, lacking the means to confront his grandfather, seeks Bai Yi's assistance. However, Bai Yi is a cunning individual. He had indeed promised that the corpse lantern would belong to Lu Su upon the successful completion of their endeavor. Yet, upon reaching this critical juncture, how could he risk offending Lu Su's grandfather for the sake of the youth? Bai Yi remained inscrutable, merely stating, "I have made a promise to you. Thus I have neither taken the corpse lantern nor allowed Brother Zhuan and his companion to do so. The object lies before you. Whether you can acquire it depends solely on your own abilities." Lu Su gazed at Bai Yi's manipulated facade, his expression still adorned with a smile, albeit one now laced with a chilling undertone. Initially, he had hoped Bai Yi would lend him a hand, and together they could compel Chen Siyuan to relinquish the corpse lantern. However, Bai Yi's recent maneuver was evidently a trap for Lu Su. At that time, Lu Su was far less experienced than he is now. Unable to restrain his impulsive nature, he unsheathed the ghost cry blade. Redirecting his focus from Bai Yi to his grandfather with a cold sneer, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck downwards. Lu Su's swordsmanship was exceptionally swift, yet his grandfather, seasoned and astute, had already discerned the shift in his demeanor. Thus, the instant Lu Su drew his blade, his grandfather deftly retreated, raising his wrist to launch a crimson flying dagger towards Lu Su. The venomous nature of the red blade was formidable. Although Lu Su's grandfather was not a man of cruelty, the profession of tomb raiding and mushroom foraging had never been a clean one. His compassion prevented him from killing Lu Su, yet he knew the young man would seize any opportunity to harm him, compelling the grandfather to act with lethal resolve in that fleeting moment. Though Lu Su's blade did not strike his grandfather, it inadvertently saved his life. As the blade was drawn, the blood-red dagger collided with the ghost cry blade, producing a sharp, resonant sound as the flying dagger fell to the ground. At this moment, Lu Su's grandfather had already distanced himself significantly, fixing his gaze upon Lu Su, his aged voice rasping, "Young man, you have but two choices. Take the other lantern and depart, or face death." The flying dagger could be unleashed in an instant, and at that moment, the grandfather held 4 daggers poised in his hands. Should he release them simultaneously, Lu Su might evade one, but not the subsequent ones. Although neither had struck, the outcome was already clear. Seething with rage, Lu Su reached for the sick lantern, while his grandfather prepared to grasp the corpse lantern. Just then Bai Yi, seemingly sensing an impending crisis, exclaimed in alarm before bolting for the exit. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lu Su's ears, "Release me." This voice did not belong to any member of their party. However, it appeared that Lu Su's grandfather was oblivious to this sound, while those who heard it instinctively moved toward the coffin, returning their lanterns. Even Bai Yi, who had initially fled, found himself compelled to reverse his course and mimic the actions of the others. As the rest of the group suddenly placed their belongings back, Lu Su's grandfather, taken aback, observed the direction in which Bai Yi had departed, scrutinizing the seemingly unchanged faces around him, and inquired, "What is happening?" Lu Su sought to regain control over his own body, yet found himself involuntarily joining forces with Zhuan Donglai and Ahai, as they began to pry open the grand red lacquer coffin. This was entirely beyond their control, and Lu Su quickly realized that the malevolent spirit of the coffin's ghost king was at play, leaving him powerless, as were the others. The only one who seemed to remain lucid was grandfather. The moment he noticed their intention to open the coffin, he immediately intervened, exclaiming, "Do you wish for us all to perish here?" Observing that no one paid him any heed, and recalling the sudden departure of Bai Yi, he abruptly realized that something was amiss. He seized both El Su and Zhuan Dong by the neck, preparing to drag them away from the coffin. However, with only 2 hands at his disposal, he was unable to prevent Ahai and Bai Yi from advancing. In an instant, Ahai turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, drawing a cold weapon from his waist and lunging fiercely towards grandfather at close range. The proximity of the attack, coupled with grandfather's hands being occupied, rendered him unable to evade the strike. A long blade pierced through his chest and emerged from his back, blood gushing forth instantaneously. At that moment, as the warm blood splattered around, everyone felt the grip that had controlled them suddenly loosen. Ahai, fixating on the faltering grandfather, uttered, "It is not me. It is it." Grandfather's body fell with a thud to the ground, yet he clung to life, trembling violently while fixing his gaze on El Su, uttering, Give it to me." El Su understood that grandfather was referring to the corpse lantern, an object familiar to those who delve into the underworld. Typically, individuals engaged in such endeavors harbor mutual distrust, although El Su initially felt a sense of satisfaction at grandfather's impending demise. The sight of the weathered face and the pooling blood stirred an unexpected silence within him. Baiye's mask revealed no emotions. Yet his voice trembled with alarm as he urged, "We must leave." He reached out to retrieve the lantern that had been returned to its place. However, unexpectedly, his hand halted mid-motion, and he began to mutter to himself, "Who are you? It cannot be. You are the king of earthly ghosts." In that moment, as his hand brushed against the lantern, it was as if he had come into contact with a virulent contagion, causing him to jerk his hand back and retreat step by step. Meanwhile, he warned El Su and the others, "We were mistaken. The situation has changed. Do not touch anything here. Quickly, leave this place." With those words, he fled in haste, as if pursued by malevolent spirits. What was it that was about to emerge? With whom was Baiye conversing? Chapter 13. Awakening. As El Su pondered these questions, grandfather's eyes remained fixed upon him, gradually dimming until they finally closed. Kneeling down, El Su checked for a pulse. He was already gone. Drawing a deep breath, I exclaimed, "Dead? Then what was it that I witnessed?" El Su offered a knowing smile and replied, "I never anticipated you would see him." Clearly, he was aware of everything that had transpired in the Yashan treasure hall. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Who exactly were you inquiring about?" El Su countered, "Is this one of your questions?" "Indeed." El Su smiled. "If I am to answer so many of your inquiries, should there not be some form of recompense?" I replied, "Is this the true sentiment you wish to convey? What do you seek in return?" El Su turned his gaze towards the outside, smiling. "The recompense is the very purpose of my visit to you." Pausing, he continued, "I do not require to inquire with others. I have always been by your side. Always by our side." A sudden jolt coursed through my heart as I pondered the implications of his words. Could it be that this fellow was tracking us? Such a notion seemed implausible. In that particular environment, if someone were indeed following us, we would have surely noticed. Furthermore, Xiao Jing was present at that time. If something were amiss, she would undoubtedly be aware of it. Wait a moment, Xiao Jing. A chill ran down my spine as I asked, "What is your relationship with Xiao Jing?" Lu Su offered a faint smile, replying, "You are quite astute to have deduced that so swiftly." My mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. How could Xiao Jing possibly be associated with Lu Su? Was it conceivable that she had infiltrated our group as part of a scheme meticulously orchestrated by him? Good heavens, this man was no ordinary individual. How had he come to know of Xiao Jing? What means had he employed to win her over? Had he been monitoring us even before our descent? The depths of his cunning were truly terrifying. As our conversation unfolded, a significant amount of time had elapsed, and the outside world began to dim. Tofu sauntered back, clutching an ice pop, and upon seeing us seated, he appeared somewhat astonished. Approaching me, he whispered, "Why is he still here? What have you two been discussing all afternoon?" I shook my head and replied, "It's a long story. I'll explain later." Sensing the tension in the air, Tofu decided not to linger, stating, "Then I shall continue leveling up and battling monsters. If anything arises, call me. If he dares to act violently, I shall assist you in reporting him." Lu Su chuckled lightly, saying, "Do I seem like a villain?" Tofu, having seen through his facade, retorted angrily, "You are nothing but a hypocrite, akin to Yu Buchuan." My spirits, previously heavy with dread, lifted at his words. I thought to myself, what an apt metaphor, comparing him to the pretentious Yu Buchuan from the Smiling. Proud Wanderer was indeed fitting, especially considering Yu Buchuan's ultimate fate. With Tofu's interruption, I felt a sense of relief. The situation had become clearer. While Tofu and I had been searching for Lu Su without success, he had been watching us from the shadows, even managing to place someone within our ranks. His approach to me, as he had stated, came with expectations of reciprocity. Thus, what was his true intention in seeking me out? I gestured to Tofu, signaling him to refrain from interjecting further. and Lu Su resumed his account of the events at hand. At that moment, he had checked my grandfather's pulse, discovering that he had already passed away, while Bai Yi had vanished without a trace. The remaining 3 individuals, perceptive as they were, recognized that Bai Yi's sudden actions, coupled with the previous anomalies, indicated that we could not linger in that place. Zhuan Donglai had fixed his gaze upon the ghostly lantern. The ghostly lantern possessed uncanny powers. To wield, it would grant one an array of extraordinary abilities. If accompanied by a death lantern, it would be nothing short of perfect. Zhuan Donglai reached out towards it, but at the very instant his hand extended, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes flickered, and his lips trembled as though he were silently uttering something. A scene reminiscent of Bai Yi's earlier predicament. Lu Su felt a sudden pang of concern, gripping the ghost-crying blade tightly in anticipation of any unforeseen developments. Just then, Zhuan Donglai unexpectedly instructed Ahai, "Cover the coffin." Ahai, taken aback, inquired, "Are we not taking the item with us?" Zhuandong's expression was peculiar as he stated, "I will not take anything. Do not disturb anything here." Ahai, who had been in closest proximity to the coffin during its opening, had been attacked by some venomous insects, necessitating the collection of certain secretions. Lu Su did not hinder the two. Both Bai Yi and Zhuandong were not fools. Their similar actions must surely have purpose. While they waited, they moved their grandfather's body aside. Lu Su inquired of Zhuandong, "What is happening? Who are you speaking to?" Zhuandong glanced at him and slowly uttered 2 words, "Myself." This brought to mind words my grandfather had once shared with me, cryptic phrases that lingered in the air, and I recalled another version of myself reflected in my grandfather's gaze. Clearly, I was not alone in experiencing such a situation. So, what did this myself truly signify? At that moment, Lu Su was equally perplexed. Subsequently, Zhuandong recounted his experience in that fleeting moment. The 7 lamps each bore a figurine atop, which I had previously noted. The instant Zhuandong's hand made contact with the lamp, he was startled to discover that the figure atop the lamp had suddenly come to life. The face of that figure transformed from flat to pronounced, its features becoming distinctly defined, and the dark iron hue gradually shifted to the color of human skin, culminating in the appearance of a face identical to Zhuandong's. "What are you?" Zhuandong demanded. The figure stared back at him, a sinister smile creeping across its face. "I am you," Zhuandong retorted, "Do not engage in trickery." The figure replied, "You require my assistance." Zhuandong asked, "Assistance with what?" Doubt began to creep into his mind, questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. The figure perched atop the lamp reiterated, "I am a spirit. Do you seek power? I can fulfill your desire. But it requires a trade." "A trade?" The lamp continued, "I am you, and you are me. My power is your power, but you must unlock its key. That is the trade." This statement proved exceedingly perplexing, leading Zhuandong, in his eagerness to depart with the item, to disregard the first part and directly inquire, "What is the nature of the trade?" The face on the lamp answered, "With your knife, pierce your heart." As these words were spoken, an uncontrollable urge to draw the knife surged within him. Zhuandong recalled the contents of the silk manuscript and the later appearance of the earthly ghost queen, finally realizing that this was not a divine lamp, but a demonic one. With a sudden release, he feared that further dialogue with that self could cost him his very life. In the aftermath, Lu Su pondered Zhuandong's words repeatedly. "I am you, you are me. My power is your power, but you must unlock its key. That is the trade." What could this mean? It was not until a few years later that Lu Su finally grasped the meaning behind those words, and he came to understand the significance of the 7 lamps. This was precisely the reason he sought me out. The clarity he attained regarding this matter traced back for years. Lu Su had a friend engaged in human genetic research, and during one tea session with this friend, as he perused a newspaper, he suddenly stumbled upon a news article that piqued his interest. In America, a street youth, lacking any ambition, unexpectedly finds himself in a car accident. Upon awakening, he suddenly develops an intense passion for music and is able to perform intricate classical pieces, despite having previously only listened to street rock music and never having touched a piano. It is as if, after the accident, he has been infused with the spirit of a musical prodigy. Observing El Su's interest in this news, a friend remarks, "This could be the awakening of latent potential." The awakening of latent potential? El Su gestures for his friend to elaborate. The friend then explains that this phenomenon encompasses both memory inheritance and genetic inheritance. For instance, in South Africa, there exists a species of mouse that lives only for a year. During this brief lifespan, 3 months are dedicated to growth. while 4 months are devoted to migration along a lengthy path to a grazing area. This cyclical journey, passed down through generations, is unfailingly precise. When they reach their destination, it coincides with the breeding season, and the offspring mature in the grasslands before returning along the same route. By the time these young mice return, their parents, having only a year to live, have already perished. This indicates that no one instructs them on the location of their homeland. Yet, through generations, they navigate this extensive route with unwavering accuracy. Such behavior is regarded as a form of memory inheritance, wherein ancestral memories linger in their cognition, guiding their migration. Memory inheritance is a trait present in all animals, although much of this memory is locked away, rendering it dormant. In humans, ancestral memory is entirely secured by a genetic lock. Beyond memory genes, the process of evolution has rendered many more genes inaccessible. The street youth, transformed into a musician after the accident, experiences a stimulus that activates these memory genes, unlocking a fragment of ancestral memory. Latent memory refers to the potential inherent in individuals. For instance, the ability to create fire or utilize tools represents merely 5% of human potential, with an astonishing 95% also locked away. At this juncture, El Su recalls a statement made by Zhuan Dong in the underground palace and inquires of his friend, "Can the dead be resurrected? Can humans possess extraordinary abilities? Do you believe in the existence of deities?" His friend, taken aback, ponders for a moment before responding, "I cannot answer your final question, as deities are a concept specific to your Chinese culture. I do not believe in your Chinese deities, but I have faith in God." El Su chuckles softly and replies, "As a researcher of genetics, you are engaging in endeavors contrary to the divine." Chapter 14. The key. His friend responds, "God and genetics are not inherently in conflict. God is my faith, while genetics is the means through which I approach that faith." He then continues, "However, I can share my thoughts on the first 2 questions. Firstly, let us consider the phenomenon of resurrection, exemplified by the leech. When severed in 2, it transforms into 2 new beings. If divided into 4, it yields 4 new lives, a process known as fission resurrection. Additionally, there exists a species of moth endowed with a resurrection factor. If its body can be preserved for a year post-mortem, this factor enables its cells to revive, resulting in a complete restoration of life. Regrettably, upon death, most of their bodies cannot withstand preservation, rendering their appearances rare, often only observable in the vicinity of snow-capped peaks, where the cold can safeguard their remains. If leeches can divide and moths can resurrect, why cannot humans possess such genes for revival? El Su remarked, "Because it has been locked away." Indeed, humanity, nay, every form of life, is remarkable, yet each bears a lock, sealed by the divine. El Su smiled gently. "You find yourself at odds with the divine will. That which exists is a manifestation of divine intention. Genetics represents an opportunity bestowed upon humanity by God, and I shall adhere to this divine decree." Tofu, having descended from the upper floors, must have been eavesdropping for a while, interjected, "Your friend does not seem like a scientist, but rather a charlatan." El Su maintained his smile, responding to Tofu, "Your perception is astute. He typically works at a research institute and attends church on weekends. A rather intriguing individual. I shall introduce you if the opportunity arises." Tofu scoffed, patting his stomach. "I came down to inform you all that I am hungry." Glancing at my watch, I realized it was already past 7 in the evening. El Su showed no inclination to depart. Naturally, I would not allow him to leave until all matters were clarified, especially given my current enthusiasm. Tofu queried, "Old Chen, what shall we have for dinner? How about hot pot? There's a particularly lovely girl at the hot pot restaurant." I pulled 20 yuan from my wallet and replied, "No time today. I'll just buy 4 packets of instant noodles." Instant noodles? Instant noodles. How lacking in nutrition. You've already grown quite stout. What need have you for nutrition? During his illness, Tofu had indulged excessively, his face rounder than before. Just yesterday, he was teased by female patrons, who remarked, "What a chubby little brother, how adorable." This left Tofu feeling disheartened, muttering to himself, "They truly lack appreciation. Your boyfriends are the real little brothers. My brother is quite grown." Thus, with my remark, Tofu relented and purchased 4 boxes of instant noodles. We closed the shop doors and eagerly devoured our meal, soaking the leftovers from lunch in the broth to finish it off. Having satisfied our hunger, El Su stretched and declared, "It is getting late. I shall not return home tonight." I wonder if it would be convenient for me to stay here for the night. I thought to myself, you have yet to clarify anything. Even if you wish to leave, I cannot permit it. Consequently, I turned off the lights on the first floor, and we all ascended to the living quarters on the second floor, while the one-eyed dragon retreated to his own room. In the living room, only Tofu, Su, and I remained. Su, appearing unhurried, took his time surveying the room, his gaze eventually landing upon a scenic painting of clothing on the wall. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is that lake." Tofu, somewhat proud, replied, "It seems you have an eye for art. I painted it." The painting depicts a serene lake nestled among verdant mountains, where reeds sway gracefully in the breeze, their golden hues reflecting the sunset's embrace. This is the scene at the entrance of Princess Gij's tomb, showcasing Tofu's commendable artistic talent through his series of illustrations. Adjacent to it lies a whimsically charming piece featuring a grand whale, upon which a group of individuals embarks towards a small island on the horizon, basking in the morning sun. This artwork reveals Tofu's optimistic worldview. Su expressed his admiration, and Tofu's demeanor brightened at the praise. I remained silent, aware that soon Su would have Tofu spinning in circles with his flattery. In a moment, Su's persona transitioned from that of a notorious grave robber to an individual of refined artistic appreciation, leading us into the main discussion. After addressing Su's two inquiries, his companion commenced on the third question regarding extraordinary abilities. These so-called extraordinary abilities refer to feats unattainable by the average individual, with the quintessential example being the telekinetic movement of objects. For instance, one cannot relocate a ping-pong ball placed before them without physical contact or external assistance. Yet, within the realm of extraordinary abilities, there exists the concept of mental manipulation, wherein an individual influences an object to move according to their thoughts. His friend remarked, "In fact, this has already been realized." Su, taken aback, inquired, "Realized? What do you mean?" He explained that a collaborative research institute had developed a method for moving objects by amplifying human brain waves, albeit the amplification remains feeble, capable of shifting merely a piece of paper or a ping-pong ball. This suggests that such abilities are indeed possible, albeit currently restrained by divine intervention. As Su interjected, the conversation then pivoted, and Su suddenly unraveled a long-held mystery regarding the words spoken to him by his other self. "Zhuang Dong. I am you, and you are me. My strength is your strength, but you must unlock its key, which is exchange." The seven lamps, then, do not offer objective truths, but rather a power to unfasten the locks within the human body. Thus, the entity conversing with Zhuang Dong is indeed a repressed aspect of himself. Upon hearing this, I felt a dryness in my mouth and was momentarily at a loss for words. Su smiled faintly and remarked, "This is merely my own speculation. Perhaps those seven lamps truly possess such power, or perhaps they are simply a key. Once this key is utilized, whatever is gained is a gift to ourselves. However," he added, "what I desire now is the method to forge such a key." Tofu, astonished, replied, "The method to create a key?" Su nodded, smiling. "I am not inclined to pay a price. I merely seek the key." Tofu queried, "Is that the purpose of your search for Old Chen? But if you seek the key, why consult him? Furthermore, I still do not comprehend. Do you imply that the lamps are the keys to unlocking human potential? What then is Old Chen's role?" Su chuckled in resignation. "He has left us in quite a predicament." During the dialogue between Su and Zhuan Donglai, Ahai remained vigilantly by the coffin, meticulously wrapping up the collected secretions of the goo insects. Neither of the two noticed that the deceased Chen Siyuan had risen silently beside them. With bloodied hands, he placed a hand on Ahai's shoulder. The moment Ahai turned his head and recognized the figure, he let out a piercing scream, only to be immediately seized by convulsions as the goo insects took effect. In an instant, Ahai succumbed, his lifeless body collapsing atop the coffin. Concurrently, the grandfather launched an attack against Su and Zhuan Donglai. The ghostly king, Chen Siyuan, struck fearlessly and recklessly, rendering even Su and Zhuan Donglai unable to withstand his assault, forcing them to flee in disarray. Chen Siyuan did not pursue. Instead, he closed the main chamber's door. Moments later, Su heard a chilling scream emanating from behind the door. The sound belonged to Chen Siyuan. Yet the reason behind such a cry remained a mystery. Only 3 individuals could emerge alive: Bai Yi, Zhuan Donglai, and Su. Tofu and I exchanged glances, and after hearing Su's words, a tide of confusion surged within me. Is what he says true? Could grandfather have transformed into an undead being, akin to Xiaojing? A troubling thought crossed my mind. If no one had taken anything from the coffin, then why were there only 5 lanterns remaining when we opened it, instead of 6? I voiced this query. El Su countered, asking, "Are you certain that only 5 lanterns existed in the main chamber?" He referenced the main chamber, distinct from the coffin, implying a different concept. Suddenly, I grasped his insinuation. One among our group must have possessed that lantern. Prior to this, none of us had opened the coffin, making the suspect obvious, grandfather. Coupled with the series of events recounted by El Su, I comprehended his implication. Grandfather had ultimately taken the corpse lantern, thus resurrecting himself. But why could he rise after death? Grandfather had once mentioned a promise made to another version of himself. Could this be the exchange? El Su smiled and remarked, "This is why I say your grandfather is the only one who truly benefited. At least he used that key to unlock his own confinement, while the rest of us gained nothing." Chapter 15. The mute El Su and Zhuan Donglai departed from the mountain treasure hall, each going their separate ways. The reason for Zhuan Donglai's prolonged silence over the past decade remains unknown. As for El Su, having left that place and reflecting on the trickery he had endured from Bai Yi in the tomb, he felt a surge of anger. However, since Bai Yi, like himself, had ultimately gained nothing, it seemed unnecessary to seek further trouble with him, especially considering El Su was not yet capable of confronting Bai Yi. Thus, after all this discourse, who exactly was Bai Yi, the one grandfather urged me to seek before his demise? What connection did this individual bear to the affairs of the Chen family? Since El Su initially chose to work for this Master Bai, he must have been aware of his true identity. However, upon further reflection, I found this reasoning flawed. If that group of individuals were cognizant of Master Bai's identity, then why would he go to such lengths to disguise his appearance? Clearly, he wished to conceal his true self from others. Yet, if Master Bai were a figure whose real identity was unknown to the masses, how could El Su and my grandfather have followed him into the fray? This indeed presents a perplexing conundrum. When I posed this question, El Su's response was unexpectedly revealing. He stated, "I know Master Bai, but no one has ever seen his true visage. From the very beginning, he has always concealed his face behind a mask, and this mask frequently changes, earning him the moniker Chameleon." Upon hearing the name Chameleon, clarity washed over me, for this individual is a notorious figure in the underworld. Yet he does not bear the surname Bai. His true name and appearance remain shrouded in mystery. The later persona of Master Bai is likely an alias. This enigmatic character operates independently, lacking a formal entourage, yet he wields substantial influence behind the scenes. Some speculate that Chameleon may very well be an informant. What does it mean to be an informant? Just as the rustic excavator could transform into an archaeological consultant, why could not the members of an archaeological team similarly infiltrate the realm of tomb raiders to gather intelligence? Historically, tomb robbers, leveraging their unique skills, have often reached ancient burial sites ahead of archaeological teams, leaving the tombs ravaged and defiled by the time proper excavations commence. It is not that the archaeologists lack competence. Rather, the disparity between official and unofficial operations is at play. For instance, archaeological teams do not pursue excavation merely for the sake of unearthing tombs. Their primary focus is on research and protective digging, eschewing the reckless approach of tomb raiders who excavate at the mere site of a grave. Take, for example, the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. It remains unexcavated due to its vastness and the current inability to adequately protect its artifacts and structure. On another level, should both archaeological teams and tomb raiders set their sights on a grave, the archaeologists must navigate bureaucratic hurdles, submitting documents for approval and securing funding. This layered approval process can take months, if not years. Conversely, tomb raiders operate with remarkable agility. They require no authorization, merely gathering their tools and companions, and can complete their task in a single night under the cover of darkness. Thus, it is not that archaeological teams are ineffectual. Rather, the overwhelming bureaucracy hampers them, consistently placing them a step behind the tomb raiders. This reality has exasperated countless predecessors in the field of archaeology. Consequently, the emergence of informants became inevitable. Those who infiltrate this circle can glean valuable intelligence, such as the location of newly unearthed artifacts. Following these leads, they can collaborate with law enforcement related to cultural relic theft, ensuring a high probability of success. Historically, there has been an unwritten rule regarding the provenance of artifacts. Whoever possesses an object is deemed its rightful owner, and its origins cannot be questioned. To do so would violate established protocols. In modern times, this principle is rigorously enforced, particularly in the presence of official informants. Due to the enigmatic nature of Lord Bai and the formidable force behind him, many speculate in secret that he may be affiliated with the authorities. Yet, this remains merely a conjecture, and there are numerous other baseless speculations that need not be enumerated here. Lord Bai's approach to Lu Su was an unexpected event for Lu Su. Yet their interaction mirrored our current discourse, a clandestine conversation aimed at enticing Lu Su to join his ranks. It is noteworthy that at that time, Lu Su had just embarked on his journey. Despite possessing remarkable skills, he had yet to attain fame. Lord Bai's interest in him not only indicates his extensive network of intelligence, but also his discernment in recognizing talent. The specifics of their dialogue that night are only briefly mentioned by Lu Su, as this matter pertains to his personal affairs, which I have no right to inquire about, and which do not relate to my primary concerns. Ultimately, Lord Bai's identity remains shrouded in mystery, and the reason he could gather such a group lies in his vast web of information, being well acquainted with each individual's vulnerabilities. It was based on these weaknesses that he laid the bait for the operation at the Yashan Treasure Hall. One cannot deny that Lord Bai was exceptionally well prepared. At that time, the Ghost King tomb was still sealed, posing dangers far beyond what we faced later. Had it not been for Lord Bai's prior assembly of skilled individuals, they likely would not have reached the main burial chamber. The ultimate victor should have been Lord Bai. However, as Lu Su remarked, they were all drawn by the light. Yet in the end, only my grandfather truly harnessed its power. The unfinished words of my grandfather before his demise, particularly the mention of the ever-changing Lord Bai, suggest that he would not have directed me towards futile endeavors. Thus, his urging to seek out Lord Bai must have held significant meaning. Had he perhaps made some kind of pact with Lord Bai? Yet, now it appears that Lord Bai has vanished for quite some time. After all, this matter dates back 14 years, and the identity and age of Lord Bai remain a riddle, making his discovery a daunting task. Tofu inquired of Lu Su, asking, "Can you establish contact with this Lord Bai?" Lu Su shook his head slightly and replied softly, "He has disappeared. After the incident at the Yashan Treasure Hall, both he and Zhuan Donglai vanished. I suspect this is related to their conversation." Tofu, quick-witted as ever, immediately grasped the implication, stating, "Is it regarding that dialogue with himself? But didn't Zhuan Donglai disclose all the content of that conversation to you? There seems to be nothing amiss." Soon after, Tofu slapped his forehead, realizing, "I understand now. Zhuan Donglai must have concealed something, correct?" He did not reveal the entirety of their dialogue, which led to both him and Lord Bai disappearing. Lu Su patted Tofu on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "I share the same sentiment, hence we are of like minds." Tofu feigned modesty, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual remark." In truth, as he spoke, he nearly wore the words "I am quite impressive" on his face. Observing the two veering off topic, I hastily redirected the conversation, asking, setting aside Lord Bai, "What about the map?" After returning from the Yashan Baodian, I have been pondering the meaning behind my grandfather's final words regarding a map. For a time, I mistakenly believed it referred to a map concealed at the bottom of the bowl of the Queen of Baoxiang, prompting me to conduct an extensive investigation into that map. Yet to no avail. Since LV Su mentioned a map, he must possess some knowledge pertaining to it. However, it is likely unrelated to the map I hold, as my grandfather never disclosed its existence to anyone. Thus, what map are my grandfather and LV Su alluding to? LV Su stated that his purpose for coming this time was to seek a key. This individual harbors great ambitions, desiring only the key without any exchange. The underlying implication of his words is that he has lost interest in the seven lamps. Rather, he seeks to uncover their origins. Since the lamps are man-made, understanding their provenance would imply mastery over the method of key creation. Ultimately, all these enigmas condense into three words: map, Bai Yi, key. What does the map signify? What secrets lie between Bai Yi and my grandfather? What connection does the key sought by LV Su have with these two? Upon my inquiry, Tofu observed LV Su's prolonged silence, becoming more anxious than I, fidgeting and imploring, "Don't just stand there, speak up. What map are you referring to? It can't possibly be a treasure map, can it?" LV Su glanced at him with a slight shake of his head, replying, "I have never heard of such a map. But since Old Master Chen mentioned it on his deathbed, there must be a reason." I pondered this supposed map should be related to Bai Yi. Regaining my composure, I remarked, "So, To unravel this mystery, we must find Bai Yi. Tofu cursed under his breath, exclaiming, "Damn it, that elusive figure has been missing for over a decade. He has probably long gone. Where are we to find him?" I turned to LV Su and said, "You've gone in circles, speaking extensively, yet have yet to address the crux of the matter. Why have you sought us out? Even if you desire that key, it has nothing to do with us." LV Su smiled faintly and responded, "It does. It is of great significance." He then produced an object from his pocket, stating, "Look at this." He unveiled a photograph depicting a person. Tofu stared at the image in astonishment, turning to me, "It's your old man." I shook my head, fixating on the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Ci, declaring, "No, it isn't him. It's the mute." The photograph showcased a vast ocean, with the mute standing at the bow of a ship, unmasked, his gaze averted from the lens, fixated on the horizon, seemingly lost in thought. This was a color photograph, likely a recent capture. I was momentarily bewildered, contemplating how LV Su could possess a photograph of the mute, considering they likely did not know each other. What connection could this have with the mute? The situation appeared increasingly convoluted. Tofu and I exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. Chapter 16, Earth. It seemed that LV Su anticipated our reaction. Leaning back on the sofa, he smiled and said, "This is a Japanese expatriate." I was quite taken aback when he approached me. "You should be aware that the key and your curse are deeply intertwined with the shamanic culture. Consequently, I have persistently pursued research in this field and have garnered numerous relevant clues." This overseas Chinese approached me with the hope of collaborating. Tofu expressed his astonishment. Does he also have an interest in shamanic culture? The Japanese expatriate piqued my curiosity. Who exactly is this individual? With a visage strikingly similar to Chen Ci, he too is investigating shamanic culture and is involved in grave robbing. What could be his true identity? I suspected he might be a distant relative, yet he seemed unwilling to acknowledge any connection to the Chen family. I couldn't help but inquire, "What is his purpose in seeking you out?" El Su displayed a cryptic smile and replied, "He wishes to form an alliance." I was taken aback, pondering, an alliance? This lad is inviting El Su to join him in grave robbing? Given that he is a Japanese expatriate, why would he abandon Japan to engage in such pursuits in China? Before I could voice my question, Tofu interjected, "He approached you because of your ongoing research into shamanic culture?" I comprehended then that his alliance in grave robbing must indeed relate to shamanic culture. "Did you agree?" El Su squinted with a grin and said to Tofu, "Do I appear to be someone who easily acquiesces?" Initially, I was reluctant, as I was uncertain about this lad's background. In this circle, I am familiar with most of the notable figures, so why would I collaborate with an obscure junior? Tofu immediately shook his head and remarked, "You are mistaken. That lad is formidable." He contemplated for a moment before adding, "In a contest between you two, it is uncertain who would prevail." Tofu's assertion held merit. El Su is indeed known for his cunning and extensive social network, while his skills in combat are comparable to those of the mute. However, should these two confront each other, the mute would likely have the upper hand. For El Su's excessive scheming often leads to overthinking. However, from my brief encounters with the mute, I gleaned some understanding of his character. The mute is proud, relentless, and ruthless, exhibiting a fearlessness that evokes the aura of a killer undeterred by any obstacle. I had once likened him to Chen Ci, yet there are distinctions. Chen Ci views all around him as mere ants, disdainful even of uttering provocative words, whereas the mute, though equally arrogant, remains within the realm of humanity, wielding a sharp tongue capable of provoking others. Upon hearing this, El Su remarked, "I had the same thought at the time, which is why I found it peculiar and asked him why he sought me out." Do you know what he said? He produced a photograph, one from over 20 years ago of Chen Ci, and expressed his desire to uncover that person's whereabouts. I was unable to contain my surprise. Interrupting him, "How could he possess a photograph of Chen Ci?" Tofu slapped me on the head, chiding, "Mind your manners. You should address him as father." Having never referred to my parents in such terms, I found it difficult to utter, feeling quite awkward, especially considering that Chen Ci seemed more like a figure from another realm. The mute possesses a photograph of Chen Ci? What on earth is going on? He sought out El Su to discuss matters, subsequently presenting a photograph of Chen Ci. Could it be that his inquiry into El Su was somehow connected to Chen Ci? Did the mute wish to investigate Chen Ci's whereabouts? Given that he possessed a photograph of Chen Ci, was he truly unaware of Chen Ci's demise? In that moment, both Tofu and I fixed our gaze upon El Su, awaiting his narrative of the ensuing events. The mute's unexpected appearance took El Su by surprise, and the same perplexity that lingered in our minds also resided in his. He scrutinized the photograph before him and remarked, "Investigate this individual? Is this not you?" At that time, he had no knowledge of Chen Xiai. With Chen Xiai's capabilities, had he lived longer, it was likely he would have become a renowned figure. Alas, his life was cut short, leaving El Su with no recollection of him. Thus, when the mute presented his own photograph and uttered such a statement, he was taken aback. The mute coldly stated, "This individual is named Chen Xiai, the son of the Ghost King, Chen Xiyuan." Although he was unfamiliar with Chen Xi's appearance, the name was not lost on El Su, particularly the mention of Chen Xiyuan, which left him profoundly astonished. The son of Chen Xiyuan? Who then was this person before him? Why did he resemble Chen Xiai so closely? Unable to contain himself, El Su exclaimed, "Are you twins?" This conjecture had also simultaneously crossed Tofu's and my mind, yet the temporal discrepancy rendered our immediate realization improbable. Thus, as El Su spoke, he too recognized the implausibility. Even if they were twins, they would now be in their 50s. Who, then, was this individual? The mute had no intention of addressing El Su's query. Instead, he seated himself nonchalantly, lifting his chin and fixing his icy gaze upon El Su, declaring, "Whether or not they are twins is of no concern to you. But this collaboration will benefit you without detriment." El Su narrowed his eyes, deftly shifting the topic to inquire, "What collaboration?" The mute replied, "To engage in this matter. We must first locate him." His gaze shifted to the photograph of Chen Xiai. El Su chuckled, saying, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Surely you are aware that this individual has long since passed?" The mute retorted coldly, "Who has seen his corpse?" El Su was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. Indeed, no one had ever laid eyes upon Chen Xi's remains. Chen Xiyuan had repeatedly asserted that Chen Xiai was dead, and old Zhao claimed to have placed Chen Xi's body in a cave. Yet who had truly witnessed Chen Xi's corpse? El Su's demeanor grew serious as he asked, "What do you mean?" The mute replied coldly, "What I mean is of no concern to you. We each have our own needs. Chen Xiai traversed many places and possesses a map." At that moment, El Su recalled the information relayed by Xiao Jing, which had been mentioned at the time of his grandfather's death. Pondering, could it be that the map referred to by Chen Xiyuan at the time of his death is the very same map in Chen Xi's possession? What connection did this individual have with the Chen family, and how did he possess such knowledge? The matter of the map was one I had not even unraveled myself. Hence, El Su inquired, "How do you intend to locate Chen Xiai?" The mute coldly responded, "This, I believe you should know better than I, for you have collaborated with Chen Xiyuan." El Su raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling as he said, "I apologize. We have indeed collaborated before. But you may not be aware of our customs here in China. Our principle is simple. We each take what we need and do not inquire about origins. Therefore, I truly do not know the whereabouts of his son's corpse." El Su spoke this truthfully. During the operation at the Yashan Treasure Hall, all participants were drawn together by the strings of Master Bai. Apart from Master Bai, who understood each individual's motives, the rest remained oblivious to one another's intentions. After speaking, El Su pondered, how did this individual come to learn about the covert Yashan Treasure Hall operation? He thought of myself and Tofu and speculated whether we were somehow connected to this person who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Xiai. At this point, Tofu interjected, "That is absurd. To him, we are nothing but insignificant, utterly unrelated." El Su chuckled heartily, teasing, "Whether there is a connection is not for you to decide." Subsequently, El Su inquired about the relationship between the mute and myself. Upon hearing our names, the mute displayed a flicker of surprise and uttered a perplexing remark, "I don't know." El Su laughed lightly but pressed on with a pointed question, "Not that you don't know, but that you are unwilling to share, is it not? It appears you are acquainted. He is the son of Chen Xiai, and who could possibly understand Chen Xiai's affairs better than he? Your investigation into Chen Xiai, seeking me instead of him, seems rather peculiar," El Su continued. The mute then made an even stranger statement. "They are unrelated to this operation." El Su retorted, "Then tell me, how did Chen Xiai acquire that map? What benefit does it confer upon you? How do you know he possesses a map?" The mute coldly smirked, responding with derision, "For 2 of your 3 questions, I am under no obligation to answer. However, as for the benefits, you should already be aware." El Su felt a jolt within, his gaze deepening. Indeed, he was well aware. Although he did not comprehend Chen Xiai entirely, He had thoroughly investigated Qin Siyuan through his extensive network, uncovering much of the Elder's life, particularly the fascinating account concerning the curse. Thus, Su understood that the Elder's curse was intricately linked to shamanic sorcery, and it was no ordinary curse. Had it been so, the Elder would have sought out a shaman to lift it rather than descend into the depths himself. From the array of information Su had gathered, he discovered that the Chun family's curse was an ancient and elusive one, its origins shrouded in mystery. The only certainty was its significant connection to the shamanic sorcery he was currently investigating. Now, with this individual mentioning the map, though its exact nature remained unclear, the implications began to weave an inescapable allure, especially when recalling the information relayed by Xiao Jing. Thus, Su addressed the mute. Very well. But I must invite another person. Who might that be? The expression on Su's face revealed his intent. He sought my presence. Tofu exclaimed in astonishment. So you are here to enlist Old Chen for the descent? Goodness, joining you lot on such expeditions has never yielded favorable outcomes. Old Chen, do not be deceived. I am aware of Tofu's concerns, yet with Lu Su's words laid bare, marked by silence, curses, and maps, what more can I do? Even if Lu Su were to decline my company, I feel compelled to go. I inquired, what are your plans? Lu Su replied, I know you do not possess that map, so the first step is to locate the remains of Qin Ci. This should be known only to you. Remains? My heart raced suddenly, and I recalled a certain matter, causing my blood to surge, heat flooding to my head. Chapter 17. The Silk Manuscript. Firstly, I have already investigated my hometown. Although I uncovered a map, it was derived from the relics of Queen Baoxiang, thus not in my grandfather's possession. Therefore, only Qin Ci remains. Imagine, just before his demise, Qin Ci encountered Zhao Eryi, entrusting him with something to pass on to my grandfather, yet this item was misappropriated. During my last meeting with Zhao Eryi, when I sought the object, he mentioned that Qin Ci had given him an ancient silk manuscript containing both text and illustrations, which he could not comprehend. Upon reflection, could it be that the map my grandfather spoke of is that very manuscript? I had always believed that Qin Ci's manuscript was retrieved from the tomb of King Zhuan, but now it seems implausible in terms of timing. If it had been taken from there, my grandfather would have had no knowledge of its existence. I recalled Si Taiping, who, according to his account, had followed Qin Ci to numerous locations, seemingly in search of something elusive. Later, Qin Ci suddenly introduced Si Taiping to a feng shui master. On the surface, it appeared that Qin Ci was moved by Si Taiping's dedication, yet in hindsight, it seems more like Qin Ci had discovered something and wished to evade attention, thus diverting Si Taiping's focus. Could it be that the silk manuscript map was acquired by Qin Ci after sending Si Taiping away? After obtaining that manuscript map, he ventured into the tomb of King Zhuan, only to suffer injuries leading to his demise. From this perspective, the content of that map likely does not pertain to the tomb of King Zhuan. Everything appears intricately connected, yet a striking coincidence arises. Zhao Eryi informed me that the manuscript had gone missing shortly after our return from Heidu, the very map that Zhao Laotu had hoarded for over 20 years. The timing of these events is uncanny. Why did the map vanish just when we needed it? How could the mute possibly know that Qin Ci possessed a map? What significance does that map hold for the mute? What secrets lie hidden within its contents? Where did Qin Ci wander during those years? According to Lu Su's current account, his involvement in the Yashan Baodian operation was primarily for the purpose of the corpse lantern. Yet it ultimately fell into my grandfather's hands, leading to a failure, and Lu Su was compelled to devise alternate plans. Throughout this process, he investigated my grandfather's identity and unearthed the origins of the Chun family's curse, thus embarking on a study of shamanic culture, even going so far as to steal the 8 carp to combat the dragon stone. In the present day, the emergence of the mute has drawn my attention, along with that of Tofu. Without the mute, it seems that Lu Su had no intention of engaging with me further. The mute seeks the remains of Qin Ci, and the death of Qin Ci is an exceedingly clandestine matter. The true location of his burial is likely known only to myself and Master Zhao. Now, they are in search of that map, which naturally brings them to me. However, I can almost ascertain that the vital item entrusted to Master Zhao by Qin Ci, which holds immense significance for our family, has vanished without a trace. I could not help but exhale a sigh, stating, it is too late. Subsequently, I conveyed to Lu Su the matter of the theft of Master Zhao's silk manuscript alongside my own conjectures, recognizing that I had formed my own calculations. Regardless of past events, with Lu Su's extensive network, whatever Master Zhao possesses, whether genuinely lost or feigned, can be uncovered by him. At this moment, numerous questions swirl within my mind. First, how did the mute become acquainted with Chen Xiai? How did he come to know about the map? Second, what secrets lie hidden within the missing manuscript? Third, who is Master Bai? He has been missing for 14 years. Could he be deceased? Why did both he and Zhuan Dong vanish without a trace after emerging from the Yashan Baodian? Is this connected to their dialogue with me? Fourth, what was the intention behind the lamp my grandfather entrusted to me before his passing? He urged me to save someone. Who was that person? Is it to save Chen Xiai with the lamp in my possession? But has not my grandfather already utilized the corpse lamp himself? Fifth, did my grandfather instruct me to seek out Master Bai in accordance with some pact between them? All these queries form a chaotic morass, bringing together strangers like us. This mire is the origin of the curse, and the call of Zhuan Rui's shoulder bell is linked to it, while the mute's purpose remains obscure. Perhaps I must meet him to glean clarity. As for Lu Su, he is here for the so-called he, cultured and refined, yet harboring ambitions. The convergence of our group is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Upon hearing my account of the manuscript theft, Lu Su narrowed his eyes and remarked gently, "Allow me to verify this matter. It would be splendid to recover that manuscript. However, if it cannot be found, the possibilities are numerous, indicating that we harbor an unseen, formidable adversary." With that, the conversation reached a temporary conclusion. The information Lu Su provided was substantial, alleviating many of my doubts, while simultaneously introducing new enigmas. The hour was growing late. He glanced out at the evening sky and said, "My purpose for coming this time was to invite you to join us in the search for Chen Xi's whereabouts. However, circumstances appear to have shifted. I shall first investigate the matter concerning Master Zhao and will contact you thereafter." He then smiled faintly and turned to Tofu, asking, "What do you like to eat? I shall bring something for you next time." Tofu, this time wiser, refrained from embarrassing me and replied, "Don't think a morsel of food can sway me. I will always remember what you did to Wei Nanjing. Hurry and leave. Your presence is tiresome." El Su smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. His demeanor devoid of any sign of anger, resembling a benevolent elder brother as he patted Tofu on the shoulder before departing downstairs. By this time, it was already past midnight, and both Tofu and I were wide awake, sitting on the sofa, exchanging blank stares. Tofu, unable to contain his impatience, soon spoke up, "Lao Chen, what are your plans regarding this matter?" Initially, when old Zhao mentioned the loss of the items, I had no intention of letting it slide. However, I later returned to my hometown to pursue the clues left by my grandfather, which led me to Yamountain's Baodian, causing a delay. Now that El Su is taking the lead, it is indeed fortuitous. Therefore, I must meet with that mute. There is undoubtedly a profound connection between him and the Chen family, and I need to clarify matters face to face. Tofu continued, "But where is that mute now? Damn it, I should have asked El Su for his phone number." Realizing this too late, we had no choice but to wait for El Su to reappear. Zhao Er Ye's Dengfeng building is situated in the northwest of the antique market, while our shop is positioned diagonally in the southeast, a considerable distance apart. Old Zhao seldom visited the shop, resulting in minimal interaction between us. After El Su's departure, 2 whole days passed without any news. Life in the shop continued as usual. Sometimes I would chat with the beautiful Gu, while the 3 of us busied ourselves with our respective tasks, filling our days with a lively atmosphere. On the 3rd afternoon, Tofu and the one-eyed dragon went out to browse the stalls, hoping to unearth some treasures, while I remained in the shop, poring over my grandfather's work notes. Most of the content was familiar to me, save for some ancient texts he had transcribed from elsewhere, which appeared obscure and challenging to decipher. As I immersed myself in my reading, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the shop. "Boss, aren't you going to greet your customers?" In this line of work, one does not necessarily need to greet every customer. There are typically 3 types of patrons browsing an antique shop. The first type merely comes to gawk, lacking any intent to purchase. Such individuals require no greeting, as they will not buy regardless of how one engages them. The second type consists of unsophisticated buyers who wish to acquire antiques to bolster their image. The more attentively one attends to them, the more they suspect being deceived. Thus, they prefer to browse independently before approaching for assistance. The third type is the connoisseur, who, upon spotting an item of interest, merely gestures, and both parties understand perfectly. Upon hearing the voice, I assumed it was merely a curious onlooker. However, when I glanced up, I was surprised to find it was Do Lin. I frowned, wondering why she had come uninvited. Without waiting for an invitation, she plopped down on the chair beside me, looking around inquisitively, and asked, "Where's my cousin?" I replied, "He has gone out." Though I was not particularly fond of her, it would be rude to send her away. She smiled upon hearing this and said, "Thank you for your help last time. My brother's health has improved. Today, I invite you to dinner." I replied, "It was a mere trifling matter, no need for thanks." She appeared slightly displeased, her stubborn nature surfacing as she retorted, "Hey, why are you acting so cold? This young lady is inviting you to dinner, and you respond with such indifference." I closed my notebook, glanced at her, and replied coolly, "Warmth is reserved for those who warrant it." The young girl, proud and haughty, was likely unaccustomed to being treated in such a manner. Her face flushed with indignation, yet my words rang true. There was no connection between Do Lin and myself, and I had no need to squander my time and enthusiasm on her. At that moment, Tofu and the one-eyed dragon ambled over, each holding an ice cream cone. It was entirely normal to indulge in ice cream on a day in October in Shenzhen. Tofu handed one to me and urged, "Quickly, eat it before it melts." Upon spotting Do Lin, he was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Lin, what brings you here?" Do Lin's countenance darkened upon seeing Tofu, and with a stamp of her foot, she departed. Tofu, perplexed, scratched his head and wondered, why did she come? "Is she here to see me?" The one-eyed dragon interjected. "Come on, can't you see? She's here to see the head honcho." Tofu scrutinized me from head to toe, scoffed, and retorted, "Have women today lost their vision? Why does every one of them seem to favor this demeanor, acting as if someone owes them money?" The one-eyed dragon replied, "You don't understand. This trend is all the rage now. It's called the iceberg handsome." At this, Tofu pondered for a moment, then suddenly adopted my frigid demeanor and coldly commanded, "Be quiet. Hand me the account book." The one-eyed dragon chuckled and handed him a book of anatomical sketches. Tofu snapped back, "I meant the account book." The one-eyed dragon teased, "If you want to emulate the head honcho, perhaps you should first lick the ice cream off your lips. Haha. I'm capturing this for Weibo." Tofu immediately lunged for the phone, fuming, "Delete it, or I'll make sure you lose your other eye." The two engaged in playful pursuit, filling the street with our merriment. Chapter 18. The Red Mountain Case. Observing the cheerful antics of Tofu and his companion, I felt like a perpetual worrier. Whenever I found a moment of leisure, my mind would wander. Fortunately, after the affairs concerning the Do family, the past few days had been relatively tranquil. Everything hinged on news from El Su before I could formulate any plans, so I allowed myself to relax and savor these pleasant days. Just as I was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed from outside. "Seeing you all so happy, have you forgotten about me?" My heart leapt at the sound. Lifting my gaze, I was greeted by none other than Wenmin. At her feet lay a small suitcase, and she stood at the door, clad in a silver-gray trench coat, her face beaming with delight, her striking beauty and unique aura captivating. Tofu ceased his playful banter and exclaimed, "Oh, what a grand visit. The honor is ours, the lovely Gu. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet you seem even more radiant. Have you descended from the moon like Chang'e?" Rising to help her with her suitcase, I felt a surge of joy, surprised by her sudden arrival in Shenzhen. Wenmin chuckled at Tofu's jest as she entered the shop. The one-eyed dragon promptly poured tea, and the three of us settled down to reminisce. Previously, Wenmin had taken leave to join us in the underground. Upon returning, she was inundated with work and had only recently found the time to check on Tofu's condition. Tofu, with a mischievous grin, winked at me and remarked, "Gu, you see me as a facade, but you must acknowledge that some people are genuine." Noticing Wenmin's cheeks flush, I swiftly delivered a playful slap to Tofu's head and admonished, "Stop your nonsense. Either drink your tea, be quiet, or go elsewhere." Tofu, visibly displeased, pouted and in a high-pitched voice exclaimed, "No, that's not fair. She is Sister Gu's close friend. There's no need to be so harsh. You're being quite biased." I replied, "If you dare to mimic a woman's antics to irritate me again, I shall have Lu Su perform surgery on you." "Do you believe me?" Tofu, perhaps recalling Lu Su's infamous blade, recoiled slightly and declared, "I am a true man." The three of us shared laughter and idle chatter before returning to the main topic. I inquired, "Aren't you busy with work? Taking another leave?" Gu, the stunning beauty, hesitated, sighed and said, "Busy? How could I not be? I'm not here without reason. I came to see you too and to seek your assistance." Tofu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, you, a high-ranking officer in the capital, need our help? After the dangers we faced together, just let me and Old Chen know what you need, and we'll handle it swiftly." I also looked at her, awaiting her explanation. Wenmin said, "You must have heard of the Hongshan tomb, right?" Tofu blinked, shook his head, and replied, "I haven't heard of it." I interjected, "He doesn't know, but I do. I've read the materials. It's a burial site discovered a few years ago in the Tiger Mountain area, located in a ravine resembling the Valley of Kings. The ravine is filled with tombs, believed to belong to an ancient local tribe, and it holds significant archaeological value. Hence it has been protected." Gu Wenmin nodded, "Yes, that very location. The archaeological community refers to the ravine where the burial site is located as Duck Ravine, resembling a large duck. Due to past conditions, only protective measures were taken without any excavation. However, over the years, the protection has loosened, and just over 10 days ago, we received a notification from the archaeological team. The tomb has been robbed." Tofu immediately interjected, "It wasn't us." Gu, amused yet exasperated, replied, "Of course, I know that." Subsequently, the archaeological team conducted emergency excavations. Guess what they discovered? As she spoke, she pulled out a photograph. Upon seeing it, Tofu gasped, "Isn't that the item we had buried?" Hearing Tofu's words, Gu let out a sigh of relief. "It seems I was right. You indeed recognize it." The photograph displayed a statue of the Pansy Buddha originally gifted to us by Xiao Jing, but I had previously instructed Tofu and the one-eyed dragon to dispose of it. How could it possibly be here? Upon closer inspection, I realized the object in the photograph appeared even older, clearly not the same item. Gu stated, "I inquired about the origin of this object from the archaeological team and found it resembles the Buddha that Xiao Jing gifted you. So I wanted you to identify it first." I remarked, "It indeed looks identical to the one I had before, but what is the significance of recognizing this?" Gu Wenmin replied, "This matter is of great importance. Please listen to my account carefully. It turns out that after the Hongshan tomb was reported stolen, the archaeological team rushed to Duck Ravine for emergency excavations, but the scene was tragic. Most artifacts were shattered or destroyed, and it seemed the tomb raiders were searching for something specific. In the inventory of burial items, which resembled a metallic scroll inscribed with the names of the funerary offerings, the archaeological team unearthed the image of the Pansy Buddha. However, the Buddha itself was conspicuously absent. Tofu suddenly realized so. The individual who excavated that mushroom was doing so for the Buddha? Gu Wenmin nodded, replying, "And it was not just one person, perhaps it was a group, all in pursuit of the malevolent deity. While the items within the tomb remain, the Buddha is missing." This photograph was taken from a rubbing of the tomb's mural. The higher authorities are quite concerned about this matter. I suspect it may be related to Xiao Jing. Tofu countered, "Xiao Jing wouldn't engage in such dealings. It is likely the work of others, merely a coincidence. Besides, the distances involved are far too great." Gu Wenmin's expression darkened as she remarked, "That is precisely why I sought you out. In this circle, you are more well-informed, so please keep an ear out." I noted, "The other party may be wary, and your scope is too broad to yield results." Tofu scratched his head, and suddenly struck by inspiration, he said, "Old Chen, since the illustrious Miss Gu is asking us for assistance for the first time, we must not falter. I have an idea. Consider that Xiao Jing's Buddha was provided by Lin Fati, and Lin Fati's Buddha was acquired through his subordinates. Therefore, those subordinates must possess some connections. We might as well follow those leads to uncover who is distributing such items." Truly, he struck a chord of brilliance. I remarked, "Little Tofu, you have finally proposed a sensible idea. I wholeheartedly endorse it." The three of us promptly deliberated, solidifying our plan, and resolved to take action the following day. Not wishing to further burden Wenmin with concerns, I refrained from mentioning Lu Su's matter. When she inquired about our next steps regarding the curse, I merely replied that we would take it one step at a time. Tofu, perceiving my intent, chose not to press further. That evening, I contacted a former business associate to inquire about Lin Fati's recent circumstances, only to learn that he had gone missing. I responded, "Brother, do not jest with me." The other party replied, "This is common knowledge. His family is nearly frantic with worry, yet he remains untraceable. You have seemingly evaporated from the mortal realm for the past 6 months, shrouded in mystery. What have you been up to?" This individual, surnamed Du, was a previous client with whom I had developed a cordial rapport over drinks. Aware of my financial downfall, he casually inquired, to which I replied, "Just engaging in small businesses, starting anew." "Well then, Thank you, he said. After hanging up, I sensed something amiss. However, the illustrious Miss Gu had already fallen asleep, and I found myself on the sofa, staring at my room's door. Images of her supple form danced in my mind, stirring a restlessness within me. I shook my head vigorously, admonishing myself to refrain from such thoughts. Otherwise, the more I pondered, the more intense the longing would become, making it all the more painful to see yet not possess. Lost in a haze of thoughts, I drifted into slumber. The next day, Miss Gu visited the police station to review Lin Fatty's records, reasoning that a missing person should have prompted a report. By afternoon, she returned, her demeanor grave. I have uncovered some clues. Prior to his disappearance, he had met with a stranger. According to his bodyguard's recollection, the stranger's appearance was unremarkable. Yet he possessed 10 unusually thick and long bracelets, unlike those of ordinary individuals. Tofu immediately interjected. It sounds like a mechanical hand. I nodded and remarked. It seems that Fatty Lin had contact with the treasure hunters before his disappearance. It is indeed perplexing how a wealthy second-generation real estate tycoon could infiltrate such a circle. Tofu interjected. Could it be related to Xiao Jing? Have you forgotten that she is still alive? His words inadvertently exposed me. The astute Gu de Maine raised an eyebrow and inquired, Isn't she supposed to remain in the? How do you know she is still alive? Have you seen her? Chen Xian, it appears you two are concealing something from me. Tofu, realizing his blunder, quickly refuted. What I meant was, her body was never found. And since she can dig, she must be alive. Wenmin was not easily deceived. Her penetrating gaze shifted between Tofu and me, leaning forward and pointing at us. She said, Speak the truth, or I will take you both to the police station. Tofu chuckled, You wouldn't dare. Wenmin replied, I am impartial. I do not favor anyone. Tofu, with a sly glint in his eye, changed the subject. What do you mean by favor? Husband and wife? When did you and Old Chen get married? Gu de Maine, visibly upset, slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Are you two trying to keep secrets from me again? The way you are both acting, do you plan to descend into the? Seeing her agitation, I quickly reassured her, patting her shoulder, We are not going into the. We genuinely have nothing to hide from you. What can I do? The leads have already run dry. Upon hearing this, Wenmin's expression shifted to one of concern. What about the curse? Where there is a will, there is a way. It is futile to worry now. Additionally, I haven't sensed any changes lately. Tofu, what do you think? Tofu nodded vigorously. Yes. Old Chen has been in high spirits lately, quite optimistic. Just the other day, he helped an elderly lady who had fallen. Gu de Maine, skeptical, asked, and then? Before I could intervene, Tofu continued. Then the old lady began to extort us, claiming we hit her. Old Chen glanced at her and asked me, Xiaodou, how much savings do we have left? I replied that our shop had made around 100,000 in half a year. And Old Chen said, That's enough to cover it. I thought to myself, if I don't carefully avoid hitting an old lady, let us get in the car. Hearing this, Gu de Maine's eyes widened in fury. And you call that being optimistic? Even if she is trying to scam you, you cannot respond in such a manner. Chapter 19. Reporting to the police, I hastily defended myself. I was merely trying to frighten her. I would never actually do something like that. Tofu hurriedly added, Yes. We didn't hit anyone. When Old Chen pressed the accelerator, I quickly reached over to hit the brake, and the old lady got up and ran away. I was convinced that this rascal was deliberately opposing me. Had Wenmin not been present, I might have lost my temper and throttled him. Upon hearing this, Wenmin admonished sternly, This is outrageous. What kind of behavior is this? This amounts to attempted murder. There are surveillance cameras on the road. You two are utterly reckless. She then turned to me, saying, The issue of the curse must be resolved. You are becoming increasingly impulsive, a stark contrast to your former self. As I gazed into her concerned eyes, a wave of tenderness washed over me, and I too felt a pang of discomfort. Unable to resist the urge to caress her face gently, Wenmin spoke softly, I know you are avoiding me, and I understand the reason. If you uncover any clues, please share them with me. I wish to assist you. Tofu remarked, The more one values another, the more one fears their suffering. As long as you comprehend Lao Chen's intentions, rest assured, I am watching over you. He cannot dare to act recklessly. I retorted, One more word, and I shall sever your tongue to feed it to a turtle. Tofu recoiled slightly, intimidated, and finally refrained from spilling any secrets. Noticing Wenmin had ceased her inquiries, I hastily shifted the topic, saying, Lin Fatty's dealings with the mechanized hand suggest a connection to our line of work. I suspect the Hongshan case is likely related to him. Wenmin, does that mechanized hand possess any other distinguishing features? If it's merely those 10 fingers, then most mechanized hands resemble each other, making them difficult to locate. Wenmin pondered for a moment before replying. The bodyguard also mentioned he vaguely heard the name of someone surnamed Feng. Tofu and I exclaimed in unison, Feng Gue Shou. Gu Wenmin nodded and said, I had the same thought, but I am not well acquainted with your circle, so I sought your confirmation. Tofu interjected, what confirmation is needed? It is likely Feng Gue Shou. It's been over 6 months since we last saw him. How did he get entangled with Lin Fatty? Ever since we parted ways in Fengtu village, Xiangxi, we have not been in contact. Time has flown by, and the memories remain vivid. Our group descended into the pit. Yet only Wei Nanjing and 2 others perished within it, which is truly lamentable. Although Wei Nanjing was one of Zhao Laoda's men, he was indeed a stalwart. He fell victim to El Su's treachery. While one cannot say the pit was unjust, it is certainly a pity. Now, what has brought Feng Gue Shou back into the fold? Having identified a lead, I promptly called Zhuan Rui. Our relationship was neither cold nor warm, more akin to a typical cooperative alliance. Given Wenmin's presence, I refrained from divulging details about El Su, merely requesting him to look into Feng Gue Shou's contact information. Shortly thereafter, he provided me with a phone number, claiming it was the latest, urging me to give it a try. In this profession, changing phone numbers is as casual as a game. One typically possesses several phones for different goods, different clients, each requiring a separate number, complicating communication. Tofu and Wenmin watched my actions with bated breath as I dialed the number. A languid and impatient voice greeted me, somewhat intermittent, suggesting poor signal quality. Who is this? I recognized it instantly. Who else could it be but Feng Gue Shou? I introduced myself. It's me, Chen Xian. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by rustling sounds. Soon, Feng Gue Shou's voice became much clearer, likely having moved to a location with better reception. He then asked, Oh, it's you. What's up? Concerned about alarming him, I replied, Yes, there is something. Where are you now? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Let us discuss it in person. He hesitated for a moment before responding. All right. I'll come over tomorrow. By the way, how's your little shadow been lately? I found myself perplexed, pondering why he inquired about Tofu. I am the sort of person who accepts the schemes of others without resistance. Yet I remain vigilant when someone persistently plots against those close to me. Thus, I replied, He is quite all right. Why do you ask? Feng Gue Shou chuckled softly and remarked, I've heard about your affairs. That lad possesses such a lack of quality. Yet he still breathes. It seems you are shielding him well. I responded, He is my brother. Naturally, I look after him. With an enigmatic smile, Feng Gue Shou offered a piece of advice. Heed my counsel. Do not take him under your wing again, or else it will either be he who drags you down, or you who leads him to his demise. He does not belong in this realm. A weight settled heavily in my heart, prompting me to change the subject. Come by tomorrow. I shall send you the address shortly. Your esteemed presence is awaited. After ending the call, clarity began to emerge from the chaos. It was still early for dinner, and Wenmin was browsing in the shop. She was responsible for the investigation of antiquities, often engaging with antiques. And her discerning eye was exceptional. For the average person, examining antiques may seem dull, as few would spend hours scrutinizing a mere broken vase. Yet, as the saying goes, professionals see the subtleties, while amateurs revel in the spectacle. An expert observes an item, assessing its age, material, craftsmanship, shape, culture, and history, discerning its origin, value, and authenticity, leading to significant revelations. I sat on a chair, watching the profile of Gu Wenmin as she patiently handled a high-quality imitation of a Northern Song Dynasty Celadon square-mouthed vase. I had made the mistake of purchasing this counterfeit, believing it to be genuine, which served as a lesson. She appeared to be troubled, occasionally furrowing her brow and contemplating deeply, her beautiful silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun. My gaze shifted to Tofu, who was engrossed in his laptop, desperately refreshing his knowledge of the history of porcelain. After a moment of silence, I interrupted him, inquiring, How long has it been since you last drew? Tofu complained, I simply lack the time. I certainly do not wish to spend over 100,000 on a counterfeit. He alluded to the aforementioned Celadon vase. I asked, Do you think our current lives are better than those we once led? Tofu lifted his head, momentarily taken aback, reminiscing before he replied, In truth, we now have no worries for food and drink, with homes and cars. I feel quite content. However, the pressure is immense. In the past, my only concern was rent, and I spent each day engaged in what I loved. That felt quite fulfilling. There is an old saying, with gain comes loss, right? Hey, Lao Chun, this is strange. You usually come off as cold, as if the world owes you money. Why the sudden emotional turn, discussing life with me? I must admit, Feng Guisho's earlier words had a profound impact on me. As events have unfolded, my life has diverged onto an entirely different path. The future I face is intertwined with figures like El Su and Zhuan Rui, where our interactions are solely driven by self-interest. I can confront the shadows of this underground world, but how long can Tofu remain by my side? No banquet lasts forever. A heaviness settled within me. Most may perceive it as insignificant, for he is but a brother, not a spouse. Yet for me, it represents a chilling demarcation, a boundary that separates my 14 years of tumultuous ventures. Throughout this journey, Tofu has been my sole companion. We have supported one another, shared laughter, and vented frustrations, never once absent from each other's side. Behind the dividing line, this person may well be destined to part ways with me. It is the weight of time that brings such heaviness. What lies ahead is an uncertain and perilous future. What should I do? Similar sentiments have been expressed by Zhuan Rui, and I have pondered them myself. Yet no one has articulated it as bluntly as Feng Guisho. Do not involve him any further, for if you do, either he will drag you down, or you shall bring about his demise. He is ill-suited for this circle. The following day, we arranged to meet at a tavern outside the antique market, where Feng Guisho arrived as promised, appearing invigorated, contrary to what one might expect after a long journey. I deduced that his previous location must have been relatively close to Shenzhen, perhaps even within the city itself. At the table, it was only myself and Tofu. Wenmin had been assigned to attend to other matters. After an inconsequential exchange of pleasantries, we indulged in a few drinks and bites before steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. Feng Guisho inquired, "Speak plainly, what brings you to me?" I replied, "I shall not beat around the bush. You are acquainted with Lin Jiao, correct?" Lin Jiao, the real name of Lin Pengzi. I keenly observed a momentary contraction of Feng Guisho's pupils, though his expression remained inscrutable as he responded, "Not familiar. What of him?" Tofu interjected, "Enough with the pretense. It is rather tiresome. We are all acquaintances here. Just tell us. It is of great importance. We have gathered intel that this Lin Jiao was seen with you before his disappearance. There is a witness." Though Feng Guisho's eyes, though not large, sparkled with keen awareness, he retorted, "Witness? What witness?" Tofu continued, "To prevent you from silencing any potential witnesses, I shall refrain from disclosing that information." I chimed in, "Come now, Feng, we urgently seek this Lin fellow. You cannot feign ignorance, especially considering this lavish spread before us. It cost over 600 for the hairy crabs, and I am willing to let you indulge." Feng Guisho replied, "Then enjoy them yourself." He abruptly rose, stating, "I shall take my leave." Just as he reached for the door, it was forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. 3 police officers brandishing firearms entered, directing their weapons at Feng Guisho, whom I did not recognize. Subsequently, Wenmin, dressed in civilian attire, entered and greeted, "Hello, we meet again." Feng Guisho glanced at the officers and then at us, his astonishment evident, his expression suggesting he would like nothing more than to eliminate me. "You dared to call the police?" he exclaimed. "In this line of work, everyone is a criminal, even when wronged. One cannot seek the authorities. It is a world of black eating black, and my expertise is likely beyond anyone's imagination. Lower your weapon and raise your hands. We suspect you of involvement in the illicit trafficking of cultural relics. You will accompany us," the lead officer declared, and the other 2 officers swiftly subdued Feng Guisho, with a weapon pointed at him. He had no means to resist, and was easily handcuffed before being escorted down the stairs. Chapter 20. Interrogation. Tofu and I remained in place, watching as Feng Guisho was taken away by the police. This was a strategy devised by the 3 of us. Should Feng Guisho refuse to cooperate, this would be the only recourse. Thus, it was akin to a significant achievement for the beautiful Gu. At this moment, Wenmin, still in plain clothes, addressed the nearby male officer, who had paid us no mind, saying, "Junior sister, I have brought the person back." With a smile, Gu nodded and expressed her gratitude to him. Once the officer departed, Tofu let out a hissing sound and said, "Shimmy?" The peculiar tone of his voice immediately reminded me of Ling Hu Chong and his little apprentice. Gu Menu chuckled softly and replied, "What are you thinking?" This is my senior from the police academy, currently working in Shenzhen. I'm seeking his assistance this time. I remarked, now that the person is apprehended. The next steps are up to you. Wenmin gently assured, don't worry, the interrogation is in my hands. Let's not rush. We should let him stew for a couple of days to diminish his bravado. Upon hearing this, Tofu expressed, you clearly have experience. However, once Feng Gui's show is behind bars, he becomes insignificant. I interjected, what is there to feel uneasy about? For those who delve into the underworld, incarceration is not unjust. It ultimately depends on whether he is willing to cooperate. In the ensuing 2 days, as Wenmin suggested, we refrained from attending to Feng Gui's show, opting to let him languish in confinement. Moreover, Mei took measures to prevent Feng from contacting the outside world, ensuring that no one was aware of his detention. It was said that Feng was furious, cursing me and Tofu's ancestors. During these 2 days, there was no news from LV Su, and with leisure time on our hands, we entrusted the shop to the one-eyed dragon while Tofu and I explored Shenzhen's attractions with Mei. On the 3rd day, Wenmin declared that the time was ripe and made a phone call to her senior before heading to the police station. Tofu and I remained at the shop, sipping tea and idly chatting, as time swiftly passed into the afternoon. October in Shenzhen remained quite warm, and when Wenmin returned, a light sheen of sweat adorned her forehead. After taking a sip of water, she announced, he confessed. Tofu hissed in disbelief, so cooperative? Wenmin smiled and clarified. Of course, he was not cooperative. However, we possess our own unique interrogation methods, which often lead to slip-ups. By pressing on those inconsistencies, we naturally uncover clues. Pausing for effect, her expression turned serious as she inquired, do you know for whom he was working? Tofu pressed, Mei knew, don't keep us in suspense. Who is it? Zhao Yi, she softly revealed. Tofu hissed again, glancing at me with astonishment, Zhao Yi? Previously, when we were involved in the underworld, Feng worked under Zhao Yi. Could this be another collaboration with the old man? Wenmin shook her head. No, he doesn't know much. She then recounted the information gleaned from Feng Gui's show during the interrogation. Initially, Feng denied all allegations, but the police employed various special techniques, each effectively ensnaring individuals in their inquiries, leading them to inadvertently reveal truths. Feng, however, was exceptionally vigilant and psychologically resilient. It took an entire afternoon of questioning before he finally faltered, ultimately cursing me while confessing the truth. It turned out he was merely a messenger. 3 months prior, he had received a task from Zhao Yi, beginning to work for the old man, also in the underworld. He had already completed 3 jobs, each involving a special item alongside the usual artifacts, namely, a variant of the malevolent Buddha. Previously mentioned, Pan-Zfo Ta is merely a variant of a deity, while the elusive Zhaolao has been sought after by many, encompassing not only Pan-Zfo Ta but all matters related to it. Upon successful completion of the task, the division of spoils was substantial, with the treasure seekers claiming 70% and Zhaolao taking merely 30%. Thus, the undertaking was monumental. However, among the 3 mushrooms excavated by Feng Gui's show, the Hongshan tomb was notably absent. According to Feng Gui's show's own account, Zhaolao had enlisted numerous teams for this endeavor, suggesting that the Hongshan tomb was likely the work of other groups. Wenmin inquired about the whereabouts of the goods. Feng Gui's show replied that they were currently being stored in a cold facility, and he was uncertain about the status of Zhaolao's items, as those variant deities were in Zhaolao's possession. Tofu remarked, in that case, let's hasten to raid Zhaolao's residence. However, Wenmin shook her head, expressing a sense of helplessness. To be frank, we have already stirred the snake from the grass. I am familiar with Zhaolao's background. Alas, in this line of work, there is an abundance of money, and he has arranged everything meticulously. He has bought himself a powerful ally, making him untouchable. Furthermore, it is likely that Feng Gui's show will soon be dealt with, and I cannot prevent it. We are in deep trouble. I was secretly astonished, although I was aware of Zhaolao's significant influence in Shenzhen. I had not anticipated it to be so formidable, especially with a backing that even Wenmin deemed insurmountable. Once the matter of Feng Gui's show's potential arrest became known, Zhaolao would undoubtedly move to eliminate any incriminating evidence, and by then, it would be too late. Moreover, given Feng Gui's show's temperament, one could hardly expect him to let the matter rest peacefully upon his release. I said, we must act swiftly and devise a plan. Tofu cursed, this Zhaolao is truly sinister. not only engaging in mysterious cultural research, but now involving these malevolent deities. Hey, Lao Chen, do you think his activities are connected to that research institute? Tofu's words inadvertently revealed too much. Wenmin raised an eyebrow and pressed, "What research institute?" Her piercing gaze flitted between Tofu and me, her demeanor growing increasingly serious. We exchanged glances, both feeling as though we had become criminals in her presence. Thus, having a police officer as a girlfriend can indeed be quite pressure-laden. I silently chastised Tofu for his loose tongue, pondering how to navigate this predicament when Wenmin shifted her attention back to Tofu, saying, "Little Do, speak honestly. What has transpired?" Tofu, unaccustomed to lying, stammered, "Well, it's really nothing much. We just heard about that research institute. Actually, he kept signaling me to intervene." My frustration reached a boiling point. I thought, what good is signaling me now? With your hesitant demeanor, anyone could see you were lying. Alas, I realized that I could no longer conceal the truth. Reluctantly, I divulged the matter concerning El Su to Wenmin. Upon hearing the full account, she was incensed, exclaiming, "Chen Xian, what do you take me for? You didn't inform me of such a significant issue." I could only force a wry smile, replying, "The situation is growing increasingly complex. I fear for your involvement. If anything were to happen, I would never find peace." Wenmin fell silent for a moment and asked, "In your heart, who am I to you?" I gazed at her exquisite features, paused briefly, and replied, "You are the most significant woman in my life thus far." Tofu interjected immediately, "Then the most important man must be me." I was left both amused and exasperated by Tofu's comment, retorting, "You have no place here. It's all you're doing. Hurry back to where you came from. The most important man in my life is my grandfather." Tofu, feeling aggrieved, said, "Then I am second." I affirmed, "Indeed, you are second." With Tofu's diversion, the atmosphere lightened. I turned to Wenmin and said, "It is precisely because I worry about your safety that I do not wish for you to be involved." Wenmin replied, "You know my character. Now that I am aware of this matter, you cannot treat me as an outsider." I responded, "You are not an outsider. You are my family." She scoffed. Her cheeks slightly flushed and said, "Who is your family? Let me tell you, if you dare to hide things from me again, I will not see you anymore." Her final words were spoken with a serious tone, her dark eyes fixed on mine, revealing her sincerity and concern. My heart warmed, and I felt an urge to caress her face, only to suddenly remember Tofu was still nearby. I turned to find him staring intently, as if he were observing a spectacle, utterly lacking in discernment. At such a moment, a true brother would discreetly withdraw, allowing us space. Yet this fellow blurted out a statement that nearly made me explode with frustration. "It's 7 o'clock. Time to eat. I'm hungry. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. You'll surely overindulge." During dinner, the three of us deliberated meticulously on our forthcoming strategies. I had already formulated a plan and asserted, "We must act swiftly, resolving this matter before any news reaches Zhao Eryi. Wenmin, although you sought assistance from me and Tofu for this case, my connection to Zhao is substantial, thus we must proceed. I suspect those sinister monks are involved in some research. Lin Fatty's sudden disappearance likely relates to this as well. We should delve deep into the tiger's den." Tofu gasped, "Are you suggesting we go to the research institute in Huizhou?" I nodded and explained, "Though Zhao has backing. Remember that this case is under the jurisdiction of the Beijing police. His support is based in Shenzhen, which does not extend to him there. However, once the case escalates to the capital, his allies will hesitate to intervene. Moreover, this presents an opportunity for us to outmaneuver Zhao, should he fall. The matter of the Silk Book will be resolved. Whether it was truly lost or merely feigned will become apparent." Chapter 21. The outpost Guda Main nodded in agreement, stating, "Chen Xian's analysis is quite astute. We must obtain ample evidence." Tofu queried, "Does this count as underhanded dealings?" I pondered for a moment and replied with a wry smile, "Strictly speaking, we are traitors colluding with the police for black-on-black dealings." Tofu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Then how will we navigate the circles moving forward?" I delivered a swift kick to him and exclaimed, "Fool. This is precisely why it is called a covert operation. We must infiltrate the research institute to gather intelligence. Do you believe we can simply roll in with a police car, blaring our presence?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tofu nodded and remarked, "We must not delay. If we tarry, old Zhao will catch wind of our plans." Without hesitation, Wenmin placed a call to his senior on the other end, requesting access to the police system to investigate old Zhao's properties in Huizhou. Although night had fallen, the counterpart happened to be on the night shift, and employing the relevant systems, they swiftly retrieved the pertinent information regarding Old Zhao's holdings in Huizhou. We acquired the address of the research institute, nestled within the mountainous region at the junction of Shenzhen and Huizhou. Access was limited to a single national road, and the sparse residences scattered throughout the mountains were few and far between. The land previously acquired by Old Zhao had belonged to a destitute family of the Wang surname, situated in a remote locale devoid of roads, lacking even a dirt track suitable for vehicles. To reach that place, we would have to drive ourselves, first taking the national road, then parking at the nearest lot, and subsequently walking approximately 3,000 meters along the national road. From that vantage point, we would catch a glimpse of a faint white structure hidden amidst the mountain forests. This was the location of the research institute. The journey would necessitate traversing the national road and crossing a mountain ravine, ultimately requiring a full day's travel. After deliberating our itinerary and finishing our meal, we organized our necessary gear that evening. The three of us took our respective rest, conserving our strength for the journey ahead. Before our departure, I made some arrangements, advising the one-eyed dragon to inform El Su that if he sought me, he should be made to wait for 2 days. Should the three of us not return by then, it would indicate trouble, and they could come to our aid. With those instructions given, we set off in my dilapidated vehicle, which had yet to be repaired after having struck a zongzi, heading towards Huizhou. The journey was not long, and since we rose at dawn, the roads were clear, allowing us to reach our destination in just 2 hours. After parking the car, we donned our backpacks and set off on foot, likely appearing to passers-by as adventurous hikers. Walking over 3,000 meters along the national road, we finally spotted our objective, though, to be precise, we merely glimpsed a hint of color, as it was still perched atop the opposite mountain, the distance between us considerable. Tofu produced binoculars, but even with them, we could only make out the dense forest and a few white structures emerging from within. The specific layout of the research institute remained obscured. Despite the absence of a dirt path, a narrow mountain trail existed, formed by the footsteps of the original residents of the area. Steep and treacherous, it was overgrown with thorns. Just as we were about to descend that perilous path, a voice suddenly emerged from behind us. That path is quite steep. What is your purpose in venturing in there? Startled, I turned to find a young man, clad in hiking boots and carrying a backpack, who was riding a mountain bike. Tofu was the first to respond. Where did you spring from? The young man gestured towards a triangular bend across the national road, stating, I was resting over there, which is why you did not see me. That place is indeed suitable for seeking respite, and it conveniently lies within our blind spot. Just as Tofu intended to speak with him, I delivered a swift kick to the man's vehicle, toppling both him and his car to the ground. Seizing the opportunity before he could regain his footing, I deftly twisted his arms behind his back. Gu Daibody exclaimed in astonishment, Chen Xian, what are you doing? I could not afford the luxury of explanation and commanded Tofu, quick, search him and retrieve any mobile devices he possesses. The young man, pinned beneath me, initially cried out for help, claiming robbery. However, upon hearing my directive to Tofu, he summoned all his strength in a futile attempt to overpower me. Unfortunately for him, I had already subdued him, rendering his struggles ineffective. Though Tofu did not fully grasp my actions, he was generally obedient to my commands, exhibiting a clueless demeanor. Nevertheless, he promptly approached to conduct the search. As he rummaged through the young man's belongings, Tofu exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Upon glancing at the object, I silently affirmed my suspicions. Wenmin also recognized it, exclaiming, A miniature remote intercom. This device is quite expensive and difficult to acquire. What ordinary person would possess such a thing? She instantly realized that the young man's identity was suspicious. In that moment, both her and Tofu's gazes converged upon the individual I was restraining. Tofu blinked and inquired, Old Chun, how did you discern that this fellow was problematic? I replied, First, his appearance is too coincidental. Second, the presence of guards aligns with Old Zhao's cautious nature. Third, it is better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip. Tofu examined the miniature remote intercom in his hand, lowering his voice as he said, So this fellow is the first guard placed outside the Research Institute's perimeter? Does that mean we have already been exposed? Gu Daibody promptly seized the intercom, inspected the channel buttons, and sighed in relief, stating, Fortunately, Chen Xian reacted swiftly. He hasn't had the chance to send a signal yet. At that moment, the young man, listening to our conversation, ceased his struggles. His previously ordinary gaze transformed into one of venomous malice as he demanded, "Who are you?" I scoffed, responding, "Do you still possess the right to question me?" The man remained silent, prompting Tofu to express his concern. It seems that outsiders find it difficult to breach this place. Even if they do, they are under constant surveillance. We are at great risk of exposure. What shall we do with this individual? I gestured for Tofu to retrieve some rope, and the three of us proceeded to bind the man. I then addressed him. You should have deduced that we are en route to the research institute. You are well aware of whether there are any sentries along the way. I then exchanged a glance with Wenmin. The astute devoid slowly drew her service weapon, aiming it at the young man's forehead, while producing her identification with her other hand. Her typically gentle demeanor was replaced by an expression of sternness and coldness as she articulated, "We are police officers. Please cooperate with our investigation. Should you resist, attempt to flee, assault us, or alert others during this process, I am authorized to use lethal force in self-defense against your criminal escape." The young man, upon gazing at the service weapon, felt his resolve wane, and after a prolonged silence, he asked, "How should I cooperate? Will I still end up in prison afterward?" The beautiful Gu was exceptionally dedicated, exhibiting the professional demeanor required when confronting criminals. She coldly stated, "This depends on your performance. You shall lead the way now. And remember to avoid all sentries." The man swallowed hard and replied, "Let me say one more thing. Although I am unaware of your intentions, I must inform you that the three of you will not achieve anything if you wish to enter the research institute. It would be better for you to release me, and I shall pretend this never occurred. Rest assured, I will not inform anyone." Tofu kicked him lightly and retorted, "You must be dreaming if you think I would believe you. I've come to understand that those who dig for mushrooms always speak 9 lies out of 10. Just obediently lead the way. Whether we succeed or not is not your concern. We are all armed, and if you dare to play tricks and summon those hidden sentries, we can dispose of you immediately. Do you believe it?" The man, infuriated but knowing he could not resist, deflated like a punctured balloon and said, "This lady is a police officer. I believe her. However, you two clearly belong to the same profession." Tofu, intrigued, asked, "How did you discern that?" The man leaned forward and sniffed Tofu intently, saying, "Because I am of the scent family, and I can detect the foul odor clinging to you." Tofu was incensed and retorted, "You are the foul one. I am surrounded by fragrance every day. Perhaps your nose is playing tricks on you." This statement held some truth, as there is a tradition of burning incense in antique shops, believed to connect with the divine and ward off negativity. Superstitious buyers often adhere to this practice, associating the absence of incense with misfortune. Hence, incense is burned during the day, permeating the garments with its scent. After Tofu spoke, the young man remarked, "I certainly detected it. It is the aroma of sandalwood. However, beneath that, there is a stench, reminiscent of decay." Tofu was momentarily rendered speechless, glancing between me and the young man. The man sniffed again and continued, "The scent on you is faint, but his is quite strong. He must have been involved in something macabre within the last fortnight." I was taken aback, having encountered many from the scent family, including Zhuan Rui and the formidable scent master from Panjiayuan. The principles of observation, inquiry, and deduction are fundamental to those in this field. Thus, those who delve into the underground world possess a keen sense of smell, but to be truly skilled is remarkable. This young man, despite his youth, displayed exceptional olfactory talent. Surely a disciple of a renowned master. Who could he be? My curiosity piqued. I inquired, "What is your name?" He replied, "I am merely a novice. A gatekeeper without a name." Tofu, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Hey, don't try to play coy with me. Do you believe I won't knock you out?" Chapter 22. Boiled chicken. Noticing the man's blatant defiance, I coldly chuckled and said, "It matters not what your identity is. Just follow orders and lead the way." The man seemed unprepared for my sudden shift in conversation, momentarily bewildered. Taking advantage of his distraction, Tofu delivered a swift kick, pulling the rope to compel him to lead us. We did not inquire about his name, but Tofu's penchant for nicknaming emerged, and upon observing the man's fair complexion, he cruelly dubbed him Boiled Chicken. We three pressed forward with the white-cooked chicken leading the way, traversing a perilous path alongside the national highway, preparing to cross the ravine and reach the mountains on the opposite side. Throughout the journey, I remained vigilant towards the white-cooked chicken, fearing he might resort to desperate measures or play tricks on us. However, apart from his initial bravado, he was surprisingly compliant thereafter. At first, I assumed he was intimidated by Gu Wenmin's forceful demeanor, yet I soon realized he exhibited no fear towards us. Along the way, Tofu continuously provoked him, leaving the white-cooked chicken flustered, yet he merely grinned and said to Tofu, "Enjoy your laughter while you can. There will come a time when you'll regret it." Tofu retorted, "Hey, you lack discernment. Do you not understand whose hands you are in? Who is the real boss here? Make no mistake, I could slap you right now." Seeing the white-cooked chicken smirk, Tofu's anger flared as he scanned his surroundings, suddenly grinning and extracting something from the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a dark, round pill bug. Tofu, who typically feared such creatures, mustered the courage to grasp it in his hand, chuckling as he brought it close to the white-cooked chicken's mouth, saying, "Guess what I'm about to do next?" The smile on the white-cooked chicken's face faltered, and he dared not speak. Even a fool could decipher the implication of the bug swaying near his lips. One wrong move, and it would be stuffed into his mouth. Tofu, noticing the white-cooked chicken's silence, chuckled, "You've misunderstood my intentions. I would never subject you to eating a bug. That would be too vile." The white-cooked chicken nodded vigorously, acknowledging its repulsiveness. Tofu's eyes gleamed mischievously as he continued, "Instead, I could place it in your trousers, as these bugs prefer warm places, and they love to burrow into holes." Both Gu, the beautiful lady, and I turned pale at this suggestion, feeling an involuntary tightening in our cores, nearly stumbling in shock. The white-cooked chicken's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a pleading glance at me. I recognized Tofu's unreliability, but I had not anticipated that. Even under the threat of a gun, the white-cooked chicken would remain unyielding, ultimately finding humor in Tofu's grotesque method of intimidation. Just as Tofu seemed poised to unbuckle the white-cooked chicken's pants, Gu, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Enough of this nonsense. Toss that thing away." Tofu laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of the white-cooked chicken's pale face, and declared, "I am merely teaching you how to be a subordinate. I have ample experience in this matter." "Do you still dare to retort?" The white-cooked chicken shook his head. Tofu inquired, "Will you obediently lead us now?" The white-cooked chicken nodded. The remainder of our journey proceeded smoothly, though climbing the mountains and crossing the ravines required significant physical effort. Fortunately, these mountains were situated close to the city, devoid of any ferocious beasts, ensuring our safety. It was not until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that we finally reached the ridge. The white-cooked chicken cooperated splendidly, guiding us past all sentry posts without detection. At last, the enigmatic research facility came into view before us. At that moment, we found ourselves on a high ground to the left of the research institute, concealed by dense weeds and foliage, providing us with a secure vantage point to observe the entire structure of the research facility through binoculars. The exterior presents as an aging white villa, its design somewhat antiquated, enveloped by creeping vines, giving the impression of abandonment. Yet, sporadically, individuals can be seen entering and exiting. Some appear cultured and refined, while others exude a more menacing aura, creating a complex mix of characters. After observing for a while, Gu Wenmin remarked, "There are quite a number of people." She then turned to the bound figure known as by Zhongzi and inquired, "How many people are there in this research institute, and what activities do they primarily engage in?" To my surprise, Bai Zhongzi responded with remarkable cooperation. However, upon hearing his reply, the reason for his compliance became clear. He stated, "There are over 100 personnel, with 20 veterans responsible for security, armed with firearms. The upper level appears as a disguised villa, while below lies a basement equipped with an infrared alarm system and fingerprint authentication. The institute serves as a hub, with a surveillance radius of 500 meters, all monitored by miniature cameras. You 3 may attempt to breach it." Upon hearing this, a jolt of apprehension coursed through me, and Gu, the striking beauty, paled further, exclaiming, "They actually dare to possess firearms illegally." Suddenly, Tofu interjected, 500 meters. Wait, how far are we from there?" Bai Zhongzi replied coldly, "About 300 meters. At that moment, I distinctly heard the sound of shuffling footsteps surrounding us, followed closely by the approach of over a dozen dark silhouettes clad in uniform black attire, sunglasses shielding their eyes, armed not with police pistols, but rather with submachine guns. I heard Gu draw a sharp breath beside me, and she instinctively moved closer, her voice trembling with fear as she said, "It's over." At this juncture, our escape route behind us was obstructed, while ahead loomed a steep incline. The only means of escape lay in tumbling down the slope, but its direction faced the villa, rendering such an act futile. Our entrapment was complete. One handgun against 10 submachine guns made the disparity painfully evident. Tofu, gripped by fear, cowered behind me and asked, "What should we do?" I replied, "What do you think?" Tofu suggested, "Perhaps we should surrender." I remarked, "In this situation, what else can we do but capitulate?" Then, among our captors, a man with a scarred face stepped forward, his demeanor cold and resolute. "Drop your weapons, or you will be executed on the spot. On the count of 3, 1, 2. His ruthless decisiveness unmistakably indicated a military background. Zhangji had not spoken falsely. We had indeed fallen into his trap. Gu, succumbing to the circumstances, tossed her weapon aside and declared, "We surrender." The group swiftly closed in, subduing us. Any form of resistance was futile in the face of such overwhelming power. Zhangji then stood, nodding toward the scarred man, commanding, "Release them." As the man complied, he remarked, "Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the fright." "Mr. Zhao?" Tofu, not entirely dim-witted, exclaimed in astonishment, "You possess the ability of perception and share the surname Zhao. What is your relation to the old man Zhao?" Zhangji grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and ominously replied, "The old man Zhao you speak of is my father." Tofu's expression shifted to one of impending tears, and he turned to me, lamenting, "This mission's failure cannot be blamed on us. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon fate, for it seems to toy with us." In an instant, we were forcefully ushered into the villa, furnished in a stark and somber manner. Moments later, the three of us were taken into a dimly lit room. The scarred man moved a chair to the center, and the white chicken sat upon it, crossing his legs and remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, another henchman returned, clutching a dark, writhing object in his hand, and bowed his head, saying, "Mr. Zhao, I have brought it." The white chicken nodded slightly, his gaze suddenly fixed upon Tofu, and he articulated deliberately, "Strip him of his trousers." Tofu, fixated on the wriggling creature in the man's hand, was fortunate that his legs were unbound. He retreated while shouting, "In a society governed by law, I refuse to endure extrajudicial punishment. Do not strip me. I am still a virgin." In a moment of desperation, he charged forward, colliding with the burly man, causing him to stumble and drop the creature. Tofu scrambled behind me, and soon the three of us found ourselves backed into a corner. I remarked, "I did not anticipate that old Zhao had a son like you. Today, falling into your hands is a consequence of my own oversight, yet I must insist that you spare the women and me." Suddenly at a loss for words, I recalled the common phrase from television, which implores one not to trouble women and children. How should I continue? After a pause, I added, "Do not trouble women and the intellectually challenged." Tofu timidly inquired, "Who do you mean by the intellectually challenged?" "Take a guess. Is it me?" "Correct." The white chicken scoffed, saying, "Do not attempt to play tricks with me. I may spare women, but other matters will be addressed once I have dealt with my grievances with this lad." As he spoke, another henchman approached, flanking the previous one on either side, preparing to drag the now curled-up Tofu away. Tofu stammered, Old Chen, as the saying goes, one should go to great lengths for a brother. How about you take my place?" I was aware that Tofu's fate was sealed today. With a sigh, I responded, "I would not bat an eyelid to take a knife for you, but this reckless notion is of your own devising. I cannot save you. However, rest assured, there is no air within human intestines. Once that creature enters, it will soon suffocate and will not gnaw through your insides." Tofu asked, "Is that true?" "Indeed." "All right, actually, it is false." In the blink of an eye, the ball of Tofu was twisted away, and he succumbed to despair, lying on the ground in a posture of surrender, murmuring, "What joy is there in life, and what fear in death? Even doctors perform examinations with their fingers. Fear not, just consider it an examination." The white chicken was momentarily taken aback, kicking Tofu and admonishing, "Are you not a man?" No crying aloud. Tofu replied, "I was meant to be a girl, but my mother consumed too many cucumbers while pregnant with me, resulting in an extra appendage." Upon hearing this, I noticed a straight-backed man could not contain his laughter. The white chicken glared at him, then seemed to exhale in resignation, stating, "Very well, seeing your remorse, I shall spare you for now. Speak. What brings the three of you here? Answer quickly. Those who fail to respond must consume a worm." Tofu muttered, "Not only must we confess, but if we delay, we must also eat worms." Goodness, this is even more twisted than Chen. Chapter 23. The messenger strikes. Although Zhangji expressed himself in such a manner, none of the three of us dared to respond. I surveyed the room, pondering silently. With so many people and weapons present, and the three of us captured, what could we possibly do? Noticing our silence, he sneered and remarked, I am not one to resort to violence. So what is it? Do you intend to resist stubbornly? At that moment, Wenmin remained relatively composed. After all, as an officer, her psychological resilience was formidable. She stated, whether we speak or remain silent, the outcome will be the same. Mr. Zhao, before our arrival, we had already prepared for this. Your research institute has been compromised. If you cooperate with the police now, I can assure you of leniency. Of course, you may choose to act against us, but be prepared to face the consequences of opposing the police. I internally sighed. Despite Wenmin's strong composure, she underestimated the audacity of these rogues. Even with her words, it was unlikely they would show mercy. Desperate individuals could act irrationally. Sure enough, as soon as Wenmin finished speaking, Zongzi grinned, revealing his white teeth, and coldly said, the police? I could kill you all right now, leaving no evidence behind. Who would know of my involvement? Threatening me with this? I don't usually use coarse language with women, but I believe you might benefit from a couple more years at the police academy. Wenmin, of distinguished background and capable in her own right, was typically imposing in the precinct. Having never encountered such provocation, her face flushed with anger, her dark eyes seemed to blaze with fury. It was indeed rare. Zhangji's ability to infuriate was exceptional. He then casually tapped the armrest of his chair and continued, it appears you have no intention of confessing. Very well. Since this location has been exposed, we cannot linger here any longer. To thank you three for your excellent work, I will ensure you are well taken care of. With a signal, his group turned to leave, promptly locking the door behind them. With no light penetrating the room, it was immediately engulfed in darkness. The silence was palpable as I strained to listen for any sounds, but none emerged. Beside me, Tofu exhaled in relief, saying, that pest has finally departed. I was terrified. I felt a mix of anger and helplessness and replied, do you truly believe this is the end? That fellow is clearly trouble, and since he mentioned treating us, the forthcoming experience will undoubtedly be no better than what we have already endured. In the darkness, Wenmin instructed, Chen Xian, lie down. Tofu interjected, what are you two planning? Preparing for something at the last moment? How thrilling for me. Listening to his voice, I kicked in his direction, uncertain of where I struck. But I heard him yelp in pain. Afterward, I retorted, what is wrong with stimulating you? Look at how cowardly you were before. You've embarrassed me enough. Now, be quiet. As I spoke, I followed Wenmin's instructions and lay down, soon feeling her head approach my bound wrists, delicately working to untie the ropes with her mouth. I thought to myself how fortunate it was that Wenmin was a reliable person, so I began to move my hands in rhythm. In the darkness, the faint sound of ropes being pulled echoed around us, and the soft touch of lips occasionally brushed against my skin, causing my heart to flutter. In a moment, I felt my wrist loosen, and with a slight struggle, I managed to break free. Hastily, I retrieved my lighter and ignited it, turning to untie Wenmin, who was bound tightly like a dumpling. Just as I finished untying her and was about to release Tofu, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Tofu inhaled sharply and urged, don't worry about me, just go. Panic surged within me. The ropes were tightly bound, and our weapons had been confiscated. If I waited to free Tofu, we would surely meet our demise. In desperation, I hoisted Tofu onto my shoulder and said to the stunning Wenmin, let's retreat. As we opened the door, we found ourselves in a corridor, the source of the sound emanating from the far end, blocking our escape. My heart sank as I noticed a wooden window ajar on the right side. In a moment of urgency, I swiftly climbed through the window with Wenmin, closing the door and window behind us, the sounds diminishing slightly as the wooden window shut. A sense of unease washed over me. The noise of footsteps seemed too loud for an ordinary person. What could be lurking at the end of that corridor? Yet, I had no time to ponder. After securing the window, I lit the lighter to survey our surroundings and discovered we were in a dusty, abandoned storage room, cluttered with broken furniture. To the right of the window, a wooden door stood tightly shut, its destination unknown. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily untied Tofu's ropes. The three of us held our breaths, remaining silent, while the footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, seemingly heading toward the room where we had been confined. After freeing Tofu, I pointed toward the wooden door. Without a word, we silently crawled toward it, wary of making any noise that might betray our presence. However, after only a few movements, I felt cold sweat trickling down my back. The footsteps were not moving toward the room we had been held in, as I had anticipated. Instead, they abruptly halted right in front of our window. Moments later, a creaking sound pierced the darkness, the noise of the window being pushed open forcefully. Tofu swallowed hard, his face paling, and I turned to look as well. There, at the window, two decayed faces loomed, staring in at us with eerily twisted smiles. I recognized one of the faces. It was Lin the Fat. In a moment of weakness, Tofu let out a scream, and I had no time to stop him. Suddenly, Lin the Fat lunged through the window, emitting a series of strange, raspy laughs, and croaked, "Chen Xian, you had quite a time with me last time. I can't believe Xiao Jing didn't take your life." Wenmin instinctively reached for her gun, but found nothing. As the two decomposed figures approached us, fear was overshadowed by a more pressing question. What on earth was this research facility, and how could such beings exist? If I am not mistaken, the rotund figure beside Lin is likely another deceased individual transformed by the messengers. In an instant, a thought struck me. Could it be that old Zhao's mobile device has morphed into a divine statue to create these entities? At this moment, I had no time to ponder further. I was well aware of these individuals' formidable power, and we lacked both the spiritual incense and even a decent weapon to defend ourselves. Unable to contend against them, I positioned myself protectively in front of Tofu and the beautiful Gu, declaring, "Wenmin, you and Xiaodou should flee first. I will cover you. Let us regroup at the parking area." Tofu retorted, "Cover? Nonsense. You can hardly handle a single Xiaojing. How could you manage to? Gu, you should escape while I and old Shun hold them off. Hurry and summon reinforcements." Gu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stamped her foot in desperation and insisted, "Regardless of what happens, you must prioritize your safety above all else. Wait for me." With that, she dashed away, while Tofu and I lunged towards Lin and the other individual. I had anticipated that we could bring them down, but instead, we collided with an impenetrable barrier. Failing to budge them even slightly, Tofu was seized by the other figure, spun around twice, and hurled against the wall with tremendous force. My heart sank at the sight, as the impact was severe enough to cause grave injury, or even worse. Tofu crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, then crumpled to the floor, twitching a couple of times before falling silent. At last, I grasped the meaning behind the white-cut chicken. These two individuals were likely dispatched by him, intending for them to torment the three of us to death. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, leaving me no chance to ascertain Tofu's condition. Lin's hands, resembling those of a corpse, clasped onto my shoulders, mimicking a deadly embrace. Realizing his strength, I instinctively delivered a kick to his groin, but it appeared he was devoid of sensation, remaining utterly unmoved. Suddenly, his grip on my shoulders tightened, causing my heart to lurch as my mind went blank. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a phrase from my grandfather's notebook flashed through my mind, and I instinctively exhaled towards Lin's mouth. Righteous indignation, the essence of humanity, can vanquish malevolence. This is why ordinary people seldom encounter supernatural events, akin to the notion that we are inherently equipped with an immune system. My breath had little effect, yet Lin paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, I endured the pain and withdrew, determined to lead these two away. I swiftly maneuvered around Lin and leaped towards the window. As I fled, the other individual, who had initially pursued Tofu, immediately followed me. We both charged towards the window, but became momentarily entangled, intent on diverting them. I dared not fully abandon my position. Seizing the moment of their entrapment, I delivered a kick to Lin's nearly decayed visage, cursing, "If you seek my grandfather's life, you're far too inexperienced." After the kick, I bolted down the corridor, inadvertently triggering an alarm system, which erupted into a cacophony of sirens. I, too, have decided to take the plunge. The longer I delay, the safer Wenmin will be. As for the Tofu, I dare not dwell on it too deeply, for some thoughts become increasingly terrifying the more one contemplates them. I am concerned that the Tofu may have met its demise, especially when I noticed bloodstains appearing on the wall. Chapter 24. Drawing the tiger from its den, Lin Fatty and his accomplice moved with remarkable agility. To evade them, I had no choice but to adopt a circuitous route, avoiding straight paths and turning at every corner, unaware of where I was headed. The interior of this villa resembled a military barracks, with numerous intersecting corridors flanked by rooms whose purposes eluded me. Shortly after the alarm sounded, the footsteps around me grew increasingly dense. I understood that escape was no longer an option, but I hoped that this brief delay might afford the beautiful Gu some precious time. As I rounded a corner, I had yet to discern the situation behind me when, suddenly, a hand shot out of the darkness, covering my mouth and dragging me aside. Startled, I kicked backward, but my leg was blocked by the other party. I soon realized I had been pulled into a room beside the corridor, where the door was slammed shut and locked with a decisive click. "It's me," came a voice. Upon hearing it, I felt a mix of surprise and joy. Turning to look, I found it was none other than Su. How had he ended up here? Just as I was about to speak, he gestured for silence and pointed outside. At that moment, I could already hear the footsteps of Lin Fatty and his companion. From my interactions with Xiao Jing, I had learned that they relied not only on sight, but also on their sense of smell to locate others. This meant that even if we hid in this room, they could potentially discover us. It seemed that Su wished for me to remain concealed here. I wanted to warn him that it was impossible to deceive them completely. Yet when I opened my mouth, he smiled and shook his head, exuding an air of calm confidence. I was taken aback, wondering if he had some strategy in mind. Just then, the footsteps abruptly reached our door, but curiously, they did not halt. Instead, they continued down the corridor, the sounds gradually fading away. Before long, the alarm ceased. And before I could speak, Su asked, "How did you end up here?" I replied, "That is what I wish to ask you, but first, answer me this. How did those two not discover us hiding here?" Su chuckled lightly, maintaining his unflappable demeanor, and replied amiably, "They primarily rely on sensing the life force of the living to ascertain their location. As long as we can mask that life force, we are safe." Masking the life force? I was somewhat puzzled, wondering how he had managed to conceal it without any apparent action. Sensing my confusion, Su pointed to my mouth and nose. It was then I noticed that when he had covered my mouth, his hand seemed to have been coated in some sort of oil, which now clung to my face, emitting a peculiar aroma when I inhaled. I was about to wipe it off when Su blocked my hand and asked, "Do you wish for them to discover us?" I halted my movement and inquired, "What is this substance?" Su whispered, "Corpse oil." "Oil from a corpse?" I asked. He nodded. "Where did you acquire it?" "The crematorium can be accessed through connections." "Let us not dwell on that. Usually, you are never alone. Do you not have your shadow with you?" Upon hearing him mention Tofu, a heavy feeling settled within me, prompting me to recount my own experience of being outwitted by the white-cut chicken, and I retorted, "After our last parting, you vanished for a week. What brings you here now?" Su remarked that this place was not as it seemed. The oil from the corpses might be of use to them, but was ineffective against the living. I had long been aware of Old Zhao's research institute here. Yet due to my lack of connections, I had never pursued it further. However, I was taken aback by the audacity of the old man in conducting such experiments. Su then succinctly relayed the information he had uncovered. It turned out that the mutated idol was, in fact, part of an experiment orchestrated by Old Zhao. The initial experiment involved Lin Pengzi, and the idol known as Pansei Buddha, which Lin had acquired, was deliberately sold to him by Zhao's underlings. During this process, Lin was under constant observation, much like a scientist scrutinizing a lab rat, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a subject of study. Zhao's clandestine cultural research institute seemed to have reached a new phase, with the mutated malevolent deity being one of its projects. Su speculated that Zhao intended to investigate the principles behind the resurrection of such entities. To thoroughly examine this, it was imperative to create a substantial number of test subjects. Unlike our unfortunate circumstances, Su had arrived here 2 days prior and had not encountered the white-cut chicken, thus avoiding deception. Upon reaching this location, he did not hastily enter the villa, but rather wandered around the vicinity. During his exploration, he noticed that a patch of land exhibited an unusual color, with dark granular substances intermingled within the soil. After careful observation, Su deduced that these were remnants of cremated human remains. Typically, ordinary ashes are white or off-white, yet these ashes were black. Experienced practitioners could readily identify that such black ashes were the result of the incineration of reanimated corpses, indicating that this was indeed a facility for processing and cremating such entities. Su continued, "The Red Mountain Tomb robbery case your police officer girlfriend mentioned must also involve Zhao Erye's men. They collect mutated idols to create messengers for their research, and the failed experiments are incinerated here. I have also heard that the recent surge in missing persons cases in Shenzhen may be linked to him." Even though I usually maintain my composure, I found myself momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, "Old Zhao has become utterly deranged. What on earth does he aim to achieve? Is it truly in pursuit of a method for immortality?" Su shook his head, stating, I once believed that to be the case, but after learning about this, I realize the situation is far more complex. The research on these mutated idols is a recent endeavor, and I ponder what compels him to pursue this line of inquiry at any cost. I inquired, "Do you have any leads?" Lu Su slightly shook his head, replying, "The security here is excessively stringent. I remain uncertain." I found it peculiar that this place was so heavily guarded, yet Lu Su had managed to enter undetected 2 days ahead of us. This prompted me to voice my curiosity. Upon hearing the words, Su revealed a mysterious smile, choosing not to respond. At that moment, another set of footsteps echoed nearby, and I discerned the faint murmur of conversations from outside. Where have the people gone? It seemed they had lost track of someone. The woman and the man had vanished, leaving only one captured, who had fainted. The Tofu had been apprehended. The assailants mentioned fainting, not death, which eased my heart slightly. Additionally, since Wenmin had not been caught, she was likely safe. Perhaps she had already devised a means of escape. They were searching one by one, leaving no room unchecked. I was responsible for this area. In a moment, the footsteps dispersed, and I heard a solitary footstep approaching, accompanied by the sound of a door opening. Soon, the footsteps paused at our door. I concealed myself behind the door, ready to subdue the intruder as soon as it opened. However, to my surprise, the door was not opened. Instead, I saw a small note slip through the gap, followed by the retreat of the footsteps. Su smiled faintly as he unfolded the note. It dawned on me, astonished, that there were indeed people loyal to Su in this place. As he read the note, Su spoke softly, "It is from a friend of mine. Without him, I would not have been able to remain hidden for so long." "A friend?" I could not help but remark, "You certainly have many friends." But whether they were truly friends or mere informants, only Su could ascertain. He did not respond to my comment. Instead, he tucked the note away and said, "He mentioned he could assist me only up to this point and urged me to leave quickly. Your intrusion has alerted the Research Institute, and security is tightened. All alarms are activated, and personnel transfers will commence tomorrow. This complicates matters. This operation had inadvertently alarmed the enemy, placing us in a passive position. It would be impossible to gather more information now." My concern shifted to Tofu and the situation with the stunning goo. With Tofu in the hands of Baijianji, I was uncertain of his fate. With this thought, I inquired, "Is there any way you could find out where my brother is being held?" Su replied, "No need to inquire. I know. He is likely being taken for experimentation." Upon hearing this, a rush of blood surged to my head, and I exclaimed, "Are you certain?" He nodded and explained, "It is said that there is a recent shortage of test subjects. I know where they are kept, but it is in the basement, and one must traverse an infrared alarm zone. Getting in will be exceedingly difficult." At this juncture, I had no choice but to yield to Su. His cunning and meticulous thought process left me with no alternatives. I could only say, "I must rescue him. Laoj, you must assist me." I had expected Su to refuse or negotiate conditions, but to my surprise, he stated earnestly, "I have said it before, we are friends. Even if you did not ask, I would help." His sincerity was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing this, I could not help but sigh inwardly. Regardless of the truth in Su's words, such a performance was indeed unparalleled. Two individuals resolved to extricate the Tofu before executing their retreat, promptly deliberating on a feasible strategy. Under such stringent circumstances, achieving a safe exit seemed a formidable challenge. Thus, we had no choice but to opt for the ruse of drawing the tiger away from its lair. Chapter 25. Unlocking this stratagem required a seamless collaboration between myself and Su, with Su taking the lead to trigger the alarm system, diverting attention away from the laboratory while I seized the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos. During our discussions, Su sketched a straightforward map of the research facility's subterranean layout, likely provided by a friend of his. Once we finalized our plan, Su exhibited an enthusiastic fervor, leaving no room for criticism, and displaying an earnestness that surpassed my own. "Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly," he urged. Under his guidance, we circumvented several surveillance zones and made our way to the basement entrance. At the entrance, a lone guard stood resolutely. Su discreetly drew his ghost cry blade from behind his waist, signaling me to retreat before he lunged forward. The guard reacted with remarkable speed, raising his firearm. But Su was swifter still. In the instant the guard aimed, Su executed a fierce diagonal slash with his blade, and before the guard could even pull the trigger, he was fatally struck across the neck, blood gushing forth. silencing any cry before it could escape his lips. Elsu, a splatter of warm blood staining his face, wiped it away with his sleeve, maintaining a composed demeanor adorned with a faint smile. He gestured towards the firearms below. Without delay, we descended into the entrance. I retrieved the weapon and concealed myself once more, while Elsu's silhouette swiftly vanished down the corridor leading underground. I silently counted the seconds, reaching the 40th when suddenly, the alarm blared like a kettle boiling over, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps and gunfire, accompanied by shouts of, "Don't let him escape." Outside the entrance, 3 passageways branched out. I concealed myself in the left corridor while Elsu, adhering to the original plan, led the pursuers to the right. In such a tense moment, I dared not peek out, fearful that even a slight reveal would compromise us. Yet, it was evident that Elsu was being pursued by a cadre of armed men, placing him in a perilous predicament. Hence, every action needed to be executed with utmost expediency. The sounds of footsteps and gunfire gradually faded into the distance. I cautiously peered out, discovering that apart from the fallen body at the entrance, no one else remained. I quickly slipped out towards the underground entrance, where the sound-activated lights had illuminated in response to the chaos of alarms and gunfire, rendering my surroundings crystal clear. At the end of the staircase lay a circular hall, flanked by passageways on either side. This circular chamber was laden with invisible infrared sensors. However, these devices had already been triggered by Elsu, allowing me to traverse through unnoticed. According to the map he provided, the research room was directly ahead in the corridor, and with most individuals lured away, only a handful remained in the basement. The nature of those still present would be determined by fortune. Should they be the refined researchers, I would consider myself fortunate. But if they proved to be adept and ruthless individuals, then misfortune would be my companion. I dared not linger, swiftly dashing past the alarmed zone, descending the corridor. Flanking me were several glass doors, behind which blue curtains obscured the view, rendering the interior indistinct. The soundproofing of this research facility was exceptionally robust. Even if there were individuals inside, as long as they remained within, I would elude detection. Moments later, I found myself before a solitary iron door, the only one in the entire basement. It was exceedingly heavy, operated by a military-grade wheel switch requiring substantial force to operate. And this iron door was engineered to withstand explosions and significant impacts. Inscribed upon it were 5 blood-red characters: specimen storage room. Time was of the essence, and I could not afford to hesitate. Gripping the wheel with both hands, I turned it counterclockwise while remaining vigilant for any researchers that might suddenly emerge. Fortunately, this process unfolded smoothly. As I swung the door open, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from within. The moment I heard those sounds, goosebumps prickled my skin. A quick glance revealed countless iron cages, each imprisoning individuals in various stages of decay, desperately struggling, a truly harrowing sight. I quickly slipped inside, shutting the iron door behind me to prevent the horrific sounds from alarming the researchers in the other laboratories. The volume was overwhelming, casting doubt on the soundproofing of the glass. Once the iron door was secured, I had the opportunity to survey my surroundings. My initial impression was one of overwhelming stench, a foul mixture of human excrement and the odor of decaying corpses. A mere whiff sent my throat and stomach into turmoil. Fortunately, there were no other individuals behind this iron door. The cries of the captives within the cages suddenly ceased, their gaze fixated upon me. Moments later, they became agitated once more, their cries escalating. "Let me out! Let us out! Ah, it hurts!" I refrained from looking at them. In truth, they had ceased to be human. I could not predict the consequences of releasing them, so I chose to ignore the iron cages and concentrated on the search for Tofu. Since the entire ordeal had transpired in less than 40 minutes, they likely had not yet acted against Tofu. I discovered that the closer I approached the rear cages, the better the preservation of the individuals inside. The storage room was rectangular. As I traversed alongside the iron cages, a flash of blue caught my eye, the color of Tofu's clothing. Hastening to the cage, I was relieved to find Tofu lying within. His forehead bore signs of a hasty treatment. Confined in such a place, he appeared to have been rendered almost catatonic. Upon seeing me, it took him a moment to call out my name, followed by the chorus of the others. "Let me out." I reassured him, "Do not worry. I will get you out momentarily." The cage was locked, but the whereabouts of the key were unknown to me. A glance at the thick padlock revealed that I could not open it, and I felt a surge of panic. Tofu quickly added, "The key is inside." I took 2 steps in the direction he indicated and soon spotted a figure, clad in a gas mask, slumped over the table in slumber, keys resting beside him. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the cacophony of the storage room or had fashioned some soundproofing for himself, for he slept soundly. A surge of pent-up fury surged within me, seeking an outlet. Upon witnessing this scene, I swiftly drew my firearm, aiming it at the man's head and pulling the trigger. With such individuals, there was no need for legalities or conscience. The gunshot rang out, followed by the sickening burst of his skull, a splatter of crimson and ivory erupting forth. In his final moments, his closed eyes widened in shock. Before silence enveloped him completely, there was but a single key. I seized it and unlocked the cage, allowing Tofu to scramble out, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, "This place is no place for humans. We must leave at once." Tofu, still reeling from his fright, could barely stand. I supported him as we hurried outside. But after a few steps, he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Wait, we must free them too." I felt a mix of anger and helplessness, retorting, "Now is not the time for compassion. They are not human anymore. They are dead." My words incited a frenzy among the experimental subjects, their wails growing louder as they echoed through the storage room. "We are not dead. We are alive. Help us, let us out." These individuals were likely innocent victims ensnared by the research facility through illicit means, and while they were indeed pitiable, the line between the living and the dead was distinctly drawn. One need only consider the atrocities Xiao Jing had committed later to fathom the consequences of releasing these beings. The moment the cage was opened, we could very well be torn to shreds. Thus, despite their anguished cries, I remained unmoved, dragging Tofu toward the iron door. Ready to unlock it, Tofu suddenly thrust out his hand to stop me, demanding, "Give me the key." My anger flared as I retorted, "What are you planning to do?" Tofu glared at me, blood seeping through the bandage on his forehead, breathless as he declared, "They are innocent. They have been victimized. We cannot abandon them." I replied, "All I know is that they are no longer human." Tofu shouted, "And so what if they are not human?" His words struck me as absurd. Only Tofu could utter such a thing. I responded, "Those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. We are the living, they are the dead. Would you not agree?" Tofu bit his lip and suddenly snatched the key from my grasp, racing toward the nearest cage. Alarmed, I lunged forward, tackling him to the ground just as he was about to unlock it. My fury reached its peak. Kindness is a noble trait, but such mindless benevolence incited a desire to strangle him. I pinned him down, constraining his neck, and commanded, "You will do as I say. If you dare act recklessly again, we shall part ways from this moment onward." Feng Guo's show was correct. Tofu's character did not suit this perilous world. The inevitable outcome would either be his dragging me down or my causing his demise. He was my only brother, and this could not continue. Tofu froze at my words, murmuring, "Part ways?" I affirmed, "Yes, part ways." Tofu's eyes brimmed with tears as he gasped for breath, his voice barely a whisper. "But my neighbor told me that he will soon gather enough money for my paralyzed mother's surgery. He wants to go home." The neighbor Tofu spoke of was a man confined in the adjacent cage, his body marred by necrotic lesions. I must confess that I tend to be rather callous, often viewing matters from a pragmatic standpoint. Yet, I am not devoid of compassion. Hearing Tofu's words stirred a pang of sorrow within me. He continued, "You should escape first. I will hold them back. I must save them." I inquired, "What happens after you release them?" Tofu replied, "I do not know. But I am certain that if I simply walk away, I shall never find peace." Moments later, I descended from Tofu's side, releasing the grip I had on his neck, and said, "Unlock the cage." Chapter 26. Tofu paused in astonishment. "Did you agree?" I replied, "Only this once. I shall not permit it again." Tofu's face lit up with joy, and he sprang to his feet, brushing off his backside. "Understood, understood. You've said that many times before." I, feeling somewhat fatigued from our exchange, took the key and promptly began to unlock the iron cage. I addressed the prisoners within, "I am freeing you. Seek vengeance for grievances and justice for wrongs." Of course, there was an unspoken caveat. Do not show ingratitude by causing trouble for Tofu and me. Fortunately, these individuals maintained their faculties, likely recalling the torment of the experiments. Once liberated, none seemed interested in us. Their decaying eye sockets radiated malice and hatred as they surged towards the iron gate, eager to escape and exact their revenge. As a result, Tofu and I found ourselves at the rear. Observing this, Tofu breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, "See, they are sentient, not mere shells. They know who their benefactors are and who their enemies are. I chose not to respond to Tofu's assertion. Ultimately, the deceased could not be revived, and further discourse was futile. I mused that having them forge ahead was beneficial, allowing Zhao to reap the consequences of his actions. Tofu appeared vindicated as he exclaimed, "Yes." Just as his words left his lips, a commotion erupted among the throng of messengers ahead, who suddenly recoiled, pressing us backward. The sheer number of bodies caused them to nearly meld into ours. The nauseating sensation of soft, decaying flesh brushing against us was unbearable. I instinctively held my breath and urged Tofu to retreat, pondering what calamity had befallen us. Unfortunately, the throng was too dense, and I could only discern shadows ahead. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated near the iron door, accompanied by a foul odor and a sharp tang of gunpowder. This is dire. I thought to myself, someone has resorted to explosives. Immediately, a familiar voice commanded, "Light it. Lock the door. Change the oxygen." It was the voice of Baijianji. That wretched man, what did he intend to do? Realizing that a crisis had unfolded, I hastily urged Tofu to push through the throng, shoving past the obstructing messengers. However, we had barely made progress when anguished screams erupted ahead, accompanied by flames and the acrid stench of burning flesh. Tofu's face turned ashen as he exclaimed, "They've locked the door and set it ablaze." These messengers were neither fully human nor entirely ghostly, their bodies slick with the stench of decay. Consequently, the flames swiftly spread among the crowd, the acrid odor of charred flesh nearly inducing nausea. At that moment, I caught sight of an iron door standing tall like a wall, evidently locked from the outside. The seemingly youthful figure known as the white-chopped chicken appeared unexpectedly malicious. Setting off explosives and igniting a fire without inquiring about the fate of his subordinate guarding the premises demonstrated a heartless ruthlessness. Chaos ensued in the crowd. The mingling of screams and the foul stench intertwined with thick smoke, blurring our vision. To avoid being engulfed by the flames, Tofu and I hastily took refuge in a corner. Tofu, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What should we do? If this continues, we will be burned alive." I gazed at those around us, resembling walking corpses yet writhing in agony amidst the inferno, my heart brimming with rage. However, beyond that fury, no solution came to mind. Firstly, the basement was exceptionally sturdy, and lacking tools, escape seemed impossible. Secondly, the iron door had been securely locked from the outside. The white-chopped chicken's actions evidently signified an intention to abandon this research facility, evade the impending police, and obliterate any evidence. How could we possibly escape? What of El Su and Gu Wenmin? Had they managed to flee safely? All remained uncertain. The smoke thickened, stinging our eyes to the point of closure. It was akin to a crematorium, the stench overwhelming enough to induce faintness, dulling our thoughts. Tofu witnessed a person engulfed in flames, screaming as they were reduced to cinders, tears streaming down his face. "It's my fault. If I hadn't opened those cages and wasted so much time, you would have already escaped, old Chen. I'm sorry." The smoke ascended, and I pressed Tofu's head down, signaling him to lie on the ground. "It's futile to dwell on this now, little Tofu. Listen, as long as we are alive, there is hope. We have navigated through so many dangers. We must not give up now." Tofu wiped his eyes, mustering strength as he replied, "You're right. We need to find a way out." We fell silent. At such a moment, words were superfluous. The singular thought occupying our minds was how to leave this place. The flames grew fiercer, and the screams intensified. Suddenly, a person, engulfed in flames, rolled toward us, shrieking in agony. We were hidden between two iron cages, and as it tumbled, it became ensnared, narrowly avoiding collision with us. Yet the heat from the flames seared our skin, and all I could discern of the face obscured by fire was a gaping mouth emitting harrowing cries. This was indeed a hell on earth. In that fleeting moment, a thought struck me. The storage room was neither particularly large nor small. Logically, such a blaze should have consumed all the oxygen by now. Yet, there was no sign of asphyxiation. Suddenly, I recalled the white-chopped chicken's final words about oxygen exchange, and an idea sparked within me. To exchange oxygen, one must possess ventilation facilities, which are typically integral components of the entire structure, situated at the apex of the building, with a hollow space in between housing air-circulating air conditioning units or other apparatus. Presently, all our pathways are obstructed, yet that apparatus continues to function. Perhaps we can escape through the overhead void. I immediately began to search for the location of the ventilation opening and soon discovered it not far above. A square aperture covered by a layer of trapezoidal air blades, generally made of plastic and easily removable. I shared my thoughts with Tofu, adding, "This is our sole option. Though it carries risk. It depends on the arrangement of the void. We might find a safe passage out, yet it could also be filled with fans and wiring, posing a threat of being shredded or electrocuted. Are you afraid?" Tofu gritted his teeth and replied, "Fear of what? It's better than being burned alive. Enough talk. Let us act swiftly." The distance was not great. I assumed a stance below, allowing Tofu to step onto my shoulders to reach the outer layer of the trapezoidal air blades. With the butt of the gun in hand, Tofu struck fiercely several times, shattering the obstruction before extending his hands, grasping the sides, and climbing inside. Observing this, some messengers who had yet to ignite rushed forward, eager to form a human ladder to ascend. Seizing the opportunity, I leveraged their bodies for support, taking a few steps before slipping into the void. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the glow from below, revealing the entrance's environment, filled with large ventilation ducts devoid of blades or wiring. We could crawl through the spaces between the ducts. Those messengers, agile and unencumbered, leapt down effortlessly, following closely behind us in a desperate escape, about 10 in total, while the rest were engulfed in flames. Even if they attempted to climb, they would be forcefully kicked back down by the others. At times, survival and morality present a choice that must be made. Tofu fell silent, climbing ahead without uttering a word. I understood this was a profound shock for him. Yet I could offer no comforting words. This is the essence of humanity. Our group navigated the void, twisting around several corners, traversing approximately 40 meters. When we encountered a trapezoidal air blade at the end of the duct, all of its blades fully opened. Tofu retrieved the gun but again, smashing it with ferocity until it was reduced to fragments. He then peered ahead and informed us, "It's a corridor, and there's no one here." Without hesitation, he jumped down. Soon, the rest of us followed into the corridor, where the messengers, guided by their instincts, immediately set their sights on a singular direction, driven by vengeance and madness. Tofu and I exchanged a glance and hastily pursued. At the very least, they seemed to harbor no intention of harming us. Following them offered a greater sense of safety. Before long, amidst our flight, we encountered individuals dressed as white chicken, seemingly occupied with transporting supplies. They had not yet reacted when the messengers descended upon them, tearing them apart. Where we tread, a tempest of blood and carnage followed. A messenger forges ahead, rendering firearms utterly useless. At this juncture, I can no longer afford to contemplate the repercussions of unleashing them. The exhilaration of vengeance saturates the minds of all present. Following the messenger, we carve a bloody path and ultimately burst forth from the research facility. The doors are flung open with a resounding crash, revealing an exterior entwined with creeping vines, desolate and devoid of life. The messenger finally halts, circling the building, their decaying visages and vacant expressions seemingly questioning, "What is this place? Why have I become this way? What transgressions have we committed?" The one with a fragile mind, already dazed, collapses onto the ground, cradling their head and groaning. The group, led by the man known as White-Cut Chicken, has long since retreated, leaving the research facility steeped in a pungent stench of blood, yet entirely empty. Chapter 27. At this moment, scarcely 2 hours have passed since our entry into the research facility. It is noon, yet the sun is obscured by a dense canopy of foliage, while the metallic scent of blood and the distinct odor of decaying corpses ferment in the air, inducing a sense of dizziness. The 10 or more messengers emit anguished and resentful howls, their strength boundless as they devastate all within sight. The doors of the facility are violently shattered, and the surroundings remain eerily vacant. The one with the fragile mind, panting heavily, stumbles over to my side, shaking their head and inquiring, "Where is the illustrious Gu? What shall we do now?" As they speak, they wobble unsteadily, their face contorted in pain. With a head injury, movement is ill-advised, and now that they have relaxed, they can scarcely maintain their balance. Just as their words falter, they nearly collapse, prompting me to hastily support them, saying, "That Zhao fellow, White-Cut Chicken, has likely fled with his people." However, while the monk may escape, the temple remains. This research facility is here, thus clues will undoubtedly be uncovered. But that is a matter for the authorities. For now, we must depart. As long as the illustrious Gu is unharmed, all will be well. With that, I hoist the fragile one onto my back, remaining vigilant of our surroundings as I descend the mountain, preparing to retrace our steps. The messengers do not hinder us, continuing their destruction of the research facility. The fragile one shouts at them, "Do not linger here. When the police arrive, you shall be doomed." Yet, consumed by hatred and control, the messengers heed not their words. Destruction persists, and with a heavy heart, the fragile one sighs. I remark, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. They are destined for a grim fate, either to harm others or to be eradicated themselves. Out of sight, out of mind." The fragile one mutters, "Zhao is no spring chicken. Are not the elderly typically benevolent? How could he commit such atrocities? Benevolent?" I cannot help but chuckle at this notion, replying, "Whose theory is that? Do you know why the elderly often seem more benevolent? It is because they have endured much, and because they stand closer to death. The nearer one is to death, the greater the fear, and the greater the fear, the clearer the understanding. At birth, humanity is innately good, yet as one grows, they become tainted, transformed into various forms. However, death has the power to return one to their original state." The fragile one asks, "Why hasn't that old man returned?" I ponder for a moment and respond, "Because he is unafraid of death. He is a warrior, striving to conquer it." The fragile one falls silent, likely drifting into slumber. I traverse the rugged mountains with him on my back, anxiety gnawing at my heart. However, not long into our journey, a sudden thunderous explosion resounded from behind us. The sound was akin to a clap of thunder, startling a flock of birds into flight, as if the very earth trembled beneath its force. The noise roused Tofu from his stupor. I turned around, still carrying him, and together we beheld a dissipating mushroom cloud rising from the direction we had just traversed, mingling with dust and debris. The explosions continued in rapid succession, hurling countless stones and trees into the air. A profound sense of dread washed over me, coupled with an indescribable fury. I had not anticipated that this research facility possessed self-destruct mechanisms, already laden with explosives. Had Tofu and I delayed our departure even slightly, the consequences could have been dire. Tofu, though his voice was weak, cursed vehemently, "Damn it! That bastard Zhao will meet his end one way or another." It was evident that the messengers had been obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Without delay, I began retracing my steps with Tofu, observing numerous signs of human activity along the way, likely remnants of the retreating team from Zongzi. They moved swiftly and burdened as I was with Tofu. We had lost precious time, making it unlikely we would encounter them. At that moment, my sole concern was for the exquisite Gu, uncertain of her whereabouts. I wondered whether she had managed to escape and seek help after Lu Su and I departed, or if she had fallen into Zongzi's clutches once more. As for Lu Su, I held no worries. He was undoubtedly alive and thriving, a true survivor in every sense. Upon reaching a deep ravine, the traces left by Zongzi's group abruptly vanished. Before us lay a narrow waterway, surrounded by slippery stones cloaked in moss. If anyone had passed through here, they would surely have left signs of their passage. Yet, at this moment, not a single trace remained. Only some ancient footprints lingered from our earlier route. After such a lengthy trek, fatigue began to overtake me, and I gently set Tofu down, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. Tofu, still dazed and unsteady, cradled his head in his hands. Seeing me exhausted like a weary dog, he expressed his remorse. "Old Chun, I've caused you trouble. I'm sorry." I caught my breath, splashed cold water on my face, and replied, "Have I not had enough trouble from you? Saying sorry now is too late." Tofu inquired, "What do you want then?" I retorted, "Next time, don't air my dirty laundry in front of Gu." He readily acquiesced, saying, "Don't worry. I want to tell her about your first online romance, where the other party turned out to be a man." I nearly choked on my words. Enough. I've made a mistake. Forget I mentioned anything about a man or online romance. I was young and foolish. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll leave you here for the wolves and leopards to find at night. Tofu quieted down, at last silencing his irreverent tongue. As we rested, a sudden rustling sound emanated from across the stream, suggesting something was approaching us. My heart sank. Could it be wolves or leopards? This stream was a watering hole for various animals, and encountering a wild beast was not entirely unexpected. I quickly pulled Tofu into a nearby thicket of thorns. Tofu was caught off guard, and as he seemed about to speak, I hastily covered his mouth, signaling him to be silent with a gesture. Tofu understood. Blinking in acknowledgement as we remained motionless behind the thicket, our gaze fixed intently on the commotion across the stream. Opposite us lay a dense thicket, interspersed with muddy trails left by both beasts and humans. The sounds emanating from the underbrush grew louder, suggesting the presence of a substantial creature. Tofu held his breath, paralyzed with fear, and the tension between us was palpable. Any sudden turn of events would leave us utterly defenseless. As I observed, my mind raced with possible scenarios and strategies, when suddenly, a foot emerged from the jungle. It was a human foot, not that of a beast. Clad in black high-top hiking boots adorned with military green camouflage, blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage, so much so that it was nearly indistinguishable. Shortly thereafter, a tall soldier sprang forth from the underbrush. I was taken aback, wondering who this individual might be. Could it be reinforcements sent by the striking beauty, Gu? Yet, surely her arrival would not be so swift. At that moment, the soldier halted, his gaze directed toward the stream, precisely where Tofu and I were concealed. Fortunately, we were hidden behind the thorns, and he appeared unaware of our presence. However, I soon noticed a sudden change in his expression. His eyes locked onto the ground near us. My heart sank as I followed his gaze and realized the grave predicament. The soft, damp earth by the stream clearly bore the imprints of our feet. In an instant, the soldier's attention fixated on the thicket where we were hidden, and without hesitation, he drew his weapon. As he prepared to fire, I instinctively threw myself over Tofu, both of us collapsing to the ground just as a barrage of gunfire erupted. The sound whistling past my head as leaves scattered around us. Before we could react, the soldier barked an order. Come out. Dazed from my abrupt action, Tofu, with his injured head, croaked defiantly, not coming out. The soldier seemed momentarily taken aback, but then another voice called out, Don't shoot, it's our people. Upon hearing this voice, a wave of relief washed over me, and I quickly shouted, Wenmin, we're over here. Xiaodou is hurt. As I assisted the nearly unconscious Tofu out of our hiding spot, Gu, with a look of panic, waded through the water towards us. Just as she was about to leap into my arms, she abruptly halted, breathing heavily, her dark eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, fixated on me, seemingly aware of the presence of others around. After a brief pause, she said, Fortunately, I haven't arrived too late. I replied, You are late. The research facility has been destroyed, and all evidence in this case is now obliterated. At that moment, the rest of the group began to arrive, and I was astonished to see a formidable contingent of more than 20 individuals. A group of armed soldiers stood guard, instilling within me a sense of confidence that, with such firepower, the likelihood of further mishaps was greatly diminished. I proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the Research Institute, then inquired, How did you manage to escape? Who are these individuals? Upon posing this question, I learned that the rapid arrival of this group of reinforcements had indeed taken Gu Wenmin herself by surprise. The Research Institute was heavily fortified after our separation. The striking beauty had been forced to hide in a state of utter disarray. It was only after El Su triggered the alarm that she seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. To her astonishment, before she could fully emerge from hiding, she encountered this group, who then returned to provide support, leading to our eventual meeting. Upon her inquiry, Gu Wenmin discovered that these individuals were, in fact, dispatched by her father through his connections. During his tenure, her father held considerable power, and although he retired from active duty, his network remained intact and well-informed. Aware that his daughter intended to confront the notorious Zhao Eryi in Shenzhen, and recognizing the danger posed by Zhao, he acted decisively to summon assistance. At this juncture, a troubling thought struck me. If Gu Wenmin had led this group back with such fervor, had they not encountered the individuals associated with Bai Zhangji on their return? Chapter 28. Fierce battle. The mere mention of Bai Zhangji stirred a sense of foreboding within me. Yet Gu Wenmin assured me that they had not crossed paths with him during their return, and then asked what our next course of action should be. After a moment of contemplation, I discreetly beckoned Gu Wenmin aside, stating, To eradicate the root of the problem, we must secure evidence. If that Zhao scoundrel manages to escape, he will undoubtedly retaliate. I suspect he remains somewhere in these woods, likely wary of police ambushes and thus taking a detour. We must locate him. Gu Wenmin's expression shifted. But we currently lack any evidence. On what grounds can we apprehend him? I replied, Witnesses. Both Tofu and I can serve as witnesses. If we do not dismantle the Zhao clan now, their subsequent counterattack will surely be ferocious. However, this task will require your orchestration. I gestured towards the nearby group. and Gu Wenmin nodded in understanding. After a brief discussion, we resolved to comb the mountains. This contingent comprised 22 individuals, and under Gu Wenmin's direction. We divided into 4 operational teams, forming 8 small groups that dispersed across 4 major directions and 8 minor positions to conduct our search. The 2 remaining members were instructed to escort Tofu back, as his head injury was no trifling matter, and any delay could have dire consequences. I blended into one of the teams, as this dispersed formation would facilitate position confirmation and ease of regrouping. Should any discovery arise, we could swiftly signal for reinforcements. As we searched, Gu Wenmin analyzed the situation, sharing my sentiments that El Su was certainly still alive, though his whereabouts remained uncertain. She inquired, "Do you think he might have accompanied the Zhao family?" I pondered this possibility. The Zhao family had departed, obliterating the research institute. Yet they would undoubtedly have relocated any critical materials. Given El Su's character, he would not relent easily. It was likely he, too, was currently on the hunt for the Zhao family's whereabouts. After approximately half an hour of searching the mountains, our party, initially consisting of 5 members, gradually dispersed into groups of 3 and then into pairs. Ultimately, only I and the stunning Gu remained. This duo was our minimum threshold. If we failed to locate the others, we would have no choice but to regroup and exit the mountains. Just as I was engulfed in worry, a series of 3 rapid gunshots echoed from a distance. Startled by the sound, both Gu and I exchanged glances and promptly dashed toward the source of the gunfire. It was a signal. Someone had been discovered. Following those 3 shots, the gunfire did not cease. Rather, it intensified with a chaotic rhythm, clearly indicative of a fierce gunfight. Judging by the frequency of the shots, there were likely many involved. Fortunately, our search had been somewhat scattered, although we had been separated for over half an hour. The linear distance between us was not excessively far, approximately a 10-minute trek. However, the intense gunfire persisted for about 4 minutes before abruptly ceasing. Gu's face paled. Her voice taut as she remarked, "It's silent now. Could it be that our people?" My heart sank at the thought. How many had been taken by the enemy? Their firepower was also an enigma. Though there were only 2 of us, we were both exemplary soldiers equipped with top-tier gear. Even if a confrontation arose, self-defense should not pose an issue. Why had the firing ceased so suddenly? Could it be that our valor had led us to decisively eliminate the opposition? At that moment, sporadic gunshots erupted anew from the woods. Gu, with her keen ears, listened intently and exclaimed, "They are drawing them toward us. They are executing a dispersal tactic." It was evident that her professional background was shining through. From the sounds of the gunfire, it seemed they had split up to engage in guerrilla tactics, luring the enemy toward us. As they drew closer, our team would soon be reunited. Before long, the gunfire approached, prompting Gu and me to ascend a large tree, where we remained motionless, concealed. In a fleeting moment, I spotted a figure in military attire emerging from the underbrush below. Gu emitted a few soft chirps, akin to a bird's call, causing the figure to halt momentarily before seeking cover behind a nearby tree. They had their own system of signals, which I, as an outsider, could not decipher. So I remained focused solely on the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, I witnessed the notorious enemy leader, Zongzi, accompanied by approximately 7 or 8 individuals, emerge from the thicket. At this juncture, Gu had already aimed her weapon from her perch on another tree. With a deafening crack, the bullet struck Zongzi squarely in the shoulder, causing him to stagger and kneel to the ground, clutching his wound. Remarkably, he uttered not a word, displaying an impressive fortitude. Gu's gunfire had, however, betrayed her position. Once Zongzi's men regained their composure, they raised their weapons to retaliate. Yet, the surrounding hidden operatives had already converged, encircling Zongzi and his comrades. "Surrender and lay down your arms. We shall not kill," commanded the leading soldier. Gu knew adhered to the rules. Otherwise, that earlier shot would have directly shattered Zongzi's skull. Now, encircled by a group of 20 and having sustained injuries, Zongzi's cohorts dared not resist. His complexion was pallid, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, yet he maintained his usual demeanor, neither overly aggressive nor submissive, saying, "Oh, have you summoned reinforcements? What are your intentions? Murder?" As Gu knew and I descended from the tree, Gu Wenmin stepped forward slowly and declared, "Mr. Zhao, you are implicated in the theft of cultural relics, premeditated murder, and the organization of an illegal group. Please accompany me." Zongzi, clutching his wounded shoulder, rose and raised an eyebrow, retorting, Theft of cultural relics? Where are the artifacts? Premeditated murder? Where's the body? As for organizing an illegal group, that is even more perplexing. Where's the group? Wenmin replied, whether or not they exist, do not inquire further. We will naturally provide the relevant evidence. Please cooperate by surrendering your firearms and laying down your weapons. Bai Zhangji sneered. In the face of police brutality, I have the right to refuse. Relevant evidence? His gaze shifted and landed on me as he said, are you referring to him? Haha, officer, I remember your surname is Gu. TSK, a promising future indeed. You know exactly what he does. Can he testify? In this matter, neither Tofu nor I could serve as credible witnesses. I had almost forgotten. Ever since joining the mushroom-picking endeavor, I no longer belonged to the law-abiding populace. Seeing him so smug, exuding an air of invincibility, my anger flared, and I coldly remarked, these charges may not hold, but illegal possession of firearms and organized crime are irrefutable. This cannot be deemed unjust. Do not think that finding a backer will shield you from consequences. There are always greater forces at play, and your luck is about to run out. Bai Zhangji's expression darkened abruptly, his previously neutral demeanor transforming into one of malice as he spat. Chen Xian, you are the first to have the audacity to push me to this point. However, I advise you to carefully consider the repercussions of crossing me. Having blood on your hands, you dare provoke me? Are you truly foolish or merely pretending to be oblivious? I replied coolly, whether I am genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance is of no concern to you. Now, you have two choices, either violently resist and face immediate execution or cooperate and surrender your weapons. Lastly, emulating his earlier demeanor, I coldly stated, on the count of 3. 1. Bai Zhangji suddenly tossed his gun aside, while the group behind him appeared in utter disarray. With a military background and involved in an illegal organization, they faced compounded charges. Lacking Bai Zhangji's influence, they were undoubtedly filled with uncertainty. With this group subdued, we traversed the ravine and reached the national highway, each returning to our respective homes. Tofu once again honorably entered the hospital. By the time I returned to the shop, night had fallen. I called Tofu's side and learned he had sustained a mild concussion, with no other ailments, requiring rest. Thus, I refrained from visiting the hospital, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. The following day, I received a call from Wenmin. She informed me that she had returned to Beijing, primarily to enlist her father's assistance in exerting some pressure on the influential figure from the Zhao family in Shenzhen to prevent any unforeseen complications. She advised me, we'll handle this matter ourselves. This time, it's all thanks to you. But given your precarious position, you must refrain from getting involved any further. Do not inquire about any additional details. We shall discuss it once everything is resolved. I replied, I understand. I am merely a treasure hunter. It is impossible for me to act as a witness in such a significant affair. Can you manage this alone? On the other end of the line, the charming Gu chuckled lightly, her tone laced with mischief. Who says I am alone? I have the state backing me. She then added, by the way, I must advise you on something. The Zhao family is currently under pressure and dares not act against you. However, Feng Guisho has been released ahead of schedule, and I fear he may seek revenge on you. You and Xiaodou must remain vigilant. By the way, how is Xiaodou faring? A concussion, I replied. She asked anxiously, is it serious? I reassured her, not particularly. Perhaps this jolt will make him a bit sharper. Her laughter rang out. Well then, regarding the curse, if there are any developments, you must call me. I must warn you, if you continue to be so secretive, I shall be quite displeased. I felt a surge of gratitude and readily agreed. After we hung up, I descended to the shop and was startled to find someone already seated inside. Feng Guisho. My heart skipped a beat. I had just mentioned him to Gu, and now here he was. Chapter 29. Encountering Feng Guisho again, the one-eyed dragon spotted me and hurried over. Expressing concern, I just arrived, and this fellow is quite fierce. He wouldn't let me inform you. I gestured for him to remain calm and asked the one-eyed dragon to retreat. I then took a seat beside Feng Guisho and remarked, you're out quite early. He scoffed, I didn't come here to reminisce with you. Oh, not for reminiscing? What? Then? To smash my shop or to take my life? Feng Guisho replied icily, I neither intend to destroy your establishment nor harm you or your associates. I must admit, I didn't realize you possessed such capabilities. His words puzzled me. I had prepared for his vengeance, yet he appeared untroubled by past grievances. What was his intention? I remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Feng Guisho surveyed the interior of my shop and said, I was released from custody early this morning. Can you guess who orchestrated my release? I answered, who else but Zhao Eryi. Upon hearing this, Feng Guisho burst into laughter. You, my friend, are quite perceptive. Do you honestly believe that my servitude to Zhao Eryi would compel him to rescue me? What a preposterous notion, even without Zhao Eryi's influence. My criminal record alone would have warranted my demise over 10 times. Thus, Zhao Eryi has no fear of my betrayal. Whether he saves me or not is inconsequential. This line of work is perilous, and while you exhibit some insight, your experience remains insufficient. I retorted, are you sharing this with me merely to belittle me? Yet inwardly, I wondered, if Zhao Eryi did not intervene, who else could possibly come to his aid? At that moment, as if sensing my confusion, Feng Guisho refrained from answering my inquiry, and instead uttered a name, Lu Su. It was Lu Su who orchestrated my release. I found myself unsettled. Lu Su saved him? I was well aware of Lu Su's formidable network, and even if he possessed some extraordinary means to extricate Feng Guisho, what purpose would it serve? He knew I had incarcerated Feng Guisho, who harbored an intense animosity towards me. Was this not a deliberate act of defiance against me? Thus, I inquired, why did he save you? Feng Guisho sneered and replied, that, you should ask him yourself. I asked, where is he? Do you have his number? Feng Guisho tossed me a phone number and said, I'm tired. I'll sleep here for a while. With that, he swaggered nonchalantly upstairs. The one-eyed dragon lowered his voice and asked, Boss, should I kick him out? I shook my head and replied, let him be. Just don't let him into my room. You can go upstairs. I'll keep an eye on the shop. The one-eyed dragon then went upstairs to keep watch. I swiftly dialed Lu Su's number. After several rings, he finally answered, his voice robust, Chen Xian. I was taken aback, realizing I had no prior knowledge of how to reach him, yet he instantly recognized my number. Such a feeling of being manipulated was truly unpleasant. Lu Su was indeed an enigma. Upon hearing his voice, I regained my composure and asked, what is the situation with Feng Guisho? On the other end of the line, Lu Su chuckled and said, my fault. I didn't have the chance to inform you. The matter regarding the map has been settled, and Brother Feng will join us in the descent. I gasped inwardly, thinking to myself, who wants to descend with you? Before I could inquire further about the descent and the map, a crackling static interrupted our conversation, as if affected by some electronic interference. He mentioned waiting for his update before hanging up, and when I tried to call back, the line was already dead. Staring at my unresponsive phone, I was utterly perplexed. He claimed the matter regarding the map was resolved, but how could it have happened so swiftly? Had he found some breakthrough from old Zhao? What did he mean by the descent? Which descent? Could it be that the so-called map was merely information regarding a descent? Yet, what connection did all of this have with Feng Guisho? It dawned on me that Lu Su was exceedingly cunning. I had made a point to call him for clarification, yet I had learned nothing. By the afternoon, Feng Guisho, still bleary-eyed, sauntered down from upstairs, lit a cigarette, and settled into his usual throne reserved for Tofu, exhaling clouds of smoke. He asked, have you figured it out? I replied, figured out what? You haven't said anything. What is going on? When did you and Lu Su become involved? Feng Guisho exhaled a few smoke rings and said, Chen Xian, you're quite the character. If you had another decade, I might struggle against you, but for now, I could easily eliminate you. Do you believe that? I fixed my gaze upon his somber face and replied coolly, I do believe it, but what does that imply now? He suddenly appeared in my shop, disregarding past grievances, and even took a nap upstairs, clearly not here to seek revenge. I surmised that this matter was inextricably linked to Lu Su. After inquiring, Feng Guisho extinguished his cigarette. Through the haze of smoke, his already narrow eyes almost squinted into slits as he said, while I was in custody, Lu Su sent word, stating he could arrange for my release, but the sole condition was that all matters between us must be settled once and for all, and I cannot trouble you any further. I listened impassively, yet my mind was racing with questions about Lu Su's motives. Why was he extending a helping hand to me? If Feng Guisho truly sought to confront me, my standing in this circle would become precarious. Noticing my silence, Feng Guisho scoffed and said, I'll give him face, and this matter will be laid to rest. Well, I have no further business. May the mountains remain green and the waters flow long. With that, he swayed slightly and attempted to leave, but I sidestepped to block his way and smiled. Not so fast. Your words are not yet concluded. If Lu Su had not intervened, you would still be languishing in custody. If his intention was merely to do me a favor, there was no need for him to extricate you. Thus, apart from this transaction, there must be other conditions at play, correct? Feng Guisho crossed his arms and nodded, responding in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, but it has no bearing on you. It's a private arrangement between Lu Su and me. With that, he strode away. In the ensuing period, the phone from Lu Su's side remained perpetually unreachable. Tofu had recovered from his concussion and was discharged from the hospital. As the temperature continued to plummet day by day, the approach of the new year brought no news from Lu Su, and gradually, I grew disinclined to ponder the situation further. The new year arrived, and while Shenzhen experienced a sudden drop in temperature, it was still considerably milder than the north. In the weeks following the new year, the antique market was rather desolate, the bustling stalls now neatly cleared away, rendering the place starkly quiet. After a year of hard work, Tofu suggested we venture out for some amusement. He floated ideas of going to Dongguan or Tianshang Renjian, lacking any decisive plan, which I found tiresome. As I perused the map for a suitable destination, an unexpected figure entered the doorway. Clad in a white down jacket and wrapped in a red scarf, hands laden with gifts, courteously greeting us with Happy New Year. So meticulous in his manners. Who else could it be but Lu Su? The weighty bundles he bore made my hands ache just by looking at them, and I hesitated to express my irritation. Rising to accept the gifts, I poured tea and we exchanged pleasantries. Lu Su wasted no time in getting to the point, taking a sip of hot tea before remarking. Arriving only now, I imagine you've been cursing my name behind my back. Tofu chuckled and replied, not at all. These past few months have been quite pleasant. Ample food, drink, and money without the need to toil. Who has the time to curse you? Lu Su laughed heartily. I can see that, after a few months apart. You've gained 10 pounds, haven't you? Tofu retorted, a man's allure isn't measured by his physique. I added, indeed, it is determined by his appetite. Tofu shot back. Could you refrain from undermining me in front of others? Lu Su burst into laughter, saying, your words wound me deeply. After all, we have been through thick and thin together. How could you still consider me an outsider? With a light-hearted chuckle, we returned to the main topic, recounting events from 3 months prior. He shifted his gaze towards me, beginning to share his experiences since departing from the research institute. Upon learning that the white-cut chicken had been apprehended, Lu Su found the situation rather inappropriate, as it offered him no advantage. Instead, it would hinder his investigation. Seizing the opportunity before old Zhao could be swayed, he resolved to take the initiative and directly approached old Zhao for a discussion. Initially, Lu Su had intended to adopt a more subtle approach, conducting investigations from the sidelines, which had prolonged the process for several days. However, due to the upheaval at the research institute, a direct confrontation became inevitable. Lu Su spoke candidly, inquiring about the whereabouts of the silk book map. Old Zhao, ever astute, immediately responded, did Chen Xian inform you? What is your relationship with him? Lu Su smiled and replied, friends, comrades in life and death. Old Zhao harbored a degree of apprehension towards Lu Su, whose reputation for forging extensive connections in the underworld was well known, and there were indeed precedents for those who crossed him. Despite his own inflated sense of self-importance, old Zhao remained relatively courteous in Lu Su's presence, insisting that the item had been stolen. Lu Su did not press further, instead flashing a slight smile and changing the subject. May I inquire about the purpose of your current research on the messengers? Old Zhao, somewhat displeased, retorted, what does it concern you? You are not ignorant of its purpose. So why feign ignorance with me? Of course, old Zhao's actual words were more tactful, as he busily sought connections for his son while attempting to clear his own name amidst the chaos. At such a juncture, he could not afford to offend someone like Lu Su, hence his words were woven with elaborate politeness, though the essence remained the same. We speculated that his research on the messengers primarily aimed to comprehend the principles behind their resurrection. However, after hearing old Zhao's evasive responses, Lu Su smiled and posed a particularly incisive question. Then, what of the batch of messengers you dispatched to Snow Dragon Mountain? At this query, old Zhao's demeanor shifted dramatically. His face paled, breath quickened, and his eyes widened in shock as he rasped, how did you know? Chapter 30, Snow Dragon Mountain. Upon hearing this, I too was taken aback. Snow Dragon Mountain is a renowned locale in Yunnan, where the locals commonly refer to it by that name. While not many may know of Snow Dragon Mountain specifically, the name Jade Dragon Snow Mountain is likely familiar to many. Situated in the southern segment of the Hengduan mountain range, standing at over 5,500 meters above sea level, it boasts remarkable, rugged, and majestic peaks. perpetually capped with snow and shrouded in mist, making it a celebrated tourist destination. In addition to Snow Dragon Mountain, there are 13 surrounding snow-capped peaks, collectively forming what resembles a snow dragon, with multiple heads extending from it. Renowned for its geomantic significance, it is referred to as the White Dragon of Earth, with its mystical energies nurturing a snowy expanse, historically deemed a treasure by masters of feng shui. Although Snow Dragon Mountain has been developed into a tourist attraction, its vast expanse still harbors large areas that remain off-limits, allowing only for distant observation. The depths enveloped by the snowy mountains are particularly desolate, and I firmly believe that there may lie ancient tombs within. As early as the late Qing dynasty, tomb raiders skilled in divination frequently ventured into the area, reportedly extracting various artifacts. However, due to the high altitude and harsh conditions, many returned empty-handed, some even losing their lives in the process. In recent years, the tourism development around Snow Dragon Mountain has led to a surge of visitors, and with the diminishing number of individuals knowledgeable in the art of divination and tomb raiding, the focus of these activities has largely shifted away from Snow Dragon Mountain. I found it perplexing that El Su's assertion was quite peculiar. How could old Zhao have sent a messenger into Snow Dragon Mountain? Not to mention the considerable distance between Shenzhen and Yunnan, the depths of Jade Dragon are shrouded in centuries-old snow. What purpose could there be in sending a messenger there? Before I could voice my thoughts, Tofu interjected, asking how El Su knew that old Zhao had sent a batch of messengers. What was his intention in sending them to Snow Dragon Mountain? El Su chuckled and replied, "This matter is not merely secretive. To be candid, I cannot ascertain it myself. The information came from another source, and I am unaware of how he obtained it." While Tofu pondered who might have provided the information, a figure flashed through my mind. "Is it the young man who looks exactly like Chen Xiai?" I inquired. El Su regarded me with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, nodding slightly as he smiled. "Brother Chen, your perceptiveness is commendable. You are indeed correct. After I left your presence and informed him of the theft of the map, he has been assisting in the investigation. His capabilities have truly surpassed my expectations, uncovering details I had overlooked." As he spoke, El Su's expression grew somewhat grave. I was taken aback, stating, "It seems you and he are aligned in your pursuits. How much do you know about him?" At that moment, I found myself more intrigued by the true identity of the mute man than by old Zhao's reasons for sending messengers to Snow Dragon Mountain. What was his name? What connection did he have to the Chen family? Why was he working for the Japanese? What was his intent in seeking the map left by Chen Xiai? All these questions enveloped the mute man in a haze of mystery, like a thorn causing discomfort. After I finished my inquiry, El Su slowly shook his head. "He claims to be Wu Shui, but I can assure you that this is an alias. Brother Chen, I shall not indulge in pleasantries." On the second day after Wu Shui sought me out, I leveraged some connections to investigate his background, yet I uncovered nothing. I had come to appreciate El Su's capabilities. If he could find no leads, then the origins of this mute man were indeed enigmatic. I remarked, "He seems to have remained in Japan. Have you explored that avenue?" El Su explained that regardless of where the mute man had been previously, once he arrived in China, his daily life would leave numerous traces. Following these leads would eventually yield some clues. However, in his inquiries regarding the mute man, El Su had not found a single lead. This self-proclaimed Wu Shui appeared as if he had materialized out of thin air. Tofu, upon hearing this, questioned, "With such an ambiguous individual, how can you dare to collaborate with him?" El Su smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned, and spoke in a calm voice, "In our line of work, there are countless uncertainties. The origins of matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is the achievement of our objectives, provided we are not undermined by others." The identity of the mute remained a riddle, and El Su had no intention of probing further. His primary focus lay on the information conveyed by the mute. Based on this intelligence, it became evident that the previous assumptions held by many were entirely erroneous. Master Zhao was not investigating the messenger to extract information from him. Rather, he intended to leverage this undying and formidable group of messengers for a certain plan. What this plan entailed remained unknown to both the mute and El Su, thus prompting El Su to seek out Master Zhao. Upon hearing the query, Zhao breathing quickened. El Su smiled faintly and remarked, "Master, you have been up to something these past years. We are both aware of it. Now, suddenly producing a batch of messengers and claiming there is nothing amiss is hard to believe. I have come today with sincerity. Despite your current predicament, You are a person of stature in this world. I trust that with your capabilities, a little maneuvering and some financial sacrifice could resolve this matter amicably. Zhao Er understood the implication of Su's words. Presently, his backing was hindered by the obstacles posed by Gu Wenmin's father, making intervention difficult. On the other hand, the evidence against him was irrefutable. To settle this affair and extricate his son would require a significant price, which was already the most favorable outcome. Yet, while Su's words remained unspoken threats, Zhao Er comprehended that with Su's influence, adding fuel to the fire at such a critical juncture could spell disaster for the Zhao family, already beleaguered by multiple fronts of pressure. This person, devoid of coarse language or overt threats, had nonetheless maneuvered Zhao Er to the precipice of desperation. Lighting his pipe, Zhao Er inhaled deeply from the special opium-laced tobacco, locking eyes with Su. With a smile, Su maintained his gaze for a good 10 minutes until Zhao Er finally set down his pipe. In the smoke-filled room, Zhao Er, with a hoarse voice, stated, Su, I bear you no grudge from the past nor animosity in the present. Why must you press me so? Su's expression remained one of gentle warmth, his gaze imbued with respect, as if addressing a venerable father figure. He replied softly, Elder, your reputation is illustrious, and I hold you in the highest regard. Hence I do not wish to imply that I am pressing you unduly. However, firstly, the matter of that silk letter concerns the life and fortune of Brother Chen, and as comrades who have faced life and death together, I feel compelled to assist. Secondly, the contents of that silk letter are intertwined with my own interests. I do not intend to create difficulties for you. Ultimately, our circle is small, and we encounter one another frequently. As a junior, I would not intrude upon you were it not for dire circumstances. Zhao Er let out a cold laugh, remarking, Your words are indeed eloquent. I did send a batch of messengers into Shuilong Mountain, but they have no connection to that silk letter. I have stated that it was stolen. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. With that, he closed his eyes and reclined in his chair, the once bright glimmer in his eyes now dimmed by fatigue. With a smile gracing his face, Lu Su finally revealed a hint of impatience. He adjusted his posture, leaned forward, and said, Old man, think carefully. Since the silk manuscript was stolen, there must be suspects, right? Who knew you possessed this item? The elderly Zhao opened his eyes and listed a series of names, among which were myself and Tofu. The rest were mostly individuals who had accompanied him to the tomb of the King of Giant Ears over 20 years ago. Now they had all entered their twilight years, mostly retired at home. Only a few of their descendants remained under Zhao's employ. Lu Su mentally reviewed each of these individuals and turned to investigate the matter. Given the large number of suspects, it was quite challenging to ascertain their backgrounds one by one, which consumed considerable time. When the investigation reached a conclusion, the two most significant suspects emerged. One was nicknamed Black Wolf, and the other Whistle. In their youth, one was ruthless and merciless, while the other was clever and full of tricks, both having traveled the world with old Zhao. Though they were now aged, they still commanded considerable worth. Yet due to their dubious pasts, or perhaps their waning courage, they maintained a low profile. The previous group had either met untimely ends, shifted allegiance, or had distanced themselves entirely from their former lives. Only these two remained in Shenzhen, maintaining close ties with old Zhao, and still had personnel working closely alongside him, making them the primary suspects. Consequently, Lu Su devoted most of his efforts to investigating these two. However, he soon received a message from the mute, stating that Zhao's son had been taken, and Zhao had shut down all his gray enterprises, leaving only a few legitimate operations running. Lu Su immediately sensed something amiss. He had focused his attention on Black Wolf and Whistle, unaware that Zhao had resolved the issue so swiftly, and it appeared his informants had also been compromised. The mute continued. They went to Shuilong Mountain and vanished. Lu Su took a deep breath on the other end of the phone, then chuckled, saying, The strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Old Zhao has played this beautifully. Chapter 31. The little whimper. The outcome had become clear. Lu Su's investigation yielded swift results, confirming that Black Wolf and Whistle were innocent. This time, old Zhao had employed a clever ruse to divert Lu Su's attention, leaving him smiling on the surface while his thoughts remained unsaid. At this moment, Tofu interrupted Lu Su, unwittingly bringing up a sensitive subject, saying, I thought you were clever enough not to fall for this. Turns out you're just as easily fooled. Lu Su laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Experience speaks volumes. Losing to the old master is no disgrace. Tofu retorted, You're quite magnanimous, aren't you? Pretending to be unaffected while secretly harboring resentment? Don't hold back. If you want to curse, just let it out. Lu Su smiled lightly, shifting the topic. When did you take up psychology? Since you're so perceptive, guess what I brought you? Tofu, clad in a perplexed expression, circled around El Su and then rifled through the pile of gifts he had brought, exclaiming, "Is this all?" How dull. El Su remained silent and suddenly produced a small wooden box, no larger than a palm, from his pocket and handed it to Tofu. Curiosity piqued within me. I thought to myself, this elf fellow has gone to such lengths to prepare a gift. Is he attempting to win Tofu over? I wondered what treasures lay within the box. Ignoring the customary etiquette of not opening gifts in front of guests, Tofu hastily opened the box and gasped, "What is this? A bracelet? Made of iron? Why would you give a bracelet to a grown man? Are you trying to embarrass me? How annoying." He placed the box down on the table, preparing to shoo El Su away, but his thick attire hindered his movements, causing him to struggle with his sleeves. I felt a twinge of discomfort on my forehead and quickly interjected, "It's the new year. Let us refrain from violence. I told you that your sleeves are too tight. But you wouldn't believe me." Tofu retorted, "It was on sale. Frugality is a cherished virtue of the Chinese people. We must be thrifty, like good children." I replied, "Good children should return from whence they came. Now, go upstairs and watch TV. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf is already airing. Don't disturb the adults." Ignoring Tofu's flushed face, I shifted my attention back to the contents of the box. What lay inside indeed resembled a bracelet, albeit 1 inch wide and dark in color, adorned with 3 grooves. El Su was not one to offer trivial gifts, so I twisted it for a closer inspection. In that instant, I discovered that beneath this bracelet-like object were 3 slender items, each the length of a finger and the thickness of chopsticks. One end equipped with triangular tips, clearly 3 small, concealed arrows. Upon examining the arrows and the black iron band, realization struck me. This was a miniature concealed weapon designed to be worn on the wrist. I had heard of such a device, known as a little hiss, due to the minimal sound it produced upon firing, resembling a faint hissing. It could be worn on the wrist, and when activated, it required merely raising the hand and pressing a small switch located at the thumb to launch the hidden arrows. This ingenious device was crafted during the anti-Japanese war by a master named Liu Yutai. At that time, the Japanese aggressors were terrorizing the land, and ordinary civilians lacked firearms for self-defense. In scenarios where young women faced the threat of assault, there was little they could do to resist. Master Liu, with his noble spirit, designed this small mechanism, which proved to be even deadlier than a gun. Unlike firearms, which required reloading and took approximately 3 seconds to fire after aiming, this concealed weapon could strike an enemy within a second with just a flick of the finger. Remarkably, it boasted exceptional penetrating power, rumored to even pierce wood and stone. However, this device only gained popularity in Master Liu's vicinity for a brief period. Soon, the increasing use of little hiss devices to eliminate Japanese soldiers drew the attention of the enemy, leading to Master Liu's home being besieged by Japanese forces. Under a hail of gunfire, the esteemed master met his demise. The method of crafting this mechanism, along with his death, soon faded into obscurity. As of now, this item has become a rarity with a price but no market. Most importantly, in times of peril, it can be a lifesaver. This contraption is even more formidable than a bullet. Noticing that I had discerned the origin of this object, El Su smiled faintly and then let out a soft sigh. He said, "I understand that you harbor some reservations about me, but one has circumstances in the world of Jiang who often dictate actions that one may not wish to undertake. It is not that I am devoid of compassion. I offer this to Brother Do as a gesture of goodwill, hoping to provide him with an extra layer of protection in his future endeavors." Internally, I was astounded. El Su was indeed a remarkable individual. I was fully aware that he was a cunning fox, heartless and ruthless, who spoke one way yet acted another. Still, I found it nearly impossible to harbor any feelings of disdain towards him. If my regard for El Su had previously been a mere 20%, it had now surged to 80%, despite my knowledge of his less than noble character. I suddenly understood why people spoke of his formidable network. He was someone who could evoke admiration even from his adversaries, an individual who inspired appreciation despite knowing full well that engaging with him might lead to one's downfall. I was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Tofu, having grasped the purpose of the mechanism from El Su's words, was already wide-eyed with excitement. He promptly donned the device on his left wrist, concealed the hidden dart, and conducted a test, aiming at my high-quality replica of a Song Dynasty Qing porcelain vase. I was unable to intervene in time. I heard a sharp hiss as a streak of black light shot forth. The vase remained intact, but a hole the size of a chopstick appeared in its body. The dart pierced through the vase and struck the wall beyond. I was utterly astounded by the power of this concealed weapon, and an unsettling thought struck me. How would I sell the tens of thousands of vases I had collected now? Cursed be it, I had to rein in my fury, lest I succumb to the impulse of taking Tofu's life. Su's generous gift truly left both Tofu and me in awe. In our line of work, delving into the depths for mushrooms, money was easy to earn, but life was precarious. The words of Feng Guisho echoed in my mind like a thorn. And now, with Tofu armed with such a handy tool, our chances of survival had significantly improved, at least providing me with some solace. After the experiment with the concealed weapon, Su smiled and steered the conversation back on track. He recounted how he had been outmaneuvered by old Zhao, and how, thanks to the mute's alert, he had finally caught on. Although old Zhao's business continued to operate, both he and the white-cut chicken had vanished without a trace. It was evident to anyone that Snow Dragon Mountain harbored some secret, and old Zhao had deliberately used the silk book as bait to divert Su's attention. This secret was likely connected to the silk book, prompting Su to devise a plan to venture into Snow Dragon Mountain in search of answers. However, with winter's grasp tightening, Snow Dragon Mountain, perpetually blanketed in snow, was exceedingly inhospitable. Tourist attractions had closed their gates, forbidding entry, and the harsh climatic conditions made it clear that venturing deep into the mountain during the depths of winter would be tantamount to seeking one's demise. Su and the mute conferred, and even if a search for individuals was necessary, it would have to be postponed until spring. In the meantime, Su would keep a close watch on Zhao Erye's movements, ready to receive immediate word should Zhao and his companions reappear. In the present day, it is already February, yet Zhao Laotu and his companions seem to have vanished from the face of the earth. Curiously, the enterprises he managed continue to operate smoothly. Consequently, during this period, Su began to trace upward based on this lead and ultimately uncovered a pivotal figure. This individual, named Eugene Chuan, was a trusted aide of Zhao Yiri, renowned alongside the deceased Wei Nanjing. However, during Wei Nanjing's lifetime, he enjoyed Zhao Yiri's favor, leading to a long-standing rivalry and a simmering resentment in Eugene Chuan regarding Zhao Yiri's perceived injustice towards him. When Su infiltrated Eugene Chuan's residence, he pressed a knife to his throat and inquired about Zhao Yiri. Eugene Chuan, lacking in loyalty and being a skilled manipulator of human emotions, soon divulged the necessary information. Indeed, the precious silk manuscript was in Zhao Laotu's possession. The reason Zhao Laotu was investigating the batch of couriers who had recently gone missing in Shuilong Mountain was intricately linked to that manuscript. He confessed everything he knew to Su. Although Eugene Chuan and his associates were unaware of the origins or implications of the manuscript, they were acutely aware that Zhao Laotu had been striving to unravel the secrets inscribed upon it. He had previously disassembled the contents of the manuscript and sought numerous cryptographers for interpretation, yet to no avail, until a fellow scholar of Mongolian descent appeared, leading to a glimmer of insight. Upon reviewing the manuscript, this scholar contemplated for a moment and posited that the images inscribed were a form of map, albeit unlike ordinary maps, as it depicted only the main features without specific locations. The accompanying text bore a resemblance to the shamanic sacred language, which, strictly speaking, is not classified as a language. This sacred language, once translated, could be integrated into the map's framework, culminating in a complete representation. At one point in history, Inner Mongolia was densely populated by practitioners of shamanism, prompting Zhao Laotu to dispatch individuals to Inner Mongolia in search of a formidable shaman to assist in the textual decryption. Thus, Eugene Chuan journeyed to Inner Mongolia, unveiling the immense secrets concealed within the manuscript. Due to the significance of the content, Eugene Chuan, adhering to Zhao Laotu's instructions, made several rubbings of the manuscript and sought out renowned experts in the Inner Mongolia region. After enduring various hardships, the concealed truths within the manuscript began to surface. In the past, Chen Xi had traversed numerous locations, ultimately entering the tomb of the King of Giant Ears with this manuscript in hand. It was evident that the content of the manuscript had substantial ties to the tomb of the King of Giant Ears. The deciphered manuscript by Eugene Zhuan revealed a map alongside an obscure introduction. This was a structural diagram of an ancient tomb, specifically the architectural blueprint of the tomb of the King of Giant Ears. According to the manuscript, the map's owner was a master who had designed and overseen the construction of the tomb, a non-Han individual named Pu Zhen. In his time, Pu Zhen was a prominent geomancer in the Yunnan region, having resided in Han territory for an extended period, blending the customs of ethnic minorities with Han burial practices, thus establishing a unique tradition that garnered him considerable acclaim. In his middle age, he returned to his homeland, and soon thereafter, the Queen of Baoxiang and the great-eared elephant passed away. According to the Queen's wishes for a modest burial and the great-eared elephant's desire for a grand interment, the then renowned architect, Pu Zhen, was commissioned to design the tomb of the great-eared king. It is said that the great-eared king's tomb, a monumental edifice that drained the resources of the Shao Ilao kingdom, is known as the Tomb of the Divine and embodies Pu Zhen's lifelong wisdom. In private, he preserved a structural blueprint in a coded script, comprehensible only to the masters of shamanism. When the great-eared king's tomb was completed, Pu Zhen was already in the twilight of his life, having dedicated his existence to constructing tombs for others and profoundly influenced by burial culture. He regarded his own resting place with utmost importance. Naturally, lacking the financial means of the Shao Ilao, he could not replicate the grandeur of the great-eared's ancient tomb. Thus, he chose a site for his burial amidst the vast snowy peaks of Yulong. The tombs of the Baoxiang, the great-eared, and Pu Zhen himself, situated along the dragon vein of the Yunnan region, formed an awe-inspiring pattern reminiscent of a dragon's gaze and a crane's flight, resonating across the landscape with a formidable presence. The structural blueprint of the great-eared tomb was interred with Pu Zhen. It can be concluded that Pu Zhen's final resting place lies within the snowy expanse of Yulong, suggesting that the secret manuscript of the blueprint must have been revealed by Chen Xi. Given that Chen Xi possessed this map, why then did he meet his demise beneath the traps of the great-eared king's tomb? Was there an issue with Chen Xi's later deciphering? Or did some other unforeseen event occur? Furthermore, why did old Zhao, after deciphering this map, commence the creation of messengers? Did he venture into the Snow Dragon Mountain in pursuit of Pu Zhen's tomb? Years prior, old Zhao harbored ambitions regarding the great-eared king's tomb, but was thwarted by its ingenious construction. Had I been in his position, I would have ventured forth with the structural blueprint to reclaim my honor and uncover the secrets of that great elephant. Yet, old Zhao's actions are indeed perplexing. Instead of targeting the great-eared tomb, he aimed to disrupt Pu Zhen's endeavors. Did Pu Zhen harbor animosity towards him? A millennium has passed, and their fates should not intertwine. After old Zhao acquired the map, he ceased involvement with Eugene Zhuan, who continued his own affairs. The precise activities undertaken by old Zhao during this interval remain unknown. However, after some time, the messenger initiative commenced. Subsequently, an incident involving Baizhanji's imprisonment and the Zhao family's suppression unfolded. In this critical juncture, old Zhao decisively closed more than half of his enterprises and temporarily entrusted the operations in Inko to Eugene Zhuan. Though you harbored some discontent towards old Zhao, their entanglement was so profound that such dissatisfaction would not precipitate any significant upheaval, which is why old Zhao felt secure in delegating responsibilities to him. Shortly thereafter, old Zhao and Baizhanji, accompanied by several capable subordinates, entered the Yunnan region. Eugene Zhuan was unaware of their specific whereabouts, but a mute had somehow received word that old Zhao had gone missing in the snowy mountains. Old Zhao's venture into the Snow Dragon Mountain occurred in late October. And now, as it is early February, nearly 3 months have elapsed, leaving the fate of old Zhao and his companions uncertain. As Tofu pondered over the matter, he inquired, "So you have been investigating this for the past few months? It seems that the map is a schematic of the tomb of the great-eared king. I find myself puzzled. What could the mute desire with such a map?" Tofu's expression grew grave as he reflected, stating, "He has consistently denied being Chen Xi. Yet I believe that, based on the mute's various actions, he is undoubtedly Chen Xi." Upon hearing this, Lu Su slightly shook his head and remarked, "I have only heard of Chen Xi. I have never encountered him. However, the mute you speak of, also known as Wu Shui, seems to differ from the Chen Xi I have heard of in rumors." I nodded in agreement, saying, "There are indeed differences in character. But the most perplexing issue lies in the question of age. I have long harbored a desire to explore the cave mentioned by the old man Zhao. If we could find a corpse, we could ascertain the mute's true identity. Lu Su sipped his tea and smiled, saying, "There is no rush for this matter. I came to find you primarily because Wu Shui has indicated intentions to set off for Snow Dragon Mountain at the end of this month." Tofu, perplexed, queried, "If he seeks the map, it is evident he wishes to go to the tomb of the Great Ear King. Why then is he heading to Snow Dragon Mountain?" I responded, "Because the map is in the possession of the old man Zhao." Lu Su nodded, smiling thus. "Our journey serves a dual purpose, to locate a person and to engage in a treasure hunt." Tofu acknowledged with a nod, casting a glance at the desolate streets outside. He remarked, "Though it is February and our region is quite warm, it remains cold in Yunnan. Even by the end of this month, it will be frigid. Venturing into the snowy mountains seems perilous." Lu Su acknowledged the danger but noted that the mute appeared quite eager, unable to wait much longer, and decided to take the risk of entering the mountains. I asked Lu Su, "If the mute is prepared to take such a risk, will you accompany him?" Lu Su laughed heartily, saying, "Why not? Entering the depths of Snow Dragon Mountain, perpetually cloaked in snow during winter, is undoubtedly a test of human endurance." I secretly admired his audacity, but was then struck by a question. "So what brings you to us at this moment?" "To pay a New Year visit," he jested. Tofu wrinkled his nose, retorting, "You must be joking." Lu Su, lightheartedly, continued, "This map, originally belonging to Chen Ci and concerning the tomb of the Great Ear King, is linked to your very livelihood, Chen brother. I am sure you would not wish to miss this opportunity. Once it falls into Wu Shui's hands, retrieving it will be no easy task. Therefore, I propose that both of you accompany me." Before I could respond, Lu Su continued, "The mute is unaware of this. I merely mentioned my need for two assistants, and he agreed. We have much equipment to prepare, and we will need to drive ourselves. During our journey in the coming days, it would be prudent for both of you to disguise yourselves." Tofu, upon hearing this, rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "This feels like being a spy. By the way, where is the mute currently residing?" Lu Su shook his head. Tofu accused, "You are deceiving me." Lu Su raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, replying, "If I deceive you, may I be struck by lightning. That fellow is unpredictable. He has always appeared on his own accord, and I truly do not know where to find him." The three of us sipped hot tea, engaged in further discussions about our future plans, after which Lu Su took his leave. Tofu suggested we dine together, but Lu Su pointed to a nearby small Land Rover and remarked, "I must visit some friends, so I shall forego the meal. We shall reconvene while working." With that, he started the vehicle and slowly departed. Tofu, shivering in the cold wind, sneezed forcefully and commented, "This man knows how to navigate social situations. Lao Chun, you ought to learn from him. Do not treat everyone as if they owe you money." I replied, "I recall that someone indeed owes me money. Who is it that forgot to bring cash when buying a phone?" Tofu laughed nervously, saying, "Phone? What phone? I have no knowledge of that matter." I reminded him, "It was the time you went to purchase a phone but forgot your wallet. I covered it for you. 3,000 yuan. Do pay me back promptly." Tofu slapped his forehead, seemingly ignoring my words, muttering, "It is too cold. I shall return to sleep." Watching Tofu dash up the stairs, I noticed the street was deserted, most shops closed. I decided to close my shop as well and retire upstairs to rest. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the end of the month. During this period, Do Lin visited several times, likely due to my previous assistance to her, which had sparked her interest. Unfortunately, her temper was capricious, and after offending a colleague of mine, I was compelled to close the door, dismissing her. Do Lin, outside, wept, exclaiming, "What are you? In what way am I unworthy of you? You treat that fool better than me." Tofu, peering through the door crack, observed Do Lin's tear-streaked face and remarked, "This girl requires patience, Lao Chun. Your approach is too brusque. By the way, who is the fool she mentioned?" Do Lin, in a fit of anger, kicked the shop door and then fell silent. I believed that if there was no point in the matter, it was better to avoid unnecessary entanglement. Having angered her significantly, I surmised she likely would not return. Thus I leisurely reopened the shop to resume business. As February transitioned into early March, we received a call from Lu Su, arranging to meet at the southern end. I contacted the beautiful Gu, informing her of our destination, and since the matter had been laid bare, I no longer intended to keep it from her. Given that there were only 2 spots available and Gu could not leave, it was only natural that I retained her. Our meeting place was at the National Highway in the southern region, adjacent to a relatively large parking lot. As it was not a holiday, the lot was sparsely populated. However, Along the edge stood a striking row of 5 Hummers, each a different model and appearing somewhat worn. Next to the vehicles stood several individuals, some wielding cameras, others clad in outdoor jackets, resembling a tourist group. Amidst the crowd, I spotted Lu Su, diligently cleaning the lens of an elongated camera. Tofu and I approached, drawing the attention of those nearby. Sharp gazes lingered on us until they relaxed upon seeing Lu Su engage with us. Chapter 33. Departure. Lu Su lifted his gaze, continuing to wipe the lens while displaying his signature gentle smile. In hushed tones, he said, "There is a considerable amount of illicit cargo in the vehicle. To avoid detection, we shall pose as a self-driving tour group. You two are the last to join us. Please, get in the car." With that, Lu Su whistled, and the scattered individuals promptly gathered, boarding the vehicles. It was then that I realized these 5 Hummers belonged to our convoy. Upon entering the vehicle, we were greeted by a short-haired beauty, chewing gum audibly as she swiftly merged onto the highway, her demeanor somewhat audacious. Tofu peered out of the window, then quickly retreated, exclaiming, "Goodness, 5 cars, all packed. How many of us are there this time?" LV Su replied, "One of the cars is providing cover, with 4 individuals. Once we arrive, there's no need to venture into the mountains. The remaining 4 cars each have 3 people, including 2 women in our group." He gestured towards the short-haired beauty at the wheel, saying, "This one is a doctor, and the other lady is Japanese." Upon hearing this, the driver shot us a couple of flirtatious glances through the rearview mirror, causing Tofu's face to flush instantly, which elicited hearty laughter from her. I, unperturbed, inquired of LV Su how many companions he had brought along. LV Su pointed at Tofu and me, stating, "Why, it's just the 2 of you. You are my companions." At that moment, Tofu and I had both disguised ourselves as per LV Su's instructions, donning sun hats and large sunglasses, cloaked in trench coats and scarves that obscured most of our faces. Tofu, her mouth muffled by the scarf, quietly asked, "What about the mute?" LV Su informed us that he was in the lead vehicle, as we were the 3rd car in the convoy. And given the larger number of participants coupled with the mute's reticent nature, we would have little opportunity for conversation before entering the mountains. Shuilong Mountain lies to the north of Lijiang, and the drive from Shenzhen to Lijiang takes approximately 2 days and nights, roughly 35 hours, making for a lengthy journey. We pressed on with little respite, stopping only when absolutely necessary. Hence we only had the chance to encounter the mute that evening. Due to the treacherous mountain roads, notorious for accidents, compounded by recent snowfall that left the roads icy, we dared not travel by night, opting instead to stay at a humble inn in a village called Lake, where the conditions were rudimentary and the bathing facilities shared. It was there, while washing up, that we encountered the mute. He was unmasked, his expression impassive and his gaze cold. By this time, we had long since exited Guangdong province, and the weather had turned quite frigid. Tofu and I could hardly bear the chill, shedding our trench coats for down jackets, while the mute wore only a thin black outer garment. He evidently did not recognize either of us, crossing past us with arms crossed, his eyes averted. As his footsteps faded, Tofu and I exchanged glances, and she pulled down her scarf, whispering, still that arrogant demeanor. He didn't recognize us. Our disguises seemed to be quite effective. I chose to ignore her foolish grin as I washed my face. The inn's hot water supply was rather unreliable, alternating between cold and hot, and at times ceasing altogether, which discouraged me from bathing. I retreated into the musty confines of the bed for sleep. The following day, we donned our disguises and boarded the vehicle, but the mute was nowhere to be seen. He had already settled inside. According to our plans, we would be sleeping in the car that night, arriving in Lijiang by morning and entering the mountains by midday. Bored during the journey, Tofu suggested a game of cards. LV Su and I exchanged glances before agreeing, and soon we were engrossed in the game. Tofu, nearly stripped of her dignity, exclaimed in frustration after losing, "I'm done. I feel like you two are conspiring against me." To which I replied, "Throughout the entire game, I didn't utter a single word to him. How could I possibly be colluding to deceive you?" El Su chuckled and remarked that if there was no fight, then there would be no fight. However, one must accept the consequences of a wager. Now that the money was depleted, he suggested it was time to consider some form of compensation. Tofu inquired about the nature of this compensation, to which El Su replied that Tofu should paint him a landscape as a means of settling the score. Tofu felt aggrieved, believing that his artistic integrity had been tarnished, and he protested loudly until the evening finally quieted down. The discomfort of sleeping in the car was palpable, And the next day, upon arriving in Lijiang, the group sought a restaurant to dine and rest before driving to the foot of the Snow Dragon Mountain. I had previously assumed that the mountain would be closed in winter, but upon arrival, I discovered that the picturesque scenery at its base, coupled with well-developed tourism infrastructure, meant that it remained accessible year-round. We donned warm clothing and purchased tickets to enter the scenic area, where, during this season, the number of visitors was quite sparse, predominantly consisting of locals, making our group stand out. Among the mute entourage was an individual who had previously scouted the area. He guided us away from the throngs and onto a secluded cableway. From our vantage point, the vast expanse of snow-covered terrain stretched before us. The mountain ridges appearing as if sculpted by a master craftsman, their whiteness concealing the mysteries behind them. Most individuals in the group were referred to by code names. One young man, dubbed Fish Float, was adept at water-related activities and bore a dark complexion. He pointed towards the distant snow-capped peaks, stating that the end of the cableway led to a large snow slope devoid of surveillance equipment, allowing us to delve deeper into the wilderness. Tofu found this peculiar and leaned in to whisper to me, questioning how Zhao Laotu managed to smuggle in so many messengers given that this area was a protected zone. I replied that messengers were akin to living beings, and gaining entry was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay within the extreme conditions inside. More intriguing than Tofu's query was the fact that this mute individual had been mingling with the Japanese. I pondered the origins of this group of Chinese. If they were subordinates, they did not seem particularly close to the mute. Observing the situation, I noted that the mute spent most of his time alone, currently seated atop the snow-capped peak, gazing into the distance. The group he brought along seemed to be engaged in their own pursuits, only consulting him when necessary. Having been confined to the vehicle earlier, I had refrained from asking questions in the presence of outsiders. But I took this opportunity to quietly inquire with El Su about the situation. El Su explained that this group was merely a band of misfits, and he was uncertain about Wu Shui's intentions in recruiting them. Nevertheless, he indicated that not all of them were inept, for individuals warranted particular attention. He began to introduce them. First was a short-haired woman named Meng Meng, who practiced sorcery and was rather brusque. It was advisable to tolerate her rudeness, lest one incur her wrath. The second was a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man with shifty eyes, possessing keen observational skills. Nothing escaped his notice, and he harbored grudges, making it wise to maintain a good rapport with him, for he was an avid smoker. The third was Feng Guishou, who had also joined the group, but failed to recognize Tofu and me, thus remaining aloof. The fourth was a diminutive, frail figure, resembling a primary school student from behind, reputed to possess the skill to contort his body, enabling him to squeeze through a theft tunnel with a diameter of merely 20 centimeters. Moreover, the others need not concern themselves with any matters. At this moment, the guide indicated the route, and the group ascended along the cableway toward the sheltered area of the snow slope. As this site was not a primary viewpoint, it was devoid of visitors. The wooden path was blanketed in fresh snow, preserving our footprints, which would soon be concealed once more. Before long, at the bend of the path, a steep snow slope, approximately 45 degrees, appeared beneath us. Gazing down, a veil of mist obscured the view, alongside a warning sign cautioning tourists to refrain from approaching the dangerous area. This warning had little effect on us. Burdened with heavy packs, we realized that if we were to step down directly, the thick snow would likely trap our feet. Having previously surveyed the terrain, the guide assured us that a gentler area lay below. Consequently, we chose a firm patch of snow and rolled down with abandon. The sound of cracking snow filled the air, and after a dizzying tumble, we reached the bottom, coated in snowflakes, gasping for breath. Looking upward along the slope, the path had vanished into the mist. Tofu, struggling to rise while brushing off the snow, accidentally uncovered an object from the snow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an empty plastic bottle. The guide explained that it had been carelessly discarded by some tourists, necessitating periodic cleanups by staff. He urged us to move on, as this was not the safest place to linger. Tofu discarded the bottle while scolding the thoughtless behavior of the tourists, then joined the group in continuing forward. The mute, leading the way, remained ahead of us. I was uncertain of the precise location of the tomb. As we traversed the snow-capped mountains without any high ground, compounded by the swirling snow and biting wind, my abilities to sense the tomb's presence proved futile, so I followed the main group. Tofu and I could not maintain our disguise indefinitely, yet now was not the moment to reveal our identities. Once we ventured deeper into the snow-capped wilderness, the mute would have no leverage over us. I was not one to be easily subdued, and with Lu Su present, he would refrain from confronting him. To ensure our safety, Tofu and I lingered at the rear of the group. Initially, we had the luxury of admiring the snowy scenery. But as we ventured further, the landscape grew monotonous, consisting solely of white snow and occasionally exposed rocks. Turning back, the sharp contours of Snow Dragon Mountain loomed behind us, shrouded in cloud and mist, with snow rising in vaporous tendrils. By this point, we had entered an uninhabited zone. Even the staff of Snow Dragon Mountain would not venture this far. Braving the biting wind and snow, we pressed on, our exposed skin shielded from the elements. The frigid temperatures, combined with the high altitude, had us gasping for breath, significantly hampering our progress. After more than 5 hours of continuous trekking, the mute finally coldly uttered 2 words: set camp. Chapter 34. Blood. At this juncture, we had traveled a considerable distance northward along Snow Dragon Mountain. Looking back, all that remained was a vast expanse of white. The howling wind and snow swiftly obliterated our footprints. The group hastily set up camp, 13 of us with 4 tents. Working quickly to establish our temporary shelter, we ignited solid fuel and, using a small iron pot, boiled some snow water to accompany our rations. The individuals in this group of treasure hunters displayed a lack of refinement, cursing the frigid weather while engaging in idle chatter and boisterous discussions. My companion, Tofu, and I chose to remain silent, seated quietly at the edge of the campfire, our faces partially cloaked in shadows, our cold expressions betraying none of our discomfort. Our gaze fixated on the food before us, we chewed slowly and methodically, our demeanor starkly contrasting with the raucous atmosphere surrounding us. Having descended into the depths so many times before, this was my first experience of advancing with such a noisy crew. The crude jokes and incessant banter that occasionally reached my ears extinguished my appetite, leaving me cold and weary, longing only to retreat into the warmth of my tent and sleep. At that moment, Tofu ceased eating and, in a chilling tone, uttered a succinct command: shut up. Either eat or leave. His voice was measured, devoid of urgency, yet it struck the air like a silenced bullet, and the raucous crowd fell abruptly silent. Some individuals sheepishly touched their noses, recognizing the cue, and resumed their meals without further comment. Tofu whispered in my ear, "That's impressive. When will I reach such a level?" I replied quietly, "You never will." Though we spoke in hushed tones, my words had barely left my lips when I caught sight of the cold, piercing gaze of the mute, suddenly fixed upon Tofu and me. It seemed to penetrate through our aids, leaving Tofu speechless, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Our eyes met amidst the flickering firelight, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped us. I observed his rigid form, momentarily frozen in time, akin to a photograph, an image of stillness. Soon, this image came to life. The mute appeared to be merely warning Tofu and me against whispering, before averting his gaze once more. Once the meal concluded, the cacophony resumed among the group. During such moments, the mute took no interest in the commotion. We continued to take turns keeping watch, pairing off in groups of 2. The mute, as the leader, was exempt from this duty, enjoying the privilege of rest. The remaining 12, divided into pairs, would alternate every hour and a half, allowing us approximately 9 hours of respite. Calculating from now, we would rise around 6 in the morning, and with the time needed for packing up and breakfast, we estimated a departure around 8. Tofu and I were paired together, and as we were both rather quiet and unassuming, we were assigned a watch shift during the middle of the night, a most inconvenient arrangement, as it required us to awaken after only a short period of sleep to stand watch for an hour and a half before we could resume resting. In truth, I felt that keeping watch in this snowy mountain environment was rather inconsequential. Generally, night watches are necessary to guard against wild beasts, but here in the snow-capped mountains, especially in late February when the chill was still biting, it was unlikely that any creatures would wander near. Yet, the mute, though few of words, was exceedingly cautious, leaving no room for anyone to grow complacent. The tent was designated for 3 individuals, myself, El Su, and Tofu. The others tended to defer to El Su, thus he, along with a girl named Meng Meng, took the first watch, which would allow them to enjoy a deep slumber until dawn. Tofu and I nestled into the warmth of the tent, and in the biting cold, fatigue overcame us easily. Once cocooned in our cozy sleeping bags, I drifted off into a profound slumber, filled with bizarre and vivid dreams. Before long, We were roused by a voice. It belonged to a lean individual skilled in a peculiar art, known by the codename Black Loach. Snow still clung to his shoulders. His face flushed, and as he spoke, his breath formed frosty clouds. He shook my shoulder and said, "Hey, it's your turn." Tofu rubbed his eyes. His hair tousled like a bird's nest, and sleepily emerged from his sleeping bag, yawning as he remarked, "I'm so tired. What is there to guard in a snow-covered mountain?" Black Loach merely chuckled, replying, "You might want to ask Boss Wu about that. I'm off to sleep. You two should get up." With that, he departed from our tent. A glance revealed that El Su had already succumbed to slumber, silently and without a trace. Tofu, still dazed, resembled a chick pecking at grains, nearly drooling from exhaustion. Recognizing Tofu's frail constitution, I suggested, "I can manage on my own. You should continue to rest." At this, Tofu perked up, shaking his head defiantly. "That one do. We share both fortune and misfortune." Knowing Tofu well, I replied, "All right, enough of the pretense. You're secretly delighted, aren't you? Just go back to sleep." Having been seen through, Tofu chuckled and said, "Tomorrow night, I'll let you off the hook." He then curled back into his slumber. I donned my clothing, pulled the hood of my parka over my head, and settled beside the fire. While we had ample supplies, we were cautious to conserve energy in case of unforeseen circumstances. The fire, fueled by solid materials, did not blaze intensely, merely providing enough warmth to fend off the chill. It was the depth of night, and the cold winds howled through the snow-covered mountains, with temperatures plummeting further. Even clad in specialized polar gear, I felt the cold seep into my bones, my fingers stiff with frost. After a long vigil, I decided to stand and stretch my frozen limbs. Glancing at the time, still a full hour remained. Time dragged on. I believed much longer had passed, yet only half an hour had elapsed. The tents were arranged in the cardinal directions around the central campfire. I paced in small circles around the fire, the sound of crunching snow echoing beneath my feet. A blanket of snow had gathered atop the tent, rustling in the wind. The watch was a tedious task. As I stomped my feet, my mind wandered to trivial thoughts, such as how the mute managed to navigate. Throughout the day, he had led the way. Did he truly know the location of the ancient tomb? Due to the terrain, my ability to sense the tomb's aura during daylight was rendered ineffective. How then did the mute discern its whereabouts? As the cold seeped into my mind, rendering it sluggish, coupled with fatigue, it was hardly a moment for deep reflection. These musings flitted through my brain without the energy to ponder them deeply. As time slipped by, I suddenly heard a rustling sound behind me. Turning around, I saw someone unzipping the tent, and shortly after, a figure emerged. To my astonishment, it was the mute. He emerged from the tent, whether to relieve himself or for some other purpose, glancing at me momentarily. Due to the biting cold, I had donned windproof goggles and wrapped a scarf around my mouth and nose, so he likely could not recognize me. To my surprise, he spoke. "Where is the other person?" I was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was referring to Tofu. I knew this mute fellow lacked social grace, and if he discovered Tofu was slacking off, who knew what might ensue? Thus, I lowered my voice, altering my tone, and replied, "He has gone to relieve himself." The mute frowned, probably disdainful of my crude language, shot me a cold glance, and departed from the flickering firelight, heading in the opposite direction of the camp. I watched his retreating figure and inferred he had gone to answer nature's call. Hastily, I ducked into the tent and pulled Tofu out, saying, "Get up. The boss is checking." "Checking?" Tofu, still dazed, asked in confusion. "Which boss?" As I helped him to his feet, I recounted the incident with the mute. Tofu, wary of the mute, quickly donned his attire and settled beside the fire, dozing off. Approximately 20 minutes later, the mute returned, and I mused that perhaps he had been constipated. After all, one could not remain outside in such freezing conditions for over 20 minutes without suffering from frostbite. The mute ignored us, slipping back into the tent. I glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until the shift change. At that moment, Tofu tugged at my sleeve, leaning in to whisper, "There's blood. The mute has blood on his pants. He must have hemorrhoids." I was taken aback, gasping slightly, and could not help but give Tofu a playful smack on the head, lowering my voice to say, "Nonsense. You must be out of your mind to be staring at his backside. His hemorrhoids are none of your concern." Tofu pouted, looking quite aggrieved, and replied softly, "I wasn't deliberately staring at his backside. I'm sitting while you're standing." When he entered my line of sight, I couldn't help but see it. There really is blood, a significant amount. His hemorrhoids must be quite serious. Hearing Tofu's words piqued my curiosity. I certainly did not believe the mute had hemorrhoids, but what was the explanation for the blood on his pants? As I pondered, my gaze unwittingly drifted toward the direction the mute had taken, a sense of unease clawing at my insides. I turned to Tofu and said, "You stay here. I'm going to check it out." "Where are you going?" he asked. "Don't worry about it. Just stay here, and I will be back shortly. I'm afraid of the dark. With the fire, what is there to fear? Don't act like a coward. Once I cut off that appendage of yours, I will believe you're a girl." Tofu shrank back, intimidated, and watched me depart. The mute's footprints had yet to be obscured by the wind and snow, so I switched on my flashlight and followed the trail. The footprints stretched on for more than 10 minutes. And now I was certain the mute was not merely out for a nature break. Who would venture so far to urinate in this frigid weather? What was he truly up to in the dead of night? Just then, the footprints turned sharply, leading behind a cluster of rocks, and in that instant, I caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, causing my heart to race. The white snow revealed glimpses of rock beneath, suggesting that the snow atop had been disturbed by something. What lies behind the rocks? And what is that which exudes a pungent scent of blood? Chapter 35. The mystery. As I wielded my flashlight and turned the corner, the beam illuminated a snow-covered ground stained with deep crimson blood. The intense metallic odor assaulting my senses in the darkness, a sight both shocking and harrowing. The snowstorm raged fiercely. Had I arrived even a moment later, these bloodstains would have been concealed beneath the snow. The source of the blood was a prominent mound, resembling a snow-white bun, clearly constructed by human hands, as if something had been buried within. One side of the mound was stained red, the stark contrast of crimson against white creating a disconcerting visual in the storm. What secrets does this snowdrift conceal? A sense of foreboding welled up within me as I approached the mound, reaching out to disturb the snow. Just as my hand extended, a faint crackling sound echoed from behind me, the sound of snow being compressed underfoot. Someone was behind me. Startled, I turned abruptly to find an unexpected figure, the mute. Had he not entered the tent? What was he doing out here? The mute stood behind me, arms crossed, his expression impassive, resolute against the storm. I glanced past him, only to find the area behind him desolate and devoid of any presence, and I couldn't help but curse Tofu under my breath for his lax watch. Here was the mute, having silently trailed me without so much as a warning. Before I could utter a word, the mute coolly commanded, "Go back." I looked at the snow mound, then back at him, inquiring, "Did you kill whatever is buried inside?" Though I remained ignorant of what lay beneath, the sheer volume of blood suggested it was no longer alive. I found the situation perplexing. Why would the mute venture out in the dead of night to slay something and conceal it beneath a snow mound? If he had merely encountered a dangerous creature while relieving himself, it would be understandable, but why bury it? Furthermore, he shouldn't have strayed this far for such a trivial matter. Now, he had clearly entered the tent only to reappear now, his behavior shrouded in mystery, making it difficult not to harbor suspicions. As I spoke, I deliberately lowered my voice, concerned the mute might recognize me, but to my surprise, he replied, "Chen, don't ask too many questions. I say you act. If you don't listen, then leave." I had already experienced the mute's sharp tongue and was not particularly affected by his words. What truly astonished me was that he recognized my identity. Tofu and I had barely crossed paths with him, exchanged only a few words, and I had been wrapped tightly in layers. How had he discerned who I was? Sensing my astonishment, the mute raised his chin slightly, his gaze cold and laced with derision. "A mere clown. Thinking you could deceive me?" I felt a surge of anger. Since my identity had been exposed, there was no reason to conceal it further. I pulled down the scarf that had shrouded my mouth and nose, stating, "Who was it that initially administered the drug?" "Clown, you must be referring to yourself." The mute retorted coldly, "Is this how you speak to your savior?" I am aware that he was referring to matters concerning the tomb of Su Fu and the subsequent signals sent forth. Indeed, one could consider him a savior to our group, yet the act of offering a sweet date only to follow it with a slap is a tactic that, regrettably, only a child would overlook. However, I could not engage in a quarrel with him, as arguments are an utter waste of one's breath. Thus I said, "Enough of your flowery words. Since you have recognized me, let us speak plainly and without pretense." After a brief pause, I fixed my gaze upon his obsidian eyes and inquired, "Who are you?" "Wu Shui," he replied, uttering those two syllables. I scoffed, responding, "You might as well try to deceive a ghost with such words." The mute offered a cold smile and asked, "How would you like me to respond? Should I tell you I am Chen Ci? In truth, I pondered why I bore such an uncanny resemblance to him, yet I was most certainly not him. He was a failure, unworthy of comparison to my being. My feelings towards Chen Xi were rather indifferent, to the point where I could not even utter the word father. Nevertheless, upon hearing the mute's derogatory remarks about Chen Xi, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within me. As the saying goes, one must consider the master before striking the dog. Although I was loath to admit it, Chen Xi was indeed my father, and I could not allow this wretch to insult him so. Suppressing my anger, I retorted, "Silence. He is not a failure." The mute coldly replied, "A dead man is not a failure. What else could he be? To you, the deceased may be failures. But every soul must meet their end. Your day shall come as well." The mute clicked his tongue and continued, "The living possess everything, while the dead have nothing. I am still alive, but I can end your life right now." Such words were clearly a threat. After stating this, the mute fell silent, standing rigidly in place, his imposing gaze weighing heavily upon me, instilling a sense of apprehension that deterred any thought of recklessness. It was evident that the mute did not wish for me to uncover the secrets buried beneath the snow. Moreover, he merely brushed aside my earlier question. Clearly, he was not Chen Xi, and it seemed he was even unaware of the reasons behind his striking resemblance to him. The situation was decidedly peculiar. I averted my gaze from the snow pile, understanding that with the mute present, it was futile to attempt revealing the secrets concealed beneath. Thus, I began to make my way back to the camp, during which the mute maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. As we traversed the storm in silence, the flicker of the campfire became discernible in the distance, yet I did not look back. Instead, I inquired, "Then tell me, what connection do you have with the map? What is your motive for seeking entrance to the tomb of the giant ear king?" The mute remained silent. I pressed on. "Even if you are not Chen Xi, surely there must be some relation between you two? Otherwise, how is it that you possess such intricate knowledge of his affairs?" Still, the mute offered no response. I halted, turning to block his path. Only then did he finally meet my gaze, and after a moment, he coldly stated, "I am under no obligation to answer your questions. What significance do they hold for you? What difference does it make if you know?" His inquiry momentarily rendered me speechless. The mute's thought process was difficult for the average person to comprehend. What did he mean by it having no relevance to me? A man who bore an identical visage to my father, who constantly opposed me, first by seizing the seal and now by attempting to claim the map left by Chen Xi. How could this possibly be of no concern to me? Upon reflection, it seems there is a certain truth in what he said. What difference would it make if I were to learn the reason? Would knowing the cause prevent the mute from competing with me? Would proving a connection between the mute and the rhetoric of Chen alter his current disposition? Understanding these matters would not change my present situation in any way. Suddenly, a realization washed over me. The mute exists as a detached entity, impervious to the influences of others, and for the most part, he does not seek to influence anyone in return, provided he is not provoked. After uttering this thought, the mute circumvented me and strode directly into the camp. Meanwhile, Tofu lay slumped beside the fire, soundly asleep. I lamented my poor choice in companionship, rousing him to say, "You were assigned to keep watch, and yet you have fallen asleep in less than 20 minutes. Is this how one conducts themselves?" Tofu appeared bewildered, responding, "How peculiar. How did I fall asleep? I was singing while on watch, and then, oh, I recall, I caught a whiff of something fragrant. And I simply could not resist. My eyelids grew heavy. I surmised that the mute had once again employed some form of tranquilizer, and refrained from discussing it further with Tofu. I awakened the next shift of watchmen and then slipped into my sleeping bag. Tofu persistently inquired about my findings, and with no desire for slumber, I recounted the events that had just transpired. To my surprise, Lu Su, who had been sleeping, suddenly interjected, "As long as he hasn't harmed anyone from our team, we need not concern ourselves." Tofu emitted a chuckle, poking his head out of his sleeping bag to face Lu Su. "So you were awake all along, eavesdropping? How unethical." The flickering flames outside cast a hazy glow within the tent, rendering everything indistinct. Lu Su seemed to smile, remarking, "With the commotion you two were making, if I hadn't woken up, I would not be fit to partake in this line of work. Indeed, low vigilance could lead to a dire fate." Tofu retorted, "Aren't you curious about what lies buried in the snowdrifts?" Lu Su maintained his smile, replying, "There are far too many intriguing matters to ponder. I focus solely on what pertains to me. When one's mind is scattered, chaos ensues." He turned to me, advising, "Brother Chun, take this counsel. Not everything can be perfectly clear. Do you know the best way to navigate a ship caught in a whirlpool? It is not to flee along those chaotic spirals, but rather to accelerate towards a central point. The vessel will be propelled outward by the resultant force. Lu Su's voice was calm and gentle, and in the frigid embrace of the snow-capped mountains, my restless heart found solace. Tofu remarked, "You make a valid point. At times, a situation becomes excessively convoluted, and pursuing each thread leads one into a tangled mess. The swiftest approach is to identify the central point and disregard the other lines." Old Chen, what is your central point? I fell into silence for a moment before responding, "The curse." Tofu clapped his hands in agreement, declaring, "Very well. The curse it is. If we locate Old Zhao, we shall uncover the map to the tomb of the giant ears. And Bai Laosi will surely find a method to transfer the curse, ensuring our victory over him. As for the blood on the mute's trousers, whether it stems from a kill or constipation, let us not dwell on it. I believe our collective central point at this moment is the same: sleep." Elsu chuckled, nodding in agreement as he nestled deeper into his sleeping bag. With the conversation silenced, the sounds of the wind and snow became more pronounced, occasionally accompanied by the faint murmurs of the two sentinels outside. Perhaps it was my nature, but I felt a compulsion to see everything clearly and comprehensively. Only then could I find solace. Like Tofu had said to Elsu, allowing certain enigmas to remain forever unsolved was not in my character. I simply could not abide by it. Chapter 36. The pawn before the horse. Thus, the blood-stained snowdrift would occasionally flicker through my mind, and before long, I had drifted off into a vague slumber. The following morning, I awoke amidst a cacophony. Finding Elsu had vanished, while Tofu lay sprawled like a dead pig. I roused Tofu, and the two of us donned our clothes and emerged from the tent. Outside, someone had set up a small iron pot to prepare breakfast. It was just past 6 in the morning. The snow-capped mountains brightened early, with swirling snow mist enveloping the surroundings. At this altitude of approximately 3,000 meters, the snowmelt in the pot heated rapidly and boiled quickly. Though due to the lower boiling point, the water was not scalding. At this height, water could not truly reach a full boil. The cook tossed crushed compressed biscuits and chunks of meat into the pot, which soon transformed into a warm porridge. In the biting cold, everyone relished a hot meal. Feeling a slight warmth return to their bodies before we dismantled the campsite, packed our gear, and continued onward under the guidance of the mute. Having revealed our true identities to the mute, Tofu and I no longer concealed ourselves, removing the scarves that had covered our faces. Although our noses were numb, it was preferable to struggling for breath. Our unveiled faces startled Feng Guisho, who approached Elsu and remarked, "Didn't you later change your mind and decide not to take them?" Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but emit a hiss, wondering if there had been such an interlude along the way. Elsu had never mentioned it to me. When Feng Guisho initially sought Elsu, he had indeed mentioned descending the mountain. Did Elsu change his mind afterward? If so, why did he then include Tofu and me? Elsu was indeed unfathomable. When Feng Guisho unexpectedly revealed this, he remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile as he replied, "Plans seldom keep pace with changes. It was a simple matter for me. And if I can lend a hand, why not?" Feng Guisho merely smiled ominously, leaving me with the unsettling feeling that Tofu and I had been ensnared by Elsu. While Feng Guisho awaited the unfolding drama, after his laughter, he ceased conversing with Tofu and me, distancing himself at the front of the line. Once Feng Guisho had departed, Tofu grew incensed, addressing Elsu. "Earlier, with that surname Feng present, I spared you my wrath. You must clarify this. Did you initially intend to exclude me and Old Chen, only to suddenly reverse your decision? Do you harbor some scheme?" Elsu exhibited remarkable patience, maintaining a calm demeanor even in the face of Tofu's brusque inquiries. With a smile and a slight squint, he retorted, "What scheme do you believe I might possess?" Tofu faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Elsu then turned to me, saying, "Firstly, I am under no obligation to assist you, so my decision not to take you is entirely justifiable. Secondly, out of friendship and knowing the significance of the map to you, I sought your companionship. Have I erred in doing so?" He chuckled softly, sighed, and remarked, "Once one has developed a prejudice, everything one does appears erroneous, shrouded in conspiracy, wouldn't you agree?" Tofu was bewildered by this series of rhetorical questions, stammering, "No, there's none of that. We're just..." He was anxious, scratching his head and unable to articulate a coherent response. I am not as easily ensnared as Tofu, and replied, "You have indeed assisted me greatly, for which I am grateful. yet do not cry injustice. The matter of your involvement in the deaths of Wei Nanjing and the other person cannot be dismissed as mere prejudice. Upon hearing me mention this, Lu Su merely smiled faintly and said, all men are brothers within the four seas. Of course, those who obstruct my path cannot be considered as such. His tone remained gentle, the wind and snow whisking away the last notes of his words into an elusive realm. Tofu, perhaps struggling to comprehend the existence of someone like Lu Su, stood momentarily in a daze until I pulled him along, prompting him to mechanically continue forward. After Lu Su spoke, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from us as he caught up with the mute, engaging in an unknown conversation. Tofu then turned to me and asked, Old Chun, how can a person be so extreme? In the tomb of Princess Gijir, he nearly sacrificed his life to save us. And he has repeatedly come to our aid. I believe he is fundamentally a good person, yet why is he capable of taking lives? I answered, with your level of intellect, you may never fathom it. Tofu mumbled, have you figured it out then? I replied, my perspective is that regardless of whether he is a good or bad person, he is simply not someone to be genuinely trusted. Tofu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to the front where Lu Su and the mute walked. He observed them keenly and said, they are acting furtively, unsure of their intentions. I shall take on the role of the vanguard and investigate. With that, he waddled forward, stumbling through the snow like a penguin, approaching Lu Su and the mute. I trailed behind, contemplating the reasons that might sway Lu Su's mind. Moments later, Tofu returned, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, they are discussing the forthcoming route. The mute is unaware of the exact location of the Pujin tomb, only that it lies in a snow gully. It seems someone has disclosed the route to the mute, but we will only know the specifics once we reach the gully. If all goes well, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. Someone has revealed the route to the mute. Could it be that there is a traitor among Zhao's team? I said, go and inquire further. Find out who divulged the route to the mute. Tofu, having run back and forth, seemed a bit fatigued and said, why must I go again? I replied, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Certainly the truth. I continued, because you are rather naive, they are less wary of you. Seeing Tofu about to erupt, I quickly added, of course. I recognize your profound wisdom masked by apparent folly, a depth that ordinary mortals cannot comprehend. Tofu then calmed down, feigning indifference as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, this notion of profound wisdom disguised as folly is for your own understanding. No need to constantly vocalize it. Our ancestors taught us to be humble. Coughing lightly, he declared, I shall go and investigate further, utilizing my unparalleled skill of feigned ignorance to lower their guard. Await my favorable news. With that, he hurried ahead once more. Most of the individuals within the group were strangers to one another, having only heard names in passing. However, as they journeyed together, bonds began to form, and they exchanged conversations while walking in pairs. Closest to me was the short-haired beauty, Ming, who was rumored to possess both the ability to cast spells and to heal, serving as the team's medic. Despite her fiery temperament, her striking beauty garnered her much attention and care within the group. Yet, this young woman had a rather lofty sense of self. A slight provocation could lead her to deliver a swift kick, leaving those less agile in tears. At that moment, she was conversing with a long-haired Japanese woman who spoke a somewhat halting Mandarin. I could faintly catch snippets of their dialogue, as Mengming's voice was quite pronounced. The Japanese woman, named Yoshiko, repeatedly mentioned someone referred to as the boss, stating in her broken Chinese, yes, it is the boss's intention. We have no authority to direct Mr. Wu. Mengming nodded, her expression shrewd, and just as she seemed poised to speak, she abruptly turned her gaze towards me, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and said, curious to listen, are you? Then come a little closer. My mind flashed back to the image of the last man who had dared to bother her, left sprawled in the snow after receiving a thorough thrashing. I thought it prudent to steer clear of such a venomous creature, preferring the company of gentle and kind-hearted individuals. Thus, I halted my steps, signaling to maintain a respectful distance, opting not to eavesdrop any longer. To my surprise, Mengming was undeterred, scrutinizing me from head to toe, and inquired, are you Qin Xian? I nodded, and she let out a playful laugh, declaring, I've heard much about you. Turns out you are rather unremarkable. Her sardonic tone irked me slightly, prompting me to ask, heard about me? Really? Mengming replied, of course. News travels fast in these circles. I've heard that your companions are among the finest, including the notorious human Yan Luo, Zhuan, from the capital. Perhaps you could introduce me to them one day. I regarded her with a hint of skepticism, wishing to avoid entanglements with this enigmatic woman, and agreed to consider the introduction. Meng nodded, her laughter bubbling forth. I do enjoy those who are agreeable. You are far more intriguing than the others. I thought to myself that women could be quite verbose. I wish she would take her leave and stop hovering before me. Others may be charmed by her antics, but I was not swayed. Noticing my lack of reaction, she pouted, likely finding me dull, and resumed her conversation with the Japanese woman. Tofu had mentioned he would scout ahead, yet he had not returned for quite some time. I suspected he may have found little of interest. Just as I was about to follow, the entire group halted abruptly, as if sensing some unforeseen development ahead. Startled, I looked up to see Lu Su making a gesture to cease movement. What could have transpired ahead? A sense of urgency compelled me to stride forward against the biting wind. I soon found the mute, Tofu, and Lu Su, all fixated on something before them. Peering ahead, I was taken aback to discover a vast crevice in the ice, obstructing our path. This fissure spanned approximately 10 meters in width, and peering down revealed a swirling mist, unfathomably deep, akin to the netherworld. On either side of the chasm, iron stakes were driven into the ice, with ropes strung between them, evidently left by a previous group. Tofu crouched down to examine the iron stake, clicking his tongue in admiration. This is quite deep and should be very sturdy. It seems to be left by old Zhao and his crew, but the rope is covered in ice shards. Can it still be used? Lu Su, wielding the ghost-crying blade, struck the ice shards on the nearby rope, glancing at it with a smile. There are steel wires inside. It's still functional. Chapter 37. The snowman. The rope was securely anchored between the ice crevices, with sharp icicles resembling slender bamboo shoots. The steel wiring within the rope granted it remarkable weight-bearing capacity. We retrieved the sliding lock from our gear bag, fastening it tightly to the rope in preparation for our descent. Although the mute was proud and aloof, he took the initiative, securing the sliding buckle without a flicker of emotion before stepping into the void. With gloved hands, he swiftly alternated his grip as he made his way across. Tofu glanced at the abyss below, nearly in tears. Old Chun, what should I do? I have a fear of heights. I replied, close your eyes. If you can't see it, you won't fear it. Look at the mute. How brave he is. Just as my words faded, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd, spurred by someone exclaiming, "It seems there is something moving on the other side." On the other side? I turned my gaze and saw thick layers of snow piled high, resembling white sand dunes. Beyond that, there appeared to be nothing unusual. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I noticed one of the snow mounds shift. Initially only the size of a basin, it seemed to grow rapidly, shaking violently as countless snowflakes cascaded down, revealing a creature towering over a person, entirely covered in white fur. Tofu gasped, exclaiming, "Wow, we're ambushed. What on earth is that?" Lu Su furrowed his brow slightly, his voice maintaining its calm demeanor, though the smile had vanished from his face as he murmured, "Could it be the legendary snowman?" The creature, initially facing away from us, had now turned to reveal its full form, a monster cloaked in snow-white fur, with a face resembling that of a gorilla and sharp claws. It indeed bore a striking resemblance to the mythical snowman. In the vicinity of Snow Dragon Mountain, legends of snowmen have long persisted. At the mountain's base, lush vegetation thrives, bearing a type of red jujube fruit. It is said that during times of food scarcity, snowmen venture down from the mountains to harvest these fruits. Snowmen harbor a deep animosity towards humans, likely stemming from a historical incident during the Song dynasty when an emperor, fond of rare creatures, dispatched soldiers to capture them, thereby leaving a lasting negative impression. When foraging for jujubes, if they encounter humans, they can become exceedingly fierce, their sharp claws often resulting in gruesome outcomes. Of course, these are merely local legends. The so-called wild red jujubes have yet to be discovered at the foot of Snow Dragon Mountain. At this moment, the snowman stood across the ice crevice, seemingly awakened from slumber by our disturbance, exhaling heavily through its nose and growling threateningly, exhibiting an unmistakably hostile demeanor. Meanwhile, the mute had already reached the midpoint of the rope. He began to retreat, his hands moving backward in an attempt to withdraw, but at that moment, he was suspended in midair, his movements hindered. No matter how swiftly he tried to maneuver, he could not outpace the snow creature. It seemed almost sentient, and when it could not grasp him, it struck the rope fiercely with its claw. Instantly, the entire rope oscillated violently. Had it not been for the rope's sturdiness and the depth of the iron stakes, it would have surely loosened or snapped. The impact caused him to lose his balance, and he found himself spinning helplessly in the air, supported only by the hook at his waist. I felt a chill run down my spine as, at that moment, he suddenly crossed his legs around the rope, barely managing to maintain his equilibrium. At that instant, the long-haired Japanese woman exclaimed urgently, "Fire!" Her call jolted the others into action. After joining the group, Tofu and I each received a gear bag. However, the distribution of these bags differed from the usual practice. Not every bag contained a complete set of supplies. Instead, the resources were dispersed across the bags. For instance, Tofu and I received bags filled solely with fuel, devoid of weapons, food, or medical supplies, while others carried entire bags of medical supplies, food, weapons, or excavation tools. This distribution posed a significant disadvantage. If anyone strayed from the group, survival would be nearly impossible due to the singularity of their equipment. Yet, in the context of our excavation team, this disadvantage could be transformed into an advantage, fostering unity and preventing internal strife. Should our team encounter peril and Tofu and I become separated, it was likely that the ruthless individuals accustomed to mushroom hunting would abandon us. However, in this scenario, since the fuel was in our possession, they would hesitate to forsake us. Conversely, should others find themselves in danger, I could not remain indifferent. The weapons were managed by one of the 4 individuals that Lu Su had cautioned me about, a scheming, resentful old smoker. Although he wielded the weapons, there was little fear of him acting treacherously at a critical moment, unless he wished for starvation, exposure, or illness. Under this resource allocation, everyone was bound to the team. Upon the Japanese woman's alert, the old smoker finally reacted, hastily unstrapping his gear bag to retrieve the weapons. Meanwhile, the snow creature continued to claw and batter the rope, causing it to sway violently. The man was like a performer in a circus, swinging precariously in the air, relying solely on the support of the buckle at his waist. Due to the lower terrain on the opposite side, the buckle inadvertently slid in that direction. Had he not secured his hands and feet to the rope, he would have surely been delivered to the snow creature. In the meantime, everyone drew their weapons and took aim. Unexpectedly, the precariously positioned man shouted, "Put down your guns." The Japanese woman, speaking in an oddly accented Chinese, urged, "Mr. Wu." The man replied coldly, "Avalanche." At those words, I suddenly grasped the gravity of our situation. We were amidst snow-covered mountains, with a snow peak looming nearby. Firing a weapon now could easily trigger a catastrophic avalanche. The previous situation was incredibly dire. The crowd was led astray by the words of that Japanese woman. Only now do we realize that, under such circumstances, firearms are not the appropriate choice. I discovered that our supply pack contained very few guns, only 2, presumably intended for emergencies, while the rest were comprised of cold weapons and various tools for excavation. Tofu exclaimed in a panic, "We can't shoot. What should we do?" Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the mute, who was swinging violently from the rope. Following his line of sight, I too was taken aback. The mute had intertwined his legs like a serpent, ensnaring them around the rope, thus freeing his hands. This maneuver, provided one's leg strength is sufficient, would prevent one from being thrown off. It truly tested a person's psychological endurance. After all, few can manage to stabilize themselves in midair solely by their legs gripping a rope, especially one that is swaying vigorously. I cannot speak for the others' mental states, but I certainly could not perform such a high-difficulty feat requiring immense fortitude. What was the mute attempting to accomplish? Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before us. The mute began to unfasten the sliding buckle around his waist. My immediate thought was, is this fellow insane? Once the buckle was undone, he could easily be flung off into the abyss below, meeting a gruesome fate. Tofu was equally bewildered, jumping in alarm as he exclaimed, "Don't do anything rash. It's not time to seek death." Barely had he finished speaking when the mute had already released the sliding buckle. At that moment, he was precariously reliant on his legs entwined around the rope. Fortunately, the rope was of exceptional quality, reinforced with iron. Otherwise, it would have been easily severed by the snow creature. As the mute undid the buckle, he swiftly grasped it with one hand, with a retraction of his legs. His entire body slid towards the opposite side. Simultaneously, I noticed his other hand gripping a black, curved dagger at his waist. In that instant, I suddenly comprehended the mute's intention. Yet, even with this understanding, I knew that if I were in his position, I could not replicate such an act. Not only due to physical limitations, but also a lack of psychological resilience. In this regard, I was at a disadvantage. The mute glided across in what seemed like an instant, pushing off from the icy crevice with his legs. Before the snow creature could reach out for him, he curled into a ball, rolling past it like a dumpling. The snow creature, massive yet agile, immediately pivoted to pursue him. At that moment, the mute had already sprung from the ground, drawing forth two black, curved daggers, which he thrust downward towards the creature's head. A muffled thud resonated, followed by a spray of crimson liquid. The rope continued to tremble as the snow creature was doused with its own blood, gushing forth from the top of its head. The vivid red liquid cascaded down its white fur, dripping onto the snow below. The mute released his grip and landed on the ground. The snow creature swayed unsteadily for a moment before crashing to the earth with a thud, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. I turned to glance at Lu Su beside me. A gentle smile reappeared on his face, yet this time, his facade was less convincing. In his perpetually gentle eyes, I discerned hostility, vigilance, and profound shock. The preceding events transpired in a mere 3 minutes. However, within this brief span, the mute individual endured peril and pressure that would overwhelm the average person. Only those unafraid of life and death can maintain such composure. I believe that in this moment of surrender, I am not alone. The mute bent down and extracted 2 menacing black blades from the snowman's head, thrusting them into the snow before withdrawing them, the blood now entirely wiped clean by the white powder. With the blades sheathed, the mute raised his head. A cascade of blood splattered across his face. He merely lifted his chin, his gaze remaining sharp and proud, coldly declaring, "Next." Someone nudged me, and I then realized I stood at the forefront, making me the next contender. This scene etched itself deeply into my memory, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though the person before me was not the mute, nor Wu Shui, but rather someone who had stepped forth from a photograph. Chinci. Chapter 38. Lisai suppressed the shock within and dispelled the strange sensation, fastening my safety clip and gliding toward the opposite side. With the mute present, everything transpired smoothly. Yet when it came to Tofu, he hesitated, unwilling to cross over. Amused and exasperated, I said, "Are you not a man? Even the girl has made it across. If you continue to dawdle, you might as well remain here alone." Tofu, on hearing this, lamented dramatically, insisting that he was, in fact, a girl, while closing his eyes and sliding over with a cacophony of cries. Upon arrival, his legs trembled as he exclaimed, "Old Chun, do you know what I thought of in that fleeting moment?" I gestured for him to speak quickly. Tofu continued, "I thought about what would happen to my Weibo after I die. My friends wouldn't be able to find me, and how heartbroken they would be." I told him to be silent, retorting, "Are you out of your mind? You only have 2 followers, one of whom is me and the other an advertiser. Who would be heartbroken? As for the girl selling alcohol, she might indeed feel sorrowful to lose such a gullible customer like you." Having said that, I paid no heed to this coward and approached the snowman's corpse. The snowman appeared pristine white, but its upper body was stained with blood, while the lower half seemed relatively clean. Just as I took a glance, I suddenly noticed something moving within the snowman's fur. What could it be? I crouched down, gently parting a layer of hair, and was immediately confronted by a mass of tiny black insects, slightly larger than sesame seeds, crawling beneath the snowman's skin, startling me into retracting my hand. Observing this, Feng Guisho remarked, "Those are parasites. They appear to be lice. Perhaps attracted by the scent of blood. They wriggled beneath the fur, all heading toward the bleeding head, and soon the area stained with blood was teeming with their presence." One of the young men in the group exclaimed in astonishment, "Are there really lice in such a cold place?" Tofu, observing, replied, "Clearly. You have never attended a biology class. Lice are remarkably resilient to both cold and heat. Unless the temperature plummets to -100 degrees, they cannot be frozen to death. Ugh, why are there so many? It's making me itch all over. In my childhood, I once rescued a stray cat, but my mother forbade me from keeping it. I secretly hid it in my room, and at night it would sleep beside me, which ultimately led to my affliction with lice, causing an unbearable itch." I remarked, "Well, what's so fascinating about lice? Let us continue on our journey." Upon witnessing the dense cluster of lice, everyone felt a wave of discomfort, tightening their cuffs and hastily distancing themselves from the snowman. To our astonishment, after only a few steps, the blood-sucking lice suddenly reversed direction and began crawling towards us, forming a dark line that, at a glance, resembled a large black snake. The expression on Feng Gui's face shifted as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Lice can distinguish between the living and the dead. They rely on parasitism for reproduction. And now that the snowman has perished, they have turned their attention to us. We must flee. The crowd dispersed, sprinting wildly through the snow. Yet one should not underestimate the seemingly insignificant lice. Their speed was remarkable, and in great numbers, they descended from the snowman, appearing even more terrifying. I pondered the miracle that the snowman had not succumbed to their bloodsucking. As I struggled to break free from this chaos, I urgently inquired of the mute, "Do you have a high-pressure flamethrower?" In times like these, fire was our only hope. The mute remained silent, but the Japanese woman stammered, "It's too cold here to use a flamethrower, so I didn't bring one." They moved too swiftly, compared to us men. The two women were particularly pale with fear, and Tofu, moving at a snail's pace, was nearly in tears. She turned to Meng. "Aren't you skilled in the art of manipulating insects? Is there any way to deal with them?" As she ran, Meng replied, "In such cold conditions, my insect manipulation cannot be performed." A thought struck me, and I instinctively reached for my gear, preparing to extract a solid fuel block. At that moment, those of us lagging behind had already been caught up by the pursuing lice, some of which climbed up our legs. They were so small that they could easily infiltrate our pants and seams, disappearing upon reaching our bodies. In truth, I could have run faster. But I had slowed down considerably to accommodate Tofu, who was as slow as a three-legged cripple. I silently lamented, had I known, I should never have brought him along, even if it meant he would hang himself or jump off a building. Once the lice latched onto us, they vanished without a trace. Yet I could already feel an itch spreading across my body, as if tiny creatures were scurrying about. The sensation was indescribable. However, there was solace in the fact that, due to the unsuitable conditions for running in the snow, the lice quickly caught up with the others, while only the faster ones, the mute, El Su, and Feng Gue, remained unscathed. The rest of the group were cursing in frustration, which brought a sense of balance to Tofu and me. Finally, I managed to produce the solid fuel and tossed it behind us, severing the relentless pursuit of the dark snake. Seizing the opportunity, everyone hastily fled as if a pack of wolves were chasing after us in the icy wilderness. The smaller the creature, the more resilient its life force. Lice and flies, having survived for millions of years, rendered us utterly helpless. We ran until our bodies felt weak and our heads spun, prompting everyone to finally stop. The high altitude was ill-suited for such exertion, and as we paused, our movements synchronized, we began to scratch. One moment, it was an itch on our heads. The next on our backs, then our feet, and even our private parts joined in the chorus of discomfort, resembling a group of monkeys, utterly exasperating. The two young ladies were exceedingly vexed, scratching themselves all over while Meng exclaimed, "These creatures reproduce rapidly. We must find a way to rid ourselves of them before they begin laying eggs on our bodies. Otherwise, within a day, they will have nested, and it will be impossible to remove them." Tofu, in a state of distress, queried, "What shall we do?" Meng, her eyes wide, replied, "We must take a bath, immediately." The black loach, skilled in the art of bone shrinking, interjected, "In this frigid weather, where are we to bathe?" Meanwhile, Lv the mute, and Feng Gue kept their distance from our group, fearful of contracting lice. Lv murmured to the mute, though the content of their conversation remained a mystery. Moments later, the mute gestured for us not to linger, allowing us to scratch and claw at our afflictions, yet urging us to continue our journey. While Tofu expressed his frustrations towards the mute's ancestors, he continued to scratch, as the collective group advanced in a state of intense irritation. Before long, it was afternoon, with over 2 hours until sunset, and it seemed we would soon make camp. However, with the prospect of parasites infesting our bodies, a restful sleep appeared unattainable. At that moment, the mute and Lv abruptly halted, seemingly engaged in discussion. Lv pointed to the left, and the mute nodded slightly, signaling a change in direction. Our group veered left. Tofu, scratching away, remarked, "How strange. Why has the route suddenly changed? I shall investigate." However, before Tofu could approach, Feng Gue ordered him back, declaring, "Stay away from me. I don't want your contagion." Enraged, Tofu rolled his eyes and suddenly accelerated, launching himself at Feng Gue. Taken by surprise, Feng Gue was caught off guard and embraced Tofu tightly, leading them both to tumble down a small snow slope, rolling several times. As Feng Gue angrily rose, he began scratching the back of his neck. Having accomplished his mischief, Tofu fled to hide behind me. Contemplating the scene, I could only exclaim, "Well done. Why didn't you pounce on Lv or the mute?" Tofu, displaying a look of incredulity, retorted, "Pounce on them? That would be courting death. Amused, I thought to myself that this lad had learned to choose his battles wisely, a significant improvement indeed. Observing Feng Guishou's face, flushed with suppressed rage, was immensely gratifying. After adjusting our course and walking for about 3 to 5 minutes, I suddenly detected a faint scent, reminiscent of sulfur. What could cause a sulfurous odor in these snowy mountains? As this thought crossed my mind, I heard Ming laugh heartily ahead, exclaiming, "Hot springs." She then hurried forward. Squinting, I beheld a natural pool ahead, its surface shrouded in mist, and the faint sulfuric scent wafting from that very spot. Could it be that the mute had altered our route upon discovering this water source? How curious! How could he possess such knowledge of the mountain's layout? Even if someone had divulged the route to him, this hot spring seemed inconsistent with our path. How could he possibly know of its existence? A group of individuals, plagued by an incessant itch throughout the day, could hardly contain their excitement upon encountering the hot springs. Ming, without hesitation, tested the water temperature with her hand and promptly began to disrobe, unashamedly slipping into the water clad only in her undergarments. The sight of her alabaster form rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. It was not long before Tofu, reacting first, hurriedly cast aside his gear and joined her, shedding his clothes to immerse himself in the soothing waters. Before long, save for the mute and Lu Su, everyone else had joined in the thermal embrace. As they entered the water, some lice hidden on their bodies surfaced, prompting Tofu to exclaim with glee, "Watching them struggle on the surface is immensely satisfying, even more so than indulging oneself." Standing at the edge of the hot springs, Lu Su chuckled and said, "You all enjoy yourselves and cleanse yourselves well. I will take my time setting up camp." With that, he leisurely commenced erecting the tent. Only the Japanese woman, Yoshiko, remained somewhat reserved, opting not to join the others in the water and instead sitting alone. After frolicking in the springs for over an hour, the group finally felt cleansed and, parched, crawled back onto the shore. Lu Su had already set up the tent and was drying their clothes by the fire, ensuring no lingering pests remained. Tofu remarked, "I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to marry Lu Su. If only he were a woman." I inquired, "Would you dare utter such words in his presence?" To which Tofu replied, "I would not." Chapter 39. A fright in the lake. Once ashore, we each nestled into our sleeping bags. With only one set of clothing, and no replacements available, we were left to wrap ourselves in the tent while the fire warmed our garments. As I smoked, I listened to Tofu ramble on about various topics. At times, I found myself envious of Tofu's carefree disposition, living without a worry in the world. After we had returned to shore, Yoshiko chose to swim alone, venturing far from the banks. Through the mist hovering over the water, her silhouette appeared as a mere blur. Tofu, nestled in his sleeping bag, mused, "Isn't it peculiar how Japanese women are? If you call them modest, their films are quite provocative. Yet if you label them liberated, they remain so traditional as to not even reveal their feet. Truly, a contradictory culture." I interjected, "Why are you preoccupied with this Japanese woman? I warn you, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. I do not approve." Tofu, taken aback, retorted, "Wait a moment. Why does my search for a partner concern you?" I replied, "Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't, but should you pursue her and complications arise, it will inevitably be me who must deal with the aftermath. So be mindful." Tofu sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to find a girl. After some idle chatter, once the clothes were sufficiently dried, Lu Su delivered them to us and casually mentioned that the food was ready and that we should go eat. Tofu gazed at Lu Su's departing figure and sighed. What a good man, truly the epitome of perfection. Gentle and virtuous, yet skilled in preparing zongzi. It's strange that such a remarkable individual has no woman by his side. Perhaps there is something amiss with him? I kicked him lightly and said, "Whether his little brother is functioning well or not has nothing to do with you. If you don't hurry, the food will be gone." During the revelry, the Japanese woman remained in the water, refusing to come ashore. Once lice take hold, they are notoriously difficult to eradicate. Thus, the safest course of action is to soak for a couple of hours, which is why we did not call for her. As we finished our meal, the sun began to set. Our journey was delayed due to this unforeseen circumstance, and what was initially expected to be a morning arrival was now likely to extend until the afternoon. This hot spring is, in truth, a small lake nestled within the snowy mountains, its shape irregular, resembling shattered fragments of a mirror reflecting the cerulean sky, akin to a blue gemstone. The snow-capped peaks, the tranquil lake, and the golden sunset together compose a breathtaking panorama that moved many in our group, gathered around the fire pit. We were entranced by the beauty of the snow-capped mountains and the lake. The mute sat at the edge of the fire, distanced from the crowd. A delicate layer of snow rested upon his shoulders, and his silent, steadfast presence evoked memories of Chen Xiai within me, causing a pang in my heart. Since childhood, I had grown accustomed to a life devoid of parental figures. At the age of 14, I moved to Shenzhen to work alongside villagers. I recall an afternoon when I witnessed a father waiting at the school gate for his son to finish classes and then lifting him into his arms. The emotions of that moment have since faded, leaving only the memory of my prolonged stillness until the pair vanished from sight, after which I was chastised by my foreman. In this moment, I could not deny that I felt a twinge of longing for Chen Xiai, perhaps sensing my gaze. The mute lifted his head and met my eyes with a cold stare. The briefness of our exchange felt interminable, and in the depths of his dark and icy eyes, I discerned indifference and unfamiliarity. He soon turned away, glancing towards a hazy figure in the distance on the lake, who would occasionally submerge herself only to emerge again, washing her hair. In the misty haze, her silhouette was graceful, reminiscent of a water nymph. Observing the mute's gaze, I pondered whether he harbored feelings for this Japanese woman. At that moment, Tofu tugged at my sleeve, yawning, and declared his intention to sleep. After a long day of toil, we were all fatigued. And as the sun had not yet fully set, the post-meal drowsiness was setting in. Tofu's yawn was contagious, and I soon found myself succumbing to sleep. Retreating into the tent. Before long, I heard the soft patter of footsteps outside, which quickly faded into silence, likely indicating that everyone had returned to their tents to rest. Shortly thereafter, Elsu entered our tent, shedding his outer garments before burrowing into his sleeping bag, assuring us that the mute was keeping watch outside. Allowing us to sleep soundly, Tofu muttered, suggesting that the mute was undoubtedly trying to catch a glimpse of Jizi bathing, lamenting that even heroes struggle when faced with beauty. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden splash pierced the howling wind and snow, akin to something entering the water. Tofu yawned again and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, declared, "I knew it. The moment we leave." The mute couldn't resist jumping in for a dip. Without a hint of concern for the cold, he wriggled out of his sleeping bag, quietly unzipping the tent with a face full of excitement, ready to sneak a peek. As soon as the tent opened, Tofu gasped. I inquired, "What is going on? Are they engaged in something?" Tofu scratched his head and turned back, saying, "No. There are no shadows on the water's surface. Goodness, could it be so sordid? Are they, perchance, engaging in amorous activities beneath the water? What tremendous stamina that would require." Tofu's words were rather implausible. Lu Su and I exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss. Regardless of any connection between the mute and the Japanese woman, it was inconceivable that, given the mute's character, he would partake in such outrageous conduct. The notion of amorous escapades underwater was something only a simpleton like Tofu could conceive. Without a moment's hesitation, I disregarded my coat, scrambled out of my sleeping bag, and hurried out of the tent. Beneath the setting sun, the lake's surface still shimmered with rising steam. Yet that indistinct figure had vanished, and even the mute was nowhere to be seen. I immediately turned my gaze towards the snowy expanse, aside from the campfire. It was desolate. The mute had entered the water, and he did so without shedding his clothes. Lu Su also noticed this detail, squinting as he peered into the depths of the lake, stating, "Something has gone awry." Our commotion drew out the others, but before they could speak, Lu Su had already begun to disrobe, and I followed suit. Tofu, in a fluster, exclaimed, "What are you two doing?" I replied, "We are going into the water to search for him." Lacking spare clothing, we knew that getting wet in the snowy mountains would pose a significant inconvenience. Thus, clad only in our undergarments, Lu Su and I plunged into the lake, armed respectively with a dagger and his ghost wailing blade, heading towards the location where the Japanese woman, Kiko, had been. The spot was approximately 20 meters from the shore, not too far. Yet the steam rising from the hot spring rendered visibility quite poor. Halfway there, I turned to glance back at the others on the shore, only to see them becoming increasingly indistinct. At that moment, an unexpected head broke the surface ahead of us, swiftly approaching. I wondered if it was the mute or Kiko. Just as I was about to speak, Lu Su suddenly drew his long knife, treading water, poised for action. He was a man of genuine skill, and I dared not act recklessly, quickly gripping my dagger as the head drew nearer. It soon became evident that it was neither Kiko nor the mute. For a swimmer would undoubtedly display their hands above the water, but this entity did not. Before long, it floated directly before us, a decayed and swollen head. Rotting flesh tethered to a soft, bulging eyeball, swaying with the current. It drifted past us, its eyeball trailing in the water, as if it were surveilling us. Though I was immersed in the warmth of the hot spring, a chill surged from the soles of my feet. Lu Su, however, remained unfazed, a smile gracing his face as he swung his knife down with force, cleaving the putrid head in two, its contents spilling forth. Although quickly diluted by the water, the sensation was revolting. How could a head surface in this lake? Whose head was it? Where had the mute and Kiko gone? These questions had barely emerged when, suddenly, two more heads appeared on the lake's surface. This time, I could clearly see that the figures were the mute and Kiko. To my astonishment, the mute was kissing Kiko. A wave of distaste washed over me, perhaps subconsciously linking him with Chen Xiai, and I found myself somewhat repulsed by his association with the Japanese woman. As soon as they emerged from the water, the mute released Zongzi, and it was then that I realized she had lost consciousness. It seemed the mute had been administering some form of artificial respiration to her. Upon noticing me and LV Su, he displayed no sign of surprise and simply embraced Zongzi, swimming towards the shore. I felt a surge of frustration. How ungrateful he was. While LV Su and I had plunged into the water in a state of urgency. Concerned for their well-being, he remained utterly indifferent. Reflecting on his character, I dismissed my irritation. After all, what could one expect from a mute? It was unrealistic to hope for a grateful smile or expressions of concern from him. Shaking my head, I followed him to the shore. Once on land, I was struck by a bone-chilling cold, and without further ado, I donned my clothing before inquiring about the events that had transpired. The mute cast a glance at the lake and simply stated, "We will know when she awakens." Zongzi had choked on water and, despite Mingming's attempts at resuscitation, had yet to regain consciousness. I queried, what was the matter with the floating head? Feng Guei Shou responded in bewilderment. Head? What head? It seemed they had been too far away to see, so I recounted the incident of the floating head, but the mute showed no reaction, leaving us to speculate. We placed Zongzi in a tent to rest, realizing we would have to wait for her to awaken to uncover the truth. As night fell, we divided the watch duties. Those who would sleep did so, wary of approaching the lake, anticipating our departure at dawn. Tofu and I were assigned to the last watch. But in the dead of night, I was suddenly jolted awake by a piercing scream. The sound rent the air, penetrating my eardrums and pulling me from the depths of slumber. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself enveloped in darkness, the campfire extinguished. Its flickering warmth extinguished unbeknownst to me. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Chapter 40. Rescuing beside me, LV Su and Tofu stirred awake, scrambling from their sleeping bags. Fortunately, our vigilance had kept our weapons close at hand. As I emerged from my sleeping bag, LV Su grasped his knife and darted outside, with me closely in tow. While Tofu was still fumbling with the ties of his sleeping bag, exiting the tent, we found the fire had long been extinguished. The full moon cast a silvery glow upon the snowy mountains, enveloping everything in a ghostly haze. The scream had roused not just us. Others began to emerge from their tents, alarmed and wary. Feng Guei Shou surveyed the group, his expression shifting abruptly as he declared, "Two individuals are missing." Hey Niu Qiao interjected, "It's the night watchman, Lu Dazue, and Mao Ya." I was somewhat familiar with these two. Lu Dazue was known for his boastfulness, often embellishing tales, with 9 out of 10 of his words being mere fabrications. A minor figure, he had previously disturbed some forgotten graves, his attempts at secrecy lacking finesse. To save face among our group, he frequently exaggerated his experiences in tomb raiding, recounting perilous escapades involving treasures worth millions. As Tofu remarked, he was ill-suited for mushroom hunting and would be better off writing screenplays for Hollywood. For his storytelling prowess was indeed remarkable. Those unaware could easily find themselves mesmerized and horrified by his tales. Amidst the swirling snow, listening to his boastful tales serves as a form of diversion. Apart from that, this individual possesses no significant flaws when compared to the true experts of the underworld. He cannot be deemed particularly ruthless or cunning. He is merely a minor character, exhibiting the unmistakable traits of one, becoming embarrassed and blushing when his fabrications are exposed, swiftly diverting the conversation. However, were this incident to involve someone like the infamous Bai Zhangji, the person who embarrassed him would likely face dire consequences. As for Mao Ya, he is a youth lacking in remarkable skills, yet he seems acutely aware of his standing within the group. Hence, he labors diligently, adeptly setting up camp and preparing meals with notable efficiency. His timid disposition renders him overly cautious, perpetually careful not to offend anyone. Beyond this, there is nothing particularly noteworthy about him. I have often pondered why the mute would associate with such a disparate group, and at this moment, both Lu Dezue and Maoya have vanished. The others activated their flashlights, illuminating the surroundings, and soon, a glaring mark on the snow captured everyone's attention. It was a long, dragging trace, accompanied by several disordered impressions, unmistakably suggesting someone had been forcibly removed. In my mind's eye, a vivid scene unfolded. Lu Dezue and Maoya, while keeping watch, were suddenly ambushed and dragged away, leaving behind these chaotic handprints in their struggle. Presently, this trail distinctly indicated that the ultimate destination was the nearby hot spring lake, situated less than 10 meters from us. The mute hastened to the lakeshore and crouched down, seemingly searching for clues. At that moment, he was clad only in thin trousers, his upper body exposed, likely due to having jumped into the water earlier to save someone, leaving his clothing drenched. Furrowing his brow, the mute gestured abruptly, pointing to a member of the group, commanding, "You, go down and take a look." The individual singled out was startled and stammered, "Me? Why must I go? There's undoubtedly a water monster down there." This person was none other than Fish Floater, the best swimmer in our team. In such circumstances, only a fool would remain oblivious to the peculiarities of the water, and it was evident that whatever lurked beneath was formidable. Otherwise, Lu Dezue and Maoya, regardless of their ineptitude, would not have been dragged under without even a fight. Upon hearing Fish Floater's protest, the mute fixed him with a cold stare, his hand resting on the black, curved knife at his waist. It seemed that Fish Floater was reminded of the scene earlier that day when the mute had dispatched the snowman. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself and entered the water. We directed our lights towards the water's surface, watching as Fish Floater's agile form swam further away, diving beneath until he was no longer visible. Tofu expressed concern, stating, "Can this fellow manage? His swimming is commendable, but I wonder about his capabilities." I replied nonchalantly, "Why not join him in the water?" Tofu quickly shook his head, saying, No, I'll just remain on shore to support him silently." In the dark, the expressions of the group varied greatly, but they generally fell into three categories. The first, like the mute and El Su, remained unfazed. The second, represented by Feng Gue Shou and Meng Meng, wore furrowed brows. The third consisted of the less seasoned grave robbers, each appearing as though facing a formidable adversary, scarcely daring to breathe. The duration of the entire process was surprisingly brief. From the moment we exited the tent to the instant the fishing float was cast into the water, it barely took 2 minutes. However, just as the silhouette of the float vanished into the dim light, a sudden eruption of crimson mist burst forth from the lake, gradually spreading across the surface under the yellowed glow. I couldn't help but gasp in shock, fearing the float would not return. What could possibly lurk beneath the water? It went without saying that the fate of Lu Dezue and Maoya was likely grim as well. Tofu swore vehemently, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Hurry and rescue them. Where are the guns? Bring them out." In response, the mute merely stared coldly at Tofu, his shoulders dusted with a thin layer of snow. "Retreat," he stated icily. "We must leave this place." Tofu, taken aback, pointed toward the lake and asked, "What about the three of them?" The mute clicked his tongue derisively, his tone laced with mockery. "Do you truly believe those three can survive?" Tofu, at a loss for words, stammered, "But they helped you. The float was sent out by you to scout for danger." "So what?" the mute retorted. Tofu fell silent, and the mute made a gesture to dismantle the camp, signaling everyone to relocate. Lu Su sighed, patting Tofu on the shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened. This line of work has never been kind. To partner with others is to barter one's life for theirs. One pays with money, the other with life, and in death, there are no grievances." Lu Su's words rang true. I recalled that Wei Nanjing's last expedition came with an exorbitant fee of 800,000, not including the bonuses from the spoils. The mute must have offered a handsome sum to recruit this group. The principle was simple. I provide the funds, you risk your life. And should one perish along the way, no one owes anything to the other. Yet, despite this rationality, the mute's chilling demeanor was undeniably disheartening. While Feng Gue Shou and his companions remained stoic, the others were visibly shaken by the mute's stern attitude. The group began to take down the tents, preparing to press on through the wind and snow. intending to rest only when daylight returned. The atmosphere within the party was steeped in silence, as if everyone had come to a harsh realization of what true brutality entailed. I surmised that some may have begun to regret their alliance with the mute. However, in the desolate depths of the snow-capped mountains, who would dare to retract their decision? Here, taking a life was as effortless as crushing an ant. I overheard a man known as Big Bearded muttering nearby, lamenting the difficulty of earning money in this line of work, declaring that after this job, he would surely turn over a new leaf. Tofu, troubled and frequently glancing at the lake's surface, I advised him, "They are merely three strangers. Try to let it go." Tofu shook his head, replying, "I despise this aspect of my character, yet I cannot change it. Their deaths weigh heavily on my conscience. Do they have wives and children? Are their parents still alive? What will happen to their families now that they are gone?" I thought to myself, who among us does not have parents who brought us into this world? Certainly, they have families, yet high rewards are invariably accompanied by high risks. Choosing this path is a voluntary decision. Thus, their demise elicits no sympathy. Some toil their entire lives, grappling with hardship, yet remain impoverished, while those who delve into the depths of danger, reaping riches, must justify their lavish expenditures. Without significant sacrifice, how can one expect such rewards? Therefore, the deaths of these three today were not unjust. I offered words of comfort to Tofu, and he appeared to feel somewhat better, shouldering his gear. The rest of the group hurriedly packed their belongings in preparation for retreat, oblivious to the ominous emergence of an entity from the depths of the lake. By the time it was discovered, it was already too late. A piercing scream echoed from the crowd, and upon turning to investigate, I beheld a lifeless figure floating in the water, its hands tightly clutching the neck of a man, dragging him beneath the surface. The unfortunate soul was none other than the bearded man who had just been lamenting his desire to wash his hands of this venture. Could it be that this specter was responsible for the previous disappearances of Lu Dazue and Maoya, as well as the underwater assaults on the fishing floats? What was this creature? A water ghost? In an instant, the morale of our not-so-capable team descended into chaos. However, we reacted swiftly. The bearded man had yet to be fully submerged and was struggling valiantly. Realizing that time was of the essence, I knew I had to act quickly. The spectral figure was only about 10 meters away, and in a moment of desperation, I hurled a throwing knife. After months of diligent practice, my skills had improved significantly, and at close range, I aimed with precision. The knife struck the creature's hand, but it seemed to have no effect. It continued its relentless pull. At that moment, the bearded man was already being dragged underwater, but due to his frantic struggles, he had not yet descended too deeply. If I hesitated any longer, it would surely be too late. Just then, the mute leapt into the water, swimming towards the entity. Knowing that the water was less favorable than the shore, I feared for his safety and followed suit, plunging in to assist. Meanwhile, Lu Su also entered the water, and the three of us formed a triangular formation as we swam toward the bearded man. The creature, seemingly endowed with a perverse intelligence, intensified its grip, dragging the bearded man deeper into the darkened depths. The light from our flashlights was feeble, barely illuminating the water, and soon the bearded man was nearly lost from view. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, taking a deep breath before plunging deeper into the water. Chapter 41. The operation as the three of us hastily entered the water without any underwater illumination equipment. Our primary source of light was merely the faint glow from the shore. The visibility was poor, and if the creature managed to pull the bearded man into the depths, we would lose track of him in the inky darkness below, making it impossible to rescue him. In that critical moment, besides myself, the mute and Lu Su also plunged into the water. The mute, who displayed a chilling indifference towards the three deceased individuals, exhibited remarkable determination for the living bearded man. This realization led me to perceive him as a highly rational individual, one who refrains from engaging in futile endeavors or indulging in meaningless emotions. If I were to describe the mute, I would liken him to a finely tuned computational machine, analyzing pros and cons with calm precision, adept at managing all matters, yet devoid of the emotional depth inherent to humanity. Aside from the pride he displayed and the occasional sarcastic quip, it seemed that many of the emotions typically found in others were absent from his demeanor. The mute swam ahead, thus taking the lead and plunging into the depths below. Due to the vigorous struggles of the bearded man, the pace of the corpse was considerably slowed. In the dim light, I could see the mute drawing closer to the bearded man and the deceased. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, a human hand. A sense of unease washed over me. Both the mute and El Su were in front of me, so who could be behind? I turned in alarm. And through the murky water, I recognized a familiar face. It was Tofu. He was puffing his cheeks, holding his breath, and waving his hand. Upon closer inspection, I realized he was wielding an underwater illumination lamp, evidently bringing us gear. In an instant, Tofu activated the lamp, which emitted a powerful beam that pierced through the obscurity of the water. The once indistinct underwater world was instantly bathed in a golden glow, revealing the true visage of the corpse before us. I gasped in astonishment, for the deceased was none other than the missing Mao-ya. His visage resembled the head I had seen earlier, marred as if gnawed by some creature, with a sunken eye and a face utterly disfigured. Had it not been for his clothing, I would hardly have recognized him. At this moment, the mute and El Su swiftly flanked Mao-ya, their blades striking with precision, severing the bearded man's hands from his wrists. The bearded man, quick to react, ascended to the surface for air, now out of danger. My attention shifted entirely to Mao-ya. What had he become? A water ghost? What had befallen him? What had caused his demise? As Mao-ya's body tilted backward and began to sink, I noticed something beneath him. This object was slender and nearly indistinguishable in the water. But with Tofu's powerful spotlight illuminating the scene from my angle, everything became remarkably clear, likely unnoticed by the mute and El Su. The entity was roughly half the width of a finger, resembling a long worm, one end embedded within Mao-ya's body while the other disappeared into the abyss below. Its true length a mystery. A sense of dread enveloped me. This peculiar thing appeared sinister, surely harboring some malevolence. I hastily gestured to the mute and El Su, urging them to disperse and keep their distance from Mao-ya's corpse. Yet, I was a moment too late. The entity abruptly withdrew from Mao-ya's body. And in an instant, a surge of green liquid erupted from his lower half, dispersing through the water. As the liquid spread, Mao-ya's body deflated like a punctured balloon, transforming in the blink of an eye into a floating piece of human skin. This shocking revelation caught the mute and El Su off guard. They were enveloped by the green torrent, momentarily obscuring their vision. Meanwhile, I beheld with clarity as the worm-like entity lunged toward the figure ensconced in the green liquid. I cast aside my concerns, oblivious to the potential consequences of becoming ensnared by this entity. Experience, however, warned me that this was an exceedingly perilous signal, prompting me to brandish my dagger and swim forth. Yet, my speed was no match for it. Before I could draw closer, a crimson hue emerged within the green liquid, suggesting that either the mute or Lu Su had sustained an injury. Nevertheless, they reacted swiftly. The moment the blood appeared, they retreated in opposite directions, escaping the area engulfed by the green substance. I noticed Lu Su clutching his chest, his brow furrowed, indicating that he was the one who had been wounded. The creature reemerged, advancing towards the mute, who found his agility greatly diminished in the water. He swung his blade in defense, severing a portion of the creature. Astonishingly, the severed segment did not perish but revived in the water, launching itself at the mute's shoulder while he was preoccupied with the main body. In an instant, blood seeped from the mute's shoulder, and the creature burrowed directly into his flesh. This entity, akin to a leech, possessed the ability to regenerate. Shock coursed through me, and I held my breath in trepidation. Realizing that the blade was ineffective, the mute could only extend his hand to shield himself as the creature attacked. Lu Su signaled to me and Tofu, urging us to flee. After gesturing, he began to swim upwards. At that moment, I witnessed the mute unexpectedly grasp the creature with both hands, swiftly tying it into a knot. Although it had the speed to penetrate the human body, the mute's sudden maneuver rendered it unable to fight back. It struck him twice without effect before retreating into the depths of the water. The mute then followed suit. Swimming upward, we broke the surface, gasping for air, not daring to linger, hastening towards the shore. That worm-like creature was truly bizarre and exceedingly elusive. Had it not been for Tofu's astuteness in noticing our distance from the light source and providing us with an underwater flashlight, we might have met an untimely end. Shrouded in mystery, the thought of the entity that had entered the mute's body sent my heart racing. Upon reaching the shore, the mute staggered, suddenly dropping to one knee, his upper body swaying as if he might faint. Tofu, taken aback, quickly knelt beside him to offer support. The biting cold of the wind made him shiver uncontrollably as we emerged onto the shore. I hastily donned my clothing and draped my coat over the mute. urging Tofu to dress quickly to avoid catching a cold in the snowy mountains. Just then, the concerned doctor, Ming, approached, inquiring, "Boss Wu, what has happened?" The mute's expression was peculiar. Typically indifferent, he displayed only 3 moods: pride, mockery, or impassiveness. Yet now, his demeanor bore a subtle nuance, akin to discomfort. After Ming's question, he uttered 2 words, shoulder. I promptly began to pull down the garment covering him to reveal his shoulder injury to Ming, only to be taken aback when the fabric fell away, revealing skin that was astonishingly smooth and unblemished. What on earth was happening? I turned to observe Lu Su, who stood nearby, his expression mirroring a semblance of concealed agony. At this moment, he too was merely clad in an outer coat. The area on his chest where he had previously bled remained astonishingly smooth. How could this be? Ming, noticing me pointing at the smooth shoulder of the mute, cast a perplexed glance my way, prompting me to recount the events that transpired in the water. Ming exclaimed in astonishment. So, something has intruded into Mr. Wu's body? Though her manner was typically brusque, she exhibited a rare deference towards the mute, seemingly reluctant to offend him. No sooner had her words left her lips than the mute suddenly clutched his leg, causing everyone to pause, presuming he had sustained an injury there as well. Ming urged him to release his grip for inspection, yet the mute shook his head, one hand pressed against his leg while extending the other towards me. Confused by his actions, I had no intention of opposing him under the circumstances and inquired, "What do you need?" The mute firmly held his leg, stating, "Your knife?" "The flying knife." I retrieved a flying knife for him, which he grasped single-handedly, then lowered the blade's tip towards the area he was covering with his hand, gradually making an incision. My eyelids fluttered in alarm as I focused on his bleeding leg and his expressionless face, which glistened with cold sweat. I instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, Tofu emerged, now clothed, and upon witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Hey, you can't harm yourself." Just as he was about to rush forward, Lu Su raised a hand to stop him, his voice carrying an eerie tone. "Do not interfere with him." Observing the mute's actions, I finally comprehended his intent for using my flying knife was to inflict harm upon himself. These knives, bequeathed by my grandfather, were not poisoned and their crafting process was unknown to me. The blades were as thin as paper yet remarkably hard, surpassing even modern surgical instruments in sharpness. As he continued to cut, the mute gradually withdrew his hand, and those around us held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene, though none dared to interrupt. Just as the wound approached a depth of 5 centimeters, the mute suddenly flicked the knife, extracting an object from within his flesh and forcefully casting it into the rekindled bonfire. I focused intently, taken aback to realize the object he had extracted was indeed the very thing that had penetrated his shoulder. As it hit the flames, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to cooking meat before quickly disintegrating. Only then did the mute release his grip, returning the flying knife to me, and signaling to Ming with a cold command, "Bandage it." Chapter 42. The snow chair. On one side, Ming tended to the mute's wound, while on the other, Lu Su's countenance remained grim. Tofu inquired whether he was severely injured, to which Lu Su replied, "It is moving, help me restrain it." With that, he turned and shed his shirt, standing bare-chested against the biting wind and snow. I stared at his upper body for some time, when I suddenly discerned a slight bulge at his waist, resembling a thin worm writhing beneath the skin, traversing from the chest to the shoulder and then to the back, presenting an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Tofu, closest to Lu Su, widened his eyes, fixated on the anomaly, and then suddenly reached out, exclaiming, I've got it. Quickly, cut it out." Due to the circumstances at hand, surgery was required. Ming, accustomed to using a scalpel, did not request my flying dagger. Her technique was deft as she made a precise incision and extracted the object. However, her control was not as adept as that of the experienced mute, resulting in the item falling not by the fire, but landing right at my feet. Upon inspection, it appeared pink and soft, resembling a tiny roundworm at first glance, which was particularly revolting. Startled by the suddenness of it, I took a step back, prompting a smirk of derision from Ming, who remarked on my startled demeanor. I felt a surge of irritation. Her volatile temperament was of no concern to me, but her lack of finesse was indeed exasperating. Once extracted, the creature made its way toward the lake, and Feng Gui's hand, standing beside me, promptly crushed it underfoot, mercilessly grinding it into the snow. Upon releasing his foot, the creature lay flat, motionless, likely deceased. Concerned about its remarkable regenerative abilities, I used my dagger to poke it into the fire, ensuring it was thoroughly incinerated. With that task completed, our group resumed its journey, now reduced from 13 to 10 members. Myself, Tofu, Elsu, Fenggue, the mute, Meng Meng, the Japanese woman Jizi, the old smoker, the black loach, and the bearded man. We trudged through the wind and snow, escaping the confines of the hot spring lake until nearly 10 in the morning, when we were left with no choice but to halt. At that moment, we were both chilled and fatigued. If the previous days had posed a challenge, this night's trek was utterly exhausting, with the loss of 3 members. The burden of our gear had increased for each of us, compounded by the necessity of carrying the unconscious Jizi in shifts. The biting cold and overwhelming fatigue rendered the ordeal unbearable. Around 5 in the morning, I wiped my face, brushing off the fine shards of ice from my eyebrows, and felt my legs trembling. The mute was no longer at the front, having undergone surgery on his leg, and now trudged at the rear. Strangely, Elsu seemed to possess the most stamina, as he bore little weight due to his injuries. Meanwhile, Tofu and I, along with the others, were exhausted, akin to sled dogs. Eventually, Tofu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his lips turning a shade of purple as he declared he would not walk any further, even if it meant death. Seeing Tofu stop, Meng Meng also succumbed to fatigue and sat down, gasping for breath. She turned to the mute and asked, "Mr. Wu, how much longer?" The mute glanced at the seemingly endless expanse of snow and replied that if we kept moving, we could reach our destination by noon. However, with approximately 7 hours until then and our dwindling energy, it was clear we could not sustain ourselves for that duration. I was about to suggest a rest for a few hours, considering we hadn't slept properly the night before, but before I could speak, the mute insisted, continue onward. Tofu, sprawled on the ground, was clearly exhausted and soon fell asleep. Meng Meng, her legs trembling, found it challenging to comply with the mute's command to proceed. However, the mute seemed resolute in his decision, scanning our group with a cold gaze before slightly lifting his chin and stating, "Those unwilling to leave may remain here to rest. But the equipment must not be abandoned." Abandon our equipment? Would that mean we perish from hunger or freeze to death? I cursed under my breath, reluctantly waking Tofu by gently patting his face, as our party trudged forward, burdened and bent over. This state of affairs was a torment, each passing second a trial. The frigid air stung my breath, my nasal passages were parched, and my lungs ached, while my legs felt as heavy as lead, and my shoulders bore a weight that made it difficult to lift my head. Ultimately, Tofu and I had to lean on each other to prevent either of us from collapsing. In the span of a single night, my ears and fingers had succumbed to frostbite, my hands stiffened to the point where I could hardly grasp even chopsticks, let alone throw a knife. Yet, witnessing the mute's unwavering perseverance ignited a spirit of defiance within me. In the end, Tofu and I found ourselves at the forefront of the group, while Meng Meng, Big Beard, and the others gradually fell behind. Time became a blur. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness, I heard a heavenly proclamation, "We have arrived." Thank the heavens, we had finally reached our destination. The others, drained of strength, scarcely glanced at the sight we had labored so hard to reach, collapsing into the snow, yearning for sleep. At that moment, the mute uttered another infuriating command, "Set up camp. We will move tonight." Once he relaxed, his muscles turned to mush, making it impossible to sleep directly on the snow, lest we become frozen lumps. We could only rise, hastily erecting the tent and boiling snow for water, which, once consumed, filled us with warmth that washed over our weary bodies, granting us a sense of bliss. As for the surroundings, who could muster the energy to care? We fell into a deep slumber. This extreme fatigue brought about a euphoric sensation akin to opium, leaving me disoriented upon waking, unsure of the time or place. It took a while for my memories to resurface. The glow of fire seeped through the tent, and I saw Tofu sleeping soundly. Liu Su was nowhere to be found, but through the fabric, I discerned 2 figures. As I unzipped the flap, I found Liu Su and the mute. Liu Su glanced at me, smiled, and said to the mute, "The capable one has arrived." He then beckoned me and remarked, "Brother Chun, we need you to showcase your talents." It was still dark, and upon checking my watch, I realized it was 11 o'clock at night. We had slept for over 10 hours. The fatigue had dissipated, though my muscles had not yet recovered and felt somewhat weak. Observing Liu Su's smile, I mused, what does this fellow mean by showcasing my talents? Before I could settle down, Liu Su stood, pointing towards the north, saying, "Look." Following his gesture, I finally grasped our location. Though it was night, the moonlight in the snowy mountains was bright enough to reveal large outlines. We found ourselves in a spot surrounded on 3 sides by snow-laden ridges, while to the north, behind our tent, loomed a snow-capped mound resembling a steamed bun. The moon hung brightly in the sky, devoid of stars. In the snow-capped mountains, sharp icicles occasionally peeked out from beneath the snow, resembling a grand hedgehog. I gazed for a moment, perplexed, and asked, "What exactly am I meant to see?" Though the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, it paled in comparison to sunlight, and in the heavy fog of night, it was as if I were being led to specters. Elsu smiled and replied, "We are currently in that vast snow gully. The tomb of Pu Zhan should be nearby. He was a master of burial craftsmanship in his time, and the location of his own tomb must have adhered to the principles of geomancy. Therefore, would you assist in discerning where the Pu Zhan tomb lies?" Upon hearing this, I realized the implications and retorted, "Is this the reason you altered your decision at the last moment?" Elsu laughed heartily, suggesting I was overthinking. I felt something was amiss and remarked, "If my geomantic skills are ineffective, would that not lead to failure?" Elsu smiled gently and said, "Not at all. There are many methods. Now that you, Brother Chen, are part of our team, why not first attempt the simplest approach?" At that moment, the mute sat by the fire, meditating quietly while the others were asleep. I had already been awake for over 10 hours, devoid of any desire for rest. So I refrained from conversing further with Elsu and meticulously observed the surrounding terrain. Upon closer inspection, I suddenly noticed an anomaly. The lay of the land here, facing south with snow-capped mountains on 3 sides, presented an excellent position for a burial site. While it may not suffice for a king, it would certainly be ample for someone like Pu Zhan. However, to my surprise, during my geomantic assessment, I noted a detail. The northern snow peak was significantly lower than the 2 flanking sides. This disparity held great significance. The 3 mountains embraced one another like a chair, with the deceased seated upon it. The northern mountains served as the backrest, known in geography as the main spine, and should logically be taller than the adjacent mountains. Yet, its lowered elevation, albeit slightly, was akin to losing a backrest. A burial here would result in a loss of vitality. A more straightforward analogy would be that of a person seated on a rickety chair, leaning back only to topple over. This slight difference held profound implications in terms of feng shui, leaving me astonished. I turned to the mute and asked, "Are you certain? You believe Pu Zhan's tomb truly lies in this vicinity? This place seems unsuitable for burial." I proceeded to explain my reasoning to the 2 of them. Chapter 43. Mysterious Ice. I believe this was not an appropriate burial site. The mute may have erred, or perhaps the mysterious figure who relayed the route had provided inaccurate information. Much to my surprise, upon finishing my thoughts, the mute firmly asserted, "It is indeed nearby." His unwavering conviction momentarily stunned me, and I countered, "If you are so certain, why seek my assistance? May I inquire who disclosed this information to you? Do you have such faith in that person?" The mute regarded me with an air of superiority, dismissing my inquiries with a cold response, "It is of no concern to you." He then rose, standing by the fire and gazing into the darkness of the snow peaks. Seeing his resolute demeanor, I was left with a sense of exasperation. I remarked, "Since you are so adamant, let us keep our eyes open. However, it is pitch black now, and visibility is poor. Perhaps we should reconsider our plans in the light of day." El Sudao remarked, "Brother Chen is correct. The hour is late, and we cannot discern anything." The mute paid no heed to our conversation, remaining fixated on the distance. I felt a surge of irritation within, thinking that if he wished to be aloof, I would not cater to him. Thus, I resolved to seek warmth within the tent, which seemed far more preferable than enduring the biting wind outside. Just as I was about to turn, a sudden flash appeared atop the northern snow-capped peak, akin to a star's shimmer, only to vanish in an instant. I halted, my gaze locked on the spot where the light had flickered, pondering, what could that be? Could it be a person? No, the color of the artificial light should not resemble that. Elsu also expressed surprise. Could there be something on the snow ridge? It would take about half an hour to climb up. Should we investigate? His inquiry was met with action from the mute, who switched on the searchlight and began ascending the snow ridge. Curiosity piqued, I felt compelled to follow suit. The snow ridge was devoid of any path. The snow was both deep and loose, with each step sinking to my knees, and in some areas, I struggled to extract my leg. In the darkness, the mute led the way, and we advanced against the wind and snow, guided by the beam of the searchlight. The cold was palpable. My trousers remained in a perpetual state of dampness, and my legs grew numb. What was initially anticipated as a 30-minute trek extended to nearly an hour before we reached the summit of the snow ridge. Upon arrival, we found the terrain sloped steeply, and the source of the earlier flash emanated from this very spot. However, as we stood there, the only companions were the snow drifts. Not a single footprint could be discerned. What could have transpired? Surely, we three could not have been hallucinating. Elsu suggested, "Let us search around and see if there are any traces of passage." I countered, even if there were, having ascended for nearly an hour from the ridge below, the snow would have covered any signs. The weather here is exceedingly harsh. The strong winds have swept the surface snow flat, with occasional flurries obscuring even the shallowest of tracks within minutes. Elsu exhaled a cloud of white mist, stating, "Let us do our best." The three of us began to scatter in our search. At that moment, I glanced at my watch. It was nearing midnight. According to traditional beliefs, this was the hour when the energies of yin and yang intertwined, a time when the living and the dead could traverse the same realm. As I observed the minute hand approaching the hour, an unsettling premonition stirred within me, a foreboding sense of impending danger. At this juncture, Elsu, the mute, and I had separated, each searching independently. In the swirling snow and wind, I found myself alone. As the old adage goes, suspicion breeds fear. I shone the searchlight around me. Though nothing appeared, I could not shake the feeling that something lurked in the shadows, watching me. A chill crept up my spine. Yet when I turned, there was naught to be seen. Part of me questioned whether I was being overly paranoid, but I chose to trust my instincts, which had saved me on numerous occasions. I resolved to conclude this search swiftly and reunite with Elsu and the mute. Otherwise, should anything untoward occur, it would spell disaster. As the thought flickered through my mind, I caught a glimpse of a sparkle not far away, akin to a metallic glint reflecting light. I immediately focused on that direction. This time, the gleam did not vanish. Approaching it, I examined it closely and felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Promptly calling out to the mute and Lu Su, "I found it, come back." Before me loomed a protruding layer of profound ice, its surface blanketed in snow, seamlessly blending with the surroundings. However, due to an overhanging section, the front facing our camp remained snow-free, revealing a deep blue layer of solid ice. At that moment, the moonlight shifted, casting subtle reflections upon the snow, and the profound ice intermittently glimmered under the moon's glow. The illumination we witnessed earlier beneath the snow ridge must have originated from this very entity. Lu Su and the mute gathered at the spot, instantly grasping the significance of what lay before us. Lu Su chuckled softly, plopping down onto the ground. I urged, "What are you sitting there for? Let's head back to the camp." Lu Su leisurely replied, "Having come this far, it would be a shame to leave without accomplishing anything. Look at this vast expanse of silvery light, the snow dancing in the wind. It would be a pity to let it go unappreciated." Throughout our journey, we have only remembered the cold and fatigue, hardly taking the time to truly admire the beauty of the snow-capped mountains. Now, under the clear moonlight, the mountains are enveloped in a delicate glow, indeed a magnificent sight. Yet, only someone like Lu Su would suddenly sit down to relish the snowfall. I, however, lacked such leisurely sentiment, and after a brief moment of observation, urged him to descend the ridge. Finally, Lu Su brushed off the snowflakes from his clothes, and the three of us prepared to make our way down the slope. Halfway down, the sensation of being watched returned, as if someone were peering at me from behind. An uncomfortable chill crept down my back, tightening the nape of my neck. In contrast, the mute and Lu Su remained oblivious. Their vigilance and skills surpassed mine, and if there were any danger or something lurking, they would have detected it long before. Although I was convinced that my unease was merely a figment of suspicion, I couldn't resist glancing back. That fleeting look left me trembling, for within the faintly reflecting blue layer of profound ice appeared a pallid, swollen visage. At that moment, it was staring at me through the ice, its crimson gaze greedily fixed upon me, its long, scarlet tongue sweeping across its face in a sudden lick. I involuntarily gasped, startling the mute and Lu Su, who swiftly turned their heads. Yet, that grotesque face promptly sank downward, vanishing from sight. Lu Su and the mute were too slow to turn back and saw nothing. Sensing my distress, Lu Su's expression turned worried as he inquired, "Chun, what's wrong?" "There's something inside." I pointed towards the distant layer of ice and recounted what I had just witnessed. Lu Su and the mute exchanged glances and dashed back. Soon, The three of us reconvened before the layer of ice. Lu Su reached out and tapped it, stating gravely, "The layer of ice is quite thick." He then drew his ghost cry blade and struck fiercely at the ice. A sharp sound rang out, leaving a striking white mark on the surface. Yet, I understood that despite the blade's ability to slice through metal and iron, a single forceful strike only left a mere white imprint, sufficiently indicating the formidable hardness of this profound ice layer. I immediately sensed something amiss. The reason I refer to it as mysterious ice is due to its subtle azure hue, a visual disparity produced when the crystalline structure of ice becomes extraordinarily dense. In reality, it remains transparent. The formation of this mysterious ice is not a matter of mere days or years, but requires millions of years, accumulating gradually over time. Thus, this type of ice is predominantly found beneath layers of snow and thin ice, or within deep glacial crevices, emblematic of its age. However, at this moment, it has manifested at the summit of this snowy ridge. What could that signify? The enigma of the snow chair that had long puzzled me was finally elucidated. I suddenly realized, we are not actually at the apex of the snowy ridge. Its true summit has long been leveled and destroyed by human hands, which is why this layer of mysterious ice has been exposed. I shared my thoughts with the mute duo, and Lu Su's eyes brightened as he remarked, "A single statement awakens the dreamer. It appears to be so. This is likely the work of Pu Zhen. But why would he flatten the summit? Pu Zhen, despite his renown, is merely a grave builder. He possesses no extraordinary skills. What capability does he have to level a mountain's peak? Moreover, such actions contradict the principles of tomb feng shui, rendering this endeavor perplexing." Lu Su continued, "However, you mentioned seeing a face within this mysterious ice. Could it be that the ice is hollow?" I understood Lu Su's line of thought, though he did not articulate it fully. He clearly pondered whether Pu Zhen's tomb might be constructed within this layer of mysterious ice. In truth, this aligns with my own musings. What could be more suitable for a burial than ice formed over millennia? Entombed within, there would be no need for any preservation techniques, as a body would remain intact for countless years, the advantages of which are self-evident. Yet, traditional burial practices encompass far more than mere preservation. They emphasize harmony between heaven and humanity. Thus, while finding locations with mysterious ice may be feasible, discovering one with exceptional feng shui is exceedingly rare. Pu Zhen, having dedicated his life to constructing graves for others, possesses an exquisite eye for selection, though we have yet to enter his tomb. The mere choice of its location is awe-inspiring. However, the impenetrable nature of this mysterious ice complicates the prospect of constructing a burial chamber within it. How did Pu Zhen accomplish this? If the map in Chen Xi's possession originated from Pu Zhen's tomb, how did Chen Xi gain entry? I have thoroughly examined the tools our team brought for excavation, and aside from explosives, I can hardly conceive of anything capable of penetrating the ice layer. Yet, the explosives we carried were minimal, as they are impractical in the snowy mountains. Even if employed, they would lead to mutual destruction. What shall we do? Chapter 44. The rabbit. Lu Su swung his blade, striking down with a sigh. "It is a formidable substance. I wonder how thick it is. If we proceed slowly, it will take at least an entire day." I replied, "If it merely takes a day, that is manageable, but I worry whether it connects to the ancient tomb below." The mute remained silent, signaling to those below with a spotlight to ascend. He then sat on the ground, indicating a desire to wait for the group to regroup. It seemed he intended to gradually break through the layer of mysterious ice. I found myself utterly perplexed by the mute's intentions and lacking tools at hand. I was rendered helpless against the enigmatic glacial ice before me. Thus, I settled down on the ground, awaiting the arrival of the others. After nearly an hour, Tofu and the others, panting and laden with equipment, ascended the slope. This location, being an incline, was unsuitable for setting up camp. Consequently, the group heaped and used gear in one area and, under the mute's direction, began working on the layer of glacial ice with iron picks and chisels. Lu Su cautioned, "Beneath this glacial layer, there may be hidden treasures. Tread carefully." While assigning tasks, Lu Su remained to oversee the situation. Yet the mute assigned no duties to Tofu or me. Tofu, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, speculated, could he be planning to treat us to something special? I countered, "He is not Chen Xi. Why would he indulge us? Moreover, considering the opinions of those around regarding Chen Xi, even if they knew I was his son, they would not grant me any special favor." No sooner had I spoken than the mute motioned for Tofu and me to approach, coldly instructing, "Come here." Tofu retorted angrily, "You expect me to come just because you said so? Do you take me for a dog?" Yet, despite his bravado, he walked over, the coward. I shook my head and approached, asking, "What is it?" It appeared that Tofu and I had a different task. The mute pointed to the terrain on either side and said, "You go to the right and gather on the opposite side." His intention was clear. The three of us would split into two groups, one left and one right, encircling the mountaintop to search, inevitably forming a semicircle that would lead us to converge behind the snow ridge. It seemed the mute harbored little hope for breaking the ice. He likely sought to trace the route left by old Zhao and his companions. As for Chen Ci, even if he had marked a path long ago, decades had passed, and it would have long since been entombed in ice and snow. Each of us busied ourselves with our respective tasks. Tofu and I said little, gathered our flashlights, daggers, ropes, and other essentials, and set forth lightly equipped, heading towards the right in our search. The sloping terrain often concealed hollows known as snow pits. Some of these pits contained standing water, referred to by the locals of the snowy regions as unfrozen water, which, buried within the snow pits, never freezes. It is said that washing one's eyes with this water yields remarkable benefits. However, unfrozen water often signifies hollows, while smaller snow pits might merely dampen one's shoes and socks. Larger ones could potentially engulf a person entirely. As we advanced, I noticed the incline becoming steeper, and with each step, I encountered more hollows. I had already stumbled upon 3. Observing that the terrain ahead appeared even more precipitous, with snow cones rising sharply and significant elevation changes, I decided to untie the rope from my waist and secure it to Tofu's, maintaining a 10-meter distance between us. I instructed him, "I will go ahead. Should I step into a snow pit, you can hold me back." Tofu, visibly anxious, replied, "If you fall into the water and get your clothes wet, how cold would that be?" Was he truly concerned about that? Momentarily speechless, I retorted, "No worries. If my clothes get wet, I shall just borrow yours." With that, I increased the distance between us, tethered by the rope, and we proceeded cautiously along the perilous snow path. I carried a slender iron probe, akin to the tools used by earthworkers to ascertain seismic sensations beneath the ground, delicate, reminiscent of a Western foil. As I traversed the terrain, I employed it to cautiously navigate, narrowly avoiding several treacherous snow pits. This journey, neither excessively lengthy nor unduly brief, spanned a good 40 minutes. Just as I was on the brink of exiting this precarious topographical zone, the rope at my waist suddenly tightened, yanking me backward with formidable force. Startled, I dropped the iron probe, quickly grasping the nearest angular rock to stabilize myself. Upon glancing back, my eyes widened in fury. My companion, Tofu, was suddenly nowhere to be seen, and behind me lay a substantial snow pit. I had previously detected a large snow bubble in that area. Thus I had taken a detour and cautioned Tofu against stepping upon it. How could he have fallen in? It is not the wolves that instill fear, but the foolishness of one's companions. Initially, I was consumed by anger at Tofu's recklessness, lamenting his lack of reliability. Yet, I soon resigned myself to the grim reality and hastily tugged on the rope to rescue him. The snow pit measured approximately 6 or 7 meters across. To prevent its expansion, I cautiously navigated around the periphery, where Tofu's cries for help resonated from within. Quickly, I sought a larger stone, sheltering behind the snow-laden rock to gain leverage, and thus I managed to drag the snow-covered Tofu out. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and without hesitation, I delivered a couple of swift kicks to his backside, causing him to yelp in protest, before scolding him. Well, you little rascal, are you a prodigy of chaos? You can't handle serious matters, but excel at creating mayhem? Are you here to torment me on behalf of the heavens? Was I a tormentor to your wife in a past life?" Tofu blinked, feigning innocence. I was originally taking the long way around, but I suddenly spotted a rabbit and momentarily lost my train of thought. I retorted, "Keep spinning your tales. You shouldn't be unearthing treasures or sketching. You ought to pen fairy tales instead. In this barren snowfield, devoid of flora, where would a rabbit come from? What does it eat? Snow?" Upon hearing my words, Tofu's indignation flared. Believe it or not, I saw it. I was poised to continue my reprimand, emphasizing that making mistakes was acceptable, but stubbornly denying them was not. However, before I could voice my thoughts, I noticed an oddity. Tofu's clothing was dry, save for the accumulation of snow, exhibiting no signs of having been submerged in water. I pondered, perplexed. Was it possible that such a vast snow pit was, in fact, devoid of moisture? Typically, snow pits form due to melting snow within or the flow of groundwater, and they would generally contain water. Those devoid of it are often not genuine snow pits, but rather the nests of animals. Could it be that this large cavity was not a snow pit, but rather the lair of some sizable creature? That seemed implausible. This desolate place lacked the conditions necessary for life. Suddenly, the thought of a snowman crossed my mind, and I realized the potential danger. Could we have stumbled upon a snowman's nest? With this revelation, I hastily pulled Tofu to his feet, urging him. This place may harbor peril. We must leave at once. Tofu, still oblivious, insisted on proving his innocence by capturing the rabbit for me to see. Witnessing his obstinacy, I implored, Ancestor, must I concede my errors to placate you? I offered my apologies to the rabbit and urged a hasty departure. Tofu, unperturbed, remarked, It seems that rabbit may have been buried in the pit along with us. Let us search for it. With that, he squatted by the edge of the pit. Peering inside, my frustration was palpable, and as I leaned in to look, I was taken aback, while the rabbit was nowhere to be found. Beneath the layer of snow lay a conspicuous ice hole, unmistakably created by some sort of drilling apparatus. Instantly, I recognized the significance of this discovery. Tofu leapt into the snow pit, rummaging through the snow in a frantic search for the rabbit. There truly is a rabbit, red in color, exceedingly rare, he exclaimed. I interjected, a red rabbit? Tofu nodded emphatically, asserting, Indeed, a red one. I am not colorblind. I cannot be mistaken. At his words, a chill ran down my spine. In my childhood, my grandfather often regaled me with tales of the supernatural, including one about a red rabbit. He had narrated a story set in a rural backdrop, where a young couple's son was abducted, leaving them heartbroken. One year, while foraging for mushrooms in the nearby snowy mountains, a red rabbit unexpectedly appeared. The couple, intrigued, approached it, only to discover that the rabbit bore the visage of their deceased son. The moment the rabbit turned its head, it vanished, leading them to ponder whether their son had not been kidnapped, but rather met with misfortune while playing in the mountains. Consequently, they began to dig at the spot where the rabbit had appeared, ultimately uncovering their son's lifelike body, buried beneath the snow. The mother, cradling her son's corpse, lamented, My dear child, I would gladly trade places with you. Awaken. At that moment, the lifeless body opened its eyes and softly replied, Mother, you are so kind to me. Following that, the corpse opened its mouth to reveal green fangs. The conclusion of the tale eluded me, as my youthful fear prevented me from hearing further. My grandfather had warned me that the red rabbit was a malevolent spirit's lure, and one should never pursue it. A shiver coursed through me, and I immediately extended my hand, saying, Stop searching, I will pull you up. Tofu seemed poised to protest, but my fierce tone silenced him. If you utter another word, I shall make you regret it. Accustomed to our light-hearted banter, Tofu, sensing my serious demeanor, recoiled slightly, refraining from further comment. He took my hand and climbed out of the snow hole, murmuring, Let us continue. I shall no longer seek. I replied, There is no need to proceed further. Observe the edge of this hole. It bears signs of abrasion, likely made by a small impact drill. We must retreat and summon assistance. Chapter 45. Welcome. Tofu and I hastily returned to the camp to gather others, signaling the mute with a light signal. Within half an hour, a group had assembled at the entrance of the hole. El Su descended into the ice cave, his upper body peering into the space, just large enough for a person to pass through. After a moment, he emerged, confidently stating, This was left by old Zhao. Tofu, perplexed, questioned, You can ascertain who created this hole merely by observing its entrance? Does it bear old Zhao's name? I explained, This is a straightforward deduction. The hole was made using an impact drill, which requires an engine to operate, necessitating a considerable number of personnel and equipment. In the beginning, Chen's words were solitary, as it was impossible for one person to carry a generator alone. Therefore, it had to be done by Zhao Yi and his group. Elsu nodded and smiled, saying, Brother Chen is quite right. My deduction is based on this very consideration. The mute nodded and then gestured toward Heinikyo, saying, Go ahead. Although the ice cave was large enough for a person to enter, moving in and out would be rather inconvenient. Should any danger arise within, retreating swiftly would be challenging. Thus, it would be prudent to explore the situation first. Heinikyo, being slender and small, and possessing the skill of bone shrinking, was perfectly suited for this reconnaissance. Without hesitation, he leapt into the snow pit and approached the cave entrance, suddenly shaking his body vigorously. This was the first time both Tofu and I had witnessed someone employing the art of bone shrinking, and we could not help but widen our eyes in keen observation. Being so close, I could hear subtle sounds resembling the crunching of tendons as one gnaws on chicken feet. As Hainikyo trembled, the sounds intensified, and in an instant, his previously inflated clothing sagged as if deprived of support, creating a striking visual impact, akin to a living being gradually wilting before our eyes. Naturally, his head remained unchanged. Moments later, Hainikyo effortlessly slipped into the ice cave, his form gradually vanishing from sight. Noticing the astonishment on Tofu's and my faces, Elsu smiled faintly and leaned closer, whispering, "Those who practice bone shrinking are remarkably resilient to pain, for the training itself is an excruciating process. Of course, Elder Chen is an exception due to his extraordinary talents." Initially, Bai Laoxi's interest in my grandfather stemmed from his condition of slippery bone disease, which ultimately led the Chen family down this particular path, a thought that now evokes a sense of nostalgia. We waited outside, and before long, Hainikyo emerged, his face alight with joy as he informed the mute, "Mr. Wu, the ice path splits into two sections. The first 20 meters were formed by an artificial impact drill, and beyond that, it descends into an unfathomable ancient ice path, possibly the sacred way to the Pujin tomb." I have always been cautious and lacked the optimistic spirit of Hainikyo. I knew of a geological phenomenon known as ancient glacier karst caves, which are naturally formed circular passages or large cavities within glaciers. My inquiry arose, was the ancient ice path naturally formed or man-made? Hainikyo seemed not to have contemplated this aspect, and after a moment's thought, he shrugged and replied that it was impossible to discern, over time, even if it were man-made. Any traces would have long since vanished. His already diminutive stature made his shrug particularly comical, as his neck shrank and his head nearly disappeared into his clothing. Observing my hesitation, Elsu inquired about my concerns. I expressed my apprehensions, stating, "If it truly is a glacier karst cave, the depth of the ice path is difficult to estimate. It may be shallow, or it could be exceedingly deep. It might be warm below, or extremely frigid. If we proceed recklessly, we might enter but never emerge." Hearing my mention of glacier karsts, Elsu let out a hiss, suddenly squinting, and after a moment, spoke softly. "Carving through the profound ice to construct tombs is a task beyond human endurance. I suspect that perhaps the Pujin tomb is of natural formation." His words enlightened me. We had long pondered how Pu could construct a tomb within the frigid layers of snow and ice with such limited manpower. Now, given the current circumstances, it seems highly plausible that he discovered glacial caves and thus seized the opportunity to build a rare ice palace. If this is indeed the case, the mystery surrounding the construction of Pu's tomb becomes clear. After discussing with Elsu, we resolved to secure our ropes and descend to investigate further. The group connected 2 ropes, each nearly 40 meters long, securing them with a stability cone. The mute led the way into the ice cave. While we waited outside, I lit a damp cigarette, took 2 puffs, and discarded it, glancing at my watch. According to our estimates, with the mute's reach, he should return within roughly 10 minutes. However, after waiting for over 20 minutes, my composure began to wane. Could something have happened to the mute? I exchanged glances with Elsu, whose expression had also turned serious. At that moment, the taut rope suddenly snapped. Tofu gasped, exclaiming, "The mute has let go of the rope. Could something have happened to him?" I realized that waiting was futile and promptly suggested, "Let us go in and check." At this moment, the rest of the team seemed fine, except for a Japanese woman named Jizi, who, having previously been submerged for too long, was now awake but exceedingly weak and unable to move. Leaving her alone in this icy wilderness was inappropriate. After much contemplation, I said to the bearded man, "You and Jizi stay outside to look after each other and support us. The rest will descend with me." The bearded man had already voiced his grievances about this expedition. Upon hearing that he could avoid the descent, he readily agreed, saying, "Trust me, I will take good care of Miss Jizi." The remaining 7 of us, equipped for the expedition, cautiously crawled into the ice cave. I led the way, and indeed, as the Black Loach had described, after approximately 20 meters of crawling, the ice cave sloped downward, opening into a distinctly larger ice passage. This passage was steep, nearly at a right angle. As we illuminated it, the glacial ice reflected the beam of our flashlights, resembling exquisite glass, shimmering with vibrant light, a breathtaking sight. The previous rope lay across the ice passage, extending toward its end. I signaled to everyone to don their gloves, then grasped the rope firmly, took a deep breath, and leaped downward, gliding as if on a slide. When I needed to slow down, I tightened my grip on the rope. The ice passage was spacious and spiraled downwards, after descending about 30 meters. The trail of ice abruptly vanished at the end of the passage. I quickly gripped the rope, halting just at the edge of the ice passage. Anchoring myself with the rope, I spread my legs against the icy walls and looked down. At the end of the ice passage lay an immense chamber, the ceiling adorned with diamond-shaped ice stalactites of various sizes. As I shone my light upon them, they reflected the glow, creating a radiant halo of colors from certain angles, reminiscent of an underground celestial palace. Upon looking down further, we discovered a pristine pool of unfrozen water, so clear that one could see to the bottom, an unforgettable sight. The surrounding area featured open spaces, discernible pathways hewn by human hands, naturally formed, oddly shaped ice stalagmites, and some carvings bearing traces of human craftsmanship. The vastness of the space rendered it impossible to behold in its entirety at a glance. Yet, I noticed the absence of the mute one. Where could he have gone? The ice cave stood approximately 3 meters above the unfrozen water, and leaping down would plunge one directly into its depths. Thankfully, there was a meticulously chiseled staircase nearby, leading downwards. I called out from the top of the icy pathway, clarifying our situation and urging them to descend. My voice echoed through the circular ice passage, carrying far and wide, and before long, Tofu and others began to glide down. The area below bore no traces, save for the occasional sound of dripping water. Tofu called out for Wu Shui, but no one answered us. Ming found it peculiar and speculated. It seems there is no danger. Why has Boss Wu vanished? With the presence of glacial ice, no clues were left behind, compelling us to traverse the artificially carved route ahead. This man-made pathway lay to the right of the unfrozen water, weaving between the ice stalagmites. Upon entering, our field of vision was instantly obscured. Shadows danced upon the ice formations in the flickering light, creating a surreal ambience. At that moment, an enormous ice stalagmite unexpectedly emerged to our right, evidently altered by human hands, standing over 3 meters tall, like a monolith. As we gathered beneath it, we had to tilt our heads back to gaze upon it. Engraved upon it in lapis lazuli were 2 lines of seal script. The impoverished and the affluent traverse the heavens and the earth. The true person welcomes the visitors. Below, a signature in an elegant, swirling style read Pujin. Upon sighting this monument, we could ascertain that we had indeed arrived at the tomb of Pujin, and the ice path we descended was undoubtedly the spirit road leading to it. The tomb was undeniably peculiar. First, they had flattened the mountain peak, disrupting the feng shui. And now this imposing stone tablet appeared, leaving us bewildered. Tofu, after reading the inscription, stood astounded and exclaimed, "Goodness, Pujin's arrogance is astonishing. To claim oneself as the one who traverses the heavens and the earth, to perceive oneself as a true sage, it is indeed hubris. As the saying goes, heaven has 5 directions, the earth has 5 elements, sound has 5 tones, matter has 5 flavors, color has 5 categories, and humanity has 5 ranks. Thus, there exist 25 individuals between heaven and earth. Among them, the upper 5 consist of divine beings, true persons, wayfarers, sages, and enlightened ones. It is evident how exalted a titled true person is. Furthermore, Pujin not only likens himself to a true person, but makes the most perplexing proclamation with the final phrase, "The visitors shall be welcomed." Literally interpreted, this implies that those who behold this monument have intruded upon his tomb. Fear not, for he awaits your arrival. While devoid of menace, it exudes an air of indifference to danger, a bold challenge suggesting that should one venture in, they might not find their way out. Having faced several perilous encounters myself, I had yet to witness such audacity. Thus far, we had merely scratched the surface of this place, devoid of traps or toxic mists. Arranged as if it were a celestial paradise on earth, undoubtedly a 5-star attraction if fully developed. What secrets lie concealed within this underground paradise? As the crowd gazed upon the welcoming stone tablet, a sense of foreboding washed over them. Chapter 46. Unconsciousness. The emergence of this stone tablet felt akin to a royal challenge, instilling uncertainty within their hearts. Ming, however, displayed remarkable audacity. With a scoff, she declared, "What can a figure from over 1,000 years ago possibly be capable of? Are you really intimidated by this? They say he was a top-notch expert." Her words were directed at Su, and I sensed her growing interest in him, as she frequently sought to provoke him during our journey. Su, maintaining his characteristic amiability, dismissed her taunts with a smile and replied gently, "Let us not forget that we are currently in the domain crafted by this ancient individual from over a millennium ago." Momentarily at a loss for words, Ming huffed, tossed her sleek short hair, and strode ahead, leaving our group behind. The others continued along the artificially constructed ice path, our shadows reflected in the surrounding icicles, flickering in and out of the light like phantoms. It was then that Ming suddenly halted, as if she had discovered something of significance. Due to the narrowness of the ice path, we were arranged in a single file, limiting our visibility, and thus, we could not discern what had transpired ahead. Following closely behind her was Su, who softly inquired, "What is it?" Ming turned in surprise and exclaimed, "Mr. Wu." "Mr. Wu? The mute?" Could it be that the mute was ahead? She did not elaborate, instead stepping aside to reveal the scene before us. In an instant, I beheld the situation and was left momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was the mute, but he was curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, leaning against a cluster of ice spikes. Under the light, his form was nearly obscured by the ice, with only his face clearly visible, eyes tightly shut, leaving us uncertain of his state, alive or dead. Ming, displaying commendable quickness, immediately called out the mute's name while reaching for his pulse. Shortly thereafter, she exhaled in relief and announced, "He is still alive. It seems he has merely fainted." I, along with Tofu, found it hard to believe. What could possibly render the mute unconscious? Just then, the mute suddenly spoke in a disjointed manner, "Do not approach." The crowd had already gathered around him, and Su and I worked together to extricate him from the ice spikes. As he spoke, Tofu joyfully remarked, "He is awake." "Brother Wu, what happened?" He gently shook the mute's shoulder, yet the mute did not open his eyes nor utter another word. Ming, exasperated, remarked, "He must have been speaking in his sleep." Speaking in his sleep? Was the mute dreaming? Upon hearing this, Tofu crouched down and addressed the mute, saying, "Brother, this won't do. We were so worried about you and rushed down in a hurry. How could you possibly sleep at a time like this? Wake up, please wake up." As he spoke, he patted the mute's face, and seeing no signs of awakening, he resorted to shaking the mute's head vigorously. Su, unable to bear it any longer, intervened, saying, "Stop the commotion. The mute is clearly in distress, and this is not merely a case of slumber. The space is too confined. Let us move him to a more open area first." I gently hoisted the mute onto my back as the crowd swiftly advanced, vigilance heightened. For any area that could ensnare the mute must not be underestimated. Moments later, we reached the end of the icy path, which terminated in a small pool of unfrozen water, approximately 30 centimeters deep, remarkably clear. At the edge of the water, an unusual formation adorned the ice wall, an intricate design of concentric circles sculpted directly from the ice, interlocking from various angles to create a structure reminiscent of a beehive. I laid the mute down on the ground and attempted to stimulate him by pinching his philtrum, yet he remained unresponsive. Ming, insisting we refrain from unnecessary interference, took charge as the professional. She proceeded to examine the mute, revealing no external injuries or internal trauma, rendering the cause of his slumber a perplexing mystery. Unyielding, Ming continued her efforts. She offered water, performed massages, and ultimately resorted to a technique of suffocation to awaken him, constricting his neck until his face turned crimson, yet still, he did not stir. Noticing her persistent endeavors, I turned my flashlight to survey the surroundings. This location, having been transformed from a glacial cavern, presented a stark contrast to what we had previously encountered. Everything here was composed of primordial ice, devoid of any wood or stone. Nevertheless, the presence of a divine pathway hinted that the overarching structure adhered to the conventions of burial sites. Given its glacial cavern nature, the structure of the ancient tomb was likely more expansive than we had envisioned, potentially housing numerous vacant spaces, and the intricate, labyrinthine network of glacial passages made it easy to lose one's way. I could only hope that this glacial cavern would be less convoluted, otherwise, we would find ourselves in a predicament. Unbeknownst to me, I had wandered beneath the peculiar ice wall sculpture. Standing beneath this nest-like formation, I shone my light upward, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded before my eyes. The light filtered through the interlocking ice rings, instantly transforming the nest into a miniature sun, illuminating the entire subterranean palace, rendering my eyes nearly unable to open. Only then did I notice that deep within the ice rings were numerous small discs, each scarcely 5 centimeters in diameter, housing wicks, clearly a colossal ice lamp created through the refraction of light. To achieve such a transformation of the cavern could not have been accomplished in merely a month or two. This necessitated a vast array of light sources beneath the glacier, and this design had the capacity to amplify the glow of a single oil lamp infinitely. I could almost envision the ancient people over 1,000 years ago, relying on this fuel-efficient colossal ice lamp, laboring amidst the snowy peaks for extended periods. As the light expanded, the entirety of the glacial tomb came into sharp relief before us. To the left of the ancient tomb stood enormous ice stalagmites, significantly larger than those on the right, which appeared to have undergone some processing, leaving little of substantial size. The ground was irregularly scattered with unfrozen water pools of various shapes and sizes, arranged haphazardly. We now find ourselves in an open expanse. Yet if we venture a mere 10 meters forward, we shall enter the realm of unfrozen waters, where we can only navigate through the narrow passage formed by these waters. I activated a small searchlight and placed it within the circular formation of the ice sculpture, allowing it to illuminate the surroundings before returning to my original position. Meng, at last, seemed at a loss, her face reflecting a sense of discouragement as she murmured, "What should we do?" Before I could respond, the mute suddenly spoke in his sleep once more, uttering the words, "Leave this place." The others were momentarily startled by his voice. Could it be that the mute could hear our conversation? Was he now conscious? However, earlier, Tofu had exchanged words with him for quite some time, yet he remained silent. Doubts began to cloud my mind, and I crouched down, asking in a low voice, "Were you speaking to us when you said to leave this place?" If he answered in the affirmative, our suspicions would be confirmed. Yet, after my inquiry, the mute remained silent, as if what he had just said was merely a coincidental utterance in his slumber. The situation was decidedly peculiar. What had transpired during the 30 minutes he was away from us? What could have caused him to become like this? Now, everything in this place unfolded clearly before our eyes, devoid of any danger. There were no traps in sight, and despite our large number, we had encountered no peril thus far. I could not help but recall the content inscribed on the dark ice monument, a sense of foreboding creeping into my heart. Instinctively, I glanced at my watch, realizing that 20 minutes had elapsed since our arrival. The mute had taken 30 minutes before we encountered him. Could the 10-minute discrepancy be the key reason behind his bizarre fainting? Consequently, I called Lu Su aside to share my thoughts. Upon hearing my reasoning, Lu Su also glanced at his wristwatch and asked, "Do you believe danger may arise in the remaining 10 minutes? I replied, "That is my intuition." Lu Su narrowed his eyes and suddenly declared, "I trust your instincts." I was taken aback, yet my regard for him deepened, prompting me to ask, "What are your thoughts now?" Lu Su looked at the mute and said, Wait. Tofu, overhearing our conversation, chimed in, after pondering for so long. "Is that your brilliant idea?" Lu Su smiled slightly and replied, "What else can we do? Should we abandon our efforts and leave? I have never been intimidated by any challenge." His words, delivered with calmness and poise, bore an undeniable resolve. After speaking, he sat cross-legged, unsheathing the long knife from his waist and resting it across his lap, prepared for a confrontation. I, too, am not one to shy away from difficulties and rarely give up easily. Seeing Lu Su's fearless demeanor, I settled beside the mute. At that moment, Feng Guisho approached and remarked, "It seems I won't be of much use this time. This place is unsuitable for setting traps." I replied, "You will find your usefulness shortly." Feng Guisho raised an eyebrow, noticing the serious expressions on Lu Su's and my faces, as if he too began to sense something amiss. At this moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl, the second hand of the clock moving languidly. Observing its rhythm had a hypnotic effect, causing my mind to relax subconsciously. I diverted my gaze, fixating instead on the ice path we had traversed. It was there that the mute had collapsed. Raising the question, could there be something amiss with that icy passage? Just as my eyes shifted, I suddenly caught sight of a dark shadow flitting past within the ice stalagmite. Someone was inside. Alarmed, I sprang to my feet, drawing my dagger while signaling to my companions, and rushed towards the ice path. Chapter 47. The person in the ice. No one had anticipated that the ice path we had previously traversed concealed another presence, leaving us momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the individual had been hiding behind the ice stalagmite, which was why we had failed to notice them. By the time I dashed into the ice passage, it was already desolate and empty. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I felt an intensified chill enveloping me as I entered this icy corridor. A pervasive aura of gloom settling in. Gazing at the vacant expanse, I couldn't help but ponder. Could what I had seen earlier have been a specter rather than a mere shadow? After all, aside from us, who else could be here? At that moment, Tofu suddenly remarked, could it be one of Zhao Er's men? They have messengers, while a person trapped might perish from the cold or hunger. A messenger would not. His words resonated, prompting a shift in demeanor among the group. Lu Su's previously gentle expression turned serious as he signaled to everyone, instructing them to remain vigilant, watching both sides for any signs of movement, for a messenger might be hiding within. I led the way, my gaze intently scanning the ice stalagmites. Each stood tall, varied in shape and size, layered upon one another, rendering it quite easy to conceal something. Yet, these formations were relatively transparent, and thus, under the light, they revealed all. In our haste earlier, our shadows had reflected within the ice stalagmites, indistinct and easy to overlook. In retrospect, even if someone had been concealed behind them, we might have easily missed it. Realizing this, we began to proceed more cautiously, distinguishing our own shadows to avoid being deceived by the ice formations. I remained acutely alert, observing the shadows within the ice stalagmites, which shifted in tandem with my movements, noting their variations. At that moment, a stationary dark shadow caught my attention, hiding behind an ice stalagmite. Due to the lighting, it appeared as a thin veil, its features obscured, indistinguishable from the shadows we cast. A moment's carelessness could lead to its oversight. However, I discerned its uniqueness. Our shadows were in motion, yet it remained still. I halted, locking my gaze onto it, simultaneously signaling to my companions. They quickly grasped the situation and soon converged upon the shadow. Lu Su, wielding the most formidable cold weapon among us, the ghost cry blade, was swift to act. Upon spotting the shadow, he nudged me back and, with a commanding voice, urged, "Do not hide. Come forth." Based on the height of the shadow, it appeared to be lurking behind, undoubtedly a messenger. I had braced myself for the sight of its decayed visage. However, after El Su shouted, a chilling scene unfolded before us. The shadow moved, seemingly compelled to emerge. Yet, rather than sidling through the gaps between the towering icicles, it advanced directly towards us. One must consider that directly ahead lay several massive icicles. Was it not destined to collide with them? Remarkably, it did not falter. It pressed forward, its form resembling an ethereal mist, traversing through the icicles. Ultimately, a human head emerged from the ice. The scream that pierced the air came from Meng Meng, while Tofu, trembling, collapsed onto me, and I found myself essentially paralyzed. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment Sadako crawled out of the television. We were wholly unprepared for the horrifying image of a head protruding from the ice. After the initial shock, I scrutinized the visage more closely and found it eerily familiar. Its complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, with eyes rolled back, a bald head. I felt I had encountered this figure before, yet the memory eluded me. At that moment, Tofu managed to regain his composure and stammered, "It's the man from the white-cut chicken. He fed me insects." Instantly, I recalled that this individual was indeed a subordinate of white-cut chicken. Clearly, he was a soft rice dumpling. As we all stood frozen in terror, El Su reacted immediately, brandishing a silver blade and striking down towards the head. The infamous ghost cry blade, renowned for its lethal prowess, was said to be particularly effective against soft rice dumplings. It is known that while there are numerous methods to deal with hard dumplings, the means to confront soft ones are considerably scarce. There exists a saying within the underworld: deceive the hard, but not the soft. Heed the water, not the mountains. Touch jade, not gold. The engraved words are the most valuable. The essence of this adage suggests a preference for encountering hard dumplings rather than soft ones. When searching for tombs, one should observe the water first, as its flow dictates the general location of ancient graves. Ancient jade is deemed more precious than gold, and when handling artifacts, those inscribed with characters hold the greatest worth. This trivial verse conveys the most rudimentary truths, underscoring the challenges posed by soft dumplings. However, it is said that when accompanying El Su into the depths, one need not fear dumplings, for his ghost cry blade cleaves through the hard and vanquishes the soft. El Su, with this blade, traverses ancient tombs as if they were unguarded realms, gaining a reputation that borders on the miraculous. I had once journeyed with Su. Though he had not used this blade against a soft dumpling, I had witnessed his prowess against hard ones. The blade fell, and heads would fly. Uncertain of the veracity of this legend, I beheld Su's strike, and to my astonishment, the head vanished abruptly, as though the previous scene had been but an illusion. The icicle now reflected only our own shadows, where indeed was that ghastly visage. We exchanged bewildered glances, and the figure within the ice turned its gaze, as if we had been ensnared within a prism-like world. Su wielded his blade, yet his strike fell short. A slight frown creasing his brow as he scanned the surroundings, murmuring, they should still be nearby. Tofu swallowed hard and remarked, "It seems the team of the boiled chicken and old Zhao has been utterly annihilated. This bald fellow appears intent on harming us. Do you think the mute's unconsciousness could be related to him?" Upon his mention of the mute, I instinctively counted the number of people in our group. And upon doing so, I was taken aback. In our frenzied pursuit after the ghostly figure, we had inadvertently left the mute behind. A sense of foreboding surged within me as I turned on my heel and sprinted back. Upon exiting the icy path, I looked again, only to find the mute had vanished. The strongest among us had first fallen into a strange stupor, and now, within a mere 10 minutes, had mysteriously disappeared. A profound silence enveloped the group, while the small sun-like ice lantern continued to shine brightly, leaving not a single footprint in the pristine cavern of black ice. Where had the mute gone? Had he departed of his own volition, or was there something sinister at play? Meng Meng stamped her foot, cursing, "Damn it. I shouldn't have followed you lot. We're doomed." Her frustration was not misplaced. In such a chaotic moment, anyone would have been drawn away. In retrospect, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been lured away from the mute. If he had left willingly, regardless of the reason, it would be one thing. But if he had been taken by some force, the image of the mute flickered in my mind, gradually merging with the narrative, and though my face remained impassive, an undercurrent of anxiety churned within me. Just then, Heiyu pointed sharply at the icy path, exclaiming, "It has reappeared." Following his, we beheld another shadow dancing among the ice spikes. This time, we refrained from hastily pursuing it. Curiously, it seemed to beckon us, having vanished without a trace upon its first appearance, yet now it lingered, as if enticing us closer. This further solidified my suspicion that we were ensnared in a web of deceit. However, it soon became apparent to everyone that this shadow was unlike the previous one. The former had vanished instantly, while this one moved deliberately, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be approaching us. Su smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm, and softly uttered 2 words, seeking death. The shadow, refracted by the light, multiplied into countless phantoms as it meandered among the ice spikes. Su stood resolute with his blade, and we were all fully armed. Suddenly, at the end of the icy path, a figure emerged. The old smoker, with his keen eyesight, recognized the silhouette and exclaimed, "A Japanese girl." I focused intently and was astonished to see that the newcomer was Zongzi, and the shadows on the ice spikes were indeed her own. How had she come to be here? Upon spotting us, Zongzi rushed forward, her face pale and breathing labored, appearing fragile and windblown. Tofu, taken aback, asked, "Weren't you supposed to stay up there? Why have you come down? Where is the big, bearded man who accompanied you?" Zongzi, panting heavily, replied in fragmented sentences, "He is guarding the camp above. I wanted to join you, so I came down myself." As she spoke, her gaze swept across the crowd. Tofu remarked, "Don't you wish to be with your Mr. Wu? Unfortunately, he has gone missing." It was evident that Zongzi had an interest in the mute. Anyone could see that. Tofu's comment made Zongzi anxious, and she stammered, "Mr. Wu, what happened to him?" Tofu recounted the events, and Zongzi appeared increasingly distressed. Coupled with her previous near drowning, her vitality had not fully returned, and her sudden worry rendered her pale and delicate. Tofu, feeling soft-hearted, reassured her, "Do not fret. With all of us here, we will surely find him." A glimmer of tears welled in Zongzi's eyes as she turned away from Tofu and addressed Lu Su, saying, "Mr. Lu, please, you must find Mr. Wu. He is surely in danger." Thus, we, the insignificant ones, felt entirely overlooked. Chapter 48. The Labyrinth of God under the unwavering gaze of such a frail beauty. Lu Su remained composed, offering a slight smile as he replied, "We will certainly locate Mr. Wu. There is no need for you to worry." With his assurance, Zongzi seemed to relax a bit. He continued his analysis, stating, "At that moment, we were situated to the west. which means the icy walls flank us to the north and south. Thus, it is likely that the mute headed east, directly ahead of us. Therefore, we should not search in place but continue to advance. This reasoning was sound and met with no dissent. So the group proceeded along the narrow path between the unfrozen waters. Tofu frequently glanced back, presumably anxious that the ominous bald figure might be following. As she observed, she remarked to me, "They say one must see the living and the dead. Isn't it peculiar that we have seen a ghost but not a body?" Zongzi, feeling rather weak, was supported by the old smoker. After Tofu spoke, she suddenly interjected in somewhat awkward Chinese, "That is not a ghost. It is a shadow projection." Her statement piqued our interest, for she had never witnessed it but had merely heard our descriptions. How could she be so confident? I inquired, "What do you mean by shadow projection?" Zongzi pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts, before finally explaining, "There is a kind of toy, an adult toy that is quite popular in my hometown. It places a person in a dark space surrounded by ice blocks or mirrors under certain dim lighting. A strong light is suddenly shown, causing the person's shadow to linger on the ice and mirrors for a brief moment, usually only a few seconds." Tofu stroked her chin and remarked, "I believe I have heard of such a thing. It is an optical game. However, that shadow lasts only a few seconds, and the person we saw has been missing for over 3 months, with their head protruding from the ice. Thus, it cannot possibly be just a shadow." Zongzi fell silent, seemingly disagreeing with Tofu's perspective but refraining from countering it. I did not find myself in agreement with Zongzi's assertion, as Tofu had articulated. Regardless, it hardly resembled a mere lingering shadow. Yet, her resolute stance struck me as rather peculiar. Meanwhile, we remained vigilant, navigating the narrow, icy path beside the unfrozen waters. The glacial cavern is vast. We traversed it for a full 10 minutes, and at the end of our flashlight's beam, there remained only patches of unfrozen water, seemingly endless. Throughout this journey, we encountered no perils, not even the previously feared pale, bald figure with greenish features. The glacier tomb was enveloped in an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional drip of water. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of a reflection on the water's surface. Aside from our party, there loomed a massive head with prominent fangs. The reflection of the head was clearly visible on the placid surface of the unfrozen water, its blood-red eyes fixated upon us. Realizing that something lurked above, I shouted, "Be careful." Immediately, I directed the flashlight upward. The interior of the glacial cavern varied in height, and at that moment, the ceiling was merely 4 or 5 meters above us, considerably lower than when we first entered. My exclamation caused everyone to halt in unison. As the light illuminated the ceiling, I discerned the creature that was concealed overhead. It was clad in a brownish-red exoskeleton, resembling a desert lizard, baring its teeth. With slightly reddened eyes, measuring approximately 6 meters in length, its muscular form inducing a sense of dread. At this juncture, the others followed my gaze and spotted the creature. Several beams of light were directed towards it, yet it remained unresponsive. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to discover that this was not a living entity, but rather a prehistoric being encased in the glacial ice. It retained a predatory posture, appearing remarkably lifelike within the ice. Tofu exclaimed, "What is this creature?" Lucy responded, "It must be a prehistoric organism from the Ice Age. We are over 30 meters deep into the glacial ice. The geological layer we occupy is at least several million years old." At that moment, Old Smoky pointed towards the distance, exclaiming, "There are more over there." We directed our lights to that area and beheld more creatures frozen within the ice. They were astonishingly diverse, as if they had stepped out of the annals of ancient biological history. We marveled at the unexpected preservation of such numerous life remnants in the depths of the glacier. This place bore no signs of human intervention. Evidently, it remained untouched, perhaps out of reverence or some other reason. It resembled a prehistoric zoo, unscathed by time. As we proceeded forward, we observed the various frozen creatures overhead, speculating on what transpired millions of years ago. What must the initial discoverers of these beings have felt upon their first encounter? Amidst our awe, something in the ice caught our attention. It vaguely resembled a human figure. Due to the depth of the frost, it was difficult to discern clearly. As we approached, it became evident that it was indeed a person, though positioned feet downwards. Standing directly beneath, we could only make out the indistinct soles of their feet. Suddenly, Zongzi exclaimed, "It's Mr. Wu." I was taken aback and replied, "You must be mistaken. It's so deeply frozen, Just a shadow. How can you say it is Wu Shui? Zongzi shook her head nervously, exclaiming, "It must be him. I cannot be mistaken. No one knows him better than I do." Observing her flustered yet resolute demeanor, I couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that a mute truly lies within that icy layer? How could a living person possibly find themselves encased in ice? Upon hearing this, Elsu deftly twirled his blade in a flourish before hurling it straight towards the icy surface above. The force and precision of his throw were remarkable. The crowd barely caught a glimpse of a silvery streak slicing through the air before the blade struck the top of the primordial ice. With a resounding thud, the knife ricocheted back. Elsu swiftly grasped it and sheathed it at his waist, gazing at the white mark left upon the ice, shaking his head in confusion. "It's very hard. This is primordial ice. Such a substance cannot form instantaneously. What could possibly be the explanation? Perhaps the shadowy figure deep within the ice is not a mute, but rather an ancient being?" I mused. Zongzi appears somewhat unhinged. Her words should not be taken too seriously. Of course, I could not express this directly in her presence, so I remarked, "This ice layer cannot be shattered. We should leave here and devise a plan." The narrow passage of unfrozen water was treacherous. A slight misstep could lead to a slip and fall. In this bone-chilling ice cave, getting one's clothing and footwear wet would be no trivial matter. As we pressed onward, we occasionally spotted bizarre creatures encased in ice, but their numbers dwindled the further we ventured. Finally, we reached the end of the unfrozen water, where the ice wall was riddled with countless honeycomb-like cavities, both large and small, dotting the ceiling, sides, and the path ahead. A heavy weight settled in my heart as I thought, "This is it. My greatest fear has manifested. The web-like primordial ice caverns, known as the Labyrinth of the Gods. How shall we navigate this?" A cursory glance suggested there were several thousand of these openings, most of which could accommodate a person. Which passage should we choose? If we were to enter one, a moment's inattention could lead to losing ourselves within this intricate structure, resulting in death by freezing or starvation. No wonder Pu Zhen dared to extend a welcome. It seems there is a natural barrier here, one that even the most skilled geologist would find insurmountable. The group exchanged glances, compelled to halt their advance. Tofu remarked, "Given the current situation, we have only one path forward." Elsu responded with a soft acknowledgement. "What is it?" "To pack up and head home. Those who should part ways do so, and those who wish to eat may eat." I kicked him lightly, saying, "If you keep quiet, no one will consider you mute. If you wish to return to Gao Laozhuang, you may do so alone." Tofu, holding his backside, wandered over to each ice hole, peering curiously. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to the upper openings and exclaimed, "Do you think that person frozen in the ice managed to crawl in through these passages?" His words instantly ignited Zongzi's fervor. "It must be so. We must rescue Mr. Wu." If Zongzi's previous assertions had seemed entirely implausible to me, now, gazing at these interconnected ice tunnels, I found myself questioning whether the mute might indeed have entered through one of these openings. According to the circumstances we observed at that time, the mute remained completely still, suggesting that he was likely forced into the ice hole by some external force rather than entering it of his own volition. It is possible that the mute is still trapped in a peculiar state of unconsciousness. Contemplating this, I nodded in agreement, asserting that regardless of whether the individual was indeed mute, we needed to devise a means to ascertain the truth. Upon hearing my support, Zongzi displayed a grateful expression and remarked, "Mr. Chen, thank you. Mr. Wu has always regarded you as family." This final statement left me momentarily stunned, and even Tofu appeared taken aback. Tofu mumbled, "Old Chen, could it be that the mute is truly your father? If so, why does he pretend not to recognize you?" Chapter 49. Origins. I too was at a loss, unable to respond to Tofu's inquiry. Noticing the astonished expressions of everyone present, I sensed something was amiss and gestured for Zongzi to step aside for a private conversation. We moved to a more secluded spot, and I asked, "What do you mean by saying he regards me as family?" Zongzi seemed to realize she had inadvertently let something slip. Her demeanor became somewhat awkward, her gaze wavering slightly as she replied, "It was merely mentioned in passing." Observing her reluctance to continue, I understood that the mute was a person of few words, one who would not divulge information unless he chose to. No amount of questioning would yield answers from him, nor would one be able to discern any clues from his demeanor. Conversely, Zongzi appeared to be more forthcoming than the mute, and I knew that if I did not clarify matters now, I might not have the chance in the future. As I calculated my approach, I noticed Zongzi seemed ready to leave, so I grasped her wrist, subtly obstructing her path. She looked both surprised and slightly irked, saying, "Mr. Chen, please maintain some decorum." I released my grip, stepped aside, and remarked coolly, "I've noticed you are quite anxious regarding Wu Shui. What is your relationship with him?" GZ retorted, "That is a personal matter." I pressed on, "You love him." A flicker of anger crossed GZ's face, seemingly caught off guard. But she soon regained her composure and replied, "So what? What are you trying to say?" I gestured toward a group not far away, saying, "What if I refuse to join them in rescuing Wu Shui?" GZ's pallor deepened. Her vulnerability laid bare as she whispered, "Are you threatening me? They are Mr. Wu's partners. You have no authority over them. Even if you do not assist, they will still come to his aid." Observing her heightened emotions, I could not suppress a smile, saying, "Indeed, they are unlikely to heed my commands. But what if it were Lu Su?" GZ's expression shifted. Her eyes filled with fear as she regarded Lu Su, clearly understanding that he was no ordinary partner. However, concerning the centuries-old craft of grave robbing, she still lacked complete comprehension and weakly countered, "They have already received half of the partnership fee, and this does not benefit Mr. Lu in any way." In this realm of grave robbing, GZ was even less experienced than Tofu, and I inwardly chuckled while maintaining a composed exterior, saying lightly, "Partnership fee? You might want to inquire how many of them came here for that. The presence of Wu Shui is inconsequential. Moral principles hold little significance. What truly matters are the vested interests and the treasures buried deep within the grave. With these, the absence of any individual from the team is of no importance." As a Japanese person, grasping this unique wisdom among the rustic folk may pose a challenge for her. Consequently, Kiko pondered for a considerable time, her face reflecting a struggle. Seizing the moment, I urged, "Give it careful thought. Wu Shui's fate lies in your hands. Of course, he may become your beloved in the future. Whether that opportunity exists depends on your choices." Upon hearing this, Kiko's demeanor visibly softened. With a sigh, she inquired, "What do you wish to know?" My heart leapt with joy as I replied, "Time is of the essence. Let us engage in swift questions and answers. What is Wu Shui's true name?" Kiko stated, "That is indeed his true name." I countered, "You are mistaken. To save time, simply speak the truth." Kiko, maintaining her composure, replied, "I am speaking the truth. He has always appeared before me under that name." Observing her tranquil gaze, I realized that I could not extract any further information on this matter. Perhaps even Kiko was unaware of the mute's true name. I continued, "Why is he in Japan?" Kiko pressed her lips together and responded, "I do not know." My impatience began to surface as I remarked, "You are hardly cooperative." Kiko insisted, "I genuinely do not know. We are affiliated with a research company in Japan. Mr. Wu appears there in the capacity of a special consultant. Initially, I had no idea he was Chinese, as his Japanese is remarkably fluent." Without waiting for my inquiry, Kiko recounted her memories. The research-oriented company does not primarily aim for profit. Rather, it is a subsidiary of a larger enterprise, focusing on various fields such as biology, archaeology, and medicine. Kiko is not a research expert. She serves as an administrative staff member, akin to a secretary. One day, she was tasked with preparing for a reception. Once everything was arranged, the company's highest authority, Mr. Hanachi, met with a young man, none other than the mute. While waiting outside, Kiko was struck not just by his appearance, but, more significantly, by Mr. Hanachi's unusual deference toward him. Furthermore, Kiko noticed that the mute maintained a steady gaze, scarcely glancing her way, despite her own considerable beauty. This piqued her curiosity about him, leading her to steal glances through the small glass pane of the door. The mute seemed to possess a keen intuition. As he departed, he cast a meaningful look in Kiko's direction. Mr. Hanachi appeared to be ingratiating himself with the mute, likely frustrated by the latter's elusive nature. Perhaps this brief moment of intense gaze led Mr. Hanachi to appoint Kiko as the mute's personal advisor during his stay in Japan. The implications of this decision were unmistakable, and it came with a significant salary increase. Although Kiko felt a surge of anger at Mr. Hanachi's ulterior motives in treating her as a mere tool, she could not deny that the mute had an innate ability to draw attention simply by standing on the street without uttering a word. Thus, despite her frustrations, Kiko did not decline the offer and secretly hoped for some development in their relationship. At that time, the mute resided in a place arranged by Ben E, and GZ moved in with the intention of becoming his personal advisor. However, upon casting a glance at her, The mute merely nodded slightly and said coolly, "Do as I say. I did not summon you. Do not appear before me." Zongzi was taken aback, discomfort by his arrogance and rudeness, thinking to herself, how can someone be so haughty and disrespectful? Soon after, the mute sank into the sofa and, gazing at Zongzi, suddenly uttered 3 words, "Strip." At this, I could not help but gasp, exclaiming, "Strip? This Wu fellow is such a character." Zongzi forced a smile and shook her head, saying, at that moment, "I thought Mr. Wu would refuse, but then he took matters into his own hands." Tofu, who had appeared out of nowhere, was seething with rage, exclaiming, "Beast." I signaled to Tofu to listen quietly and not interrupt, then said, "Continue." Subconsciously, I felt that the mute was not the type to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Zongzi proceeded with her account, explaining that after forcibly removing her outer garment, the mute unexpectedly pinched one of her shirt buttons and tore it off, coldly declaring, "Listening device." Upon closer inspection, Zongzi was astonished. She had no idea when a listening device had been installed in her clothing. Given that the company engaged in research, she was well versed in advanced technology. It dawned on her that this must be the handiwork of Ben Yi, who sought to use her to monitor the mute. In that moment, she was filled with anger over the deception while simultaneously feeling ashamed before the mute. Just then, the mute returned the button to her, coldly stating, "It has nothing to do with you," before heading upstairs. From that point onward, he often behaved mysteriously, rendering Zongzi's role as a personal advisor largely ornamental. Consequently, Zongzi discreetly began to investigate the mute's background. She learned that he had spent 2 years in Japan, and over time, she uncovered various details, such as his mission to Time-Space Island on behalf of Ben Yi. As time passed, the mute's guard around Zongzi lessened, and she gradually grasped his temperament. However, following the incident at Time-Space Island, the mute suddenly expressed a desire to return to his homeland. When Zongzi inquired about the reason, he coldly replied, "To find someone." Of course, this individual was not me, but Chen Ci. The last time I was mentioned was after his arrival in China, and indeed, Zongzi had noticed the mute's differing attitude towards me. In contrast, I had known the mute for a relatively short period, whereas Zongzi had spent 2 years with him, gaining deeper insight into his ways. Take, for instance, the recent incident where El Su brought Tofu and me into the ranks. Under normal circumstances, how would the mute have reacted? I speculated that he would have expelled us or cut off our supplies. However, Zongzi shook her head, dismissing my conjecture, and slowly replied, "He would deal with you directly." Tofu paused, asking, "Deal with us?" Zongzi nodded, saying, "Yes, he would deal with you." Tofu swallowed hard, remarking, "That term is rather unsettling." Zongzi continued, "Mr. Wu may be slightly offensive in other matters without issue, but if someone acts recklessly in certain situations, the consequences can be severe. Thus, you should now understand that Mr. Wu's attitude towards you is quite special." I inquired about the reason, and Mr. Wu stated that he regards you as family. I took a deep breath and said, "You must have been quite astonished when you heard that response. And surely you inquired about the reason behind it." Zongzi shivered and replied, "I did ask, but he said nothing. He merely cast a terrifying glance in my direction." Tofu, intrigued, asked, "Terrifying? To what extent?" Zongzi, with a look of lingering dread, responded, "It was as if a malevolent spirit was gazing at me through his eyes." "Is that all?" I inquired. Zongzi replied, "There is nothing more to tell." Tofu added, "Do you know the purpose of his search for the map? Does it relate to Ben Yi?" Zongzi shook his head and said, "Do you think Mr. Wu would disclose such information to me?" Nevertheless, the collaboration between Mr. Wu and Mr. Ben Yi has concluded. Concluded? Then why does Zongzi still follow the mute? As if he could see through my confusion, Zongzi explained, "I resigned from my job and have been following him. Fortunately, he has not dismissed me." Tofu, upon hearing this, remarked, "The mute is quite fortunate, but utterly fails to appreciate it." At this point, aside from gaining a slight clarity about the mute's background, I was still perplexed by the mention of a supposed relative. Since Zongzi could not provide any further insights, I would have to seek answers directly from the mute. Chapter 50. The messenger. I remained uncertain whether Zongzi had spoken the truth, but based on my observations of this Japanese woman, she appeared to be an ordinary individual. Even if she possessed some cunning, it was not particularly profound. As for the mute, he was simultaneously searching for old records and structural diagrams of the giant ear king's tomb while denying any connection to the Chen family. These conflicting clues intertwined, rendering the situation utterly perplexing. At this juncture, Our conversation reached its natural conclusion. The three of us returned to the group, where others had devised a plan to send someone, secured by a rope to prevent disorientation, to ascend to the ice cave above and ascertain the identity of the figure encased in ice. Among the others, there was a certain shrewdness. They understood that if the figure in the ice were indeed the mute, there might be other entities within the cave. Although a plan had been established, no one volunteered to take on the task. I found myself pondering why the mute required so many companions, as many among us were indeed expendable. This shared trait mirrored the old man Zhao's practice of transporting numerous messengers into the mountains. What schemes were the mute and Zhao truly concocting? Seeing that no one stepped forward, Lu Su chuckled and said to me, "Brother Chen, I shall ascend and take a look. You remain here to assist." I recalled the ghostly figure with a green face and white eyes, thinking that with Lu Su's formidable presence, that entity would likely not dare approach. However, should he depart, I could only speculate what unforeseen events might unfold. Below, Zongzi was frail and could easily be toppled by a gust of wind. Tofu was unreliable and impulsive. And both Old Smoky and Black Eel were rather crafty. Only Feng Guisho seemed somewhat dependable. Given the uncertainty, I chose to keep Lu Su with me and instead ventured into the ice cave armed. Assessing the incline at the entrance of the ice cave, we could roughly determine its trajectory leading towards the figure within the ice, with about 10 openings. However, these openings might converge at greater depths, making orientation crucial. Armed with my weapon, I donned my headlamp and placed a compass in my chest pocket, relying on a makeshift ladder to climb into one of the ice caves. For the sake of caution, I secured a rope around my waist, the other end held by Lu Su and his companions. Thus, even if I failed to locate the individual trapped in the ice, at the very least, I would not lose my way. Upon entering the ice cave, the dim yellow light cast an amber hue upon everything around me. The ice was crystal clear, allowing me to faintly discern the silhouettes of Tofu and the others below. However, as I ascended deeper, the incline of the ice cave gradually increased, the ice layer thickened, and soon I could see nothing at all. In a moment, I encountered interconnected ice chambers, forming a dense network of paths resembling a spider's web. Fortunately, armed with a compass, I resolutely pressed forward. The rope tied around my waist was over 40 meters in length. In a straight line, it nearly matched the distance to the person encased in ice. Yet, the winding paths of the cave often led me to dead ends, forcing me to navigate back and forth, and the rope proved insufficient. After crawling for 40 meters, I had yet to catch a glimpse of the individual in the ice, but the rope around my waist had become taut. Reluctantly, I unfastened the rope and continued onward. Thankfully, we had previously agreed that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would fire a warning shot. This place was entirely composed of black ice, alleviating concerns of an avalanche. Thus I could use my firearm without hesitation. For the time being, the rope served as a temporary marker. As I ventured further without the rope, I marked the ice wall at intervals, resulting in a laborious and time-consuming journey. After approximately half an hour, the opening ahead suddenly widened, allowing me to transition from crawling to kneeling and eventually to standing upright within the chamber. Simultaneously, a faint, unpleasant odor began to permeate the previously frigid air of the ice cave, reminiscent of animal feces. I remained vigilant, realizing that the group's suspicions had materialized. It was unexpected that there were indeed living beings within the layers of black ice. As I drew closer, the stench intensified, and at that moment, I suddenly beheld a pair of human hands at the end of my line of sight. The hands were bony and pale, emerging from the ice, while the rest of the body remained concealed beneath the frozen surface. I immediately recognized that the person trapped in the ice was right here. I hastened towards them, and as I approached, the individual seemed to sense my footsteps and stretched out their hand, as if imploring me to pull them free. It was evident they must be mute. While I sighed in relief, a sense of trepidation lingered, and I kept my right hand firmly gripping the gun. As I reached the hands, I glanced down and was met with a shock of black hair. At that moment, the person in the ice raised their head and uttered a plea for help. Upon seeing their face, I gasped in horror. This was no mute, but rather a grotesque figure resembling a large dumpling. In an instant, I realized that a dumpling could not speak. The visage before me, half decayed and flesh frozen to a pallid hue, belonged to a messenger. I was taken aback, and it dawned on me that the foul odor I had detected earlier was not that of feces, but rather emanating from the messenger's body. The low temperatures here had muted the stench of decay, leading to my initial misinterpretation. Upon closer inspection, he found himself ensnared within a vertical ice cavern, devoid of any signs of freezing. Logically, he should have been able to extricate himself, yet his current predicament rendered him immobile. What could be the cause of this? I was aware that the messenger was unlike the zongzi. They possessed language and thought. Besides, this was not our first encounter. Apart from the initial shock, I felt no further trepidation, and thus I inquired, "Are you one of Zhao Erye's people?" Half of the flesh on his face was decayed, and he had only one eye. He did not respond to my query. Instead, in a voice laden with agony, he clawed at the air and pleaded, "Save me. Please save me." Observing his condition, he appeared to pose no immediate threat. Moreover, it was known that a messenger's survival depended on targeting those closest to them, parents, spouses, children, and so forth. This was undeniably a grotesque notion. As to sustain one's life, one must commit the heinous act of slaying their nearest kin. Given my lack of a personal connection to this messenger, his intention to harm me seemed unlikely. Thus, I stated, "I will assist you, but you must cooperate fully, and do not create trouble for me afterward." He nodded in agreement. Just as I reached out to pull him closer, his rotting visage suddenly contorted into a grimace as he warned me, "Hide. It's coming back, quickly." The terror etched on his almost monstrous face startled me into immediate action. Without hesitation, I turned and fled, seeking refuge around a corner, extinguishing the light. With a dagger in one hand and a gun in the other. What manner of creature was this? I could not fathom it. But if even a messenger could succumb to fear, I knew I had to exercise utmost caution. With this thought in mind, I crouched down and strained to hear any sounds ahead. In the enveloping darkness, I was rendered blind, unable to see even my own hand. The only noise that pierced the silence was a series of chattering sounds. Initially, I failed to comprehend its source. But soon it dawned on me. The messenger's teeth were chattering in fear. My heart began to race uncontrollably. What could instill such dread in a messenger? At that moment, I felt a surge of gratitude towards this messenger, for it had at least prompted me to hide. Otherwise, I might have faced the very same horror alongside it. Accompanying the messenger's chattering was a distant sound of pattering, drawing nearer to its location. The noise resembled a fish struggling on a cutting board, or the sound of a heavy-footed individual walking barefoot, the soles of their feet slapping against the ground. The sound approached rapidly, and within mere seconds, it was upon the messenger. I could almost detect a foul odor wafting towards me. What on earth was this creature? Before I could ponder further, a blood-curdling scream erupted within the ice cavern. The suddenness of it caused me to recoil instinctively. In that moment, I made a grave mistake. My headlamp, having loosened during my climb, fell to the ground. I was certain that the wretched curse was at play, for the lamp not only clattered upon impact, but also illuminated instantly. My mouth felt parched, and my muscles tensed in apprehension. In that instant, I finally caught a clear glimpse of the entity that had instilled such profound fear in the messenger. It was indeed a singular figure, a person of considerable stature, entirely devoid of clothing, yet adorned with skin of a vivid crimson hue, embellished with numerous dark green patterns resembling arcane symbols. The visage was grotesquely swollen, reminiscent of a bloated corpse. At that moment, it clutched a piece of putrid flesh, poised to bring it to its lips. A fleeting glance revealed the messenger being hoisted aloft, the flesh from one side of its face having vanished entirely. I was on the verge of retching, but reason prevailed, reminding me that to vomit now would be the height of folly, for at that instant, the creature ceased its repast, its bulging, lifeless eyes fixated upon me. In a heartbeat, I discharged my weapon, recklessly firing at it. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire resounded, each shot unleashed without restraint, reverberating through the icy chamber, leaving my ears ringing. I was convinced that the commotion had reached the ears of Lu Su and his companions. The piercing wail of the messenger moments ago would have sufficed to alert them. Yet, my fervent assault proved futile, as its skin resembled rubber, deflecting every bullet that struck it. My scalp prickled, and my legs turned to jelly. Chapter 51. Storage. The creature relinquished its grip, and the messenger slid back into the vertical ice shaft, its fleshless face disappearing from view. Amidst the gunfire, the entity advanced toward me with alarming speed, each step accompanied by a peculiar sound. The gun was utterly ineffective. Not even the bullets could breach its hide, let alone the dagger in my hand. In desperation, I took flight. If the joyous Tofu were present, it would likely be too terrified to move. In that moment, I was particularly grateful for my resilient mental fortitude. As I turned to flee, the creature pursued, its speed surpassing my own. Hardly had I taken a few steps when I felt a gust of wind at my back, as though it were reaching for my neck. Without turning, instinct compelled me to drop to the ground, rolling away just in time. In the flickering light, I caught a glimpse of its hand grasping at thin air. It had drawn too close, exuding a strange odor, neither foul nor fragrant, but indescribable. As I rolled, it lunged and missed, displaying its fury with a pair of immense crimson feet descending upon me. The sequence of events transpired in an instant, before I could rise. My body instinctively began to crawl forward in a desperate bid for survival. However, my efforts paled in comparison to its speed, and before I could make significant progress, one colossal foot crashed down upon my waist. The sensation was indescribable. I felt as though my abdomen might burst, a sharp pain radiating from my midsection. Had it not been for the thickness of my cold weather gear, which softened the blow, I surmised my spine would surely have been shattered. The agony rendered me momentarily dizzy. My breath caught in my throat, yet amidst the torment, clarity of thought prevailed. I was not one to succumb passively, even amidst the slimmest of chances. I refused to be a mere victim. I swiftly pivoted and thrust the dagger backward, striking the instep of the creature. Remarkably, the blade met its flesh with a sensation akin to piercing a super soft rubber, yielding a softness yet resisting any significant force. Not even a minor wound was inflicted upon its foot. Conversely, my own forced twist exacerbated the pain in my already injured waist. Its foot remained firmly planted upon my midsection, akin to a person pinning a dog's neck, rendering me utterly powerless to resist. In this close proximity, the crimson figure before me became increasingly vivid, its swollen visage and exaggerated mouth revealing teeth larger than those of an ordinary human, with two prominent canines that were particularly sharp. Its hands and feet were disproportionately large, with claws resembling those of a feline, triangular in shape and ending in a wicked hook. Additionally, the creature's scarlet skin was adorned with numerous intricate patterns, which, upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to tattoos. These bizarre markings, akin to arcane symbols, were scattered across its entire form, creating a profoundly strange appearance. What exactly was this entity? If it were human, how could it have transformed into such a grotesque form? Yet, at that moment, I had neither the strength nor the luxury to ponder these questions, for the creature had already seized my neck with its hand. The sensation of being lifted by the throat was profoundly uncomfortable, leaving me unable to struggle. Its claw-like fingers pressed ominously against my skin, threatening to penetrate deeply with the slightest movement on my part. I remained still. The creature drew me closer, and our faces nearly touched. I was startled to realize it was breathing, emitting a foul odor with each exhale. Despite its bizarre appearance, a subconscious part of me entertained the notion that it might be a large dumpling. Yet this breath revealed it was undeniably alive. Our faces were scarcely 5 centimeters apart. Its grotesque visage was twice the size of my own, with gray, emotionless eyes fixated upon me. My mind recalled the earlier scene of the flesh it held and the half of the messenger's face that had vanished, leaving me with a sense of vertigo. As if all sensation had abandoned my body, even the pain in my neck and waist seemed to dissipate, leaving only an overwhelming fear. At that moment, the creature extended its long, grayish tongue and suddenly licked my face, gliding from my chin upward, reminiscent of a child licking a lollipop. I was momentarily bewildered, questioning its intentions. Did it need to lick me before devouring me? The viscous saliva, reeking with a foul stench, clung to my skin, eliciting a revulsion I could scarcely bear. I dared not struggle, opting instead to tightly shut my mouth and eyes. The creature seemed to lick my entire face before abruptly wrenching me backward. In an instant, it brought me back to the icy pit where the messenger had once been, and after a few paces, it deposited me into another frozen cavity. Upon entering, I felt something tightly ensnaring my legs, writhing like a serpent. My scalp prickled with alarm, and instinctively, I attempted to crawl away, yet the thing beneath my feet bound me securely. The ice cave was barely wide enough for a single person, leaving me unable to even lower my head to discern the source of the disturbance. I could only maintain a rigid posture, akin to that of a popsicle. Shortly thereafter, the crimson figure circled around me, suddenly licking my face once more before sauntering away, seemingly with no intention of devouring me. The illumination above my head allowed me to perceive the illusions surrounding me as that entity departed. At that moment, I heard the voice of the messenger, who stated, "This place harbors more than just it. It marks its territory with saliva, signifying ownership of its prey." Instinctively, I rubbed my face against the fabric of my shoulder, and although the scent remained, I managed to wipe away the sticky saliva. It seemed that this messenger had been trapped here for a considerable duration. Taking a deep breath, I compelled myself to remain calm and inquired, "Do you know what it is?" The messenger replied in the negative. Despite possessing a consciousness akin to that of a living being, it was imperative not to gaze upon its true form. The messenger continued, "I had hoped you could rescue me. You are doomed as well." I retorted coldly, "I have companions. They will arrive shortly." The messenger, upon hearing this, became agitated and asked, "How long until they find this place?" I estimated that the creature would return in about half an hour. A sudden chill ran through me. Although I had taken considerable time to arrive here, I had left markers on the correct path. So I surmised that Lu Su and the others would require approximately 20 minutes to enter. Thus, I questioned, "Are you certain it is more than half an hour? What could it be doing? How do you know when it will return?" The messenger said, "I have been here for 3 months. I do not know its activities, but it returns roughly every half hour. Sometimes it merely licks again, and other times, it consumes me." I sensed something amiss and remarked, "3 months have passed, and you have not been devoured?" The messenger replied, "Our regenerative abilities are quite potent, yet I am growing increasingly feeble. It won't be long before I am completely consumed." The emphasis on the word consumed sent chills down my spine. Unlike the messenger, I lacked such regenerative capabilities, and my tolerance for suffering could not compare. The mere thought of that creature tearing a piece of flesh from my face was enough to instill terror. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the vertical ice cave in which I found myself must be the creature's larder. The messenger then assured me, "However, do not fret. The intervals between its feedings are extensive. You are safe for the next 10 hours. But whatever you do not wipe off the saliva on your face, for other entities may intrude upon this territory. Without that mark, they will consume you." My goodness, I felt as though I might faint. Cursing inwardly for the messenger's failure to mention this sooner, I had already wiped most of it off on my clothing. Glancing down, I was relieved to see that my waterproof jacket had not absorbed the liquid, leaving a considerable amount of the viscous substance still clinging to my shoulder. Setting aside my disgust, I hastily lowered my head to smear the remnants back onto my face. The humiliation of the situation was overwhelming, and I could only hope that Lu Su and the others would arrive swiftly. Given the intensity of the previous battle, they were certain to have heard the commotion. The seasoned smokers among us are rather cunning and may resort to various tricks. However, both Lu Su and Tofu will undoubtedly arrive. The presence of Lu Su alone is sufficient, though it would be preferable for Tofu to remain below, as his penchant for misfortune and tendency to be a burden evoke a sense of despair regarding my chances of being rescued. After some time had passed, I managed to smudge my face with a bit of dirt, and approximately 10 minutes later, I spotted another crimson figure, distinctly different from the previous one, albeit slightly shorter. Wearing a headlamp, I noticed it seemed unfamiliar with the light source, instantly fixating its swollen, grayish-white eyes upon me. It circled around me twice, then sniffed the air, baring its teeth in a manner that suggested a desire to consume me, yet hesitance to act upon it. My hair stood on end, and I held my breath, fearing it might disregard the unspoken rules and take a bite. Fortunately, the messenger had been correct. After a brief delay, the creature reluctantly departed. I exhaled in relief, calculating the time, and my heart raced with anticipation. If all went well, Lu Su and the others should arrive within 5 minutes. I turned my head towards the direction they had come from, anxiously awaiting their arrival. My height afforded me the advantage of visibility, while the messenger, presumably shorter, remained ensnared within the ice hole. Before long, I suddenly discerned faint footsteps, followed by a familiar voice. "It's ahead. It must be old Chen." I felt a mix of joy and surprise, joy that help had finally arrived, and astonishment that Tofu, with his ill-fated tongue, had come along. Upon seeing the light, they quickened their pace and soon turned the corner. Tofu and I exchanged glances, and he appeared thunderstruck, stammering, "Head, old Chen has only a head left." From their vantage point, it seemed as though I was merely a head resting on the ice, reminiscent of the messenger's severed hand I had seen earlier. Chapter 52. The kill Tofu's remark left me both amused and exasperated. I quickly urged, "Hurry over, get me out of here. I'm trapped in the ice hole." Tofu snapped to attention and rushed forward, and indeed, it was only Lu Su and Tofu who arrived. I gestured for Lu Su to assist the messenger nearby, while Tofu attempted to pull me free, inquiring, "Old Chen, what happened? I heard that scream from below and was terribly worried about you." I replied, "Were you truly worried? Look, I'm perfectly fine. Now pull harder. Haven't you eaten today?" The more Tofu tugged, the tighter the creature's grip became. And the situation was no better for the messenger, as Lu Su, despite his considerable strength, was equally unable to extricate him. Time had stretched to 4 or 5 minutes. And I said, "That thing is coming back. We need to hurry." Tofu asked, "What creature? The one that left you two in the hole?" I had no time to elaborate on such matters, as I could see the grip tightening around my feet, and the seconds ticked away, inciting my impatience. The messenger seemed to sense the impending return even more acutely. Seeing that escape was impossible, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming back. Quick, hide." Tofu insisted, "I must rescue you both. Hide?" I, Tofu, don't even know how to spell hide. I have begun to grasp the judgment of the messenger and quickly said to Lu Su, "There is no time for lengthy explanations. Take this fool and hide." Lu Su, not being a fool himself, realized that not only had I fallen into the trap, but also that a non-human messenger was ensnared alongside me. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he swiftly pulled Tofu, and the two of them concealed themselves in the spot where I had previously hidden. As long as they did not err like I did, they should remain undetected. Soon, the sound of footsteps grew nearer, and before long, a crimson figure materialized before me. Like a sentinel patrolling its territory, it circled between me and the messenger, then licked its lips a few times before turning and briskly departing. In an instant, its silhouette vanished. I was overjoyed and beckoned Lu Su and Tofu to emerge. Now we had ample time to devise a plan. When Lu Su stepped out, the usual calm and composure on his face had vanished, replaced by a shadowy gaze. He approached me, and this rare expression sent a jolt through my heart. I could tell he had something to say, yet ultimately, he remained silent and instead asked, "Do you know what has ensnared your feet?" I shook my head, replying, "I do not know. It resembles a living creature." However, I had already conceived an idea. These ice caves, which stored food, could not be singular. There must be others scattered about. Knowing both ourselves and our adversary would ensure victory, Lu Su followed my suggestion and walked to a spot about 10 meters away, where he indeed discovered another ice cave. He gazed into the cave, seemingly astonished, his brows lifting slightly. After a moment, he returned, his expression contemplative. Tofu, being impatient, exclaimed, "What is it? Speak up." Lu Su replied, "It is identical to that thing." "That thing? What thing?" Noticing the confusion etched on both my and Tofu's faces, he clarified, "It is the same as the entity we encountered in the lake, albeit a much smaller mass." I was somewhat taken aback. The contents of this ice cave were identical to those in the lake? How could that be? Lu Su continued, "I suspect these creatures may have been artificially created. The reason they exist in the lake could very well be that someone inadvertently transported them out." Instantly, my thoughts turned to Chen Ci. If that entity were a specialty of the Pujin tomb, then it seemed only Chen Ci could have extracted it from there. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Or perhaps Chen Ci acted with intent. Lu Su went on, "I observed that these entities become agitated in the presence of living creatures and struggle violently. They might penetrate a person's body, and to expel them, one must conceal the characteristics of the living creature. The traits of a living creature are not synonymous with what is traditionally referred to as yang energy. Yang energy is a metaphysical concept, while the characteristics of a living creature encompass respiration, body temperature, scent, and much more. How shall we conceal these?" For a moment, the three of us were at a loss for ideas, when suddenly Lu Su smiled. He then drew the ghost cry blade from behind his waist with a swift motion. The blade's edge poised against my neck. Tofu, terrified, leaped in front of me, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this?" I coldly inquired, "What do you mean?" Lu Su smiled gently and replied, "I simply wish to find a way to save you." Immediately, a smirk graced his lips as he gradually made his way toward the ice cave beside me, the very place where the messenger was confined. A sudden realization struck my mind. I comprehended Lu Su's intention. The messenger was, in essence, a deceased entity, yet it retained the characteristics of the living due to its preserved habits. What if we could eliminate these traits of life? Could we perhaps conceal my own living attributes with flesh and blood devoid of such qualities? I now understood Lu Su's plan. He wished to transform this messenger into a true corpse. Ordinary weapons might prove ineffective, for the messenger was immortal. But what of his legendary ghost-crying blade, a weapon that could instill terror even in the bravest of souls? In recent years, influenced by a curse, I realized my disposition had undergone a significant transformation. I had grown increasingly eccentric and apathetic in certain behaviors. I even pondered whether I inherited this from Chen Xi, or if Chen Xi had also succumbed to the curse, resulting in his current state. Under normal circumstances, I would not oppose El Su's approach. Yet only recently had the messenger sought my aid, prompting us to take cover on 2 occasions. It was originally a sacrificial subject of old Zhao's experiments, enduring 3 months of torment in this ice cave, posing no real threat and even guiding us. Now, however, I was expected to take its life. I, Chen Xian, did not consider myself a virtuous individual, yet I had not descended into madness to such an extent. At the research institute, I could dispassionately abandon those messengers because I had no connection with them and they were deemed hazardous. Yet the current situation was markedly different. My emotions surged ahead of my reason, commanding me to halt. El Su paused, turning to face me, his familiar gentle smile still present. Brother Chen, this is the only solution I can conceive at present. I replied, I would rather not resort to this method. Tofu, bewildered by the tension between El Su and me, anxiously scratched his head and exclaimed, what are you two discussing? I can't comprehend a word. What method? El Su, smiling slightly and adopting a teasing tone, responded to Tofu, it is better for you not to know about this method. You are a good child. Tofu, incensed, retorted, I am a man of stature. Although I do not grasp your intentions, I will side with Old Chen. He then asked, Old Chen, what should I do now? I nodded slightly, instructing, do not let him wield the knife. Tofu complied and lunged forward, grasping El Su's hand that held the knife. Despite El Su's considerable strength, he found it difficult to maneuver with such a large man clinging to him. The smile on his face began to fade as he softly said, Brother Chen, have you truly made your decision? Very well, I shall respect your choice. He then sheathed the knife back at his waist, and Tofu released his grip, scratching his head. Still perplexed, I was somewhat astonished. I had not anticipated El Su to be so accommodating. Before I could speak, he remarked, in that case, I am powerless to assist in this matter. In truth, I am the most conflicted among us. If I do not flee, that entity will eventually devour me. Neither I nor the messenger will survive. To escape, I must first betray my gratitude and slay the messenger. At this moment, 2 choices waged war within my heart. Reason urged me to remain steadfast, acknowledging that the ultimate outcome would be the same. Both the messenger and I would meet our demise. Yet, my moral compass and emotions cautioned me against taking that fateful step. Tofu, perceiving my distress, appeared even more anxious than I, exclaiming in frustration, what are you two playing at? Am I the fool here? Speak plainly, and let me weigh in. I sighed and replied, this is a decision beyond your grasp. Lu Su glanced at his watch and remarked, 20 minutes remain. I understood that during this interval, other forces might encroach upon this territory, and any further delay could spell disaster for both Lu Su and Tofu. Reality compelled me to make a swift decision. Damn it, damn it, damn it. With each tick of the second hand, it felt like a death knell. Every second squandered could endanger Tofu and Lu Su. I fixed my gaze on Lu Su's serene visage and inquired, you've encountered that entity. It is impervious to blades and bullets. Should you confront it? How confident are you of your chances? Lu Su smiled faintly and replied, not at all. It is a celestial soldier. Tofu expressed his astonishment. Celestial soldier? Lu Su nodded, saying, it's a complex matter I cannot elaborate on now, but I will explain when the opportunity arises. He then turned to me and stated, if I were to face it, my fate would mirror yours. Time always seems to crawl in moments like this. My mind felt muddled, yet my heart gradually cooled, all struggles succumbing to a chilling resolve. Lu Su regarded me gently and said, in life, one cannot have it both ways. Brother Chen, I respect your choice. Ultimately, I closed my eyes, summoning all my strength to utter a single word, kill. In that instant, I felt the last remnants of my conscience freeze alongside my resolve. My grandfather once told me that anyone who engages in this line of work is not a good person. They may have once been virtuous, but inevitably, they will devolve into malevolence. This profession demands a continual abandonment of one's moral boundaries. Tofu, sensing the gravity of the situation, grew uneasy, even with his simple-mindedness. He understood the implications of my word. His expression shifted to one of alarm, and as Lu Su stepped toward the messenger's position, knife raised, Tofu's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, speechless. Chapter 53. Celestial Soldier. At this juncture, I found myself unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within. Pain, revulsion, or perhaps something else entirely. In any case, I was enveloped by an overwhelming chill that seemed to freeze my heart and blood. The events that followed are ones I wish to forget. Lu Su moved with precision, executing the messenger amidst their terrified cries. Following the messenger's demise, their blood swiftly turned to a dark hue, which was drawn into the ice surrounding me. Before long, the tendrils that had ensnared my legs indeed receded. I emerged from the icy confines, and Lu Su urged, "We must not delay, retreat." Beside the ice hole lay the dismembered remains of the messenger, along with their nearly fleshless head. I stole but a glance, and I knew this haunting scene would be etched in my memory for eternity. Throughout the entire escape, my mind nearly ceased to function. My subconscious urged me to remain calm and to clarify my thoughts, yet the reality was that I could not think at all. As we walked, Su explained that upon hearing the dreadful screams and gunfire above, everyone had assumed I had been injured. Initially, Su intended to rescue me alone, but Tofu insisted on accompanying him, saying, "Old Chun is no soft persimmon. Whatever could harm him is certainly formidable. I will go with you." At this point, Su turned to me with a smile and said, "You have a good brother. No matter the circumstance, he will never abandon you." Perhaps his words were meant to console me, and they indeed had a slight effect. Tofu's fragile heart was already shaken by the earlier scene, rendering him silent. Su's remark helped me regain some composure, and I patted Tofu on the shoulder, turning back to reassure him, "Do not dwell on it. The messenger was already a dead man. Our actions merely grant him liberation." Of course, I was acutely aware of the truth, that messenger longed for life. I began to comprehend that in a comfortable environment, one adheres to moral principles, yet when placed in extreme circumstances, one is no different from a beast. In the face of absolute survival, the chains of morality become utterly fragile. Thanks to the marks we had previously left, we did not wander off course, and our escape was swift. As we emerged from the ice cave, we slid down the rope we had secured beforehand. Jizi and the others awaited below. Upon seeing me, Jizi immediately approached with concern, asking, "Where is Mr. Wu?" Tofu interjected, "It is not Wu Shui, he is not inside." On the side, Feng Guisho raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Then what is it?" Tofu fell silent for a moment, his face pale and tinged with a hint of blue. Whether from the cold or something else, none of us wished to revisit the matter of the messenger. It was not a tale to share. Thus, I replied, "A stranger. Perhaps one of Zhao Erye's people." Feng Guisho seemed skeptical of this explanation, giving me a penetrating glance but refraining from further questions. He then pointed to the dense web of ice caves ahead and said, "During your absence, I sent people to scout the nearby ice caves and discovered something intriguing." He proceeded toward one of the caves, and Tofu followed. Su was surrounded by others who inquired about our experiences within the ice cave. He remained composed and unruffled. The events had left no mark upon him. I was suddenly reminded of the phrase, "Water ripples without a trace." Su was like a deep pool, calm on the surface, exuding warmth and tranquility, yet profoundly deep, capable of swallowing everything without leaving a trace. In contrast, the mute man resembled the curved dagger he wielded, strange, cold, and sharp. Feng Guisho led me to the edge of an ice cave, peering inside and pointing beside the cave, saying, "Look, there is a mark here." I followed suit and leaned in, discovering indeed a mark, approximately 1 centimeter deep, skillfully carved into the ice wall. Due to the difficulty of leaving traces on the glacial walls, the marks, as I had previously, are kept as simple as possible. The indication left within the ice cave is a vertical line, while here, it manifests as an arc. Feng Guisho continued, "We did not have the opportunity to examine the upper section, but in the lower section, we discovered a total of 6 ice caves marked with signs." 6? I inquired. "Are the marks made by the same person?" Feng Guisho nodded. "It appears that the individual who initially left these marks must have spent a considerable amount of time investigating these ice caves. But in the end, why were the marks only left in these 6 caves? Do they signify danger or safety? Who could have made these markings? Was it Chen Xi or the old man Zhao and his associates? Where had the mute gone?" I asked. "Have you ventured into these 6 ice caves?" Feng Guisho affirmed that they had entered, noting that there were markings throughout, but they dared not delve too deeply and retreated, intending to await our return to deliberate together. At that moment, I recalled the celestial soldiers mentioned by El Su, those crimson figures. Might they also reside within these ice caves? Could they emerge from the caves to assail us? The more I pondered, the more perilous this place seemed. Just then, El Su approached us, and upon reviewing the situation, his brow furrowed in concern. When I inquired about the celestial soldiers, El Su provided an elucidation. The celestial soldiers originate from the corpse refining techniques of the Shaanxi region. During our stay in Yinyang-Liubu village, we naturally understood that the tales of corpse drivers in Shaanxi are not without foundation. El Su explained that the corpses being driven are, in fact, those that have undergone refinement, a technique that alters and manipulates the dead. The corpse refining art, as practiced in Shaanxi, can only be regarded as an entry-level skill. The true origins of this art remain uncertain, yet it flourished in Shaanxi, traditionally categorized into Xing, Gui, Sang, Dun, Di, and Tian, known as Xingbing, Guibing, Sangbing, Dunbing, and Tianbing. The celestial soldiers represent the pinnacle of corpse refinement. El Su concluded that he believed we were encountering celestial soldiers based on my description and the runes present on the celestial soldiers at the time. Indeed, those runes serve as proof of the corpses being refined. The presence of these celestial soldiers stationed within the ice caves is undoubtedly the work of Pu Zhan. In this context, I realized that I had at least encountered Xingbing, the entities witnessed previously at the corpse driver's inn in Yinyang-Liubu village, which were formidable yet belonged to the lowest tier of Xingbing. How powerful, then, must the celestial soldiers be? El Su explained solemnly. Celestial soldiers are impervious to blades and bullets, immune to fire and water, undying and unyielding, acting according to the will of their refiner. However, celestial soldiers are not easily created, so their numbers should be limited. I was taken aback and asked, is there a way to combat them? Must we merely flee upon encountering them? El Su chuckled. What else could we do? Now you should comprehend the purpose of those messengers. A surge of anger ignited within me. Could it be that old Zhao had known about the circumstances here all along? Thus, the strategy of introducing a few messengers in advance, leveraging their regenerative abilities to stall those celestial soldiers, reveals an undeniably cruel tactic. Yet, I found myself pondering further. How did the old man Zhao acquire knowledge about the circumstances within this mysterious ice tomb? This query compelled me to voice my confusion. Tofu contemplated for a moment and suggested, could it be related to that map? Zhao Yiri was the last to have seen Chenxiai, and perhaps he has concealed certain truths from us. Tofu's conjecture was not without merit. However, both the mute and Lu Su had conducted inquiries into old man Zhao, leading me to believe their investigations were sufficiently thorough. Was there truly something they were unaware of? Suddenly, the memory of the three individuals who perished in the hot spring lake resurfaced in my mind, along with the recollection of our undisciplined team. A realization struck me with a resounding clarity. It was not solely old man Zhao who was aware of the celestial soldiers, but also the mute. Of course, the mute's information likely stemmed from old man Zhao. The mute's formation of this seemingly inconsequential group served a critical purpose, to act as a shield in moments of peril. I directed my gaze toward Lu Su's smiling eyes and coldly inquired, "Are you aware of this matter?" Lu Su replied, "What matter?" I retorted, "Do not feign ignorance. It pertains to the celestial soldiers." Lu Su chuckled and said, "If I were aware, would I have allowed you to enter alone? Would I risk my life to rescue you?" It was only upon encountering the celestial soldiers that I comprehended the situation. Wu Shui is indeed ruthless and profoundly inscrutable. At that moment, Tofu also grasped the nature of the circumstances. We had previously discussed how, if the mute were to forage for mushrooms, he should at least recruit some capable hands. How could he have enlisted a group of unqualified drifters? Now, even Tofu, with his singular focus, had shifted his perspective. He trembled and exclaimed, "Old Chun, the mute took you in because he regarded you as kin. Could it be that he took me in for the same reason? That scoundrel." In a surge of anger, Tofu continued, "Had I known, I should have suffocated him while he was unconscious." After a moment's reflection, considering my presence, he added, "Well, if not that, he should have been bound for interrogation." I remarked, "If only we could have known, but foresight is a luxury. If everything were predictable, then all issues would cease to exist. Now we must contemplate where the mute has gone. He must have descended into the ice cave. Given his knowledge of this treacherous environment, he would surely select the correct path. Chapter 54. Disbandment. Upon my conclusion, Lu Su interjected, "Not necessarily. We must ascertain whether he left of his own volition or was taken by some force." Tofu countered, "Do you still believe he is a victim?" That lad was aware of the celestial soldier's presence and could undoubtedly evade danger. I suspect he had some scheme in mind, which is why he abandoned us. Tofu's assertion seemed implausible. I countered, he had fainted earlier, and it did not appear to be an act. Moreover, even though the mute was aware of the celestial soldiers, based on our journey thus far, his knowledge of this ancient ice tomb is limited. Under such circumstances, it is improbable for him to have separated from the group. I remain convinced that he was taken by some force. Su nodded slightly and said calmly, "In such an environment, finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. We can only hope he manages to extricate himself." The thought that the mute's purpose in assembling a team was akin to that of old Zhao sent a chill through my heart. Su's words resonated with my sentiments. The fate of that young man, whether alive or dead, now rested solely on his own fortune. Our objective this time was not to unearth the mushrooms of Puzhan, but rather to locate old Zhao and his companions and obtain the map from him. Presently, we had only one direction to pursue, although many paths lay before us. The ice cave was a labyrinth, making it easy to become disoriented. However, since someone had previously marked a trail, following it was certainly better than having no clues at all. With this in mind, we conferred briefly, apprehensive that celestial soldiers might pursue us from above, and thus chose a marked ice tunnel at random to delve into. Fortunately, equipped with a compass and possessing a general understanding of the ancient tomb structure, we could deduce the location of Puzhan's burial chamber, which old Zhao and his group would undoubtedly be aiming for. With the compass in hand, as long as we knew our approximate position, we would eventually traverse the ice cave. The only challenge lay in the numerous forks, which could lead us astray and potentially cause significant delays, especially if we encountered any celestial soldiers during our journey. We crawled into the ice cave, compass firmly grasped, advancing along the markings on the icy walls. The cave's structure varied, at times broad and at others narrow, compelling us to alternate between walking and crawling. Before long, we encountered several junctions arranged in a grid-like pattern, at which point the markings abruptly ceased. I inspected each cave entrance meticulously, but found no further signs. Tofu inquired, "What is going on? Did the person who left the markings give up upon reaching this point?" Su, with a smile, countered, "Why would they give up? Was it because they realized this path was wrong, or did they encounter some form of danger? Perhaps that individual never returned at all." Unlike Tofu's simplistic thought process, Su's considerations were far more comprehensive. Each of the possibilities he presented bore distinct implications. Zongzi, whose frail body was struggling, remained steadfast, driven by her deep feelings for the mute. Naturally, Su and I refrained from disclosing that we had ceased our search for him, as that would only invite unnecessary trouble. In this moment, Zongzi's resolve appeared most unyielding, declaring, "No matter what, we cannot give up." Her words were directed not only at us, but also at the old smoker and his companions, who had already begun to waver upon realizing the mute had vanished in the presence of terrifying celestial soldiers. Indeed, these two were understandably hesitant. Among our group, myself, Su, Tofu, and the mute, we all had specific intentions for being here, while Zongzi was solely motivated by her concern for the mute. The old smoker and his companions, however, were merely partners in this venture, and with their leader missing, they were free to withdraw. In contrast, Meng exuded a fearless spirit, and upon noticing the old smoker's retreating demeanor, she took the opportunity to mock and deride them thoroughly. At this moment, the dangers that lay ahead remained unknown, and the reluctance of the two old smokers became increasingly apparent, their eyes darting back to the path they had traversed. It was for this reason that Zongzi voiced her concerns. In truth, I had pondered this matter as well. The mute had brought the old smokers and their ilk into the depths, treating them as mere pawns to be sacrificed, their contributions in the expedition negligible. While it was certainly not something we could disclose to the old smokers, I, despite not being a paragon of virtue, could not emulate the mute's ruthless disposition. Would we encounter celestial soldiers again? I possessed limited knowledge of Puzhan's life, yet the infamous giant-eared tomb, which had already caused my grandfather and Chen Ci considerable misfortune, spoke volumes of his capabilities. Now, within the depths of the Xianbing ancient tomb, he had even conjured rare celestial soldiers through his extraordinary methods. the further we descended, the greater the dangers we would inevitably face. Each individual in our group harbored their own motives and willingly accepted the risks. However, if anything were to befall the old smokers, would it not be a tragic waste of life? Even if those few were to retreat, it would not be without justification. After Zongzi finished speaking, the black eel became displeased, revealing his dissatisfaction. When did it become the turn of a woman, especially a Japanese woman, to speak in this team? Despite his dark and slender appearance, the black eel was far from easy to intimidate, compared to the likes of the bearded men. He exuded a fiercer aura typical of those who ventured into the underworld. Zongzi was stung by his words, tears welling in her eyes, yet without the mute's protection. As a mere woman, she felt powerless against the black eel. I had no intention of intervening, for I did not wish for them to remain. Lu Su, ever the diplomat, attempted to mediate. Given the uncertainty of our situation, why should we jeopardize our camaraderie? We came here seeking fortune. To abandon our quest midway would be a pity. Although the black eel and his companions were brash, they could not disregard Lu Su's presence, and thus refrained from further disputing with Zongzi or mentioning their intent to withdraw. Observing Lu Su's composed demeanor and genial smile as he sought to ease tensions, my brows involuntarily furrowed. This Lu fellow, fully aware of the precarious circumstances, knew that should the old smokers choose to stay, they might either find fortune or meet their demise. Was he genuinely attempting to placate the group? The Tofu, finally discerning Lu Su's intentions, gasped in realization and abruptly seized Lu Su's arm, pulling him aside, visibly agitated. The old smoker inquired, "What are they discussing?" The two were a fair distance from us, their voices subdued, rendering me unable to hear their exchange. I replied nonchalantly, "I am not privy to their thoughts." Moments later, Lu Su appeared to have been swayed, adopting a posture of surrender, his expression one of resignation as he slowly returned, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that the path ahead is fraught with peril. Please share your plans openly. If anyone wishes to depart, I shall not obstruct them. This group may as well disband. Brother Do is correct. While we seek wealth, we must not forsake our lives." Zongzi, agitated, exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this?" Lu Su responded gently, "Miss Zongzi, a team can only possess combat efficacy when united in purpose. Discord is a grave misstep. The individual surnamed L has always conducted himself with remarkable steadiness and precision, leaving no room for counterarguments, rendering Zongzi speechless. As L Su softened his stance, the opinions of the others became inconsequential. Consequently, the habitual smokers exchanged glances, and moments later, the more straightforward Hainikyo took the initiative and remarked, "Mr. L, your words suffice. My wife is expecting, and I must return to care for her. Until we meet again." L Su smiled slightly and replied, "Congratulations, until we meet again." Upon hearing this, the old smokers also expressed their intention to withdraw, which L Su acknowledged without urging them to stay. Ming scoffed, muttering, "A bunch of useless men." The old smokers' expressions shifted, yet they refrained from engaging with this woman who wielded curses like weapons. The group redistributed their gear, and the two departed hastily with a small portion of the equipment. I found it perplexing and asked Tofu, "What did you say to L Su?" Tofu replied, "I appealed to his sense of justice. I sensed something amiss. L Su was typically the one who persuaded others. How could he be swayed by Tofu? The thought seemed implausible. Was it possible that he harbored some undisclosed plan? At that moment, only I, Tofu, L Su, Feng Guisho, Ming, and Zongzi remained in the group. Zongzi, visibly agitated yet powerless against L Su, remained tight-lipped. Lost in thought, Tofu patted L Su on the shoulder and said, "Well done. That's the spirit. If others do not harm me, I shall not harm them. We must strive to be good citizens of socialism." Ming, known for her sharp tongue, sneered and called Tofu a fool. Then, with a flick of her finger, a small red object resembling a beetle appeared in her hand. With a sense of pride, she declared, "This is a fire cicada. It is unsuitable for cold environments. But there is no time to worry about that now. This creature can detect movement of living beings within 30 meters. If another creature approaches us, it will alert us by changing its wings to green." We were familiar with Mengming's temperament. Tofu, having been chastised, dared not argue, his displeasure evident as he stared at the small insect in her hand. If green signifies the presence of living beings, then what does blue represent? He inquired. Ming paused before responding. Blue indicates the presence of zongzi. At that moment, Everyone noticed the tips of the insect's wings gradually turning blue. As I observed the insect's wings shifting to blue, I forced myself to remain composed and asked Meng Meng, "Can it determine the location of the zongzi?" Meng Meng, seemingly caught off guard by the insect's unexpected behavior, quickly nodded. With a flick of her finger, the insect spread its now blue wings and took flight. While she monitored its movements and explained, the fire cicada is ill-suited for cold environments. Its lifespan is 3 years, yet in such conditions, it lasts only an hour. I intended for it to serve as our warning system to avoid the heavenly soldiers, but it appears they may already be approaching. The fire cicada circled in the air before abruptly turning and halting at our rear, precisely where we had come from. As Meng Meng's expression shifted, she exclaimed, "Those following us from behind are troublesome. It's them." A wave of unease washed over me. Could it be that the old smoker duo was so unfortunate as to encounter a zongzi so soon after setting off? Before I could ponder further, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the ice cave, and 2 figures rushed toward us. To my surprise, it was none other than the old smoker and the black loach, who had not departed long ago. They sprinted toward us like the wind, their faces etched with fear. As they ran, the old smoker shouted, "Quick, hide! That thing is after us." "What thing?" Before anyone could react, Meng Meng had already darted into an ice cave, instinctively choosing the largest one, spacious enough for us to maneuver. As she fled, the fiery scythe was still flying about, its wings now a striking blue, only to suddenly drop to the ground, motionless. Wasn't it supposed to take an hour to perish? How could it be so swift? By this time, the old smoker duo had reached us, yet behind them was nothing but emptiness. They did not pause, continuing their flight alongside Meng Meng. I thought to myself, while these 2 may not be particularly formidable, they wouldn't be so terrified under ordinary circumstances. Surely, something formidable was pursuing them. Was it a celestial soldier or some other entity? At that moment, I had no time to contemplate further. I, along with Liu Su and Tofu, also took off in flight, but the frail Zongzi quickly lagged behind. As I sprinted, I glanced back, yet saw no tangible threat. Tofu, while running, shouted, "What exactly is that loach that is chasing us? Why are you all running like frightened children?" The black loach lacked the breath to respond, seemingly pursued by a specter, only managing to utter distantly, "It's in the ice, within the ice." In the ice? Instinctively, I glanced at the nearby ice wall, where only my own shadow flickered in the light, no sign of anything ominous. Just then, a terrified scream erupted from the trailing Zongzi. Ah! The sound was laced with sheer terror, as if she had glimpsed something profoundly horrific. I halted abruptly and turned to see Zongzi collapsed on the ground, her face a mask of fear as she struggled to rise. It seemed the icy surface was too slippery. The more she fought, the less she could regain her footing. I couldn't abandon her, so I pivoted to assist her. To my astonishment, as I approached her side, I noticed countless ghostly figures within the ice wall, each a blurred semblance of a human form, their features indistinct as they drifted within the icy layers. One of these specters reached out, gripping Zongzi's leg tightly, and in that fleeting moment, her leg was encased in a thick layer of frost. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, as if those few steps had transported us to an entirely different realm. If the earlier sensation of being in the ice cave was cold, this was a chill that penetrated to the marrow. Could it be that the fiery scythe had perished due to this sudden drop in temperature? The cause of the temperature drop is evidently linked to the contents within these ice layers. It appears that the zongzi referenced by the fire warning earlier pertains to these entities hidden within the icy walls. They remind me of the bald figure with a green face and white eyes that I observed within the ice cone. They share a commonality. They are not merely shadows, but seem capable of emerging from the ice itself. However, at this moment, I could not afford to ponder such complexities. I swiftly drew my umbrella knife from my waist and aimed it at the hand that grasped Zongzi's calf. I was uncertain whether my umbrella knife would be effective against such ethereal entities, yet it was certainly preferable to doing nothing. As I struck, the blade passed through the seemingly tangible arm without any tangible effect. Simultaneously, the owner of that arm, the dark specter concealed within the ice, opened its pitch-black mouth in fury and lunged toward me with astonishing speed. I barely registered the shadow before an intense chill enveloped me. It was an indescribable cold, so severe that it rendered my eyes unable to open and halted my breath, as if the oxygen in the air had transformed into shards of ice, impossible to inhale. In that fleeting moment, I felt the oppressive weight of darkness, suffocation, and an extreme cold that stifled my voice, leaving only my hearing intact. At that instant, I heard Tofu's startled cry and then the clang of a blade, a sound I recognized well, the unmistakable sound of El Su drawing his sword. This sensation of suffocation and cold did not linger for long. It swiftly dissipated. As my vision cleared, I found El Su's ghostly blade, its sharp and icy edge, hovering less than half a centimeter from my forehead. From the gleaming blade, I saw my own reflection. My face was coated with a layer of frost, and the exposed skin had turned a shade of blue. I realized that El Su had once again saved us. Without this exceptionally capable individual providing protection during our endeavor, I shuddered to think of how dire our circumstances might have been. Meanwhile, Meng and the others had long since vanished from sight. El Su sheathed his sword, his smile having faded, and his tone was now urgent. Get up quickly. I was acutely aware of the need to rise. Yet I attempted to move and found myself still chilled to the bone, my body frozen, and my fingers unresponsive. Zongzi was in a similar plight. The leg that had been seized felt utterly lifeless and devoid of sensation. El Su clicked his tongue, crouching down to hoist Zongzi onto his back. Tofu, quick to react, shed his outer coat and wrapped it around me, lifting me onto his back and following El Su in a hurried retreat. The spectral figures still writhed within the ice, clawing and flailing, relentlessly pursuing us. Gradually, the cavern echoed with the sounds of ghostly wails. My neck was nearly immobile, but a fleeting glance into the ice cavern revealed a specter emerging, its features grotesquely shriveled and far from human, its upper body trailing behind as it squeezed through. Tofu, bearing my weight, exerted every ounce of strength, sprinting with labored breaths. As I saw the creature about to fully emerge, I urged, push harder. It's about to break free. Tofu exclaimed in frustration, do you think it's as simple as giving birth? Just put in a little effort, and it will come out. Ahead of us, El Su moved swiftly, his lightweight companion, Zongzi, already reduced to a distant silhouette. Suddenly, El Su's voice echoed back, these creatures cannot be killed. Do not let them capture you. Quickly find a safe place. In a moment of determination, Tofu let out a fierce shout and accelerated. But his words were lost in the urgency of the situation. Just then, the tunnel ahead constricted sharply. The further we advanced, the narrower it became, forcing us to stoop, which naturally slowed our pace. At that moment, I felt my neck regain movement and turned to glance back. The creature embedded in the icy wall had fully emerged, its entire body visible save for its feet concealed within the ice, moving with an unsettling, boneless grace. At that instant, Tofu suddenly crouched down and released his grip, using the momentum to propel me forward. I slid a considerable distance along the slick ice tunnel. It became evident that the tunnel's entrance radiated outward, tapering as we progressed. Realizing Tofu, unable to run while carrying me, had made this sacrifice to push me ahead, I halted. El Su, already waiting, pulled me back, urging both me and Zongzi to continue crawling forward. You must press on. I will assist Brother Do, he instructed. Though Tofu had managed to throw me out, his own speed was compromised, and he was soon ambushed by the creature, silently enveloped in a shroud of ice that spread with alarming rapidity. My heart raced with anxiety. Yet I understood that only El Su could save Tofu. Conventional weapons were ineffective against these spectral entities, and I feared that even El Su's ghostly blade would be of little use. Determined not to lag behind, Zongzi and I strained to crawl onwards through the icy passage, our bodies stiff and our progress sluggish. Moments later, El Su caught up, declaring, it is safe here. I turned to see Tofu, now resembling a frozen statue, silent and lifeless. My heart sank. We must warm him up quickly, I urged. El Su replied, let us find a spacious area to start a fire. If I am not mistaken, those creatures are likely the result of a corpse entrapment technique, he continued. I gasped at this revelation. There are many forms of corpse entrapment, and I recalled the dual corpse formation we had encountered at the Yashan Treasure Hall, a method employing corpses to create a formation. The ghostly shadows within the ice were probably manifestations of this entrapment, their bodies arranged in a pattern, their spirits trapped in the ancient icy tomb, giving rise to these malevolent beings wandering within the ice. This truly is formidable, I remarked. Celestial soldiers. Corpse entrapment. What more could lie ahead? El Su sighed. I have come to understand. This labyrinth is merely the first trial. Celestial soldiers and corpse traps are omnipresent. Navigating through it safely will not be easy. We have essentially entered a chamber teeming with venomous creatures, lurking in every corner. And one can never predict where we might encounter them, and suffer a vicious bite.